From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
It's Exum. 7-point Dallas lead. Timeout Miami.
The Exum Factor. Good morning, Metroplex. It's a rainy, messy Friday as we try to start your weekend early here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, Metroplex. I'm Sean Sharif alongside Ralph James Chapu. We got Peyton and Ryan in the back. Bobby Belt around the corner at 6 o'clock. Happy early weekend from DFW Sports Station, and happy result for the Dallas Mavericks with a much needed win over the Miami Heat last night at the AAC. That felt like a playoff type pressure moment with about 4 minutes left, and you're basically even. Mavs up by a couple, and who's going to fall apart? And basically the difference in the game was a string of 3-pointers for the Mavericks. Exum hit one, Luca hit one, Kyrie hit one after he stepped out of bounds. Yeah. Exum then with a 2-pointer. They were up 7. Game over. Huge threes, lifting the Mavs to stop the bleeding over a Miami team playing very, very well. Big win.
The fewest points they've allowed since Valentine's Day.
Wow.
Like that, the fewest points they've allowed since Valentine's Day, where they allowed 93 in a win against San Antonio.
And I texted you all towards the end of the first quarter and said Miami's going to drop 160.
Yeah.
Because I think they had 36 or 38 points with like 2 minutes to go in the first quarter. Yep. So I was not forecasting that they would allow that few points since Valentine's Day with the way that game started, because Miami got whatever they wanted. Duncan Robinson looked like Max Strus out there, starting off like 4 for 4 from 3. They were doing whatever they wanted without any type of defense.
No, without anything.
Resistance.
And then in the second half, the Mavs really kind of picked up their defense, and their hands were active, especially underneath. I mean, the Heat were getting nothing easy. And then look, Miami, and it's not like Miami was not shooting the ball from 3 well in the second half. They were. It's just the Mavs were just that much better, and they were much better defensively on the interior in the second half. It was a really good, that second half defensive performance. I'm going to save the game. There's no doubt about it.
Jason Kidd on what changed defensively after that rough first quarter.
Just being tied together, it's not easy. It's going to be ups and downs. You're going to be tested. I thought the group that started, we got backdoored a little bit too much, trying to run, making sure Duncan wasn't going to shoot threes, and he back cut us a little bit. Jimmy got to the middle, which he loves to do, and then that puts a lot of pressure on the defense, so that opened up some threes. But I thought the guys, again, mentally stayed the course. No one's panicked, and we had a good home win.
Mavs hold Miami to 25 or fewer points in the last 3 quarters. By the way, Luca Doncic had his 4th straight 35-point triple-double, the longest streak in NBA history, after the guys on TNT throughout the entire night were begging Luca to pass.
Begging him to pass, begging him to
score less.
Yeah, it's like, I mean, you could look at any kind of, game box score and say, well, this is what he wants to do. They need more from this. They need more of him, more of his pass. They need more of his shooting, whatever. It could change on any given night. But I think most would agree that when the ball is in somebody's hands with as much ball dominance as he has, it can bog down an offense a little bit. But the other thing is, what's the other option?
Right.
What's the other option? Is Kyrie on the floor? If Kyrie's on the floor, then yeah, absolutely. But if Kyrie's taking a breather, like, what is the other option? You want him to pass the Exum? Is that what you want?
Yeah, give me your 2 or 3 other options. For some reason, maybe Tim Hardaway has photos of Jason Kidd. I don't know. But Hardaway out there over some of the other options. Even Kevin Harlan was mentioning last night on TNT, he's shooting bricks. PJ Washington, I was hoping for a little bit more from him. Hardaway's your 3rd leading scorer at 16. PJ Washington is next at 12. I mean, if you watch Luca play, yes, the ball can and does stick in his hands, but Luca Doncic does also try to pass. He is 3rd in the league in assists at 9.8 a game. So who else? Derek Jones Jr. being put in the starting lineup. Josh Green. We talked about Jaden Hardy. You look at the rest of the options on this roster, it's very, 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 very thin after Kyrie Irving. But that was a very big, important win for them.
They had to have it. They had to have it. I mean, you lose 3 straight. You lose, 5 of 6. You've got to start getting wins because you were creeping down. It's not as if they're in danger of missing anything necessarily, but there's still a chance that you can get up to the 5 seed for crying out loud.
Well, they're in the 8th spot, and they're a game and a half back of Sacramento. They're a game and a half up on the Warriors and the Lakers. So,
but then after that, there's a drop off, right? There's a drop, like you get like an extra 2 or 3 games after that.
They're 2 games behind the Suns for the 6th spot. They're 2.5 games behind the Pelicans for the 5, and they're 6 games behind the Clippers for the 4.
Yeah. So you really got no chance to get up into the top 4. You got no chance at the home court for the most part. But there is easily a chance to get out of the play-in. They can absolutely do that. You can make up 2 games in no time.
Upcoming schedule for the Mavericks, they're going to get the Pistons tomorrow night, Chicago Bulls at on the road, 2 games in Detroit, in Chicago, then the Warriors at the AAC at Oklahoma City, and then you host the world champions next Sunday in the Denver Nuggets. I decided it's like watching the Cowboys and then watching the divisional round, and you're like, okay, here's the big difference. Man, I watched the beginning of Boston and Denver. I was like, I have to see this because this is billed as basically the game of the year. And the speed, the pace, the crispness, the execution, the shot making. I was like, oh my, this is another level. This is another level of basketball right here. And the Denver Nuggets, who I would pick to win the championship today, even over Boston in a series, they end up beating the Massholes 115-109. But that was fun to see if you stuck around for another level of hoops with the way this was built up.
You didn't watch the speech? State of the Union last night?
All I had to do is watch a USC presser. You might have to get that as a drop. You might have to get that just as a drop. Now, look, all right, let me ask a serious question.
Yeah.
Do you think that Joe Biden knows who Lincoln Riley is? I don't.
I don't know. I mean, I think
there's no way.
I don't know. I don't know.
Like, did that name slip in his mind because he knows USC football, or he just messed up the first name? I think he messed up the first name.
Yeah, it's a good question. It's a really good. I don't know. I don't know the answer to that.
And I'm not trying to be insensitive towards the young lady. But how many other people do you know that are named, Lakin?
Lakin, right. I know.
There's no way that he had
there's an NFL football player named Lakin, right? Lakin
Tomlinson.
Yeah.
There's no way, right? That
I don't know.
He was not thinking of. He doesn't know the head coach of USC.
Yeah, I truly have no idea if he's a sports fan at all. Like, I have no idea if the president likes sports. If he does like sports, then I could see him knowing Lincoln Riley's name.
Yeah,
I could see that. But there's a good chance that he doesn't. I mean, I don't know people in politics, if they're so immersed in that they even follow it. I really don't know.
Did you switch on over to the speech?
I did. I for a little bit.
Put on your red Marjorie outfit?
I did not put on, and I did not put the red Marjorie hat on. I didn't put on the white outfits that they were wearing too over there. The all white shirts.
I didn't see that.
So like the other side, so Marjorie was wearing her MAGA hat, and then the other side's wearing their all white. I don't know, they've done this for a couple of years now, where they wear all white. I don't know what it's for. So no, I did not play dress up for that speech.
I did try to switch on over for some of the post reaction. I love going back and forth between the networks. I love it. CNN is like passionate, strong, started off slow, was solid in the middle, was solid at the end. Man, just the recap of just talking about the cognitive awareness. They're like, he didn't forget too much. He didn't forget too much, and then you switch on over to Fox, and of course, bumbling, stumbling fool. So I love just switching.
Yeah, they'll magnify everything. I did not watch much of the post at all. I had it on, but I kind of turned the volume down. We started playing with Pudge at that point. He was like, he is just, he's got puppy energy, man.
Are his feet back?
His feet are back. He just wants to throw. He wants to throw stuff. Throw the ball down the hallway. Let him go get it. That ball gets disgusting. That tennis ball.
Is he a slobber?
No, he's not really a slobberer that much. Now, if he starts running around,
I guess it would be a slobberer.
He starts running around. When he pants, he'll just drip down a little bit, but not much. Not bad at all.
Truckwreck.com text line is open at 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. Think twice before you try to be that much of a diehard football fan, because the result could be amputations. We have some wide receiver possibilities for the Dallas Cowboys, and Roberto Belt will join us as well. We have our final Sonic giveaway of the week. Tim Kurkjian from ESPN to talk about the world champs during the Expressway. The Friday edition of Sean and RJ. Just getting started. Glad you're waking up with us. Be careful driving out here, right here on the Fan.
Coming up in the next.
Was set in DFW with all the storms. Good morning, Metroplex. Happy Friday to you here on Sean and RJ.
That was awful yesterday, man. I mean, it was a downpour. Dangerous roadways and flooding.
And I was outside for it for 2 hours.
Yeah, I had to be outside. We had open house for Julian last night. It's
The freak you guys doing in the playground? Open houses are outdoors.
No, but I had to get out. I had to get out to do it.
No, you mean like walking into the school? No, I was
Yeah.
literally standing outside for 2 hours. In it. Yeah.
Oh,
I had to clean up the backyard for the photo shoot today.
Well,
No, there's no well about it because today I'm going to get screwed big time. You know, you got to get the inside of the house straight and have all the kids' toys up, kitchen appliances away. Everything has to look spotless. And the realtor sends the text saying, all right, hoping for good weather. Hoping for good weather tomorrow, showing up with a photographer. And I said, okay, well, what if it's not good weather? And they're like, well, you know, we don't want to take the photos in the dark. And I said, well, listen, you better get your flash out because I'm not cleaning up this house again.
you want sunlight because it'll make the house look more. It's amazing, like what a little bit of different lighting will do.
Yeah, well, someone has to buy this thing blind in the dark because I'm not putting my poor wife through this again. She's been working like a maniac, 8 months pregnant, cleaning up this daggone house, telling Ollie not to touch anything. You can't go to any room. All my stuff is moved. Everything is in the garage. Everything is in the side closet. I was like, y'all cannot take the outside photos. I get it. Then I'm going to move all the grills. They want everything strategically placed and all that. But you better get your flash on. And they're like, ha, ha, ha. And I was like, no, I'm serious. I'm like, otherwise, you can take the photos of the house when we move out with no furniture in it. But I'm not doing this. I'm not doing this tightrope of my life. If I have to get a little less money, fine. But this sucks. Not fun. So I need this rain to go away this morning.
The rain's going to go away this morning. By about noonish, it's supposed to be a little bit like partly cloudy. And then
because they're coming at noon, photos at 1.
Okay.
So give me the hour by hour, baby. I need it because tomorrow is going to be partly sunny, high of 56, low of 40. Sunday, high of 62, low of 44, partly sunny. But today, I'm not seeing any sun, 77% humidity, 25% chance of rain. Well, you might need to up that because it's definitely raining right now.
Yes, it is.
Driving in. How are we going with the hour to hour? That's what I need.
No one's dying.
No one's dying.
Yeah.
No one's dying. That's for sure.
My commission prices are dying as we speak.
Yeah, I got a little bit of sun at 2 o'clock today. 72.
All right.
72.
And rain, when's the rain going away?
Rain, it's supposed to rain at 7 a.m. And then it looks like today at 8 a.m. it'll stop.
Okay.
It'll be good to go.
Okay.
That's what it says. Who knows?
Yeah.
Who knows? It's the weather, so we don't really know.
Live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. I could not believe this story yesterday. Some Chiefs and Dolphins fans who went to the playoff game in Kansas City now need amputations.
From the frostbite?
Yeah. From the frostbite. You saw some of these morons out there shirtless. This is the general surgeon at Kansas City's Burn Center told Fox 4 70% of the medical center's patients referred for frostbite injuries suffered at the wild card game are being advised to schedule amputations. 70% of the fans that went in, minus 4 degree temperature at kickoff with a minus 27 degree wind chill.
Okay, so did they amputate after the Ice Bowl?
I don't know.
Or the 1980 whatever game, Cincinnati, where it was like minus 50?
I don't know.
Like that doesn't. It's been cold. It's been. I don't remember. Like maybe they did amputate after the Ice Bowl. I have no idea.
Fourth coldest ever recorded game in history. At least 10 fans have been hospitalized with either frostbite or hypothermia.
Boy, you want the NFL to make a new rule on everybody who makes a new stadium has to have a roof on it
or a temperature minimum.
Or temperature minimums. This will do it. This will do it. I guarantee you this. The person who is most upset about this is the Super Bowl host committee.
Well, I would think the people that aren't going to have any arms or legs.
Yes. Outside of them, very well, very well done. Thank you for saving me on that one. The Super Bowl host committee of Buffalo. You think the NFL is going to put us there? First of all, there was a small chance that we're going to do that anyway, but they did it in Minnesota. And that was a dome, and Buffalo's not getting a dome. So the chances are, but then again, New Jersey got a got a Super Bowl.
And Buffalo was dealing with this the same weekend.
And they were dealing with this the same exact weekend. But, I mean, if you're there ain't whatever 2% chance Buffalo ever had of getting a Super Bowl, it's probably gone now because the last thing the NFL is going to do is say, oh, hey, here's a minus 30 game in the Super Bowl.
There's no way they could have ever put the Super Bowl in Buffalo.
I don't think so. But
because Buffalo's worse than Jacksonville, right? I mean, I know you like Jacksonville. Bobby hates it.
From a city standpoint?
Yeah.
In the wintertime, probably. Buffalo's great in the summer. It's fantastic.
Buffalo is fine. Things to do.
It's breweries left and right. It's like all those like Rust Belt cities, Cleveland, Pittsburgh, Milwaukee, Buffalo, they are great in the summertime. And they're awful after about September 1st.
Let's talk about the greatness of this show before Bobby comes in to ruin it. Peyton will have no clue what we're talking about. Hit the music. Turn it up. What?
This is such a delay with this kid.
What are you doing?
I do.
A little delayed?
What delay?
What delay? What delay? What delay industries? What delay?
Vandalay Industries.
Vandalay Industries.
The piece of Sopranos. You think this is like the number one thing from the show? If someone's going to be auctioned off?
Well, maybe there's two pieces from Sopranos that are in the news that'll be auctioned off.
All right.
That you can purchase. But the booth that Tony Soprano sat in during the final scene of the show, that booth at that restaurant where he may or may not have been shot by the guy in the members only jacket. We don't know. We are still waiting to see. That booth has sold for $82,600. As Tony would say, but
you surprised it didn't go for more?
This seems like incredibly high and incredibly low all at the same time. Like 82 grand's a lot. It's a lot of money. But I would think that booth would sell for quite a bit more. Now, then again, you may not be able to recognize the booth just on its own because there's no backdrop of the restaurant. And like, did you get the jukebox with it?
Yeah, it's not the Seinfeld booth. Although I don't know if you look at the booth.
Right, we just look at the booth. Now, like the whole restaurant together, yeah. But the co-owner of Holston's, the ice cream parlor, candy shop, and restaurant where the scene was filmed, won't say who bought it. But that's been there since 1939.
You ever been to that place?
I've not. I've never been here. But the 82 grand, a little bit more than 82 grand, they bought the booth for.
And then someone else cleaning up on social media because of this show.
Yeah. Drea De Matteo. She is the Adriana Soprano. She played Adriana, and she has fallen on hard times, Sean.
People loved her, too.
Oh, she was great.
Just hot.
She was absolutely great, but she fell on a little bit of hard times to the point where she had $10 left in her bank account.
Wow.
I don't know how. I don't know why.
Christopher died. That's why.
Christopher died. So she decided she needed to save her house.
Spoiler.
She was making payments, decided she needed to save her house, went on OnlyFans. In 5 minutes, she paid off not just her monthly payment, she paid off her entire mortgage in 5 minutes.
Wow.
On OnlyFans. Ladies.
Or men.
If you look good, you got a gift, man. Not even if you look good. You don't even have to look good.
Oh, Trump's lawyer, you should go listen to what she said the other day when they're like, do you think being
Was she photoshopping those photos too?
What else did she Photoshop?
There's bikini photos that are out there that she photoshopped. She didn't need to. She looks great.
She Photoshopped those?
Yes. If you look at the pillars behind her and the umbrella, it's curved. It's curved in to make her waist look smaller. She didn't need to do that.
No, she was just
fantastic.
talking about the benefits of being attractive.
Yeah, there's benefits to being attractive. Don't ever let anybody tell you there's no benefits to being attractive.
Oh,
there's
I told
tons
you.
of benefits.
I'd rather my daughter be good looking than have 10 fingers and 10 toes. I've always said that.
Sure. Yes. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's 10. I'll tell you the benefits of being attractive. Pay out your mortgage in 5 minutes.
I'm going to send my kid to a Chiefs game. Just like that.
There you go.
Amputate it.
Amputate it, man. Whatever you got to do. But yeah, you could. Congrats, Age. I feel good. I hate to see that she was down on her luck, and in 300 seconds, she was able to pay off her entire house.
Peyton, are you aware of who Adriana was?
No idea.
Oh, man.
But I'm interested now.
Smoke show.
You know what? You should join up on OnlyFans again. Are you still on it?
No, because I'm taking RJ, you know.
I don't think it's
I'm
for single
loyal.
people only, from what I gather. I mean,
Well,
we
you
could do a
guys are
couple
supposed to be
things.
starting up your channel.
we might. We're thinking
No,
about it.
you shut up. You talking. A lot of talk. I thought you were actually
I'll
serious.
take the pictures, RJ. I told you this.
You,
For free.
No,
I'll take
there's
them.
already someone at the station volunteer to take
yeah,
the photos.
they want the photos.
877-881-1053. We're live with the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. RJ is interested in this loudmouth wide receiver. A San Francisco 49er gives all the praise to Trey Lance, and Bobby Roberto Belt joins us for the 6 a.m. club next on The Fan.
Be a part of the show. Text us on the truckwreck.com fan text line, 877-881-1053. That's 877-881-1053. By DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Shout out to the 6 a.m. club. Happy Friday. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Cowboys Insider, maybe Stars Insider, judging by the jersey. Bobby Belt. We got Peyton and Rai in the back. We are live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. When are you taking off for your road trip?
Tomorrow at like 11.
Okay.
Gonna drive to Stephenville.
What time's the game?
4. So get there around 1. Start pre-gaming at Bull Nettle Bar.
Oh, man.
Go to the game. Drink during the game. And then post-game at Bull Nettle Bar.
And you're staying out there?
Yep. Airbnb, baby.
Yeah?
They actually have Airbnbs in Stephenville. I did not know that.
6:40. We will get to all of that with Bobby Belt.
Might get arrested this weekend. Might need you to come bail me out, Sean.
Don't call me. What's my number?
202.
All right, stop.
30.
All right, stop.
Okay, you know what? I know the first 3 and the last 3. I couldn't remember.
I have the middle 3. I don't have the last 4.
Right.
You're on your way. I'm not. You already put me in a mood.
What?
Already put me in a mood.
I'm about to generate great content this weekend. I was guessing the middle 3. I didn't know if that was
Okay,
real.
shut up, Bobby.
Now I think people can really reasonably guess his phone number now after with only needing the last 4. I mean, those odds are way down.
214-734. That's the first 6 of mine. Now we're even.
What is Jane Slater saying about Dak Prescott and Calvin Watkins about replacing Tyron Smith?
So, which would you like first? Would you like Dak or Tyron first?
Dak, why not?
Dak. So Dak Prescott, Jane Slater she's back out on the beat. She's pounding the pavement, and she had reported on the Dak extension. She still thinks something's going to get done. There's been a lot of discussion, a lot of people saying, okay, which direction is this going to head? Is this something where they're going to let it ride out? Jane thinks this is just typical games being played, but ultimately she thinks something gets done. It's just not going to get done, she doesn't think, until August. So that's what she had said yesterday talking to NFL Network, was that she thinks that August is a more likely date, which historically, if you look at the Cowboys getting extensions done when they've done it with, Travis Frederick and a couple of other guys, it's happened in August, with or without a holdout. That's just typically when they've gotten a lot of these extensions done. So we may not get an answer until August. It may be something we spend the entire summer talking about and kicking around. But
Which Jerry would love.
Oh, yeah, of course. That would keep them in the headlines because their level of play certainly hasn't been able to do it. And so they would talk about it ultimately in August as kind of a target date that Jane has set. And that looks like it perplexes RJ Choppy.
I thought the whole point in the extension was to have the money for this year?
Go all in.
To go all in.
Yeah.
Was that
the number one storyline of this was to get rid of his $60 million hit in order to pay others, including on your own team.
I think that maybe has been the primary discussion. And look, once you get that extension done, you can then get your extensions done with Lamb and Parsons and whatever else you want to do. But I think part of it is also about just not exposing Dak to the market. That's as much the discussion as it is what money you're going to save, is that you can't let it run out because you have to get it done so that he's not exposed to the market. Because the second he's exposed to the market, I think he's gone.
Yeah, okay. Even if that's the case, no matter what, signing him, not signing him, exposure to the market, to me, if you're not going to extend him before the first day of the league year, then you might as well wait, man. Because there's nothing that there's no benefit financially this year, or maybe even on the field this year.
Wait till when? After the year?
Yeah,
Bobby's saying.
I know, but I'll believe that when I see it. Or trade. Look, if you're not going to sign him, then you might as well just trade him. You're not going to sign him by the first day of the league year.
Why wouldn't you think it's more likely that exposing him to the market would risk him leaving?
Oh, of course it risks him leaving.
Well, why don't you believe he would leave?
I think
I'll believe it when I see it.
You're just comfortable with that risk. It seems like,
yeah.
Like you're okay if he leaves. You're like, oh, okay, sorry. You tried to make it work, but ultimately, if it doesn't work, now we can enter into our plan of just drafting a quarterback early.
You can get a 3rd round pick and draft someone even better than him. He's a 4th.
There you go.
See that, and that's the thing. I don't think he's gonna. There's no playing ball with Dak if you expose him to the market. You're just screwed. You get a 3rd round pick back, a comp pick, which is essentially a 4th, and then you reset from there.
But I think Jerry probably has the same mentality as Choppy of you wouldn't leave. You're not gonna give all this up. You're not gonna go somewhere else. I think that is kind of the arrogance that they have over there. Maybe they're right. I don't know. I'm just guessing as to what their mindset would be. So that's Slater talking about August as a guess for the number 4 extension. What about replacing Tyron?
So this is we've talked about this when good reporters like Calvin Watkins and Todd Archer and Michael Gelkin and John Michaud and people like that come out of Indianapolis and they're talking about they're positioning certain discussions a certain way. You can generally feel good that they've gotten this sense coming out of these meetings that they have and these discussions that they have. And so he has an article up saying why Cowboys don't have to worry over finding Tyron Smith replacement. And he talks about the value that Tyron has given the club over the years. But there's a section in here that's very interesting because I think it reflects either how the Cowboys feel about it based on his discussions, or at least how the Cowboys are posturing and trying to say, well, you can't quit, you're fired, that kind of a thing. It talks about Tyron Smith will have to convince an NFL team he can play 17 games with a limited practice schedule. For the Cowboys, moving on is easy. Finding a replacement is too. So that sounds like the Cowboys view it as, sure, go. We are not playing on your terms. You can go, because there are a million offensive tackles that we can pick in this draft. And we've got Tyler Smith. And if we move Tyler Smith outside to tackle, we've got TJ Bass that can play guard. Go ahead. The challenge for us is actually finding a center. That'd be more difficult. But you, Tyron, with your lack of availability over time, you are not difficult to replace. You can go on.
Wow.
So that's a pretty harsh line to say for the Cowboys. Moving on is easy and finding a replacement is too.
But the Cowboys didn't he's not quoting someone.
No. But I think
just to be clear.
No, not quoting anybody. These are Calvin's words. But I think Calvin is trying to say this is the sense you're getting from the organization right now.
What's more likely to happen next year? That Tyron Smith goes to another team and has a very nice season, or the Cowboys left tackle is as good as you need them to be on a contender? To me, common sense says, well, I'll let you answer first.
Tyron's more likely.
I agree.
That he plays that at that level for another team.
Well, what's more likely? You're going to get a left tackle that plays good enough on a contender to protect Dak Prescott in his rookie year, or whoever you get to replace, or that Tyron Smith goes somewhere and has success. I'm not saying it's Trent Williams-esque when he went to San Francisco, but Tyron Smith is not going to starve out on the open market.
No.
Tyron Smith, I'm going to guess, now, he may not play in any of the games. I'm going to guess someone goes out there and pays Tyron Smith.
I would agree with that. I'm okay, though. It's okay, the way the NFL is, right? You always get rid of a guy a year earlier than a year late. If you take a step back for a year, and then that means you get 10 more years of quality play, in the future, I'm fine with that. I mean, these are tough decisions you got to make. Are the Bills going to find... The Bills just had to get rid of all these guys the other day. Are they going to find necessarily players that are as good at that position for this next year? Not necessarily, but that's just the way the game is. I mean, when the Chiefs got rid of Tyreek Hill, they knew they were going to take a step back for a little bit.
I was talking to somebody yesterday about just somebody.
Right.
I was talking to somebody yesterday, and we were discussing the options that could be there at left tackle for them. And when you throw around it, like just take example, some of the names that Calvin threw into his article here. Tyler Guyton at Oklahoma, Amarius Mims at Georgia, Troy Fautanu at Washington. A lot of people think Fautanu might be a guard instead of a tackle, and Guyton and Mims played right tackle last year, and have played right tackle throughout their career. So you're talking about even the three names that you're kicking around is could be potentially there. They're not classic left tackle players necessarily. And so that's something that maybe you look at and go, okay, well, maybe we draft a guy like Fautanu, we play him at guard, and we move Tyler Smith out to left tackle. I think Tyler Smith could be as good at left tackle next year as Tyron was. I just don't know that the Cowboys will ultimately pull that trigger.
Apparently, it's a big week for NFC East facial hair and grooming because Jalen Hurts went viral yesterday. You're about to see it on the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Nice job, Ryan. There's Jalen Hurts sans goatee.
Don't like that.
He got
So that's improvement.
That's not according to the internet. Not according to the internet, as they were laughing at and making fun of old Jalen.
He aged 15 years by shaving his beard, which is usually the opposite. You shave, you usually look like super baby-faced and young. He somehow looks much older. I definitely think the Dak goatee is a better look than the Jalen Hurts clean shaven.
Yeah, I mean, I guess is the goatee back?
You tell us. You're the last one that had it.
Yeah, that was 10 years ago. 10 years ago. Is it back now? I don't even know what the rules are.
He looked good. I mean, he's a fine looking dude. The goatee, he looked sharp. He looked like a pimp. And now all I see is eyebrows.
He does have a rounder face than I had initially realized.
He doesn't have a round face.
Rounder,
I would
not round.
Not call
rounder.
that round at all. That's pretty chiseled, Bobby.
No, I think he's got a rounder face than it initially appeared.
He is not a big guy. He is. He's not a big guy, right? He's not 6'4". He is doing the trick of only hanging around short people. Look at that photo. I mean,
how tall is he? He's 6'2".
It says he's listed at 6'1", which means he's probably about 6 feet tall.
Dang, 6'1"?
He's listed at 6'1". He's probably more like 6 feet tall, and he towers over people in that photo. This is what if you are short like us. This is the way to go.
Well,
hang around short people.
I told you, brown people are short. So, the left and the right. I mean, they're like in they're like in my category. I said my son he's never getting over 5'10". 5'10's the ceiling. Mexican,
Are you embarrassed?
Indian. That's your ceiling. You're stunted.
Yeah,
I like the right.
Not seeing those 6'3" Pakistanis. What?
I said I like the right though. She's cute.
All right,
Saddam Singh is kind of from that area.
Well, thanks for giving me the one. Appreciate it.
He got all the height the rest of them
You
did.
run out. You want to throw out Yao Ming too?
No.
All right. What happened yesterday with Michael Thomas?
Michael Thomas went on social media, and Michael Thomas is not happy with a member of the New Orleans Saints media.
Jeff Duncan.
Huh?
Jeff Duncan.
Jeff Duncan. Okay, so the post was that they will release Michael Thomas in the coming days. All right, so that's part one. Michael Thomas is like, yeah, man, y'all can't even release me. It's not so the report was it's not a matter of if, but when. This is on NewOrleans.com, and he's played his last game with the organization that drafted him back in 2016. And Michael Thomas tweets right around lunchtime. Jeff Duncan, funny how they planning on releasing me if I was on a 1-year deal. Don't fall for it. He's the same dude that tried to be my friend in the season after saying I wasn't the same player in training camp. Hashtag next topic.
Then he followed up.
Yep.
Jeff Duncan is a hoe.
Whoa!
Which they bleeped out for some reason in this article. You can't call someone a hoe.
Who knows, man? I don't know what the rules are anymore.
Yeah.
And then he says, trying to stay relevant, so let's speak on it. The Saints leak info to him to try to ruin players' value. But see, I'm not broke, so I can speak on it. He is broke, so he needs clicks. Go look at all his articles that ever end up being true. And yep, it's like y'all click at things what he writes.
Whatever.
Yeah,
he called him a hoe. That's all we need to know.
This is the new school player, man. They are not afraid to.
Michael Thomas has always been. Michael Thomas is a lunatic.
The Michael Thomas, Jamal Adams, like looking up people's spouses on Instagram. Yeah. Dez always likes to go on the attack like this. This is just like kind of the modern era to just like, all right, I'm going to Twitter. I'll get my voice heard if it's not going to be represented in the media.
Jalen Johnson gets his big deal in Chicago.
Yeah, and it's interesting. Jalen Johnson, who was an All-Pro last year, signed it. I mean, it was a really big deal. 4 years, $76 million. So he's getting $19 million annually. But that's actually under Diggs a little bit for what Diggs got per year. And so it does make you kind of wonder, okay, are things leveling off at all at corner? Is there any sort of like level? Is there not a need to start topping the other? And if so, what does that mean for Deron Bland next offseason, who's coming off an All-Pro season and was in Defensive Player of the Year discussions at one point? And so
it don't mean the same. Well, unless Jalen definitely went under market, like Jalen Johnson, better player than Deron Bland.
No, right. But I'm saying like that's what there is no one-upping. So it's not like an issue of where if Jalen Johnson had taken 21 that you would then think, okay, well, Bland might fall in at 19 or 20 or something like that.
He feels like one of those guys that like is an underrated name throughout the league, because he plays in Chicago. And bam, the Bears recognize them, but damn good player.
Yeah, very good.
Did Luca Doncic shut Charles Barkley up last night? A much-needed win for the Mavs. Let's talk about it next on Sean and RJ. But I want to go ahead and kick out that Friday message from the Tolo team of attorneys over at Frankel and Frankel. They've been winning for over 20 years, and they always want to wish you a safe and healthy weekend. It's a Tolo team that has your back if you get involved in an accident that was not your fault, because you know how to drive, and the Metroplex
It's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214-817-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
Moving inside, loose ball, shot clock at 2. Impossible strike!
Luca making one of those trick shots that the Ringer or The Athletic profiled him about, whoever Tim Cato writes for. And that's why he practices them nonstop. Has a crazy trick shot. He hits one of the big threes in that stretch that really put the game away. Dante Exum was really the X factor. Kyrie hit one as well, and the Mavs end up with a much, much needed win over the Miami Heat, 114-108 at the AAC.
Boy, it's a good thing Kyrie hit that three, because after he stepped out of bounds, I was like, oh, you are about to be the GOAT tonight. This would have been another instance of late in the game. You have just kind of like a dumb
Kyrie?
error. Yeah, because remember he had the inbound in Cleveland, where it's just like, oh, you make another late, close ball game, mental error, but then he steps back up, hits the three, kind of covered over himself. But Exum was great down the stretch.
I feel like we can't use the word GOAT anymore to mean bad.
I agree.
So I see what you did, because it is the proper way of using that term.
What do we replace it with?
I don't know, but like everybody now
McCarthy?
says it's just like, you know,
Dak. How
well,
about that?
I mean, Dak is being coached by McCarthy, so what do you expect from him, Sean?
I don't know. We got to figure that one out. We can actually use that anymore. But look, this is also about the defense in the second half, which was much better. I mean, the way that they were on pace for 120 points. At halftime, really after the last 2.5 quarters, the defense really stepped up, which is something that it hasn't done in seemingly a month.
And Tim Legler on ESPN, who has been Mr. Maverick, earlier on in the day on his podcast, he said Jason Kidd could be in trouble because of the D.
Defensively is where it starts, and that's coaching. That's coaching. Can you squeeze more out of this team and get more effort out of them and get better schemes and like just have them on it? And they have not been. Very disappointing stretch over the last 10 days or so. And I just want to continue to see if Heat go in there and beat them. This free fall continues. I think Jason Kidd's seat's getting really hot.
You can't make a change this late, can you?
No. Not this late in the year. I'm just saying keep an eye on the Dallas Mavericks right now. I mean, they're going to make the playoffs in one version or another. There might be a play-in team at this point. Who knows? But if they get bounced in the play-in or they lose a first-round series, they lose a first-round series in five games, 6 games with Luca Doncic on your roster. I'm telling you, I think they'd be looking to do something over the summer. So I just brought that up because that's a game that's on my spotlight tonight because I want to see how they respond to the way they've been playing.
So there's Tim Legler. That's an interesting thought. Defense is coaching. When a lot of times we sit there and talk about effort and want to. And Tim Legler's saying defense is coaching.
Well, how much of it of the coaching aspect of it is scheme or motivation? Yeah, I guess that's a clarification aspect of it, and I'm sure there's some scheme that would go into it. But it's interesting because we have always been told that defense is effort based, which anybody can watch. Two different players, and you could say, hey, listen, no matter how good of a defender this player wants to be, if Giannis is on the floor, like Giannis could be, if it's maybe Joker and Giannis, if he wants to be a better defender, he's athletically more gifted. He could be a better defender than, say, somebody else because he's just so athletically freakish.
Yeah.
Well, and that's the thing. I think in recent games, what we've seen was it feels like a lack of effort from them. Like when we look at them struggling defensively, a lot of it feels like just a lack of effort, a lack of communication, really basic things that, yeah, I would put that on Kidd. Like, it is your job to keep these guys locked in and motivated and light a fire under them.
Gafford started. Hey!
Yes!
Jason maybe being a Tolo, listening to the fan or reading all the bloggers, checking out the tweets with his account on there that he may or may not have. I don't know. But my boy Gafford started 12-7 in 21 minutes. They also wanted to throw Derek Jones into the starting lineup. He had 1 point. His plus-minus was -6. But Gafford in the starting lineup to try to change things up.
Yeah. Can he not play more than 22 minutes a night ever?
Yeah, well, we tried everything.
He got Lively. Lively played 23.
Yeah, I mean, that's like, I thought the whole point, I remember said
with 4 and 2 and 4 personal fouls.
Why can Derek Lively not rebound the last few games? Like you're talking about, he has 3 boards, 1 and 2 in 18, 16, and 23 minutes played.
No leadership.
Yeah, no leadership. He's got to use his leadership to rebound.
Absolutely. I don't know. That's a good question. But I remember, when the trade happened, Bassett was like, this means you never have to have a second where those two aren't on the floor. Well, no, there was 4 minutes last night where they weren't on the floor.
Mike Bassett said they need to be on the floor together?
No. Where, like, you never have to have a moment
without
where one of them is not on the floor.
Right.
And, that's not been the case remotely. Last night was closer to what you would like to see because it was only a handful of minutes where they weren't. And, that just could be you're going small. But, I mean, there's been times where it's been 15, 20 minutes of the game where both of them were not on the floor.
Gafford was -15 last night, though. Even playing really well, he was still -15. Lively, who, barely puts anything in the box score, was +17 because he was in there during those runs.
Didn't you have something on plus-minus being, I don't know whether it was overrated, underrated? What was it without getting too nerdy?
Yeah, there was an article about it. I mean, it was basically talking about how it started, but also it's not the stat that a lot of people think it should be, because so much of it is dependent on who you're on the floor with. And now the one thing is, game to game, they say it's a terrible stat. If you look at it game to game, you look at it for the course of a season, it's pretty good.
It's the only way I look at it, game to game.
But if you look at it game to game, it's not very good because so many things go into play in that singular game that could skew a plus-minus. But if you look at it over the course of an entire or a career, that tells you a lot more. That tells you a lot more than an individual game on plus-minus.
I was just going to say plus-minus is historically...
You're just going to gargle?
No, yeah, plus-minus is something that historically has been something that was like, I mean, it was established in hockey as a stat long before it was something that like the NBA started trying to use.
Well, yeah, because it was invented in basketball back in the 70s for John Wooden. And it never got any play in the NBA until
15, 20 years ago.
Did Luca prove Charles Barkley wrong at halftime when the Chuckster was talking about the adjustments? I think this is the 8th straight game that the Mavs were trailing at half coming out of the All-Star break. They got blown up in the first quarter. They did eventually buckle down defensively. This is Charles Barkley's halftime Maverick adjustment.
Yeah, but they still need to be more athletic, in my opinion. They need to play at a much faster pace.
Okay, faster pace.
You have to say to yourself, Ernie, what's our style? They're never going to be great defensively. Luke and Kyrie are not great defenders. They're great one-on-one players. So you have to say, hey, you know what? Let's just play faster and try to outscore people. I just wish they would play at a much faster pace. It'll make
they're number 7 in pace in the league.
Yeah, but it's not the same because Luca has the ball too much, Ernie. You go back and look at Shaq's pictures. Look how much the Miami Heat passed the ball compared to how many times the Mavs passed the ball. Ball movement and body movement. Look at that. Man, forget that. Think about that, Ernie. In these possessions, only one guy touched the ball every time. That's not good. That's not how you can be successful, but you can't win at a great pace. You should never come down and one guy touch the ball in a possession. They do it most of the time.
Did Luca immediately prove that wrong by going out and owning the third quarter and basically turning the game around? He scored 17 in the third quarter. And he was doing everything. He just basically put the game on a yo-yo, and he controlled it. But Shaq and Barkley, that's always been their criticism of Luka Doncic, not passing the ball or having hot potato take place more often. Then Luka goes out in the third quarter and scores 17.
It's a more legitimate. It's a more legitimate criticism.
He was watching. He was listening.
Yeah, that's what he does. He does have rabbit ears a little bit. It's a more legitimate criticism maybe now than it has been in the past. Because in the past, he's always, whenever they bring this up, it's like, who do you want him to pass to? You want him to give up shots to Kleba? Like, what is it that you're asking him to do exactly? Now it's a little more with the supporting cast kind of fleshing out a little bit. It's a little bit more legitimate, but still, like, Luka is your best player. He needs to be taking shots.
He is your best player. He does need to be taking shots. There is situations where he is, however, a ball dominant guy that the ball does stop with him, and it bogs down the offense. And that's just the reality of it. Now it is the way they have to succeed at times. You have to succeed the best way possible for you. Like, who else is going to throw to pass the ball to? Nobody. Like, that's the problem. That's the problem the team has to fix. They've got to find a way to get more people around him to where he doesn't have to play like that.
I don't think Luca isolating bogs down the offense nearly as much as Tim Hardaway Jr. shooting 3 of 12, PJ Washington shooting 4 of 12. Like, that bogs down an offense more to me than just Luca isolating.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree. And last night Hardaway was off again, but Jason Kidd has made up his mind. I'm going down on the Tim Hardaway ship. I don't know what it is. People were throwing out basketball saying it's Tim Hardaway Sr. really, really well. Maybe he's like, look, I've held on to this stock while it's killed me. So I am not selling, and I'm going to wait for the uptick. I'm going to wait for the turnaround because Tim is streaky. We're going to have him out there for when he gets hot again. Try to ride that. Need him to win a championship.
You need him.
Jason.
He is Himmy Hardaway. That's what we call him because they need him desperately to win a title.
877-881-1053. We going with a severe weather alert? Are we in that state?
Look at that.
Weather on the fan cam and Twitch? I
mean, Ryan Brunoff back there.
Is that a sign of the Metroplex being soft right there? We're going with the severe weather alert.
Thunderstorms, right? Be severe weather. That's severe weather.
I will say, driving in this morning, there were
at what
about
time?
Half. It was great. I woke up like 5:05. But driving in this morning, it was about half the drivers. It felt like were treating it like they were driving on ice. Like, it's like, why are you going so slow? Like, are your tires bad? Replace your tires or your windshield wipers. Or
water pooling on roadways.
Okay, replace your tires.
One's dry.
One is.
You got half a foot of water pooling on the roadway.
See, don't ever tell me, Sean, that he's a more aggressive driver than me. He's sitting here trying to justify these drivers treating it like it's ice.
I was
doing 90 on the way in here through those puddles.
It's easy for you to say that now.
I don't know that he is more aggressive. I just know that he's a better driver.
How do you know that? How do you know without seeing?
You're an unpredictable time bomb.
You wore out your horn on the road.
Your horn stat tells me that you're not as good of a driver because I drive every single day.
I go around people.
You're the people I honk at, Chop.
Why?
Because you're a bad driver.
I'm going around them. I don't even worry about. I don't need to honk.
Bobby is just getting the driving started for the weekend. You think you're dedicated as a college fan? Wait till you hear what the heck Bobby Belt is doing this weekend. Next on Sean and RJ, plus our final Sonic giveaway of the entire week is coming up during the Expressway. That's next on The Fan. But let me talk about BetterHelp. Maybe this is the last thing that you want to do before your weekend starts. Sean Shreve here for BetterHelp, H-E-L-P. What would you do?
This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's ride, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Smith has got the basketball. They'll let it run out.
And here they come.
And the Texans fans have upset the #1 team in the Western Athletic Conference. And the fans are charging the court.
Final call on ESPN Plus. RJ Choppy, do you get any more feedback from the four-letter network on your color analyst work?
They are inviting me back for next year, for another game next year. Maybe even do a baseball game this year for Tarleton baseball.
Wow.
Yeah.
Have you ever done baseball?
Have I ever done baseball? No. Oh, I did it. Yeah. I did the celebrity baseball game with Sean.
Celebrity softball. The dirt game?
The dirt game with Sean. But no, I've never done baseball. It's always been something I wanted to do. Sandler instead got that job.
Yeah.
But whatever. We're not bitter about that one or anything.
You definitely can't do political reporting based upon my text messages this morning. My goodness.
But I did get a call from Tarleton yesterday.
Wow.
Yeah. About Bobby Bell.
Yes.
Yes. They were like, what do we need to prepare for here with Bobby? Because we've heard stories.
Yeah, I did not think that Bobby was actually going to follow through with this. A lot of loud talking as usual, but he did, and he's following through in a big way.
Yep, I'm driving to Stephenville tomorrow and got the Airbnb because I enjoyed my time so much when I went to Stephenville a couple weeks ago, and I was upset that I couldn't stay for longer, and I couldn't stay and enjoy the drunken happenings around Stephenville for a Tarleton game. So I looked at the calendar and I said, here's the last opportunity. Saturday coming up, I'm going. So I'm going to go out there. I'm going to pregame a couple hours early, going to drink at the game, and then I'm going to postgame afterwards. So
now, you did not go to college here.
Nope, I didn't go to college anywhere. Thanks for bringing that up.
Yeah, what was your college experience? I think he's
never had a classmate. His entire life.
Nope. I had no peers. That's how talented I was. I hit the workforce at 17 years old, and I've been in it ever since.
Man, so I think that's what a lot of this is about, like feeling the camaraderie, feeling that atmosphere, and that electricity.
Yep.
So who are they playing? What's at stake?
Seattle. They are playing Seattle. Now, they lost last night.
That's why the rain. They brought the rain with them.
Exactly. We're going to show them why they deserve to lose their college basketball team, too. Not just what the NBA did. We're going to show them why Seattle's just a loser
Are you
city.
going to wear a Sonics jersey? That's what
I should. I should find one. Yeah.
Yes.
Go get a
Sonics
Detlef
jersey.
Shrimp.
Detlef Shrimp, yeah, or a Hersey Hawkins.
Yeah.
Get one of those. That'd be good. They lost last night to Utah Valley. That was disappointing. We were up 13 with like 10 minutes left. Ultimately, just played some Dallas Mavericks-like defense down the stretch. It was a little disappointing. They went on a run. But
you researched Airbnbs to take your family out there for this weekend in Stephenville.
So Kristen, she doesn't like being left behind. She doesn't like being included. So I need to take Kristen. Mom is out of town. Not my mom. My mom's in the dirt, but her mom is out of town, and she is in Maine. And
she's in Maine.
She's in Maine.
But
Mom will see you soon.
Maine.
At Kristen's sister and brother live in Maine, so she goes and visits them up there. But she's out of town, and the normal people that we would have stay with them for that extended period of time are not available. And so it's like, okay, well, you guys got to come with us. And so the kids are like, cool, can we watch a movie? Can we stay at the Airbnb and watch a movie? And so they like, just because.
So the kids are going to go and stay at the Airbnb. Why didn't you give them tickets for the game?
Because I don't know that they should see me the way I'm going to be at the game.
And that's what you got a phone call about.
And that's what I got a phone call about. What do I need to prepare for? We, as a university, need to prepare for. And
what'd you tell them?
I said, look, Bobby is he is a great ambassador. He will really promote you. He's a great ambassador.
Yeah.
But all you need to know is he drinks alcohol in one sip out of a straw. And he doesn't drink alcohol to sip it. He doesn't drink alcohol to he's reliving his freshman year of college every single night because he didn't have a freshman year of college.
This is like Bobby McConaughey.
It is. Yeah, you are. You're Wooderson.
Yeah.
Right? Wooderson, that was his character's name? Wooderson?
I don't remember what his name is.
Yeah, that's Wooderson. Wooder. That was Wooderson.
Oh, I thought you threw in a T there, Sandler.
Yeah, Wooderson.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's who you are. You're just reliving your college years one sip of that straw at a time.
Does
That's what I
Kristen
love
think
about
this,
these college girls.
Does Kristen think this is like really, really random, or is she excited for this? How did you sell this to her?
I don't have to sell anything because I'm in charge. I make decisions in my household, Sean. And then I
That
just
is
say,
true.
I am the benevolent leader who says, "Would you like to come?" And if I didn't want her, if I didn't want her to, then she would. No, she likes to go, and if I'm going to be out and doing stuff, she wants to do stuff too. And so it's not like a hard sell. She knows, like, okay, if you've got it in your head, you're going to Stephenville on a weekend to take in the game, you're going to do that. So I would like to be joining you if you're going to be going out. So it's not like something that she's like super pumped about from that perspective, but she's just excited to go out. She always wants to go out. You've seen her. She wants to be a little social butterfly, and that's what she hates, is how often I don't do that.
So what does the Airbnb scene look like in Stephenville?
Man, I guess it's because of the lack of availability that some of those are pricey.
Really?
Yeah, like it's like
game night, man.
This is an apartment attached to our home, and it's $350 a night. And it's like, no, I'm not. I'm not basically sharing your garage apartment for $350 a night. So I did find a full house, like a house that is just ours with no one else staying in it, like not an attachment, and it was like $160 a night, something like that.
Now,
Okay.
on the street this house is on, does this happen to be the last house on the left?
I don't know. I didn't look at it that closely.
Reference.
Oh, which horror movie?
Last
Texas
House on the
Chainsaw
Left.
Massacre? Oh, okay. I didn't know.
And it sounds like you've got your bar picked out for the party.
Bull Nettle Bar. It's
Tolo.
It is
Tolo
owned by a
owns that.
Tolo. So I had asked Choppy walking out yesterday. I was like, "Hey, Byron said there's a bar owned by a listener out there," and Choppy's like, "Oh yeah, hold on, let me look it up." And he looked. He's like, "Yeah, Bull Nettle Bar." So it's got like pool tables and patio and a bunch of different things. And
Tolo
so-
owns it?
Tolo owned out there, lives out there. Yeah, it's not like a college bar. A lot of students don't necessarily go there.
Oh, it will be though.
But,
it will be on Saturday.
It will be this
So
weekend.
you're going courtside again? You got the Tarleton State gear?
I do have the Tarleton State gear. I have no idea where I'm sitting. Byron just was like, "Hey, you're gonna have tickets at Will Call." So I was like, "Sweet." So I'll be there, ready to party. They're gonna rename it Bobbyville, Texas, when I drunkenly just shut the place down. But I'm gonna go hard. I'm gonna go hard.
Wow.
I drowned it in Tito's today.
I drowned it in Tito's today.
Very
I'm
impressive.
gonna drown in some Lynchburg lemonades. Can't wait.
Very impressive dedication from Roberto. All right, Choppy, you decided to investigate the rumor of Stephen A. Smith and Pat McAfee hating each other's guts.
Yeah, so this really kind of took off yesterday, and the first thing I did when I saw this was like, all right, we got to figure out what happened here. This all started, apparently there was a heated exchange between the two parties, Stephen A. and Pat McAfee, the two richest and most famous people at ESPN. Well, it all started based on the comments made by Stephen A. Smith, at least that's what the reports say, that he made on the Bussin' with the Boys podcast, which I thought were nothing to be mad about at all. Here's part one of Stephen A. on Bussin' with the Boys.
I love Pat McAfee.
He's a man.
Love him to death. Love him to death. I love his swag. I love the fact that he's an honest brother. He don't give a shit. He'll let you know exactly where he stands. That's my kind of dude. That works for me. Now, is he as polished politically as me? Nope. Because he has no desire to be, number one. And number two, if we're being honest, he's white and I'm black. He didn't have to be. I had to be. So I get all of that. And I'm not knocking him for it. I get it. Pat McAfee is a sensational talent. And it would be stupid for me not to root for him because he's one of the pioneers in this business, just like Bill Simmons is, just like Joe Rogan is, and others. What they have done for themselves in the digital stratosphere speaks for itself. I'm new to this. I'm a baby.
Okay, so that's part one. And
he could speak at one of these broadcast seminars. Everything he said, 1,000% deadly accurate.
Yeah, now
and complimentary.
All right, now here's part two. And again, tell me if you think anything in this would be something to get upset about.
Don't get it twisted. I love Pat. Pat knows that. I'm rooting for him. I'll help him any way I can help him. But we know who number one in linear television is. You know, no backseat. He's been number one for 12 years. People come, people go. People come, people stay. But there's a top perch. Now, you could take it away, knock on wood. It could be next year. It could be next week. It could be 2 years, 5 years from now, whatever. But since 2012, it's been me. With Skip Bayless, without him. With Max Kellerman, without him. With a potpourri of contributors, it don't matter. I come to win. And when it comes to linear television, that's exactly what the I have done.
Okay, the first part of that I could maybe take is him saying, look, McAfee, he's here now. He may not be here. People come in and out. People have success and they fade away. I could maybe take that, but I'm here to stay and I'm not going anywhere.
Which is McAfee's history, by the way, is to come in a place, like stop there for 2 years and leave.
Yeah.
That's not unusual.
Shan. Look, I think if my assumption is because they got into a heated exchange.
Apparently, there's a phone call where McAfee called him an MF, according to the New York Post.
And I wonder, like, because Stephen A. said, like, politically he's not as polished as me. He doesn't have to be. He's a white dude. I'm a black dude. I have to be more politically polished.
Yeah.
To which, if I was Pat, because Pat, I think, carries this chip on his shoulder that, like, everybody hates his show. He's trying to change the mold. People at ESPN don't like the McAfee show, whether they think that he's enabling Rodgers or conspiracy theorists or the fact that it's a podcast.
Yeah.
So I get from his, I think maybe he was saying, look, nobody gave me anything. Don't bring that in. But it just seemed like it was a very odd thing that this turned into a blow up.
And they both addressed it yesterday, saying there's nothing to it. It's been over reported and we're fine. And they were each praising each other.
He needs to be careful. McAfee's got to be careful because he's established something that is so well liked, like the show that he does. Like, he needs to lose a little bit of the chip on his shoulder because it feels like there's so much defensiveness from him and so much nobody wants to see us succeed. It's like, okay, you run the risk of starting to sound like a little LeBron-like. You've got to calm down a little because you're starting to make your show unlikable by your personality of being so defensive and so chip on your shoulder all the time.
Let's have on Aaron Rodgers all the time, and like I didn't expect for it to go there. I didn't want to get caught up in all these melees, like playing a victim a little bit. So apparently they do not hate each other, the two big dogs over at ESPN. 877-881-1053 is the TruckWreck.com text line. Be careful driving out there in the severe weather alert here in DFW as you see live on YouTube and Twitch. I know my damn internet can't stay on. Good grief.
Oh, having problems.
Oh, it's cutting out 9 different times. You still on your hotspot?
No, it's back. Look at it randomly. Here it is. It's back. So, I'll have problems with it another year from now.
All right. Apparently, the New York Giants, maybe they're not done with Daniel Jones. Russell Wilson, a Pittsburgh Steeler, our final Sonic $50 giveaway of the week, and Tim Kurkjian, baseball expert on the World Series champs, live at 7:20. That's all next on Sean and RJ.
Well, let's get you over to Platinum Ford in Terrell. It is, of course, a Stephen Gilchrist.
our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. We want to say thank you again by hooking you up with a $50 gift card from Sonic during the Expressway.
Good.
Starting at 7:20. In case you did not know, we are your home of the Rangers and Cowboys. Tim Kurkjian, ESPN Baseball Insider, will join us at 7:20 to talk about the champs. Let's go around the NFL real quick. Michael Lombardi, friend of the show, former NFL GM, said last night, I cannot find a team with interest in Justin Fields. There's a good chance he'll be a backup or in a quarterback competition. The Eagles make sense. Backing up no goatee Jalen Hurts. I threw that in. Backing up Jalen Hurts in an offense that fits his skill set. Is there any way that Justin Fields is not a starting quarterback next year in the NFL? No way. You all tell me people are trading first-round picks for him. So you have to think this is insanity from Lombardi.
Let's just do a quick glance over where he could start. New England, I guess. If he went to New England,
they have the third pick, so why would you do it?
Right. Well, I mean, that's just you've got different. That's the whole discussion that Dan Wenzel had, where it's like, well, now 6 quarterbacks we go in the first round that might cut into the availability. Right. But currently, right now, guys, teams that don't have obvious starting quarterbacks are New England, Pittsburgh, that's Tennessee, I guess, unless they really buy into what Levis is doing. Raiders, Broncos. I mean, that's all the AFC teams right there. And then in the NFC, I mean, obviously he's not. Minnesota, I guess, is one. Atlanta, but Atlanta looking like they could go Cousins. Tampa looks like they're going to go back and circle with Baker Mayfield. Do you consider Derek Carr stable in New Orleans? There's a lot of different questions here, but there's not a whole lot of availability right now.
Greater chance. Who has a greater chance of starting next year, Russell Wilson or Justin Fields?
I mean, I would choose Fields, but I think Russ does. I think Russ is going to Pittsburgh. I mean, I think that's the likely.
Yeah, can Fields be a better player and Russ just has the better opportunity to start because of the factors that exist? You have to give up capital to go get Fields. The
Pittsburgh Post-Gazette reports the Steelers are interested in signing Russell Wilson. They're planning to meet with him. He's 35 years old. He has an interest in joining the Steelers, already talking with at least one other team after the Broncos gave him permission. Russell Wilson threw 26 touchdown passes last year for the Broncos. The Steelers have 24 touchdown passes the last 2 seasons.
Is that good? I mean, is that what you're looking for?
It's not good.
That's very Alex Smith, Kansas City Chiefs, where they went an entire year without a touchdown pass to a wideout.
Yeah. He looks good in a Steelers uniform with the photoshopping on here.
Well, I mean, black is very slimming.
Yeah.
That's what they say.
Boy, is that a fit for him, though? The Russell Wilson personality in Pittsburgh? That's just the one thing I don't know.
Wait, they don't like kind of guys that do their own thing and are me first and all that stuff?
It's just, it doesn't seem to be, there's nothing blue collar to me about Russell Wilson.
Okay, I mean, Roethlisberger was an unlikable
unlikable, but Roethlisberger, I think, fits the gritty, tough
Eastern Ohio.
That's not Russ. Russ is pretty boy dating the pop star. It's different personality types that I just don't know how much it plays in Pittsburgh.
So Russell Wilson to the Steelers is a rumor. Carl Mecklenburg would not support it.
He does not support this move, Sean.
Man, did this not take you back to 90s Tecmo Bowl?
That's exactly what I thought. That was
they still have Christian Okoye in the opening NFL films intros when they're doing their broadcasting.
So Carl Mecklenburg, who Peyton has no idea who that is, but he is not a fan of Russell Wilson. He just randomly goes out on a limb and posts this on Twitter. Russell Wilson isn't a leader. The foolishness that went on in his first year at Denver with a private coach, his own office at the facility, and family at training camp, but other players didn't have those privileges, proved his self-centeredness. Family at training camp is a thing, right? Now, maybe not for the entire stay.
Now, is he saying just the fact that his family was there. He's saying there was like some sort of special treatment for his family that other families don't get.
Yeah, got a hotel room or a dorm room.
Yeah,
or whatever,
well, they were allowed to on the sideline the whole time. Nobody else's family was.
Yeah. Now, Sean Payton had said that a lot of that wasn't his fault in the first year because it was the parents' fault who allowed it. It was Hackett's fault. But that's Carl Mecklenburg, who's not a fan of Russell Wilson.
And you're a possible fan of looking at Michael Thomas here, the genesis of me and Pat Doney's Bad Blood over at NBC 5.
Yeah, 7 yards per catch with 3 touchdowns a year. Bring me Michael Thomas.
I am not a Michael Thomas fan.
Me either.
I am just saying that. But what does Michael Thomas present to you? What does he offer?
Twitter account.
Well, that. Okay, so the Cowboys, listen, this is a team.
Yeah, I'd love him here for that.
That is starving for publicity. Okay? They really do need it. But what have I always said is the biggest mismatch on offense? It's the tight end and the third wide receiver. And if you can, Michael Thomas is as a 1 is a below average at best number 1 at this stage. He's probably below average 2 or an average 2. But as a 3, going up against the other team's third corner, that's an advantage right there to me. It's not going to be as good as Antonio Brown in Tampa when he was with Godwin and Mike Evans.
Yep.
But it's the same thought process, right?
Antonio Brown on Twitter.
Doing over-unders last night. But
Michael Thomas, 20 games played in his last 3 years combined. He has not had more than 40 catches. He died when Drew Brees did.
He died.
No. That's 20 games played in his last 4 years.
Yeah.
That's not 3. That's 4 years because he missed all of 21.
Oh.
Yeah. So, but remember, that's Michael Thomas against the number 1 corner. I'm not interested in those numbers.
Yeah.
Against the number 3 corner, now what you do is now you take a receiver in severe decline and you give them a bit of a lifeline. Would we all agree be a massive upgrade? They don't have a 3.
Well, they think they might. So.
They think they
I don't know.
They don't think diddly.
I was talking to some folks yesterday. Like, I really am starting to think if he will take a pay cut, there's a decent chance Michael Gallup's back next year, which is stunning to me.
So what do people say about Michael Gallup? What's behind all this?
In terms of the lack of production?
No, like keeping him around.
That if he they like his makeup, they think that there's some different things we can do to try and take advantage of his skill set, stuff that maybe we've neglected. And look, if he's willing to work on this cap number a little bit, then we'd love somebody who's been here and is well liked in the locker room and can do some different things. So I don't know. I think they'll explore a pay cut before they explore cutting Michael Gallup.
Saying they're texting crazy that Michael Thomas only has 36 touchdowns. Where are their wide receiver projects that they're supposed to be developing?
Jalen Tolbert has not progressed the way that they wanted him to. I think they like guys like Jalen Brooks. They like things that Kevontae Turpin can do, but I don't think they view any of them as, hey, that's a full-time receiver. With Gallup, it's just they felt like, it took him a little while to get back from his injury, and he had to get in the right headspace. Now that he's there, maybe we can do some different things with him in the slot. Maybe we can develop him as a slot option. He doesn't have to just be somebody on the outside. And I think that's, you could do that, but I feel like you're wasting time. It's year 7. It's year 8 or whatever it is. It's 5th or 6th. And I think that Gallup kind of is what Gallup is going to be.
Tom Pelissero is reporting as of 7 minutes ago, which Tolo sent me this. This is a TR shout out as always. Salary cap clearing. The Cowboys converted Zach Martin's salary, clearing $13 million. So $13 million cleared because of a Zach switch.
Yep, which is one of the ones that we like. If you're not going to touch Dak's contract or you're going to wait until August, those are the kind of switches you're going to have to flip. Those are the kind of things that you're going to have to do to free up the money that you want.
Still can't believe that report that they're going to maybe wait until August with Dak. I still can't believe that.
We'll be all right.
The whole point of doing any extension is to have the money this year.
Well, also you got to remember the point of doing the extension is because if you let him walk, you are not just you get nothing, but when his contract's up, here's a $36 million cap charge dropped on you. Like, because they've shifted stuff to the void years as accounting tricks that if he does not re-sign, that accelerates to the cap that year, and you can't do anything about that number. You can't shift it.
They probably want an excuse not to spend.
Oh, you're probably right.
They'll be like, oh, it's just too difficult. We were tied up. We were handcuffed. He wouldn't go ahead and give us the break.
Yeah.
He wouldn't give us the deal that we wanted. They want an excuse maybe to be cheap.
We were trying to go all in, but the DAC did not allow us to go all in.
Yeah, at what point does it change? Does the narrative change nationally? Because, I mean, we've all kind of recognized it, but it has to. We've all shifted away from Jerry the Wild Spender. Like, that hasn't been the case. But, like, we do need to shift probably a little bit further the other direction now at this point and just say they operate very cheap. That's kind of what they do.
Did you guys read any of what I sent you last night about them being cheap?
Yeah, the Tom Downey list of like taking the NFLPA, basically the amount of money that they've spent over the last 3 years, that if you collect it and aggregate it out, they're near the bottom.
I didn't know how much to trust it because of who that is. That dude.
He does research like that. He works for Chat Sports. Tom's a good guy, but they end up. He basically had taken the NFLPA numbers released over the last 3 years, kind of sorted it out and put it together, and they are third to last in the NFL in cash spending over the last 3 years. The only teams behind them are Green Bay and New Orleans.
And the New York Giants may not be done with Daniel Jones, as Rich Eisen reported.
That appears to be the case. I mean, if the Giants NFL execs are telling reporters that they may still be in. 6 executives during and after the combine told Mike Sando of The Athletic, who, by the way, in his latest mock draft says they're going to take Marvin Harrison Jr. with the 6th pick. I'd be surprised if he falls that far.
A lot of people who think Neighbors from LSU, the wide receiver, could go ahead of Marvin Harrison Jr. And if that's the case and you get 4 quarterbacks, it could happen. It's not. I don't know that it's likely, but it could happen.
So 6 of these executives do not think that Joe Shane will spend a high first-round draft pick to land Daniel Jones' as replacement. This would be fantastic. Fantastic. The entire organization will be in shambles when they do that, but it's also bad, too, because, if they draft a wide receiver or an O-lineman with a bottom third quarterback in the NFL, chances are that they're not going to be very good and that Dayball's gone. We don't want that.
No.
We don't want Dayball to be gone.
Dayball will murder Daniel Jones on the sideline himself or have cardiac arrest.
Right.
Hopefully not, but you get the feeling he hates him like Mike Zimmer despised Kirk Cousins.
Like Sean Payton hated Russell Wilson. Just despised him. But if they keep Daniel Jones this year, Brian Daboll's getting fired. We don't want Brian Daboll to get fired.
I don't know. They could save his job. They could save his job. We saw the NFLPA survey. He's like the 10th most liked head coach or whatever, which was stunning.
All right, that's everything you need to know heading into the weekend when it comes to the National Football League on the home of the Cowboys. We are also your home of the World Series champs. We love this guy. He is a baseball insider and expert from Bristol, Connecticut. The great Tim Kurkjian talks about your Texas Rangers live along with our final Sonic giveaway of the week during the commercial-free Expressway right after this.
Let's get you over to QC Kinetics. Get you healthy and keep you healthy, boys and girls. You've been dealing with that joint pain, knees.
commercial-free Expressway here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. We are your home of the World Series champs. 105.3 The Fan. We have our final Sonic $50 giveaway this hour. We have the junk drawer as well. And right now we have the great Tim Kurkjian, who I was very happy when Carl Ravitch repeated my Tim Kurkjian storytelling praise last year on ESPN, and he joins us now on the D&M Leasing Hotline. I told Ravitch, this seems like a top seed storyteller around the campfire. This is who you want. Mm-hmm. And Carl was going into one of those stories during the broadcast, and he's like, yeah, I was on a Dallas radio show, and they were praising you, Tim. They were just praising Tim Kurkjian as an all-time storyteller. Good morning, Tim. How are you?
I'm well, fellas. How you doing?
Doing well. Now, what are the old legendary stories about him? Is that pick up hoops?
He's got the second best handles behind Kyrie Irving, is what I'm told.
Is that true, Tim?
I am 67 years old. I'm 5'4.5". I have an artificial hip. I am the slowest man on the face of the earth now. I played not too long ago, and there were 4 people in the gym. 2 of them were like 10 years old, and 2 were adults. So the kids asked if we wanted to play a game. I thought it would be an adult and a kid against adult and a kid. But we played 2 10-year-olds against 2 adults. It was hilarious. And thankfully we beat him, and I took my guy to the bucket, which I was pretty happy about because he was bigger than I was. He was 10. So that was the last time I played. So I'm not sure we're talking about handles anymore because at my age, my size, and my mobility, I stink.
What other media member, either now or like when you were in your prime, had game? What other media member that we would know could really play?
Well, he's not a media member, but A.J. Preller, who is the general manager of the Padres and a former Ranger employee, he still is a nightmare. Now, he is 20 years younger than me, and he's not significantly bigger than me, but he's bigger than me, he's stronger than me, and he is a nightmare to try to guard. There are a lot of media members that I've played with over the years that I love. John Shea, who covers all sports in the Bay Area. I played a lot of games with him, which was tremendous fun. But what I enjoyed so much about spring training in Arizona over the years is how many guys within the game I got to play with. I mean, I played with Lee Smith, reliever Steve Klein. I played with Billy Bean. I played with a bunch of GMs, Sandy Alderson, David Forrest. It was tremendous when the baseball people showed up because their competitive nature is pretty high.
Tim Kurkjian, the legend, joining us here on the home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. One of the things, we love your knowledge of the game, the storytelling, but Peter King recently said, you know what, I woke up and I was like, I just don't want to go to the combine. It doesn't sound like your enthusiasm has waned whatsoever. Do you still love and have the same amount of joy for baseball as 5, 10, 20 years ago?
Yes, I do. And whenever I get to the point where I don't want to get up and read the box scores at 6 o'clock in the morning with the Diet Mountain Dew next to me, then it will be time to go do something else. Sadly, I'm not trained, of course, to do anything else. I can't do anything else. I'm like the most useless person in the world when it comes to being competent at anything. This and loving basketball are the only 2 things that I've ever been even remotely interested in. So, yes, I just got back from Florida. I had a great time, saw as many teams as I could, not as many as I would like. I went to Arizona for 12 days. I saw a bunch of teams there, saw a bunch of players there. So I still love baseball as much as ever, and I can say that honestly.
Tim, do you think that the Texas Rangers can repeat?
Yes, I do. Do I think they will? No, I'm going to take the field. You almost always take the field, especially in baseball. But I saw them this spring, and I know Corey Seager's not going to be 100% in spring training and all that. And I know they need another starting pitcher, and I know they have to wait for the cavalry to arrive, DeGrom, Scherzer, healthy maybe after the All-Star break. But I still love the look of that team. I love the way they swing the bats. Their defense was elite last year. It'll be even better. Evan Carter for a full year. Wyatt Langford might make the team. I think they're really, really good. And I think they can repeat, yes. But if you're asking me, am I going to take the other 29 teams? Probably, yes.
All right, you brought up pitching, and I know of at least one left-handed starting pitcher that's available. I know of at least two, to be a matter of fact. When is your best guess on when either Snell or Montgomery do sign?
I'm so confused by this. I mean, how can they not be on a team right now? These are two of the best pitchers in the game. And I certainly understand the finances, and you can't just give people whatever they want. I just know that I was with the Rangers through the whole postseason last year, and Jordan Montgomery was so important to that pitching staff. He pitched some huge games for them. He was exceptional. And I'm not sure why someone hasn't grabbed him. I can't believe the Red Sox haven't gone to get him, especially with Lucas Giolito. I can't believe the Rangers don't have him. I can't believe Blake Snell is unsigned. He won a Cy Young last year, and his curveball, changeup, and slider were essentially unhittable. I'm confused, but this is the way baseball works in 2024, and so they'll both be in camp. They'll both be ready for opening day. I'm just not sure when and with whom.
You think they will both be ready for opening day? We're 20 days out, right? So you still think even if they signed today, they'd be good to go?
All right, good point. Maybe they'll just be signed by opening day. I'm so confused, as you can tell. Yeah, guys can get ready in a hurry, but 6 weeks for a pitcher is really important. And these guys are going to be behind when they get in, but we'll see what happens here. I mean, I just saw the Yankees, and I can't believe the Yankees wouldn't want one of these guys, although I just don't sense Blake Snell's going to the Yankees after seeing the Yankees the other day. And again, the Red Sox, if they're interested in being relevant in the AL East, they have to sign one of these guys. So it's a confusing situation.
Tim Kurkjian, ESPN here on 105.3 The Fan. Before we preview the Rangers season, you talked about being with them during the entire playoff run. What was something that jumped out, Tim, like that we wouldn't know behind the scenes, a special intangible, a feeling about them, a moment when you were like, okay, this feels like something magical here? What was something that you'll always be able to recall being with them during the championship run?
Well, I know I told myself privately after they beat the Rays in the first wild card series, I said to myself and no one else, I think this team can win the World Series, because I saw the camaraderie in the room. And I know that sounds corny, but it really is important, especially in baseball. And Bruce Bochy brought that atmosphere and that camaraderie to the team. When they lost that final game in Seattle, when George Kirby pitched the best game that anyone's pitched against them all year, Chris Young told me, they went across the country and they flew over Dallas. Instead of stopping in Dallas and getting a bye, they flew over Dallas, and Bochy told me he just grumbled, like, damn it, like, we should be landing here. Instead, they went all the way to Tampa, and they played like crazy. They played so well, and that's when I said, all right, everything went wrong for them down the stretch. They lost the division on the final day, and here they show up and just pound the Rays. And I said then, I think something's going on here. And then when they swept the Orioles, I said something is really going on here. And as it turned out, for once, I was right.
Tim, you mentioned being around them, not just during the postseason, but, you've had a chance to kind of roll through Arizona a little bit. And you talked about Wyatt Langford, a guy who we know just from Jeff Passan's reporting that he was close to being added to the playoff roster at one point during the run last year. The expectations on Wyatt Langford and the sense you're getting around baseball about him, is this somebody that they realistically expect in Major League Baseball, like could step in, be a big-time contributor right away, be this type of phenom right away?
Yes, I think he is. And I think there's been a shift in the way that teams look at the players, especially with the new CBA, that if a guy comes up, and they're really protective now to make sure they don't appear like we're going to let the clock run so we can keep him. Instead, I see that they're saying, let's get this guy in here and win with him right away. I've seen this a million times, fellas. Derek Jeter, he's not ready. He was so ready his rookie year. Nomar Garciaparra, he's not ready for the big leagues. Yes, he was. Teams are taking young guys and bringing them straight in and say, let's go. Let's see what you can do. I mean, Evan Carter in a different way in the playoffs, in September in the playoffs, they just said, go, let's go. This is the way great players usually start off, and I think Wyatt Langford's going to be a great player, and I wouldn't be shocked if he were on the Major League roster on opening day.
Because I know baseball projections have always been a crapshoot with the players, and when you draft them, you have no idea what you're getting. When you see a player do what he's done in the minor leagues, like how often is it that those expectations actually do get met at the big league level?
Well, again, I've been over this a million times in my life. This is the hardest game in the world to play. I will argue it with anyone. And when you haven't played in the big leagues, it's really hard to learn to play in the big leagues when you've never been there before. And that's what I think is going to happen to him. But the way he crushed it in college, the way he crushed it professionally, I don't think there's any doubt that he's going to be ready when the time comes. But the big leagues is so different. The levels are so different. A-ball has nothing in comparison to the big leagues, just like high school to college, college to pro ball to the big leagues. I mean, they're all giant leaps, but the great ones always find a way to make that leap.
With a career year for Adolis Garcia, Jonah Heim, Josh Young coming up doing what he did, Evan Carter coming up doing what he did, is there going to be a little bit, potentially, is there a little too much pressure being put on the Rangers offense to duplicate that high level of success for at least the first couple months of the season leading into the health and availability of Scherzer, Mahle, DeGrom?
Yeah, sure. And that second year is always a huge adjustment for players who've had a really good rookie year like Josh Young did. I mean, things are going to he's going to have to make a bunch of adjustments, and that goes for all the young players. And Adolis Garcia's had a pretty darn good career going, but everyone is going to look at him differently now because of the way that he played in October. And yes, I think the offense is going to look at itself and say, we're not 100% where we need to be pitching-wise, so we better score a bunch more runs. That's never a good way to go about it, but I think that offense potentially has a chance to be so good that if they don't try to do way too much, I think they'll be a very productive offensive team from day one.
Tim Kurkjian, ESPN, joining us on the D&M Leasing Hotline here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. We all know about the Dodgers hype. We saw what Yamamoto did to us in his debut out there in Arizona. Tim, what are some of your other just overall major, most interesting storylines as we head into the year?
Well, that Dodger thing is unavoidable. The first day I went in to see the Dodgers, I think there were 100 media people in the clubhouse. 100. And the Dodger clubhouse during the regular season at home is not a particularly big place. It is going to be the greatest traveling show in the history of baseball because I have never, in 45 years of covering baseball, seen a scene like I saw this spring with all of those fans just absolutely all over those backfields in Glendale, Arizona, watching Shohei Ohtani take batting practice. He hit a home run in live BP against JP Fireheisen, and JP walked into the clubhouse, and I was trying to get him alone for another story, and as soon as he walked in, there were like 50 media people at his locker because they wanted to interview him about giving up a home run to Shohei Ohtani. It's going to be like that every single day of the year. I think that the Dodgers will be fine with it, and I think their talent level, especially offensively, is ridiculously high.
Tim, I want to ask you about Trevor Bauer. He's apparently going to play with some barnstorming pay-for-play team. And he has said, I don't know how true this is, but he says he'll be playing for the league. He'll willing to play for the league minimum. Has nobody really contacted him? Are we just never going to see him pitch again?
Well, that's a good question, and I am guessing on this because I haven't professed to follow this completely, but my guess is in this culture, in this environment, I don't think he's going to pitch again in the major leagues because there's just too much baggage there. The PR hit will be so significant for so many teams, and I just think they will look at it and say, this is not worth the risk. So my guess is he won't pitch again in the big leagues, but of course, I'm guessing, and anything is possible.
Yeah, because I look at a team, and you mentioned like Boston, and maybe it wouldn't work in Boston. I don't know, but like with the PR hit of, say, 3 weeks, 2 months, whatever it may be, versus having a last place finish and the PR hit you would take in town from being that bad. I mean, I guess that's my wonder, is that PR hit that big?
Well, again, I think the PR hit is going to be big no matter what team or town you choose. You said Boston. I don't know if it'll work there. I'm not sure where it would work, and that's why I'm doubtful that he'll pitch again in the big leagues.
Tim, last one for you. Do you think that this Rangers title with Bochy affected the old school, new school analytical approach in the game? Were we already heading back towards the old school with Chris Young and Boch combining there for a little mixture of it? Do you think the Rangers World Series did anything for that discussion?
Yes. Look, analytics are here to stay, and I'm happy with that. But we need to bring the human element back to the game. Dusty Baker did so 2 years ago, and Bruce Bochy and Chris Young really delivered that this year. I think everyone in the game took notice that Chris Young brought Bruce Bochy out of retirement by telling him, we're going to let you manage the team and the game. And that's how it should be. We have taken so much value away and so much responsibility away from our managers. And Chris Young gave it back to Bruce Bochy, who, again, is a brilliant baseball guy. But I think a bunch of teams took notice and said, maybe we should trust our manager a little bit more here. We can give him every number he needs, every analytic he needs, but in the end, he has to watch the game and make the decisions. I hope we go in that direction a little quicker.
And Tim, one of the last ones from one of our Tolo listeners, he's obviously a beloved figure here, maybe through the sport. Ron Washington is back. He's in the AL West. What do you think he can do for the Angels in their build, their rebuild, whatever it is that you want to call it, and how fun is it going to be to cover Wash again?
Yeah, I'm so happy for him because this is a long time coming. I think he will make them better. I think he will make them more responsible on a lot of levels on trying to win every single day. But sadly for them, the Rangers are way better. The Astros are way better, and the Mariners are way better right now than the Angels. So I think they're a fourth-place team, but this is a rebuild, and I would be happy to rebuild with that guy because that energy level and that intensity is virtually unmatched.
Tim, you're the absolute best. We knew that you would be radio gold. Thank you for delivering as always. Keep doing what you love. You're welcome back anytime, and we can't wait to watch the coverage for the upcoming season. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to play basketball now against a 10-year-old.
Off a Diet Mountain Dew or coffee?
Oh, yeah.
Someone tweeted and said that he drinks Diet Mountain Dew at 6 a.m.
That's wild. Wild to me.
Diet Mountain Dew or coffee, I think, was an article that I was trying to look up after the Tolo sent it. But, man, that's just like he's a can't-miss guest.
He's great.
So damn
fantastic.
Good. So good. All right, we want to thank you all for turning it on, leaving it on, Expressway. We could save it for the very, very end of the hour, but now let's go ahead and hook it up on a Friday and save you from some cooking tonight.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Caller number 10 right now at 877-881-1053 wins a $50 gift card to Sonic. You can use it to try the new $1.99 crispy tender wraps only at Sonic and bold new flavors like hickory barbecue and cheesy baja. A whole lot of tender love and chicken for just $1.99 for a limited time only at Sonic. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
They love Sonic, man. The phone's just lit up. I'm sitting here watching the phones light up as soon as they hear Sonic. It's just they're big Sonic fans.
Last time you've been or what you've ordered? This was my wife's first pregnancy craving. We'd have to go ahead and get these shakes delivered. I'd have to get all these shakes delivered from Sonic. That's what she wanted.
I don't know if they still have it. They had this massive chicken sandwich. Huge, like...
Never had it there.
Remember when, what was that place that came out with the super viral chicken sandwich? Popeyes. It was that size, that thickness. The problem is, when you ordered it at Sonic, it's going to be like 10 minutes. It always takes, they cook it like specially made to order.
Huh.
So it was
There's
like...
a crispy chicken sandwich on here.
Maybe that one. It was always on the back. It was
chicken slinger? That's probably their slider.
Popcorn chicken. Get the popcorn chicken with the little barbecue sauce. Shake it up. Get fries, not tots. I'm a fries over tots guy.
Wait a second. You pouring the sauce on it and shaking them up?
Yeah.
As if they're like coated?
Yeah, they give you the chicken with the sauce, and then you put it in the little shaker and shake it up, and it's good stuff.
Shake it up.
Tater tots. I love tater tots.
Yeah, to me they've got to be so crispy that they don't break apart.
That's great point.
You can't. You really, because if not, you lose all condiment.
And I think they had all the different hot dogs too. I mean,
and the drinks. The drink menu is the deepest drink menu in fast food existence.
The drink menu?
Yeah, just with the different slushies and
it's like a million combinations.
Yeah,
of drinks
they always like the girls always get ocean water from there, which is I don't even know what the flavor is, but it's blue.
It's ocean water. That's the flavor.
That's exactly what it is. Kristen always gets like cherry limeade. So
you got a go-to over there?
Oh, got to go with the double bacon cheeseburger. Got to go 2 patties. Everything on it, mayo over mustard or ketchup. I go mayo on the burger.
Soft serve ice cream.
Soft serve. Good grief.
In a cone.
All right, let's stop talking about this. Getting hungry. Let's get to the leftovers of the week. Maybe you have some Sonic leftovers. It's the junk drawer.
Did you know that Benjamin Franklin invented the junk drawer?
Junkin! All right, let's talk about 10-year-olds a little bit more after Tim Kurkjian with this Little League kid who was motivating his team.
This is pretty cool. Now, this is a kid that Luke, my kids say this kid is viral, and he has gone viral many times. And these are staged, obviously. You think they're staged.
Everything on the internet is.
That's why I wasn't even going to play it, because I could tell this was fake.
Well, yeah, he did it. It's real.
Because the video of it, it looks like it's like 5K. You know, something's weird about the video.
Yeah,
the videoing of it.
It's like he's gonna go give a motivational speech. It's got look, it has over 200,000 views on the MLB Twitter account, 2 million views on TikTok, 24,000 likes on Instagram, and this is the kid, and you've seen him. He got off the school bus one day, and he took 2 milk cartons, smashed them together stone cold style, and was drinking them. So these are all videos that he obviously prepares for, but he did do a motivational speech to a Little League team.
All right, listen up. It all starts tonight. We must win. 1 inning at a time, 1 game at a time, all the way to the championship. And when we become champions, we become the Rolex wearing, diamond ring blaring, kiss stealing, woo wheeling dealing, limousine riding, jet flying, son of a gun. And I'm having a hard time keeping these alligators down. Woo! Guys, let's put the women and children to bed and go looking for freaking dinner. Bring it! Come on! Win on 3! 1, 2, 3, win! Let's go! Woo!
All right, so this kid's name is Roe.
Not Rick.
Not Rick. It's not Rick. It's not Rick. It's not whatever the guy's name for the program was, or whoever came up with that other cheesy line. The women and children to bed one. But yeah, this went viral, and I don't think people realize that this was clearly made up. But even if it is made up, it's still a kid. It's still cool. It's funny.
This is baby Gronk behavior.
It is baby Gronk.
This is a parent, like, this kid has no idea who Ric Flair is. This kid doesn't know that and just I don't know. I hate the leveraging your kids for your own social media fame.
Well, I mean, Was this on a parent's account? I don't know.
No,
I mean,
the kid's
Baby
got the
Gronk
account,
is his own
right.
account, but it's
well, Baby Gronk is different from this. It feels
it is. It's a much less. It's a lighter version of it, but it's still the same sort of thing.
All right, I got something for Bobby in the junk drawer, and it came from the Super Bowl winning head coach Brian Billick, who was on yesterday with the KMC masterpiece.
Since you mentioned golf, one of the people from our morning show has never played actual golf and insists that he could shoot in the 80s the first time he ever golfs. Will you please tell him how dumb that is?
Yeah. Well, I was the same way. I never picked up a club until 2 years ago. Now I'm addicted, and I'll bring him. I love to bring him out. And I'll put $1,000 bill on it that he doesn't break 100.
Wow! Oh, I love it. I love it.
I want to see that $1,000 bill too. I'm excited.
$1,000 bill that I won't even break 100, huh? Oh, okay. That's a lot of tough talk for.
We do need to have the payoff here. We do need to get.
Yeah, we need to stop talking about
that. First off, there's no such thing as a $1,000 bill. And does Brian Billick even have $1,000? The last time he was coaching the NFL, I still had a mom.
Jeez, Robert.
I mean, so look, I'm sorry that you just picked up the club 2 years ago and you're barely getting into the 90s. Some of us are natural born athletes. I think that's something that's been described about me consistently throughout my life.
When do you think he would? Derek Collins said he's got the video capabilities of it to just go ahead.
Derek
and do
doesn't even have a left arm right now. I don't want to hear about it.
He's like a Chiefs fan. He's like an amputated Chiefs fan.
Oh my gosh. Oh no.
The Kansas City playoff fans. 70% of them apparently having to schedule amputation for going out in the freezing conditions.
Look like a bunch of understudies for the fugitive. Hold Sykes with their missing arms.
Yes. Yeah. Wow. Good one.
Go pitch for the Yankees. Yeah, you almost faked me, but you just got it. Good job.
It's good.
That's real. Wow.
That's good. That's my baseball knowledge right here.
I like this. This has been a good week of shots that we've been taking.
What?
Pennant in there.
What?
Never mind.
Oh, is the pennant in there?
The pennant's in there.
There's an Abbott pennant in there.
Jim Abbott signed it?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
I don't know if he signed it or not, but.
All right, a lot of green in this room, so that means we got to talk about this pickle store. Bobby looks like a human pickle. You got your flavored cucumbers all cut up.
Yeah.
This Windex bottles all lime green.
Yeah, I got bell peppers and cucumbers here, all cut up, salt and pepper on them. I'm still looking for that.
Drop in your voice?
What?
Ooh,
Yeah.
baby.
There's I want to get some like vinegar to put in here, but not like the brown vinegar or the balsam. I want like a clear, like a white vinegar that you would like put in pickles to brine them.
Okay,
but I don't know. I can't find the right stuff. But anyway, be that as it.
Do you like bread and butter pickles, like the sweet ones?
I'm more of a
dill,
more of a kosher or a dill. Yeah.
So how about just taking some of that juice and pouring it in?
I could do that. I mean, yeah, I could do that.
Salt.
A lot of salt.
Kind of defeats the purpose.
Yeah, a lot of salt, a lot of garlic.
Pickle is the worst taste in existence. That's the one thing that if you told me, like, I wouldn't touch it.
Fried pickles.
I wouldn't touch pickles at all. Nope.
Pickle
Can't do fried pickles. I had fried pickles one time and I almost vomited.
Pickle on McDonald's Chick-fil-A sandwich pickle.
No. In fact, if you left, if I can't just pick it off because it leaves pickle residue, I will throw the sandwich out.
I'm going to brine all my fried chicken in pickle juice and give it
Well,
to you.
if it's cooked into it, I can't taste it anymore. But pickle juice, like active pickle juice, you can't just wipe that off. It's disgusting.
No, it's like
so a bet payoff for you.
I don't know that pickle would make your cooking taste much worse, though.
Wow.
Okay, since you want to talk so much,
oh gosh,
let's do this Mike Tyson bet.
Oh
yeah,
let's do the Mike Tyson bet. And if
you saw him throw those fists yesterday,
it was impressive.
It was. I second thought it.
I second thought it too. I was like, "Damn, okay, Mike looks ferocious here." If
great glutes too, especially in those short shorts.
If Mike Tyson legitimately beats Jake Paul, then you can decide what for me. But if it's the other way around, you have to chug pickle juice.
Oh, I'll do it. I'll vomit. Okay. I will throw up in here.
All right. Well, we'll play around with it. I thought you were going to react to that.
I will drink. No, I mean, it's disgusting. It's just because once you said it's up to me what I get to choose for you, I'll bring you in some oysters.
Oh, I can't. I physically can't do that. I'll pass out. I'll drop to the ground and pass out. Let's talk about the stupid pickles.
All right, the pickle monster. He is the pickle monster. He is terrorizing Philadelphia area delis and convenience stores. I really just wanted to play this audio because the kid's got that classic accent that we always, the hoagie, that we always like to make fun of. But this guy, there's a dude, I mean, he just apparently is going deli to deli and dunking his head in the pickles that are out there. So, like they'll have like on the condiment section, you can grab some pickles. He's just dunking his fat, sweaty head in the pickles and videoing it. They're looking for this.
In what stores?
It's in the Philadelphia, South Jersey area.
So like the big, huge thing, because you need a huge container to dunk your head.
He's dunking his head in these pickles, and the one of the guys that works there, I guess, tells a little bit of a quick story.
And then all of a sudden I hear splash, and I look over, and his head's soaked. He's walking out the door, and there's pickle juice all over the floor.
I just wanted to play the audio.
I love the accent. You got to send that to Amanda. There's a new comedian. My favorite thing on Instagram is this Baltimore. The huge comedian.
Yeah.
The comedian.
Roger Goodell.
His head's soaked.
Dude, find that Ravens fan, please.
Patch me hymns. Patch me hymns.
Yep. Hurry up and try to find that.
He's so good.
I had the very first time I watched Hairspray with John Travolta. I was like, why is he talking so weird? And then the more I went along, I realized, oh, that's just how people talk over there. It's because when he'll go like, "Ew, what do you do? You like it's so dead on."
You give myself a hoagie.
That is so free. It takes a lot to take away the main part of the story from a guy drive-by dunking his head in pickles.
Dunking his head in the pickles. Pickle juice all over the floor.
Do you have the guy's name? Bobby, see if you can find the comedian's name. He's doing Netflix and stuff. This is my favorite now.
The NFL is rigged, yo.
Yeah.
Roger Goodell, I know what you done. I know you fixed the Super Bowl so little girls will watch the Super Bowl. Super Bowl ain't for little girls, Roger Goodell. It's for grown men with gambling addictions and problems. They're getting their wages garnished by AutoZone.
Stavros.
I need this, Roger Goodell. This is all I have. You must surrender yourself to the Baltimore County Police Department tonight or face street justice for your crimes against football. I know what you did. I know you put a microchip in that ball so Zay would fumble in the end zone. He would never fumble. He would score a touchdown. I know you paid that cheating ass ref. I know you paid him to call everything on us and nothing on the Chiefs. I've seen the Reddit that proves that he's actually Patrick Mahomes' dad's cousin. Yeah, I want that cheating ass ref to know. Never mind, I don't want him to know nothing. Fuck you, Patrick Mahomes. Why are you so good?
All right, that's good. Stavros. And I was just hoping that his whole show was that, but his voice changes.
His voice does change.
A little bit disappointing. All right, guess we don't have time for the Bobby boosters. I did want to dodge that anyway.
Oh, coward.
Go ahead. Coming off of last night. Might as well. It's a Friday.
Hyper-vaccinated man. We now have the number, Chop. 217 jabs. That's what it takes to avoid getting infected with COVID.
217?
A man in Germany who voluntarily received 217 coronavirus jabs over 29 months showed no signs of the infection or, symptoms from the jabs themselves. But now he's being investigated by police because they think he got those 217 jabs to sell the cards to people and was making money off of those. But 217 shots, Chop. That's all it takes if you don't want the sniffles.
There you go.
Like injecting a brisket. That's all I think of. I'm just sitting here, different holes. There you go.
Fantext has a suggestion for I will drink the pickle juice. This says you have to wear one of my white shirts for an entire show.
Oh, with the pit stains?
Oh, with the pit stain? No.
Oh, God.
No, really, yesterday someone said shot collar bet. Shot collar bet payoff. I would be scared about him medically, though.
He would
I would just press the button, and it wouldn't be like doses of it. You'd just be...
You'd be crying, get airlifted out of here.
I don't have to worry about anything because Tyson's winning.
What happened with your fingernail? Is that it getting amputated?
Yeah, it's look at it. I mean, it's like brown. There's
it's
a
fungus.
You want to do the shot collar bet?
Sure, I'll do whatever.
Okay, shot collar bet payoff.
Whatever to torch you, because I don't have to worry about any fallout from it because Mike Tyson is going to kick El Pollo Loco's ass or whatever his name is.
I had to get a new one anyway, so let's go.
Who was right? Who was right about Luca? Barkley or Shaq? Mavs with a much-needed win last night. Let's talk about it next.
Let's get you over to Zerez. Get that carpet clean. Clean way, green way, Zerez way.
From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
It's Exum. 7-point Dallas lead. Timeout Miami.
Mavericks with a much needed, looking for revenge. They get a much needed win over the Miami Heat last night on TNT. Good morning, Metroplex. 8 o'clock hour here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. I was thinking with 4 minutes left, they're going to screw this up. How are they going to go ahead and lose this one? But it was really a barrage of threes. And Exum ended up being the Exum factor.
Oh.
Exum, who really does not look like a basketball player.
No.
He looks like a heavier Boris Diaw. And Boris Diaw was like kind of chubby running around out there. But Exum, Luca, Kyrie threes. Exum then hit a two-pointer. That put him up 7, and that was night-night after it looked like Miami was going to score 160. It looked like they were going to drop 160 on the Mavericks, but the defense buckled down. 25 points or less in all the quarters following the first. And Jason Kidd was asked, hey, we know this is the number one topic. What changed?
Just being tied together, it's not easy. It's going to be ups and downs. You're going to be tested. I thought the group that started, we got backdoored a little bit too much, trying to run, making sure Duncan wasn't going to shoot threes, and he back cut us a little bit. Jimmy got to the middle, which he loves to do, and then that puts a lot of pressure on the defense. So that opened up some threes. But I thought the guys, again, mentally stayed the course. No one's panicked, and we had a good home win.
No one's panicked. No one's dying. Simple.
Man, his blood pressure, I thought he'd be a little bit more hype, but he looks like he is
110/70. I would kill. They don't have the amount of pills I take. They don't make pills for me to get my blood pressure down enough to be Jason Kidd right now. He is so even keeled. For somebody who's about to get fired, he is so even keeled.
Well, Tim Legler talked about Jason Kidd possibly getting fired if the defense doesn't get fixed.
I personally think that Jason Kidd is in trouble.
Man.
They are a sieve defensively right now again. And as everybody knows, I've been high on them when they made those acquisitions. And I thought, man, you got these two guys playing this well together. You get them in a 7-game series. That's a problem for teams if these pieces are all fitting. And it looked like it was there. And then all of a sudden you look up, Adam, they've lost 5 out of 6 games and they're just getting absolutely destroyed. They've given up, 130 plus points in 3 of those losses. And it's just not competitive. They look frustrated. Luca looks frustrated. He's got 4 straight 30-point triple-doubles in losses.
Yeah.
So, at some point, he's the kind of guy, he's a little bit petulant at times. I think Jason Kidd's in trouble.
If you pick up from the 10-minute mark of the second quarter, so, essentially the last 3 quarters of the game,
defense.
Miami shot under 40% last night, which is that's the kind of thing that it feels like they are capable of as long as the effort's there. As long as the effort and the communication are on point, it feels like they're capable of that. It's just it's not been there consistently enough, and it's tough to when you see a lack of motivation and then you hear Jason Kidd talking like this. It's like, okay, are you just mirroring the lack of intensity from your own head coach?
Derek Lively said that our problem is not our first and second effort, it's the third and fourth effort. So when they cross half court, we're fine. After the first pass or 2 is made, it's fine. But then it's our third and fourth effort that costs us. Last night, it looked much better, especially in the second half. By the way, I said this to start the show. I kind of thought about the Cowboys in the playoffs. When you watch the divisional round and then the conference championship, you're like, oh, that's what really, really high quality level football looks like. That's something the Cowboys are not capable of. That's how I felt last night watching Denver-Boston after our game. Did anyone else watch that? Truckwreck.com text line 877-881-1053. I know Choppy was watching Lincoln Riley. I know Bobby was packing for Tarleton.
I watched the first few minutes of it.
Fast, crisp, high level, passing everywhere. It was just like, okay, this is another level. This is another level of hoops. The Denver Nuggets are going to repeat as NBA champions. Last night, they beat the mighty Boston Celtics, and maybe Defensive Player of the Year and Play of the Year, Anthony Edwards' block at the end of the game. That was stupid. He hit his daggone head on the backboard.
It was incredibly impressive. Now, here's the thing that you had people like split on. You either could say, what a play, and then you had some others. I think Jesse Holly even said it on Twitter. They're like, you don't need to run down there for your little Superman block if you don't miss the free throw down at the other end, Ant.
No. Whoever argues that. I know
it was a fantastic play. I mean, he's such a
crazy.
He is so fun to watch play basketball. He's a little bit of a D-bag, but he is so fun to watch.
Yeah, really unlikable off the floor. He's a freak. He's an absolute freak. And I thought he was hurt at the beginning of this game following the Karl Anthony Towns out for the season news.
The Anthony Edwards, it stunned me because, like, in college, he was a really good player, right? But usually, like, great players, in basketball, it takes one player.
Where did he play?
He played at Georgia. They were 5-13 in conference that year.
Wow.
You know, like, with the number one pick, with a great player, that doesn't happen that often.
Here's what's refreshing about Anthony Edwards is in an era where we're getting
he's a dog.
Yeah, where we're getting the Jokic and the Wemby and the Giannis, those types who all are great players, but talk sort of like, hey, basketball is not the main thing in my life. There's another part of me. Like, Ant is the throwback to the Jordan Kobe mentality.
Yes.
Of like, I don't have friends. I'm just a dog, and you know, this is about me versus you, and I don't have friends here on the basketball court. That is one thing that I love about Anthony Edwards.
Yeah, guys, Tolo's waiting on the fan text. 512 says Kid is trying too hard to protect Luca, says his defense and temper is a massive issue that's affecting his leadership. And then Sean, the 682, Denver and Boston was close the entire game. It's real NBA basketball.
Yes, it was impressive. It's just another level if you watch it. It did not take too long for it to become obvious, just like playing Daniel Gafford more minutes, as Jason Kidd started him last night. But before the game, a lot of people, Pepe sent this to us. A lot of people were interested in the Inside the NBA discussion. Went 4 minutes. We cut up a lot of it here between Barkley and Shaq talking about Luca's game. They disagreed. Let's see which side of the argument y'all are on.
The Mavericks frustrate me so much because they should be so much better. We make a big deal out of Luca's numbers. His numbers should be going down. When you play with better players, when you're a great player, the better players you play with, your numbers should go down. He's got to do a much better job of getting rid of the ball, using those other guys. And they're playing the same way they played when they didn't have any talent. They got P.J. Washington and
Daniel Gafford.
And Gafford. Luca, as great as he is, he's got to learn to play without the basketball. Ernie, when you play, and Shaq would know this better, and Kenan knows this also. When you play with better players as a great player, the game should be easier, not harder. Your numbers should go down, not up. And his numbers are going up. That's why they're not winning.
You know, then they got into a whole fight, which we'll play, about the Last Dance, how Charles said 37 points is too much. He needs to be at 31. And I was thinking of you with Kellen Moore, Mike McCarthy, like, you should be scoring less. You should be scoring less points. What you would say to that discussion that Luca is scoring too much. And they were talking about Michael. Yeah. His 3 highest scoring years, I think, came before the first title.
Oh, yeah. They were all back in the 80s for the most part. But yeah, it's like the Kellen Moore thing is a little different because it's like the team is not trying to score less in basketball, right? It's just the individual player scores less because everybody else around him is scoring more. And the team as a whole is better. And look, you do, at the end of the day, you need, and this will happen at no matter what level of basketball it is, all the way down, from middle school and high school. There's a point where the ball is in the hands of your dude. Okay, that'll happen. But before that, the ball is in the hands of anybody. And you don't necessarily have to be as ball dominant as he is. And I understand what he's saying. And I think generally, like, he's got a point there. The better players you're around, the less you're going to score as the top guy because other guys are scoring for you too.
Here's Shaq disagreeing with Charles over Luca.
I disagree, and I'll explain in a moment. Kyrie and Luca, they both have the same problems. They do what great players do, but they don't do what the greatest players do. I don't think their numbers should go down. If you're going to have your numbers like that, you should be able to do both. and it's been done. Michael Jordan numbers didn't get to go down when he started winning.
Actually, they did.
No, he did.
Yes, they did go down.
He was able to do both. Michael Jordan was the leading scorer in the league when he was winning championships.
But his numbers went down, Shaq.
I was the leading scorer in the league when I did championships. So let's just say Luca's number is 30. You can still average 30 and get other people involved. That's what I'm saying. Whether his numbers went down or not, you can do both. Whatever Luca wants his number to be. My number was 28-10. I'm going to get my 28 no matter what. But Big Shot Bob's in the corner. Rick Fox is right there. Brian Shaw is right there.
The difference is people had to get you the ball. Luca has the ball. He's got to get rid of the ball more often.
And Michael got rid of the ball and still was the leading
But I'm saying it's a different thing. Like they had to give you the ball to be the great player you were. Luca starts with the ball. He's got to get off the ball.
Jordan averaged 37 in 1986-87 season. That was his first year back after the foot injury. Then he averaged 35 the next year. And now both of those, they got Pippen, I think, in the second round, like the second season of that number. And then he averaged 32.5, then 33.5. And then they won their first title the year after.
Yeah, he was still scoring 30 to 32.
Even when years. Yeah, even when he was winning titles, all right, he was still leading the league in scoring. The first year he averaged 31.5, then 30, then 32.5.
Oh, man.
And then 30.5, and then 29.5, and then 28.5.
I think Luca probably has like 3 bad shots a game. Okay, last night he took a couple, and I'm like, no, don't do that. At least pass the ball once. And I've said this for years about him. What the F else you wanted to do? Are you serious? You watch the Dallas Mavericks play, and you don't think he's getting other people involved, that he's always looking for the alley-oop, that he's always finding the guys in the corner. He's third in the league in assists.
Is he getting other people involved, or is he using them as last resorts?
That's a good question.
Because I do think there's a difference. Like Russ could average. Russ averages triple-double. Nobody ever accused Russ of
getting him involved.
Getting people involved.
That could be a really good point.
Think how many.
Could be. I didn't say it was.
Think about how many shots aren't
50-50 proposition. At best. Really like 25-70.
Think about how many shots aren't finished off of a Luca kick, though. Whether it be like one of these Tim Hardaway Jr. bricks or those YOLO shots from him or whatever else. Like, there's plenty of times I think where Luca distributes the ball where I'm frustrated and I'm like, why the hell are you kicking it out? Why are you distributing here? Like, go just finish the play. Like there's a lot of times where I think he's not selfish enough. It's just that he's so good. What do you want? It's like the CeeDee Lamb thing. You're forcing CeeDee Lamb too much. Nobody's better than CeeDee Lamb. Get CeeDee Lamb the ball. I don't care. I don't want Michael Gallup to get 8 targets. I don't want Tim Hardaway Jr. to get 12 shots.
Yeah.
It's just use your best players the way they need to be used.
What do y'all think? Whose side are you on? Shaq is saying he can do all of it. Charles is saying he needs to score less. He needs to go from about 37 to 31. Now, he's not averaging 37, but on this current run that he's on, he has been. I think he's the only player in NBA history now with 4 straight 35-point or more game triple-doubles. Luca freaking Doncic. 877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line. RJ wants this former Longhorn kicked out of college basketball. And how in the heck? My wife is going to disagree. How is this guy the highest paid actor in Hollywood? Are you kidding me? All that, along with Below the Bell, coming up on Sean and RJ. But what is coming up for you today? Oh, I'm already thinking about my lunch today and this weekend. Do you do the same?
here, brought to you by Window Nation and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214-817-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
Below the Belt coming up at 8:40 here on Sean and RJ. That is not Chris Arnold. We got Peyton and Rai in the back. We are live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And RJ wants a former Longhorn kicked out of college basketball.
We need to get rid of Shaka Smart. I like Shaka. I think Shaka's a pretty good basketball coach. I think his team's a fraud at Marquette this year, but I also find it very, very strange and perplexing completely that he is doing far better at Marquette than he did at Texas. You would think you would have every possible recruiting advantage at Texas versus Marquette, but that was not the case.
He sucked at Texas.
But I got to tell you, man.
What did you guys take away from him as Longhorn fans, you two? Characteristics, I don't know how much you follow their college hoops program, what stood out? The good, the bad, what he tried, what you were expecting.
I mean, the recruiting wasn't he got Mo Bamba. That was a huge commitment. Bamba was the number 2 recruit in the country or something. He didn't do a terrible job recruiting. He was just a bad coach.
Guys
underperformed with Shaka.
They did.
Which is hilarious because his whole reputation at VCU was getting the most out of talent. And that could be a Texas culture problem more than anything else, is just the sense of entitlement across the programs and underperforming based on what you're brought there to do. I mean, that's what's been impressive about Sark, is that Sark is one of the first coaches since the heyday of Mac Brown to get the most out of guys at that program, because consistently guys have underperformed on the basketball and the football side.
Listen, I'll tell you this. I don't think there is a bigger disparity in how good one thing is versus the other of the same name. I'm talking about the song Mo Bamba versus the player. The song's badass, and the player is just as mid as it gets.
That was his buddy.
It was.
That was his buddy, Mo Bamba. They were friends, so he put him in a song.
So now Shaka has always been very animated on the sideline, especially when his team's on defense on his side of the floor. Okay, so when they're on defense on the same end of the floor he's coaching at, this dude's animated. I mean, he has got his hands up.
Yeah.
He's in defensive position, and he is shuffling. He is moving his feet, right? He's not crossing over.
Yeah, the Mavs would be the 1 seed if he was on their team.
Yeah, he is shuffling his feet. Well, against UConn, one of the UConn players got technical because he looked right in Shaka's face. But here's Shaka, in the middle of the game, hands up, shuffling down the sideline, okay? Yeah. All the way to the corner. He is on the floor.
Yes.
And then the ball goes over to the wing that Shaka's on, and you see the player kind of almost look over because Shaka's making all these motions, and it's get this guy. He needs to get a technical foul. How?
Yes.
This is not a T, because there is no way that is not a distraction.
No way.
To that player.
There was 2 clips. The first one you sent, I was okay, that's not that bad. The second one, I almost punched my computer screen. I was this is ridiculous.
It's so bad.
Yeah.
It is so bad, and someone is going to...
Did he do that at Texas? Is he jumping up and down he was
he's
full court pressing himself?
Yeah, he's a little ball of energy. That one. He's always been that way.
Someone's going to pass the ball to him in the middle of a game, thinking that the guy's in the corner. And if Shaka, his feet are on the floor, he needs to be teed up. He just does. You need to tee him up. It's that we're getting to a point where that's just got to stop. And I'm glad the kid said something to him, but he shouldn't have gotten teed up for it.
Yeah, keep that energy for the first take or whatever you're doing now, Nick Wright. So,
the lookalike?
Yeah, that's who he looks like.
He does.
I think that's why Nick Wright grew his hair out. He didn't want to look like that loser Shaka Smart anymore.
All right, RJ, I believe, wants to own this as his greatest call ever. I'm launching an investigation because I have my own suspicions over RJ Choppy exposing the Temple program.
All right. So yesterday, the line for the Temple versus UAB game was 1.5 to 2. Nobody got hurt. Nobody sat out. At tip-off, it was at 8. That doesn't happen. That's not a thing. Earlier this year, the line when Temple played Memphis, the line went from 6.5 to 10.5. Memphis wins by 7. That doesn't happen. That never happens. This does not happen at they're in the American Conference. Temple's a massively bet program. Why is Temple a massively bet program? Because they're in Philadelphia. Philadelphia's a huge college basketball town, or at least they've got gamblers there. It's a really, comparatively speaking to like the fame that Temple is, they should not be bet as highly or as often as they are. And you have two situations. Vegas doesn't make mistakes like this. You have two situations where the line moved day of game with no injury news, and the line moves that many points. Why does the line move that many points? Because somebody goes into a casino and places a massive bet. And that person, if you read Billy Walters' book, and he's the gambler, he's the OG of gamblers.
Was that with Mike or Phil?
Phil. It was with Phil.
Phil
Mickelson. He went to jail for insider trading. Billy did, spent like 30 months in jail or whatever. But, he is the one that discovered the Arizona State betting scandal from like the 90s with Headache Smith. And they were doing the same thing. They were point shaving. And now, this morning, comes an article from Pat Forty at SI that the American Athletic Conference flagged this. And they have a company that they are using, I think it's called U.S. Integrity firm or something like that.
Integrity.
Yeah, Integrity. They're using this U.S. Integrity watchdog firm, sending out alerts to all these casinos that this is going on. And they may take Temple off the board. Now they got to figure out who's shaving points.
This is the Alabama baseball thing from last year, where that coach had inside information, tipped some people off, and all of a sudden all this money came in, and they went, whoa. The state of Ohio was like, locking this game down. And like bet surveillance came down, and it got exposed that there was a coach on the Alabama baseball staff that was tipping off stuff about, hey, this guy's not 100%. There's nothing on the injury report, but this guy's not well. He may not pitch tonight, and like was tipping people off. They were going with massive amounts of cash at the window to bet. Same sort of thing.
So Temple was a 2-point dog, and they wind up being an 8-point dog, and they wind up losing by 28 in this game. Like Vegas can miss
good better
on an NAIA game, right? They don't miss on major, they don't miss like this. They don't have the line off 6 points day of on a major college basketball game. It just doesn't happen.
So did you know this was being investigated or saw the rumblings? Because you weren't checking out Temple lines.
Well, I did my BetQL show yesterday.
Oh, well.
Yeah. So I did the show, and we were looking over lines for games of our best bets.
Okay.
And we were like, one of the guys said Temple is an 8-point favorite. And I said, no, they're like a 2-point favorite. And he goes, no, they're 8. And I said, no, man, they're 2. Because I had written down all these games. And we were like, wait a second, why did it go to 8? And we looked on the injury report. There was nothing. There was nothing on the injury report. And then we went to Twitter, and there was a couple people that were saying so what's going on here with Temple? And then all of a sudden, a few hours go by, and here we go. It's this. Now, we didn't have the game because we pre-record the show. The show doesn't air till Friday, so we didn't even put that game in. We were just looking at lines. But yeah, here we go.
Why did he say that?
I can't wait to see what happens here, because this is the problem when you open up gambling to every state, right? It's going to happen all over the place. Because that Arizona State thing from the 90s, it was just in Vegas. And you would see people, and Billy Walters talks about this, everybody involved in gambling and sports gambling. It's such a small market. And when you see people you've never seen before, and they come in and they drop $80,000, and then 3 weeks later they come in, they drop $80,000 on games that you're like, wait, that makes no sense. Something's up.
You remember the Dak when he had the calf injury, he missed the Minnesota game. Cooper Rush had to start. And leading into that week,
thankfully,
the expectation was that Dak was going to play. And there was no sense that he was going to miss that game. He had come off the bye week. People were like, he should be good to go. And it was rumbled about, heard within the betting community before it was heard in the insider community that he was going to miss the game. That was something that bettors were starting to jump on and go they get this info really fresh, faster than a lot of times people like Schefter or people on a beat will.
It would not surprise me if, and I've heard that Vegas has a lot of the trainers in on their staff.
Which is why there's the betting surveillance that the NFL and other people have, is because they're concerned about those sorts of things.
I'm much more concerned about this Hollywood paid actors list than I am about games being fixed, because this is really disturbing to me. The highest paid actors of 2023. Do you guys know who they are? Hopefully you do not.
I thought The Rock was not number one anymore?
I thought he was at one point as well. This is from TMZ.
Have not seen the list.
Okay, good. Pepe?
I've not seen it.
Yeah, why did I even ask you? You don't even know what 2023 is. Okay. You want to guess the highest paid actor?
Leo.
Yeah, Leonardo DiCaprio.
No.
Brendan Fraser.
Benedict Cumberbatch.
No.
Timothée Chalamet.
Nope.
Tom Holland, whatever his name is.
Sidney Poitier.
Are you going to guess for real?
I don't know. I don't know.
Okay, well, then say you don't know.
I have no clue now.
Adam Sandler raked in $73 million last year.
Doing what?
Netflix. 4 Netflix movies total. He signed an A-Rod deal with Netflix. 4 years, $250, and he's just cranking them out. My wife first off, she freaking loves Adam Sandler. I like Adam Sandler as a person. He's a guy like that would be an all-time hangout. I don't love his movies. Not anything after, really, for the most part, Peyton's favorite with Happy Gilmore and Billy Madison. But she loved this You're So Not Invited to My Bar Mitzvah. She loved that. Leo, Spaceman. I don't even know what these are. Murder Mystery 2. He's just cranking out these Netflix movies. So he made $73 million off part of a 4-year, $250 million contract. Would you like to guess the highest paid? What do y'all think of Sandler?
I mean, I think he's good at a play-by-play, when he gets to fill in every now and then.
Yeah.
Fine dramatic actor. I don't think he's that funny.
Dramatic actor?
Yeah, I think he's actually a better dramatic actor.
He's a fine dramatic actor.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't think
Okay,
he's that
what
funny.
else besides that basketball movie?
He was really good in Punch Drunk Love. He was good in Click. He's been in Uncut Gems is
Anger
another
Management
one.
is a good movie.
That's kind of a comedy. I think he's actually a really good dramatic actor.
I mean, his movies are either super hits or super misses, right? That's what it is with him. He was fantastic in those Happy Gilmore, Billy Madisons, and Big Daddy.
Highest paid actress?
Jennifer Lawrence.
Ooh, that's a good guess. Zendaya.
No. Very attractive.
Natalie Portman.
No.
Jennifer Aniston.
Margot Robbie.
Oh.
Made $59 million. Obviously, most of that is from Barbie.
Wage gap.
Yeah.
Wage gap. What is that?
That's what TMZ said. It's like highest paid actors, but look at the huge wage gap in between. So Sandler sitting there at his amount, and then you have hers. $14 million. Is that a difference? That's the difference. 14 mil. Margot Robbie.
Be funnier, Margot.
Be funnier.
But didn't you say Adam made 4 movies? Or is it a 4-year deal?
4-year deal.
Oh, okay.
All right, rest of the list. Tom Cruise made 45. Ryan Gosling, 43. Matt Damon, 43. Jennifer Aniston, 42. DiCaprio, 41. Jason Statham, 41. Affleck, 38. Denzel, 24. I always watch a movie, and I'm like, how much are they getting for this? How much are they getting for this movie?
And are they getting a piece of the gate or the production or the ticket sales or whatever?
Wasn't that the Scarlett Johansson lawsuit with MCU? The Marvel thing was because they had pulled stuff out of theaters or whatever. And she's like, my contract was based on theater cut. I'm not going to let you just put this on streaming. And I think that's been a lawsuit that she and a couple others have had.
40 a year, 40 a movie?
For Jason Statham. Who's paying $40 million to Jason Statham?
I'm sorry, okay? That is
here we go.
Deckard Shaw, okay? You're paying a lot of money to go see him.
The team's best position to dethrone the Chiefs and Niners. Next in Below the Belt.
Let's get you over to a number 1 air. The love is in the air.
Ride, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
The great Bobby Belt.
You ruined the morning show.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
No,
take off
no,
my belt.
we're not. Push all of the offensive linemen down to the Dallas Cowboys at 24. Go ahead. Take all the quarterbacks you want ahead of us. There might be as many as 6 that go before the Dallas Cowboys. More on that in just a second. Charles McDonald over at Yahoo, who does a really good job. I've liked Charles for a long time. Charles and I grinded the same sort of way coming up. We
Get to know me and then get promoted.
That's basically what it is. Yeah, he found his counterpart, whoever his Sean Sharif counterpart is, and then climbed the ladder from there. No, Charles used to do a lot of the same sort of stuff, like grinding on like fan-sided blogs and doing different stuff like that, and then just slowly kind of impressed people along the way, and then made connections and built his way up to now he's like one of the primary writers over at Yahoo. And so,
what were all the different outlets that you work for?
Oh gosh, so I was with Inside the Star. I was with
Maven.
I was with that. No, not at the time. Maven. At the time, it was just.
You work for Fish ever?
Yeah. DallasBasketball.com. You didn't know that? No, I did. I wrote stuff for DallasBasketball.com. I absolutely did. There's an article I wrote on Wesley Matthews for DallasBasketball.com. Still out there. Yeah. And I did stuff for CowboysSI.com. And then where else was I? I did something just individual on my own platform for a little bit. Yeah, did a bunch of different stuff.
What, like fan-sided?
Never did fan-sided. Did some stuff for SB
Blogging
Nation.
the Boys?
Did a little bit of Blogging the Boys.
Okay.
A little bit of SB Nation.
How does it feel that your free work he did for Fish is paying for his Mexico trip that he's on right now, wherever he is?
How'd you feel about his shirtless photo? You jealous?
I looked like 36 reps to me, Joe.
It does not look like 36 reps to me.
36 reps of Miller Lite.
No, it does not look like No. I'm definitely jealous. I would love to be in Mexico right now. I would absolutely love to be in Mexico right now.
So Charles McDonald, who does not write for free, he's paid by Yahoo Sports. Charles McDonald wrote about the teams that can best positioned to break up the reign of the Chiefs and the 49ers. Because it feels like right now in the salary cap era, the 49ers and Chiefs have about as strong of a hold on each conference as you can realistically have in this era, right? Like, don't we feel like they are positioned to, like, I mean, they've had the success that they've had, and it doesn't feel like it's going to go away anytime soon. It feels like they've got another 3-4 years. It's probably being the best team in each conference for the next little bit.
Yeah. I mean, you may have, like, you're going to have a pop from one team. It could be Buffalo, it could be Baltimore, maybe Detroit, the Cowboys. You have a pop that you get. Maybe
they're in charge, though.
But they're in charge.
That is a great point. You just named off 4 teams right there. 2 in the NFC, 2 in the AFC chop. That maybe these teams could pop off. Maybe they could challenge them a little bit. That's what Charles McDonald is writing about, is who can knock these teams off, because they seem so much better than everybody else. They just seem more well-coached, more disciplined, just completely balanced across the roster. Who is best positioned to knock these teams off? And he's got 2 AFC teams and 2 NFC teams. The first one, the Baltimore Ravens. Says Chiefs defensive tackle Chris Jones said he thought the Ravens were the best team in the NFL this past season, and he's probably right. They just didn't make the plays they needed to beat the Chiefs in the AFC Championship game that wound up ending their season. Still, they have a 2-time MVP at quarterback, one of the best defenses in football, and a rock-solid front office capable of restocking the talent that's on the roster. This year, what was the record? They beat like 8 winning teams by
double digits.
They were thumping teams.
Yeah, they were. I don't know. If you were to ask me the 2 teams most likely in the AFC to beat the Chiefs, I don't know that I would put Baltimore on there. I would probably put Buffalo and Cincy.
Cincy's done it. Cincy's got the history of doing it.
And I also think they have the best quarterback that isn't Mahomes.
Not Lamar Jackson, not the 2-time MVP. Got you down.
I think Burrow's ceilings. I like Burrow more. I think Burrow's ceilings higher.
Well, Joe Burrow can't walk or ever stay
that's
healthy, and just been sitting back waiting for my Lamar playoff flowers because he's James Harden. That's what he is, or Dak Prescott, if you want to hit closer to home.
James Harden passes better than Lamar Jackson.
They would love for Dak to get to a conference championship game.
Baltimore can maybe win, if they, do what they did during their BS titles of, their pick sixes and their block punts and their crazy Ed Reed special teams plays.
108-yard kick returns.
108-yard kick returns. That's probably what it's going to take. Or they run for 300 yards in a game. But until Lamar sits there and shreds someone consistently in the playoffs, then they can be a nice, really good regular season team.
The other team in the AFC that Charles McDonald writes about here is the Buffalo Bills. He says high-end quarterback play is the best bet toward beating the Chiefs in the playoffs, as the Bengals and Buccaneers showed over the past few years. Patrick Mahomes has the top spot at quarterback in the NFL, but Josh Allen, like Lamar Jackson, is at the top of the non-Mahomes class of quarterbacks. If a team like the Bills is ever going to get past Mahomes and get into the AFC title game or Super Bowl, Allen is a great place to start. Now, you mentioned there Burrow. He's obviously had his injuries and everything else, but are we all back to comfortably saying it's Mahomes, Allen, Burrow, or is there still a Burrow-Allen question?
I think.
Yeah, I mean, I like Burrow better. Sean likes Allen better, but I mean, I'm not fighting about it.
Yeah.
I think there is. If
you're going to tell me one's dropping back to pass, I mean, I might slightly favor Burrow because of trust. Like, if you tell me I got to pass 35, 40 times to win, I want Burrow.
He's another injury away from being considered a guy who can't stay healthy.
I consider him in now. I consider the answer to all this is Cincinnati, because they're the ones, right? Buffalo can't beat Kansas City and Cincinnati can beat Kansas City.
Yep.
So they're the answer. But yeah, I think Gavin Dawson said it first, like, when are we going to start putting the injury can't stay healthy label on Joe Burrow? It's right now to me.
The two NFC teams. So he's got Buffalo. Cincinnati is a competitor. It's one of those, I mean, obviously great quarterback play. You hope the Chargers can put something together eventually. Like, maybe then the Chargers could threaten. Houston obviously looks really good with what CJ Stroud is doing, but he would put Buffalo and Baltimore at the very top. The two NFC teams, which you mentioned, maybe Buffalo, Baltimore going to run chop, and then you said maybe Detroit, Dallas. Here are the two NFC teams.
Green Bay.
Number one, the Detroit Lions. Just like the AFC Championship game, putting the losing opponent in the NFC title game makes too much sense. The Lions are in good shape to make another run, provided they make some key upgrades to their defense. Aaron Glenn is a very solid defensive coordinator, but didn't quite have the horses to get the Lions to where they needed to be this season. That can change with the draft and a solid free agency period, and they're closer than any other team in the conference toward getting to the Super Bowl. Does anything about what Detroit did this past season feel fluky? Or does the lack of elite teams in the NFC make it feel like, well, that's why Detroit rose to the top? If it's a more competitive conference, Detroit's not doing what they did.
No, I don't feel like it's too fluky. Their offense is dangerous. I wish that they completed the NFC Championship second half.
Yeah.
But they were the better team in that game. So, yeah, if it's Dallas, Detroit 10 times on a neutral field, I mean, I'm feeling like Dallas might win 6 of them, but otherwise I might go 50-50. I think they're that solid. I'll probably go 60-40 Cowboys.
And I understand it's not like he's performed poorly sort of thing, but at what point do you think Detroit has to look at it and go like, in order to be realistically competitive for a Super Bowl, we do need to look at getting a better quarterback? Or do you think Goff can sustain for the next several years?
No, I'm waiting for Choppy's Goff contract scenario to play out, to watch this city burn even when it's raining like this. I'm waiting for Choppy's possible Goff scenario.
Because there's going to be, because the Cowboys will pay Dak 60. And if the Lions, who already have like $80 million of cap space, wind up getting Goff for $40 million.
Which I haven't seen any talk about that.
That was the Spotrac.
$40 million?
It was four.
That's never going to happen. That would have to be a go out of my way pay cut.
Yeah, I think it was 45. I think it was 4 for 180. Is that 45? 4 for 180 is 4 for 45. That was the projection for him in the offseason.
Why? Why would that be the projection? That's way too low.
Great question. I don't know. I don't know the answer to that.
To me, and I'll apologize to Spotrac, I mean, that'd be a stupid projection.
Yeah, but if it happened,
oh yeah,
like if it happened, first of all, he's already a made guy in Detroit now. It seems like, but if that happens, and then you get a quarterback who, I mean, has at times been better than Dak, at times not been better than Dak, but I think most people would say that they're in that same basic tier. And you get him, and you also are able to get $15 to $20 million extra dollars with it. What NFL team is not taking that?
This is a joke. This whole era is going to be remembered as a joke. I'll be telling my kids and my grandkids the Dallas Cowboys couldn't win jack squat with no one dominant in the NFC.
Well,
it's ridiculous. We'll be saying San Francisco owned or ran things the majority of the time with Jimmy Garoppolo and Mr. Irrelevant. And by the way, side note, Brandon Ayuk was asked on his video game stream to pick between Trey Lance and Jimmy G. Pick Trey Lance.
Yeah, because Jimmy G is again, one of my big victories saying I take Baker Mayfield over Jimmy G.
That was a good victory.
That's another one.
Victory over Choppy, not me.
Quarterbacks are my specialty. Yeah, as you've seen with Dak Prescott. I know that position inside out. So
I really just like Jimmy's looks. That's what I say.
Yeah, that's why you love Sam Zaddy.
That's why I like Jared Goff.
You're
like Paul Walker.
You're going to be quoting Sam Hartman's per play efficiency numbers to death to try and pitch to us that Sam Hartman's the man. So they've got it. We've got Buffalo, Baltimore, Detroit, and then the second NFC team, the one that is most equipped to challenge this reign, is
the Rams.
The Packers.
The Rams.
The Rams?
The Rams. The other NFC team to have a chance at knocking out the 49ers was tough to decide. The Packers are still a little green. The Cowboys have some defensive soul searching to do. The Eagles have soul searching to do all over their organization. And the rest of the NFC just isn't all that good right now. The Rams might be the closest outside of the Lions in terms of being able to knock off San Francisco and get to the Super Bowl. Matthew Stafford played excellent football last season. The Rams found a star wide receiver in Puka Nacua, and LA added quality depth from last year's draft. Oh, whatever happened to F them picks? The Rams still don't have the top to bottom talent like the 49ers, but a top flight quarterback capable of making any throw combined with a head coach like Sean McVay is always going to be dangerous. And what a difference a year makes, because I was certain like Matthew Stafford's arm was done.
Yeah, you were really wrong on that.
I was. That's a medical opinion, though. I didn't have his medical records. That's different than his actual playing ability, like we're going to see with Aaron Rodgers once he's healthy.
I'm not buying it.
I don't buy the Rams at all. The Rams were good in the back half of the season.
Very good in the back half.
I was not... I didn't feel like super concerned by LA.
He's 30. He's 36.
Oh, is he real? Oh,
yeah,
man.
He's 36, and I mean, I'm not going to bet on his health. I'm not going to bet on his health or Cooper Kupp's. Cooper Kupp is always hurt. He's injury prone, so I'm not betting on the Rams right there.
And one last quick note here. The NFL Combine, Charles Robinson wrote that after talking to people around the league, 4 first-round quarterbacks is solidified. J.J. McCarthy is in the first round now, along with Jaden Daniels, Drake May, and Caleb Williams. He said there's still a thought from some that Michael Penix and Bo Nix can also get into the first round. And we start looking at 4 wide receivers, a tight end, and Brock Bowers. That's 11 guys right there ahead of Dallas in a very stacked offensive line class that at least starts pushing some offensive line talent down the board to you. So you might actually benefit from what is a really rich draft in terms of skill position players.
What are the big questions coming from surprise when it comes to your favorite baseball team? We'll talk about the big questions being asked on the home of the Rangers to kick off the final hour of the week with Sean, RJ, and Bobby next on The Fan.
But let's
From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour fist pump time, final hour of the week here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Peyton getting it in the back room. Ryan has us up on Twitch and YouTube. Thanks for being a total. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. You're home of the Rangers and Cowboys.
Why do you guys pump differently? So Choppy goes with the upward pump, and you go with the forward pump.
I'm just doing it to barely participate. I could take it or leave it.
The Jersey Shore? Isn't this or is the Jersey Shore up?
Jersey Shore, Jersey Shore.
No, it's out.
Yeah, the Jersey Shore is
out.
Jersey Shore on the TV show, they were doing the out. In the club, you got to do the up.
Okay, I'm gonna take the Jersey Shore pump since nobody's doing that one.
I could not believe that was voted as the second most watched reality show today. I couldn't believe it. I was in shock. It's like it's old and lame. You know, once all these reality stars have kids and everything, and they're all sober. Everyone's sober. So many people are sober.
Yeah.
I mean, good for you if you're totally listening. But for reality TV, I don't want to see it.
I don't want to see. I don't see any kind of personal growth.
And you're supposed to be sober and personal growth.
Yeah, I'm gonna get in trouble with the GI when I go end of the month.
Yeah.
So how'd the 3 months of no alcohol go? Well, it didn't.
It's a classic. It's a classic reality show, though. It's like the
No, it was a classic.
It was. So, but exactly. So, like, MASH wasn't very good at the end, but it was still a MASH.
But listen,
it's the MASH of reality shows.
This is a cyclical situation of life. Nobody likes to reminisce about their youth more than people in their 40s because they're just realized that they are much closer to being the boomers than they are to being the kids. And that's why Inside the NBA is such a popular show, because Chuck and Shaq love to talk about how much better things were in the 90s. And that's why, people love to look back at the 90s was the best music, which it was. I agree. I totally agree it was. But we are at that age where we have to try to hang on to our youth at some point.
I don't think I've ever even watched a full episode of Jersey Shore, to be honest, though.
Dude, if you can go ahead and just watch from the beginning, it's some of the best television ever.
So good.
It's so ratchet.
Oh.
It's hilarious. I mean, they are sleeping. Sleeping with everyone, drinking everything, smoking everything, fighting everyone, the stereotypes. Amazing.
Angelina showed up to the house for the summer with 2 black trash bags as her luggage.
Snooki, I think. Was it Angelina?
That was Angelina. She showed up with trash bags as her luggage.
That sounds like something I would do.
Look at Ryan.
Look at that. That's the fist pump. I like that.
You got to watch it. It's amazing.
What my reality obsession is, like, it's all the murder shows. Like, Kristen gives me so much hell for that. Like, watching Dateline or, like, Murder in the Heartland. Or lately I've been getting on, like, the amateur, like, YouTube murder investigators.
They don't count that as, like, reality. This at least is a study from Casino Alpha. My show, Vanderpump, is #1 by far. Twice as much average monthly search volume.
And what's it about again?
Didn't Jax just break up?
I'm hearing that. I don't know. That's with another side show. I haven't decided if I'm watching that. I probably will. Vanderpump is 1.
What's it about again?
Jersey Shore's 2. Impractical Jokers is 3. Below Deck has like 9 different spinoffs.
Yeah, they got
4.
the regular, then they got Mediterranean. I think Captain Lee left.
Judge Judy is 5. He was talking about leaving. I don't know if he left. Vanderpump is about all these hot people who work in a bar and restaurant in LA trying to be wannabe actors, and they do all the drugs and they sleep with everyone and they fight, and that's some epic raw stuff in the beginning. But you love Jersey Shore. You'll love Jersey Shore more than the Vanderpump stuff. That's more reality drama and relationships. Jersey Shore is freaking hilarious.
T-shirt time.
Is it like
somebody saying
the Shore Store?
Oh my gosh,
you'll love it. You really will.
Is Vanderpump like the actual reality version of what was written about in Bourdain's book, Kitchen Confidential? We're talking about how everybody behaved in the kitchen and on the staff. And,
yes, they're all going out back and just drinking.
Well, I love Kitchen Confidential, so I mean that sounds interesting.
During breaks and smoking cigarettes and doing drugs and all of it. Anyway, what is everyone up to this weekend? As hopefully the rain is clearing for my real estate photos coming up at noon. Let's see, what else do I have? So I have to go home and deal with all that crap.
You can go to Stephenville.
I'm later on tonight doing nothing. Then tomorrow, kid's birthday party.
Oh, nice.
My wife wants to go to some Selena exhibit locally. That's tomorrow. And then Sunday, me and Little Man, while she goes to a Fort Worth birthday party. But my big cooking project, I'm going to make legit New York pizza. That's been my whole focus the past 3 days. Yeah.
Really?
Special ordering dough, tomatoes, all of it, pizza wheels, pizza stones. That's my weekend cooking project.
Did you special order the water?
I'm not doing the water. I'm doing a 24-hour dough, maybe 36-hour dough. Yeah, letting it sit out, room temperature. I'm gonna do it.
Are you bringing some Monday?
No.
Are you gonna throw it up in the air?
I mean, I'll try to, but working with dough is a pain in the.
How big we talking here? You gonna go 16-inch, 18-inch, bigger?
However long I can get it before it breaks.
There you go.
That's it.
That's the spirit.
So that's my that's my weekend.
We have the kids this weekend. So today dinner at the mom's. Friday dinner, not Sunday dinner. Friday dinner.
Friday dinner at your mom's?
Yeah, I had this beef tenderloin that's been sitting here, and
that's a hell of a dinner.
We have to eat it. So I'm going to cook it tonight.
Wow,
but it's too big. So I'm going to cut it up, and we're going to make steaks. That's what she said.
Well, what else would you make? Beef tenderloin is a steak.
No, I know, but it's a long.
Yeah.
So she was going to cook it like that.
Yeah.
But now she's going to slice it up instead first.
Okay.
And then
you're having freaking filet mignon. That's amazing.
Yeah. So it's gonna be great. I have no idea what the kids are gonna have because they probably won't eat that because it's not chicken nuggets.
They won't eat filet?
Yeah, they will. I joke, but they'll absolutely eat it. They better eat it.
Yeah.
They better eat it.
And then church on Sunday.
No.
Oh.
No. No. That's he goes to church on Wednesdays.
Luca?
He goes to church on Wednesdays.
Okay.
No, he has baseball practice on Sunday. He is finally starting. A month after my younger one started, Luca is finally starting baseball this week.
Does he go up to the plate and do the cross and everything?
We
Is
he doing the pudge?
We haven't had a game yet. No, he's shunned the Catholic Church. He is out. He wants no part of it.
Luca?
Yeah, he's not. He's going to some other. I don't know.
Whoa, is he Protestant?
I don't know what it is. It's all the same stuff.
Whoa,
it's all Jesus.
He's a Baptist.
It's all Jesus. It doesn't matter what he is. I'm happy. I'm happy with him. I'm happy for him.
Well, I mean, there was a whole Reformation over it.
I know. That's semantics. It's still Jesus.
And Bobby has the big weekend plans.
I am going to Stephenville, and I am going to do what people in Stephenville do, and that's get drunk and go to the Tarleton State basketball game. Now, pretty disappointing last night, losing that game up 13 late. Finish on like a 2 for 17 shooting spree, end up losing an opportunity at winning the WAC. It was pretty devastating for us Tarleton Texans, but we're gonna show Seattle why they don't deserve to have a college basketball team either. We're gonna be like, hey, you remember when you lost your NBA team to a city that's barely standing in Oklahoma City? We're gonna show you why you don't deserve even a college basketball team either.
Bobby taking the wife and the family to an Airbnb in Stephenville, partying it up. What's the name of the Tolo bar?
Bull Nettle Bar.
Okay.
So we're going to be at Bull Nettle pre and post, and then I'll be chugging the purple beers they give out there, and I'll interview the Purple Poo.
Nice.
The little eyes wide shut folks that cheer on the team.
What a reference.
Shout out to Byron he did text me. He said I did get floor tickets.
Yeah.
So I'm going to have floor tickets again. I'm going to be mocking people. I'm going to be in their ear, and because of that and my behavior in general, the children will not be going to the game. They will be going with us, but they won't be going to the game, and instead we'll watch a movie when we get home with them or something.
Pepe?
I'm determined to get the sushi this weekend.
Whoa!
So you're taking her with?
I am not. She is going to the Stevie Nicks Billy Joel concert at AT&T Stadium.
You're not cultured individual.
No, she bought these tickets like 2 years ago, and then Stevie Nicks canceled, and so she's taking her mom and sister. But yeah, but now I can get the sushi without her.
He doesn't deserve to go to Billy Joel. Are you kidding me?
No, name one Billy Joel or Stevie Nicks song, and not a Fleetwood Mac, a Stevie Nicks song.
Oh, no idea.
Billy Joel?
No, I don't think so.
I want this girl in studio. She just proved she would destroy you in a pop culture quiz.
I'm proud of her. That for a young person to go see Billy Joel. Billy's pretty tremendous in concert. I mean, that was 15 years ago when I saw him.
Broadus talks about Stevie Nicks seeing Stevie Nicks when he was at LSU, and he's like, I kind of want to see her when she comes back to Dallas to make up for what I saw at LSU, which she was a drunken mess, slurring all her words, couldn't get anything out.
So who are you going to go to sushi with?
Trying to hit up the hombres, Los Hombres. Someone's got to go, right? Someone's got to go with me.
That's a man card violation, in my opinion.
Well, going to sushi with other.
Although you know what, never mind. I've done it with you.
Yeah, we've done it together.
I don't know.
How do I know? How did I know that you eat
what?
The ginger. You just eat the ginger.
You don't eat the. No one eats the ginger and the wasabi.
I use the wasabi all the time, but
Yeah.
like I don't.
You don't like the ginger?
No, but if I was going to use it, I would use it actually on the sushi. You just eat it raw.
Well, with the sushi, like you eat a piece of the sushi, you can eat it afterwards. So, all right, what do you order at a sushi restaurant for rolls or fish?
I go anything spicy tuna. Love the spicy tuna roll.
Oh, you're a ground tuna. You at the ground.
I do, yep. And then I got to get the green beans or whatever with the garlic and salt and pepper in them as well. And then
the edamame?
I don't know what it's called. I just say get the green beans.
Green beans.
Oh, they're peppers. They're peppers. They're not green beans. They're peppers. There we go. That was the green stuff I was talking about.
They're not pepper. They're shishito peppers?
Yeah, shishito. There
Okay,
you go.
shishito
There you go.
or
Not the green
edamame?
stuff. Yeah,
Shishito. Okay.
I wish I could laugh at that. I have no idea about
Yeah,
anything
you look like a
related to
freaking
sushi.
shishito pepper right now and
Yeah.
a piece of edamame. Oh, man. Here comes Corey Majors. Corey looks shocked. Corey looks absolutely stunned right now. What did you just hear?
Did you say you eat the little green beans?
Yeah, it was the pepper score.
I'm sorry, I can't
Yeah, he
hear
doesn't
him.
have
So he said, "I eat the little green beans at sushi restaurants."
That's what he said.
Have some freaking culture about yourself, young man.
I know.
Gee, I can't hear you. Stop talking to me.
I got so lightheaded during that laugh. I'm lightheaded. Like,
Oh my
dizzy.
god,
crazy?
You guys,
I
and the
know.
ginger's fantastic. It's a palate cleanser.
Yes.
Just use it,
Yeah,
guys.
That's
All
my
right,
food guy.
have fun.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate it. Yeah, have these peas and carrots, these wasabi peas. You know, they're wasabi peas, but they're just old peas and carrots.
Yeah,
There it
for all of his talk about Dino Nuggets and his shame that he puts on Dino Nuggets, he is the pop culture version of Dino Nuggets, like when he doesn't know Billy Joel or anything else. And it sounds like he's the Dino Nuggets version of sushi by the way y'all are reacting.
Ryan puts the Dino Nuggets on the
That's
green
That's his
beans.
girlfriend's weekly dinner with these Dino chicken nuggets that he's not supposed to be putting up. I bet Ryan is like 30 times more cultured than Peyton is.
100%. What did it like when we went to Boomer Jacks and we were all ordering shots or whatever else, and he was just like, "Can I get a Moscow Mule?" And he was sipping on that like a gentleman.
Oh, Ryan?
So, yeah,
He got a Moscow Mule.
yeah, you ordered it for him, I think.
Yeah, with one straw, whereas you needed four. Like you're at 7-Eleven.
Gotta
Will you
finish it.
please, when you go this weekend, when you order the shishito, just please say that you want the green beans.
Yeah, record it.
Oh, okay.
I want those,
What did you order
I want those
before?
spicy green beans. Yeah, I mean, you can get spicy like green
It's
beans
the
at an
peppers. That's
Asian
what I meant. I
restaurant.
saw the green stuff. I just said green beans. I didn't realize it was, but yeah,
Shishito
peppers.
peppers.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah. All right, sorry we went off the Ranger rails right there, but I think it was justified. We'll crosstalk with KMC at 9:40 here on DFW Sports Station. Thanks for being a total. That stands for turn it on, leave it on. Russell Wilson, maybe to Pittsburgh, has people asking, what are the worst trades in the history of the NFL and why the Dallas Cowboys were thrown in the mix? Who knows what the hell else will happen throughout the rest of the hour? Tune in to find out. Don't go anywhere. We continue on The Fan. And who knows what is going to happen?
and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214-817-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
I may have some amazing news for the NFC East. For us, may have some amazing news. The New York Giants just met with somebody. Thanks to Tolo Jeremy for sending it. Kobe with a C also sending me a ton of stories as well. New York Giants just met with someone.
Daniel Jones. Justin Fields.
No.
Russell Wilson.
Adam Schefter, the Steelers and the Giants either... Wait, let me make sure this is a real Schefter. Hang on. Right. $10.8 million. That's him. Steelers and Giants either have met or are meeting with Russell Wilson. There are expected to be more, including possibly the Raiders, because a photo taken of Russell at Newark Airport came out after he met with the Giants and he flew to meet the Steelers. So I think that it's being amended a little bit by Schefter that they're going to meet or have met. So Pittsburgh and New York on the board for Russ. Woo! What are the Giants?
Does he want New York media? Does Russ want New York media?
He wants it.
No, he wants it. But
because back in the day, he did that Dan Patrick interview, and something got mentioned about New York, like being there in that market. He's so delusional.
I thought
he thinks like, okay, this is my time. This is my time. Part 2. This would have to be for a quarterback bridge for a draft, right? You draft one. Russ is there for a year. Dude, just play Daniel Jones again while you're waiting for that bridge.
Yeah, there is probably a bridge idea, but listen, the fastest way to get good is to be bad. It is the fastest way to get good. That's to be bad. Russell Wilson, maybe he helps you be bad, but I think the reality is that these teams are just trying to hang on and steal a playoff berth and just keep staying on that wheel of mediocrity. I love it. I hope they get him, and I hope they get him, and he wins 2 more games than Daniel Jones did this past year. That way, instead of being the 6th pick, they're the 10th.
I think Pittsburgh could make the playoffs.
Yeah, I think they can make playoffs
with Russ. I mean,
they made it with Mason Rudolph.
The New York Giants might win 1 more game with Russ than Daniel Jones, in my opinion.
It's funny, the older you get, how you look back on certain things that you used to like or whatever else, and you're like, why did I ever like that?
Like people?
Yeah, like people or just like, TV shows or whatever else, and you watch it back and you're like, gosh, this is cringy. Why did I like this? I think back similarly on when the Rangers drafted Russell Wilson and then had him come out to spring training and field ground balls. And I remember thinking, how cool. They're having a champion come out and show him the right way to work and stuff like that. I thought, this is so cool. And now I look back on photos and I'm like,
great point.
Holy cow, how cringy was that they actually had Russell Wilson come out there with sunglasses on his baseball cap, field some ground balls. It makes me sick looking back on it.
You're absolutely right. And speaking of getting sick looking back on things, they're talking about worst trades in NFL history where Russ to the Broncos could belong. And Louis Riddick decided to go ahead and tee off on anyone in Minnesota associated with you know what.
I mean, so look at the players that they acquired too. Look at that. Emmett, Darren Woodson, Russell Maryland, Kevin Smith. Yeah. I mean, this is such a bad trade that it's like, if you agree with this kind of trade, if you are able to agree to this kind of trade as a general manager, you should never, ever, ever again be allowed anywhere near an NFL building.
Yeah, I got 2 of them.
You shouldn't be allowed to play fantasy football. You shouldn't be allowed to trade football cards. You shouldn't be allowed to talk about football. Period.
Get up out of here.
That's as bad as it gets right there.
I'm going to defend the Vikings a little bit. And everyone lists that as the number 1 most lopsided worst trade of all time. I don't think Minnesota, like Jimmy Johnson's number 1 true genius was like being ahead of everyone else.
Recognizing the draft.
He figured it out. Like a lot of people would have did what Minnesota did, I believe. And it was just a genius move to be so far ahead of everybody else.
Yeah, and he also had a very unique situation where he knew all the players that were coming into the draft. I mean, he had recruited these guys.
And did he schedule it did he also set it up for
cuts? Where he cut them off.
That was where Jimmy played people. The original trade was only 3 draft picks. That was it. And then they got 5 players. And Minnesota's like, yeah, sure, okay, go ahead. And Jimmy never intended on keeping them.
Yeah.
And that was the way he played.
Playing time
if they
incentive.
if they were on a roster by a certain date, then it was like
yes,
they keep the player, and if they were off the roster, then they get a draft pick in return. And Jimmy never, like, if you read the history of it, Jimmy's like entire intent was always like, no, I'm cutting every single one of these guys.
Yeah.
But I'm making them think like, yeah, sure, I'll take these players back, conditionally. Let's just have this kicker here. And the CBA and a lot of things changed after that to where you couldn't do those things because Jimmy gamed the system.
It just felt like he was so far ahead of it. I don't know if I crushed Minnesota as much as everybody else. All right, other trades on this list. Falcons trade for Jeff George. Broncos trade for Deshaun Watson. Browns trade.
I would go look at the Falcons Jeff George trade.
Falcons sent Indy a first round, a third, and a conditional future first and a third. That conditional selection turned into Marvin Harrison, by the way. Jeff George went 7-9 in Atlanta in 94, then 9-7 in 95. They did make the playoffs next year, got into that June Jones argument, suspended, never played for the Falcons again. And Broncos, Russell Wilson, a lot of people were putting that as number 2 on the all-time bad trade list.
Yeah, I mean, it's a terrible trade.
Jamal Adams being thrown up there as well, USA Today.
Yeah. And I'm glad, anytime you trade up in the draft to get a player like a quarterback, I'm not going to put that on the worst trades list. But when you go and you trade for somebody that's already washed or maybe on the decline or like the Minnesota trade, it's just terrible.
I'll give you the Athletics. They put Russ 1, Jeff George to the Falcons 2, Chris Chandler to the Buccaneers for a first 3. Man, shots fired. Poor Chris Chandler. Rick Meyer to the Bears for a first 4. Number 5, Brett Favre to the Packers for a first. Rob Johnson to the Bills for a first and 4th. Bledsoe to the Bills for a first. Carson Wentz to the Colts for a conditional 2nd and 3rd. Brad Johnson to Washington for a 1st, 2nd, and a 3rd. Carson Palmer to the Raiders for a 1st and 2nd. And that's the Athletics. Top 10 worst NFL trades.
Wait, Carson Palmer, that was at the end of his rope, too. Like, he was already done.
Vegas sent me some odds.
Well,
moving forward for quarterback play. Broncos starting quarterback week 1. The money is on.
J.J. McCarthy.
Yep.
Any rookie quarterback is 2nd.
Oh, okay.
There's someone already in the league. Used to play in New England.
Oh, Jacoby Brissett?
You almost said it.
Jarrett Stidham. Number 1. Then Sam Howell. Falcons starting quarterback? Kirk Cousins. Kirk Cousins minus 250. Raiders starting quarterback week 1. Aiden O'Connell.
It is. Even money. Good job. Vikings starter.
Josh Dobbs.
Interesting.
Nick Mullins.
More established.
Is it possible Kirk Cousins is the favorite there too?
They don't have Kirk Cousins. They should have worded it.
Justin Fields.
It is Justin Fields. Bobby on fire.
Okay.
Trey Lance is 2nd at 4-1 after Rich Eisen. Russ is the favorite in Pittsburgh. So that's where we stand with future quarterbacks. NBA championship odds. Favorite.
Boston.
It is Boston, who lost to Denver last night. Then it's Denver. Number 3?
Minnesota.
No.
Clippers.
Good job. Copy on the board. Yesterday, TNT asked, if Boston and Denver, if I told you Boston and Denver did not win the title, who wins it? Kenny Smith and Barkley picked the Clippers. We haven't talked about the Clippers at all. Clippers, then Milwaukee, OKC, Phoenix, Golden State, who's picking it up. People are loving Kuminga now, by the way. And I don't think Draymond's done anything crazy. I don't think.
Give him a statue.
Better help. New York Knicks. Give him a statue. God, I wanted to stab you for that. Listen to that all over again at 5 o'clock this morning. New York Knicks 25-1. Cavs, Mavs, Lakers, Wolves, all 28-1.
What would it do for what's Kawhi's legacy if he gets another ring?
Cavs, Mavs, ring? Lakers, Wolves?
Yep. All tied 28-1. You know, Cat's out for the year.
Yeah, I know, but still, like dropping him down all the way to Dallas territory.
They would be the first team.
Minnesota without Cat? What do you think?
I wouldn't plummet them that far. I wouldn't think. Like I would. They're definitely like I understand Cat being a big impact on that, but I mean still.
I mean, who's their other scorer there now? It's definitely not Gobert.
Gobert catching lobs, baby.
No,
throwing them down.
What were we about to say, Choppy? Hey, look up the second highest score from Minnesota, please.
I'm on it.
They'd be like the first team ever to win a title without 2 NBA All-Stars or something like that. Minnesota can't be. It can't be true.
No,
I heard that
Anthony Edwards didn't make the All-Star team?
No, he did. So they would need 2.
Oh, the second one. I'm sorry.
Wasn't Giannis the only one?
Was he the only one?
Giannis was the only one. I think Jokic was the only one for Denver.
Which networks?
No, not in that year. Like somebody else on Denver had made an All-Star team before I don't know. I started the stat yesterday.
What a stat, Chop.
I know.
Which?
Don't blame me.
Yeah, I am blaming you. I love that shirt. Yeah, you butchered the stat.
It's not my stat.
You can't even relay it correctly.
I don't even know what I heard, to be honest with you. I'm just relaying what I thought I might have heard, and I picked it up in the middle of it.
You're catching Bobby with accountability. Bobby had started lapping you in terms of being allergic to it, but you're catching. Which network/provider will Jason Kelce sign with?
I will say none. Is that on there?
That's not on there.
It's not on there?
ESPN.
Amazon Prime.
Oh, that makes sense.
The
Amazon feels like a
favorite.
fit.
Then Fox, then YouTube, ABC, CBS, NBC. Next profession for Jason Kelce.
Next profession.
Analyst, podcast host.
Yeah, you'd think it'd be that. They have other ones on here, though, just if he doesn't go into it.
Oh, lumberjack.
Firefighter and public speaker tied at the top.
President.
Firefighter and public speaker, school teacher, military, politician, chef, artist, realtor, pilot, policeman, bartender, pastor, priest, lawyer, doctor, stockbroker. There you go. These are the odds you can bet on.
They think he's going to go take his $80 million and try to jump into a burning building?
He looks like a hero.
He does.
Well, who's the second leading scorer now in Minnesota?
Nas Reed.
You want to amend your statement at all?
Nope.
Yeah. See?
I don't.
All right, he's back in front of you for stubbornness. 877-881.
Still better than the Mavs.
Shut up. 877-881-1053. Truckwreck.com. Text line. Mikey Bassick is back. He leads Crosstalk with KMC after this. But, look at the sun. The sun is coming out. It's clearing up just because you're barbecuing. And if you don't.
To you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's ride, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
And he said, hey, he should.
So it's the Mike Bassett crosstalk. Obviously, I was listening a little bit yesterday as Sean was clamoring for the Mike Bassett crosstalk.
Yeah.
True.
Yes, what a difference 2 months makes, right?
Right, when he tried to cancel it because I had no direction.
Now it's just one direction.
Yeah, now it's just 1D. So here's my first direction. I found this interesting last night since everything was rained out baseball-wise. Me and my wife had a nice date and got to like talk a lot and everything, and we haven't been able to really spend much time together just because of we went to. This is sad for us. We went to Boulevardier in Bishop Arts District.
Nice.
We love that place.
What
It is great. It's
French.
Boulevardier Learjet.
I guess you'd call
Boulevardier.
it fine dining. It's steak. It's fish. You
That sounds real sad.
You can get a burger there, but it's like a premium burger.
Yeah.
Why is it sad then?
Yeah.
Because they're closing at the end of the month.
You told me that, yeah.
So it's one of our favorite restaurants down at Bishop Arts, and unfortunately, I guess from what I understand, this is rumor, but they are closing. That's fact. Is that just business wasn't going great, and so they're having to close down. So this is our last month. They have the best French onion soup, and so we were like, let's try to go there as many times we can in March because we know that we won't get this restaurant anymore.
Okay.
But as we were talking, I found this super interesting. First of all, we had to stay an extra 20 minutes because she had multiple clients that were eating there too. So when you're eating in your neighborhood,
wow.
So I have a client, I shouldn't say I'm not a doctor there, but at Oak Cliff Pediatrics, the Hagelins are a client.
Fact.
So, you make fun of me sometimes. I'm like, oh, Plano, super Plano. And you're like, you live in Oak Cliff. You live in the good part of Oak Cliff.
You do live in the good part of Oak Cliff.
We live about a mile away from where my wife's office is. She, for spring, thought, it would really look nice trying to keep the outside as nice as possible. We're going to plant tulips. So think about the human being who then saw the tulips at some point driving by Oak Cliff Pediatrics or walking by and said, you know what I should do? I should dig up all the tulips.
Shut up.
So somebody stole all the tulips that they planted to make. So this is why Oak Cliff at times can't have things that look nice outside. So you're like, gosh, I wish if Oak Cliff would do a better job of making things nicer. And then you have people who literally, I'm assuming in the area, in the neighborhood, said,
so weird.
You know what would be
tulips?
I think they just go and
I get it.
Maybe they are a person who does yard work. And they said, wow, I can now sell these tulips. Tomorrow I'm going and say, hey, I can plant you some tulips for $200 or whatever. Right? Or they're like, I want my house to look nicer because you do have to plant those pretty soon. The bulbs will die on you unless you get them in the ground. But it's the weirdest thing I've ever heard of somebody stealing.
You don't have DFW security out there or something monitoring?
We do.
Not the tulips.
But it's at the entrance.
Oh, they scoped it out.
They didn't scope it out. She has all of her outdoor furniture, so when her nurses or doctors want to have a nice lunch outside during their break, she has some tables there. She has them now locked up. So you'd have because she had a nice outdoor set there, and then the next morning,
don't leave. It's at the kids' doctor's office.
They didn't just die.
Don't
They
leave
didn't
patio
just-
furniture.
They didn't just die,
Holy
get
crap.
frozen or something. They actually you could see the digging.
Yeah, there's all the tulips were gone.
I mean, at least they left the pots.
Yeah, they did. They did.
You gotta put that in
the
the win
pots
column.
are heavy. I will say the pots are heavy, but they just took all the tulips
You
out.
think their car has a bunch of dirt in it, or they had their own pots?
Probably truck, I'm assuming.
Yeah, truck. Throw it in
Or
there.
maybe
you're
the
okay.
bed of the truck was all dirt.
Wow, you
And
got
they just put 'em in
tulip jack.
All right, so what's the weirdest thing? Here's my question to now further the discussion. Sean, I'll start with you, then RJ, then Bobby, then Corey, then Kevin. What's the weirdest thing you've ever had stolen?
Dang, that's a great question. I can't say it myself, but in Baltimore, they were stealing the piping off of buildings,
like the copper.
Yeah, like for the material, like
coppers,
people's what's the water go down and come out?
Spout?
No.
Faucets?
No, on the outside of the building, gutters. Like gutters were getting taken, but I'll have to think about what's been stolen from me.
Anybody have something that's really weird that was stolen? You're like, I can't believe somebody wanted that.
My dad we had scooters, and he cut it into a small skateboard. So we took the handle off, and it was about, the size of a foot, basically. And I left it in my front yard, and I'm standing there in the window kind of looking outside, and I saw this 16-year-old kid walk by, and he walks past the car, stops, turns back around, and gets the scooter and gets on it, or the skateboard, skates down the street, and he's gone. I'm running out there, and I called him the B word, and then he jumped off of it and left it. So he didn't technically steal it, but I've had a lot of stuff stolen, Mike.
I had air miles stolen.
That's weird.
And your identity. Yeah.
Yeah, I had my identity stolen.
But that
too.
makes more sense.
But the air miles, that was it. Because I understand you want a free flight, but why would you want to go to Doha? That makes no sense
I don't know
to
where
me.
that is.
Sandwich stuff.
Qatar, whatever you want to call it.
Sandwich
Makes
stuff
no
was stolen
sense.
out of the front seat of my car one time.
Sandwich
Yeah,
stuff?
I had bought sandwich stuff on the way home when I was single, and it was like I just got bread, lunch meat, and mustard, and I had it in a bag, and I'd left my cell phone in the car. I got out of the car, ran into 7-Eleven real quick to get like a drink or something. When I came back out, somebody had taken the bag and like left my cell phone.
So you didn't break in the car. It was just open.
They opened it and reached in and
but
grabbed
you didn't
it.
smash the window
No. But they wanted the sandwich
deli
stuff.
meat.
They didn't want my cell phone. Probably because it was an Android.
So I don't know if this counts, but this story still makes me laugh to this day. When I was working at the Blockbuster that eventually fired me,
Because you kicked out a window?
Yes. So ironically, somebody threw a cinder block through the glass door. And this is when DVDs were like really taken off. We had a DVD player up on the end cap and like a stack of 10 DVD player boxes. Well, those boxes were all empty and the DVD players were locked up in the back office. And so when I had to come up there and the police called us and everything, there was DVD boxes thrown all over the store. So I just pictured this person in a rage that these boxes were all dummy boxes, just kicking them around everywhere.
They thought they were about to get rich.
Yeah, and then they just ripped the one off of the end cap, and they didn't really steal that much other stuff. And it was very weird to me that I was like, you should at least take other things while you're here.
Take a movie.
I mean, don't steal.
All right, Corey.
Yeah.
What's coming up on the KNC Masterpiece today?
I'm just trying to figure out if stealing flowers is a big deal. We get into Mavs win last night and how they did it. And then at 11 o'clock, Nerd Talk, as we talk wrestling.
Yes!
Today.
Okay.
And
So
Forgiveness Friday and Masterpiece of the Week.
now my next question. If you're stealing flowers to make money, are you high or drunk or are you sober during this? Like, now let's take the person. I'm assuming it's a man. I could be wrong, but I'm assuming it's a man who decided to do this.
What flowers?
Why do you assume it's a man?
I don't know. Don't you assume when somebody steals something, don't you feel like it's a man more than a woman?
Yeah.
When you picture
I
somebody
assume it's a teenager,
stealing,
I guess. I just assume it's a teenager.
I can't imagine a teenager stealing tulips out of the ground.
That would be weird.
Well, what if they're trying to go on a date?
Yeah.
How many tulips would you say got taken?
50 would be my guess.
50.
Well, I mean, you know, you want it. You don't want just 5 tulips. It's a big building.
Yeah.
So
don't they come back every year? They're bulbs, though. They come back every year and they expand.
No,
so-
I would say this person's totally sober. Flower theft.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like peddling flower. I mean, I'm not trying to make the same joke again, but redistributing flowers and stealing them and reselling them.
Weird.
I don't know if that's like a meth crime.
Why'd they steal the the only one here I bet who's seen it is Hagee. You ever seen Adaptation?
Yes.
Why didn't they steal the flowers there so they could get high off them? They figured out they could get high off of the flowers.
I don't remember what kind of flowers those were.
I don't know. Maybe you can get high off tulips.
Can
I
she
don't know.
file like a?
I don't think I don't think you're not going to probably file an insurance claim on.
I bet
some
my friends at
flowers
Kroger
outside.
might be able to hook you up.
Okay.
If I get something out of
See,
it. Mike.
I think it was a drunken crime of just nonsense and shenanigans. They're like, let's dig up these flowers.
Who has ever thought about that as a prank? Let's dig them up. That's a lot of work.
They're trying to make money off this.
They're
thing.
laughing somewhere listening to Mike talk about it this whole segment.
I was wondering, what do you think? Is there's a 20% chance that person's listening right now and go, wow, I can
see that. This station is very popular.
Yeah, you should go to court again over it.
And Sean, whenever we were in high school, we used to take people's lawn art at Christmas time and move it to the neighbor's house. So we'd organize the whole street that way.
That's funny.
It was a lot of work.
Yeah, it's a lot of
But
work.
it was fun pranks for us. So maybe that's it.
Did you think those people thought it was fun?
Here's my question, Mike.
Not that one time the window was open?
If you caught them like in the act, besides the police, like, what do you think of?
I don't know. It feels like defending your property is now a crime.
Yeah.
Hey, you farthead!
Castle Doctrine.
Can I shoot them?
Castle Doctrine, man.
If I was in the doctor's office and they were
For flowers?
I'm just saying,
All
could
right.
I? Could I shoot them?
Next question. Kevin, what did you think of the State of Union dress and then the rebuttal by the 42-year-old senator from Alabama?
I just want to say, and this is non-political, I don't think you should be yelling things out at the State of the Union. Like,
I'm with you on that.
I
Whether
agree.
whether
I
you
agree.
like
This is
Donald Trump or
America.
whether you like Joe Biden or whoever the president is, this is why I think so many people in our world now are so disrespectful. And I'll just talk about the United States. You're seeing the president of the United States. Like, I'll be honest, I don't like Jerry Jones. I think he's a horrible person for running the Cowboys into the ground. But when we have Jerry Jones on, or when Jerry Jones is having a press conference on the tennis court or whatever, I'm not going to say you're full of it. I know he's full of it. Like, we're all in. He just said that to say it. Like, he's not all in on anything.
I prefer.
But like, you let that he's on a stage, he has the microphone, and then we talk about it here on the air.
Yes.
But you let the president, you respect the president in the moment.
I much prefer the passive aggressive standing up and clapping that either side does. Like, I'm a big fan of that. Yeah,
Lincoln Riley.
Here's my question.
Stop Lincoln.
Here's my question. We open the show with this. Me and
Save the union talk.
Kinda.
Yeah.
Folks. We're not scared like you, Kevin, but you got your you have no reason to be scared now. You got security.
DFW security?
DFW security.
No, we don't get endorsements.
Is there any
That's a fact.
Middays are out.
Hey, that was a good top. Is there any way? There's no way that Joe Biden knows who Lincoln Riley is. Do you agree with me on that?
I do agree with you on
The
that.
coach?
Because that's what he said. You
Yeah.
saw he was trending.
Yeah.
Did you see that?
Yeah, I've heard.
There's no.
I didn't watch the State of the Union.
Play it
but
again for him. That's the drop that
I
Peyton
heard
just
it.
played.
Lincoln Riley.
He does not know that Lincoln Riley's the football coach, right?
I believe there is
Zero way.
0.001% chance.
I agree. Yeah.
He's a big like Oklahoma turned USC fan. He's like Lincoln Riley.
It's tough
He
because
does
you
not
don't want to
Lincoln's
make too much
brisket.
fun of
There's
it
a
because
Tommy
it's a horrible
Tuberville show.
story.
Bud
you know?
Wilkinson was the coach, and they won 47 games in a row.
So,
All home games.
Bear
man.
Bryant, Tom Landry.
all right. So that's Crosstalk by Mike Bassick. I had two topics.
That was good.
Yeah.
Man,
Still like a
that was a
minute.
very unique crosstalk as well.
Yeah.
So since we have 1 minute left, you guys have anything fun this weekend or what? Because I think I'm having a garage sale.
You think? Wouldn't that start tomorrow?
Yeah.
Should
Hey, you know
you
what?
have decided?
I know where you
Just
get.
put it at your wife's office.
I know where you get tulips half off.
I will
not
say this.
cool.
I don't know if this happens in Plano, Corey, but in our neighborhood, if you leave it out long enough on the curb, it will be taken.
Oh
at some
yeah,
point.
that's
for
That's
sure.
everywhere.
And you see the junk drivers going around the night before. Like ours is Friday for bulk stuff. As you see the trucks going around on Thursday with like all the stuff that they've collected. I'm like, that's fine.
I'm going to sell my house.
Really?
Yep. Doing the real estate photos if the weather holds off.
I'm getting drunk in Stephenville.
You
Oh,
moving
yeah.
to Plano?
Are you moving to Sunnyvale?
I'm not moving.
You're moving next to Dawson? You're
moving
just
next to
following
Dawson,
right?
Can't you make your own decisions?
want to talk to you
Where's
about
Dawson going now?
I'm out of here. Screw you guys.
KNC Masterpiece next. We talk about the Mavericks first.
Woo!
They tried.
Yeah.
If you're a new listener to Sean Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin, Corey Majors, Mike Bassick, and the man of the hour, too sweet to be sour. It is Alec Medford. Gentlemen, it is also a shout-out Friday. So truckwreck.com, text line 877-881-1053. If you want to get those shout-outs in, also want to hear from the Twitch. Also want to hear from the YouTube. Busy day today on the KNC Masterpiece.
I have one request, and I think the Tolos and Twolos will agree with me on this. 877-881-1053. Do you want more rhyming from Kevin? Because when it comes to that, I feel like that's a wrestling mic move right there. Sure. Not wrestling Mike Bassick move, but wrestling microphone move. And it's also very radio DJ, like the Big Bopper kind of stuff.
Sure.
So like I'm totally in for more Kevin doing the man of the hour. So sweet, he can't be sour, or whatever you said.
Oh, I can do that all day long.
I'm told do it the rest of the day.
Fine. You know what? I'm a little tired of your sass, so you can take this microphone, shine it up good, and stick it straight up your monkey. Well, you get the idea.
You just said you could do it, and then you didn't do it. Now I'm disappointed.
The last word was ass, but
you just said it.
I didn't know if the sentence was sticking it. You know, like you could see how those things together, TV would be fine with.
Crude
maybe the
is the word. Crude is the word. We can't say crude words. Gotcha.
Fair. From the 972, you know, we don't get enough of these. Shout out for just being me.
That's you go.
From Bryant, the Tolo. 877-881-1053 if you want to get involved. But I know we're pumped for the way the game played out last night. I want to go to cut number 3 because this guy was huge down the stretch.
It's Exum. 7-point Dallas lead. Timeout Miami.
Now, Luca was Luca, and I don't want to get desensitized to his 4th straight 35-point triple-double because that's an absurd thing to happen. But I wanted to dive in specifically for the purposes of this to the last 3.5 minutes.
Before you say that,
sure.
Real quick, because of what you said, the other night on the TV broadcast, he got his triple-double, and they immediately said, yeah, but it's not worth anything because they're not going to win tonight. The guys on the Mark Falwell is literally saying, yeah, we don't want to get too worked up for it, though, because they're not winning. They need to win, and that's the most important part. So, everybody else realizes that part of it and the desensitization of it, Kevin. I think we're just like, well, that's what Luca's supposed to do, but also win. So I think that's a huge factor.
I felt like this was kind of the reverse of the Philly game in terms of the Heat had a big lead, hung around, the Mavs hung around, and then they took over the last 3.5 minutes, just like Philly took over the last 3.5 minutes. And what I love during this is Dante Exum was doing the things, but there was another element that I wanted to point out that might get lost in all this. Mavericks are down with 3:40 to go, only by 1 point, but still. They go on a 14-7 run to close. Do you know in that span they out-rebounded the Heat 7-1? And that has by no means been a strength of the Mavericks. They can shoot threes. Sometimes it works out really well for them. But I was really impressed by the rebounding in those last few minutes.
I'm with you, and here's what I'm amazed by. It's amazing what happens if you give effort for 48 minutes. You'll hang around in games when you're not shooting the ball particularly great. You will end up having the energy and focus late in the game. And for me, this is the Mavs that after beating Phoenix a few weeks ago after the All-Star break, I thought this could be a dangerous team. And then they said, let's not try at basketball for a long time. Because I will give them this. I thought they did defense. They did try against Cleveland.
Okay.
Yeah, and defensively, right?
That's the most important
offense
thing.
Is fun.
Yeah.
And this team rarely has trouble scoring offensively. But think about this. 114 points. They usually lose that game by 16 points.
Yes.
Like that's a 16-point loss because they're going to give up 130 on average now.
Uh-huh.
But it just showed. I'm not saying that they're only going to give up 108. But they need to hold teams, especially solid ones, to 110 to like 114 points. If they do that, they can win most of their games. And that's very doable. That's not a crazy number. Now, I get it. Holding a team to 100 or 105, that's a crazy number in today's game. That's why it's tough on Luca's stuff because I'm with you. Like, he is freaking amazing offensively. One of the greatest offensive players I've seen in my life. He's different than some of the other greatest offensive players I've seen in my life, but he's one of the greatest offensive players in the history of basketball. And I'm going to give him credit, and I'm going to give the 8 other guys that played some solid minutes last night. They were engaged for the whole game. And here's what I don't know. Can they do it again? Or is it going to be 2 more weeks from now that the last game they engaged in like this was the Phoenix Suns game. So literally they went from the All-Star break right out of it, totally engaged in a game. And then like for the next 6 games, like, screw it. And luckily they played Toronto in there, which was an easy somewhat win, but I can't tell you. I'll give them some credit for the Cleveland game. Obviously, they brain farted a 10-point lead.
The game, though, yeah.
But they did, and they got unlucky on a 60-footer at the end. They got unlucky on the last shot that Donovan Mitchell hit. But I am looking at this game going, how do Jason Kidd, how does Luca and Kyrie, the best players and the leaders on the team, how do they get this effort 90% of their basketball games for 82 games? Now, I know 60-plus of them are done. So now what is remaining? Is it 18 games, 17 games? They're 35 and 28. So we're down to 19.
19 games.
19. For 19 games, how do I get this effort for 18 out of the 19 games? I'll give them one throw-out game because they've played 3 and 4 nights. But this is the effort. If you want to be as good as Oklahoma City or Minnesota, maybe I'm crazy. Maybe I'm stupid here. I think you have about the same amount of talent as they do.
Especially Minnesota, obviously.
But they try. They try 90% of the games. The Mavericks try 50% of the games, and which is impressive. When you only try 50% of the time and you're 35 and 28, that's amazing, Corey.
Of all the, I will say this, though. I want to kind of go back to the specific night the opponent they played. Of all the playoff teams in the entire NBA, they have the lowest points per game. So last night's defensive effort was against a team that in all the playoff teams scores 110 points a game.
So that's not a prolific offense.
That's right that's right where they should be. Where they scored last night is kind of right around their average for the Miami Heat. They also give up 110 points a game. So the Mavericks were better than what their defensive effort typically is from the Heat. But you saw the defensive effort from the Mavericks, and that was the difference. Like Mike's saying this, how do you find that? And Kyrie last night after the game, he does have that, hey man, we know what we've been doing wrong. We know we haven't been doing it right, and we know it's on us to make sure it's corrected. Jason Kidd, look, they got to get together. They have to do this together in order to win it. They've got to rally. That's their thing. But you had an opponent last night that you're probably going to get that kind of score, not 140 points, because they're not going to expel themselves that much offensively. They prefer to stay in the defensive realm. That's the Miami Heat's MO. But in order to take these teams down, in order to take down other teams that are just blowing by you and putting the ball in the bucket the entire night, you have to give that kind of effort on the court.
And that's where I'm really curious about, let's just say the string at the end of the month, where you've got the Kings, the Rockets, and then you play the Warriors to start April. Because last night kind of felt like when you get a new car or new shoes or whatever, you looked at your old car, your old shoes, and you're like, I'm going to do better this time. Like, I'm going to clean them. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. And that's what you saw last night. You got the brand new team smell and feel going again. That's hard to keep up eventually. But if they do, then this is still a team that I think can escape the play-in and then get into the real playoffs.
Paying attention to the details of what your effort is. I mean, that's exactly what their mindset has to be. The little details that make the difference are the biggest factor for this team right now. Did you like seeing Exum being the guy late in the game that, like, he looked like they were like, hey, you take the ball, dude. And then it was kind of chaos at moments. I was like, man, does he know how to dribble or
when
no?
When he got tripped, and he did get tripped on replay, when he, I thought, accidentally lost the ball. It did go to Kyrie, but when he tripped, I was like, oh, God, if they don't call a foul here, we're about to turn over the ball and they're going to go the other way. But he did get tripped, and he did a great job of making very clutch free throws right there, too. This is what we talked about when we thought Jason Kidd was going to coach his butt off, and I hope he does the rest of the way. These are the tough decisions he's going to have to make. And to your 7-1 rebounding, please play a center. Like it's one of the stupidest things I think you can do in basketball is have two athletic centers and go, we're not going to play either one of them so you guys can dominate. And I'll give this. Greg Popovich made one of the stupidest decisions in his career. I'll say the stupidest decision. When they lost to the Miami Heat, if you remember Ray Allen hitting the corner three, he took out Tim Duncan and had no center in the game. So I can't remember if it was LeBron who took the first shot, but Bosch got the rebound because they had all little guys on the court, and then he kicked it to Ray Allen. He hit the three, and San Antonio loses the NBA Finals. If Tim Duncan's on the court and he's with Chris Bosh, Tim Duncan's getting that rebound, and they win another NBA championship. So it happens to some of the greatest coaches in NBA history, but this is his deal. Is Exum in the final 5 minutes of every game? I don't know. I don't know if is it Gafford? Is it Lively? Hopefully Lively's ankle is okay. Was it his ankle at the end?
And so you did see him up and running. They said that they were going to check him out prior to Saturday's game as like a game time. But if nothing else, it doesn't sound like that's something that they're like, hey, we're kind of screwed there.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
But it's like Derek Jones Jr. started. Corey, is he starting the next game? Is that now the deal? He's going to start and play the first 6 minutes of the game and then the first 6 minutes of the third quarter and not play any more the rest of the game? I'm wondering, like, Jason Kidd, is this the formula, or do you have to keep playing with it and you got to figure it out in the next 5 to 10 days on who your 7 to 8 guys are for your playoffs?
Well, I mean, that is the conversation right now. Have we played too many guys? We keep hearing that.
Yeah.
We're playing too many guys. We got to know which ones we can rely on in certain situations. And if they can't do it, I mean, listen, John Gray was exceptional when he finally got his opportunity to do something special, not in wash-up innings, right? Or mop-up innings. John Gray comes out and gives you the stuff in that moment. And that's where but what happened before that? They said, you're not doing it, buddy. So we're going to have to do something else for the time being. We'll see you whenever it's your turn. And then finally he got his opportunity. And that might have to happen to some of the guys on this roster is, look, you haven't made the 7. You're not part of that 7-man rotation right now. We got to move on from it. I do wonder, though, if, Kevin, it means a lot to me. If you're down 36-28 at the end of the first quarter and you look at the guys and go, this is going to be another night where you have to fight to get back into a game only to be exhausted at the end of the game. You can't let this happen again. That's where the message of defense makes sense is you can't be down 17 and just make it all back up in the fourth quarter.
Right.
You have to stay close. Jason Kidd's MO the entire time he was here on that championship run was him and Rick Carlisle, I know the whole team was part of it, but it was keep it close, and in the fourth quarter we'll put the pedal down. And Mavericks, for most of these losses we've been watching, it hasn't been close, and then they're fighting back at the end of the game. That can't be your model. It's not going to be successful for you. You use too much energy just trying to get back to even.
I agree. Now, it is a shout-out Friday, and I like this one because we did talk about this at the beginning of the week. Can I get a shout-out to the number 1 team in the state and number 3 team in the nation, Plano East Panthers? They play the first state tournament game against Mansfield Lake Ridge tonight at 7 o'clock. That is in the Alamo Dome. They are 38-0. On the other side of the bracket, Round Rock Stony Point is 37-1. The only team Stony Point lost to is Plano East. Plano East opened in 1981 and has never won a UIL team state championship. They are 2 wins away from being the first team since 07 Duncanville, I believe, to go undefeated in the top classification, and then this would be their first state title in 43 years.
I'm pulling for them. I hope it happens. I can remember a few guys: Sean Williams, Perry Jones III, who went to Baylor.
Yes.
Sean Williams, I think went to SMU. Those were 2. They had some other good players on that team, but that was the undefeated Duncanville team.
And the thing about this team is, I'm going to go back and double check, but I think they might not have a player that's in the real rotation that's higher than a 3-star.
Yeah,
and that's what makes this story
their team, dude.
Cooler.
They play team basketball.
Yes, absolutely.
The other thing I wanted to add to that, I know you're looking through the shout-outs, Kevin, is when you're in San Antonio, do you, as a team, do you take them to the Alamo? Not the Alamo Dome, but the actual Alamo,
because they have to go to the Alamo Dome. That's where the game is.
Yeah, but you go to the Alamo and you walk around and you tell them the story about how they were victorious because they battled together as a team. They won the Alamo over everybody else. and that's why you should remember it.
Is
that what happened?
I mean,
I think they lost.
No, they did.
So maybe don't take them to the Alamo to tell that story.
I mean, it's an inspiring story of fighting, but they did lose. But you better not.
Pretty handily too.
I'm pretty sure it was like an absolute defeat. So maybe don't take them. Maybe don't take them there. Maybe just take them to a nice dinner at La
I just always think of that
Margarita.
moment and go, I wonder what Davy Crockett was thinking if he's like, I should have stayed in Tennessee.
No, that's what you would be thinking, Mike. I could definitely, if we were ever. Okay.
Did everybody else sing the Davy Crockett song while they were fighting?
This is going to cost me.
Davy Crockett.
You're telling me you come down here to volunteer and then you see, I don't know, 10,000 soldiers and you have 200 people and you're like, I'm glad I'm in this moment.
I hear what you're saying,
Put
Mike.
my raccoon skin hat
let
on.
me put my hat on.
But I don't
with
think
my
that's
musket.
the very first thing that I would say. I could see you going from person to person and be like, we probably should have stayed in Tennessee, huh? We're about to die.
Yeah. I'd be like, does anybody have a white flag?
From the 903, Kevin is already confused and annoyed. This is going to be a good day. Man, if you guys are going after the legend of the Alamo in the first segment, I don't know where we go from here.
It was important because it allowed the rest of the army to catch up. There you go, Kevin. That's the story you should get from that. So
how many days or months or years later was it when Sam Houston beat Santa Ana and they won?
Wasn't it the same year?
Okay. I'm asking.
Where did that happen?
You said you took Texas history. I did.
So
I don't remember.
Yeah. Oh.
Hey, your mom was like, I took Chicago history, not Texas history.
That was really confusing to me. I thought all kids took Texas history.
Ask her a question about Mike Ditka and she'll know it.
Yeah, she's got that down.
I think that was when she was in school.
Used to be a
before
lot
Mike
windier back in the day before all these buildings got
Yeah, did
here.
you know that we're windier than the Windy City?
Yeah.
What is happening right now?
Facts.
Segment 1.
God help us. We're the KNC masterpiece, I guess, right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, Take Me to Church. We will have an updated look at the Rangers bullpen, including the youngster that I say makes the opening day roster. Next on The Fan.
Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-333-3333.
All right, the 0-2. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Yet another sharp breaking pitch there from Church, who looked very good here in the bottom half of the seventh.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Let's talk about Mark Church, who, if you recall, in spring training, the question that Eric Chiafalo asked Jared Sandler was, does he speak English? That's a real thing. Mark Church, by the way, is from Georgia. All right, so
What's that supposed to mean? He speaks Georgia English.
Yeah. This feels like he could have just gone up and asked him.
Where was Forrest Gump? Where was that movie?
Alabama. Greenbow, Alabama.
Jenny.
All right. You're going to have 8 people in your bullpen to start the season. Well, I guess probably for most of the season. So I wanted to run through my prediction for what the construction of the bullpen will look like, and you guys could mock and ridicule. It feels like Leclerc, Spores, Robertson, and Yates are all, barring injury, of course, are all set. Do we think that is a fair thing to say? Leclerc, Spores, Robertson, Yates.
Sounds fair to me.
The only person that you could send down is Spores. Like, literally, you can't send anybody else down. They're all on big league contracts, so you can't send them to AAA.
You're not sending them World Series
and
hero.
I don't think you're sending Spores down to AAA to start the year. So I am
that
with you.
That would be tough.
But literally, 3 of the 4, it's impossible for them not to be on the team unless they're hurt.
I now believe that Mark Church is going to break camp as part of this bullpen. Now, we're going to talk about this in just a second. One of the issues you're going to run into is Leclerc, Spores, Robertson, and Yates are all right-handed pitchers. Mark Church is also a right-handed pitcher. So you'll see, we'll get to the rest in just a second. But I think Mark Church is now going to make the bullpen out of breaking camp. He threw 2 more scoreless, hitless innings on Wednesday. He continually touches 97. And even after the game on Wednesday, Boch said, that's impressive what he did today. Not just today. These are good hitters. He pounds the strike zone. And that stuck out to me because obviously with some of the younger kids, a couple of whom got sent down yesterday, that has been an issue. He's got good fastball along with a good slider. He works the changeup. And Bochy said it's been a really good spring for him. I realize things can change and injuries can dictate something different. I say Mark Church makes it.
Okay, I'm not going to say no, he's not.
I appreciate that.
And I would include Brock Burke as 100% on the team.
Okay.
So I'm at 5. So that leaves 3 spots available for Mark Church to compete for if those 5 guys that I mentioned and you mentioned are healthy. So do you have the other 3?
Yes.
Like, I'm going to ask you a question.
So Mark Church would be one of them. So that leaves 2 more spots.
All right.
Because I'm with you. I have Brock Burke, and that would be now your first left-handed representative.
Yeah. I'm going to ask you a question on a player to see what you think where they're at. Jonathan Hernandez.
Jonathan Hernandez, I say, is out. Which I know going into it, look, we've talked about he might have the most electric stuff in this bullpen. At this point, I say he's out. They are still not. We've talked about this, Mike, and tell me if you think this is fair. Some pitchers, some hitters, Corey, you as well. Spring training is great to get you ready for the season and work on and practice or try out new things. And then for other players, I need to see what you got in spring training. And I think that's what it is for Hernandez. And I think right now he's out.
And you're out on Danny Duffy then?
No.
Okay. All right. Back to you, Mike.
Okay. So Hernandez, and here's what I don't know. I'm sorry, I don't have this information in front of me. This is where it can hurt Mark Church. I've been part of a lot of Major League spring trainings. Yes.
Can you explain just real quick? I know a lot of our listeners know, but we get new listeners all the time. We do Baseball 1 all the time. Explain the process and logic of the option and how that could actually work against Mark Church.
So if he has an option, Mark Church, which he does, I do know that. I'm like 99% sure, to go down to the minor leagues. You can option him down and he's still your property. He can't go to another team. He can't say, well, then I'm out. But I'll give you an example. I'm assuming because Diego Castillo has spent multiple years in the major leagues. And once you get, I don't know if it's 3 or 5. Those rules could have changed through collective bargaining agreement. You're out of options. It doesn't even matter if you've never had, like, Ronald Acuna Jr. is out of options, even though they never optioned him down to the minor leagues, if that makes sense.
Yes.
Because he's put in his 5 years of service that it voids all options at that point. And it might even be as far as if you get 3 full seasons in. But I'm going to give you an example here. Diego Castillo. So let's say they really like him out of spring training, but he has an out in his contract. He doesn't have options, and in his contract, I'm going to assume he built into his contract. Most guys of Castillo's stature build this into their contract. On March 25th or March 26th, if I am not on the 40-man roster, which would automatically put me in the major leagues, I'm out.
Yeah.
And I'm a free agent, and I'm going to bet that there's a team that is going to put me on their major league roster for opening day. So sometimes the Rangers can say, let's keep our depth. Mark Church, we love you. Guess what? Probably in the month of April, you're going to come up and help us out. We got to use 28 pitchers again probably this year. But we don't want to lose Diego Castillo to start the season off. I'm just using that as an example.
Well, I'm glad you used that as an example because you know how on Shark Tank they say for those reasons I'm out. For those reasons, he's in. So right now, the rest of my bullpen would be constructed of, and then I want to run through some of the other people that I think are still in the mix. The rest of my bullpen would look like this. Brock Burke, Mark Church, Diego Castillo, and Danny Duffy. That gets you what you would assume is the minimum of 2 left-handed pitchers. Now, if they decide to go 5 righties, 3 lefties, I'm not going to rule that out, and we can talk about Antoine Kelly or Chasen Shreve if you want, but I say the bullpen goes Leclerc, Spores, Robertson, Yates, Duffy, Castillo, Church, Burke, realizing, of course, that we still have 2.5 weeks, give or take, till you're all set.
And injuries.
Yes, and who knows what could happen with that.
Mike, on that front, I like, and I don't know exactly I don't know exactly how they're going to work out, but I like having the veterans in these roles. Like what Kevin just laid out, that's a lot of veteran names that you feel comfortable with that don't necessarily have to take on the high pressure situations. And I feel like I feel more confident with that right now because last year it was Grant Anderson was your option.
Right.
And whether or not these guys are good or have been good or whatever, I feel like at least you have more of a veteran presence with extending deeper into the bullpen.
To your point, do you remember, I forgot this guy, and I'm not trying to take a shot of him at all, but the other day we had the television on, and somehow they were showing highlights between the Astros and Rangers, and I think somehow we had the Astros station on, and
Gross.
I looked up there, and I believe, do you remember Spees?
Yes,
Who had the hype, and he had the great,
and that first
struck out 5. I can't remember if it was 5 out of 6. Same thing with Grant Anderson. I think it was against the White Sox that Grant Anderson came up and struck out 7 of 9 guys and just dominated. But that was one appearance. And then as you saw Grant Anderson, right, that's the major leagues. It wasn't going to be just easy peasy lemon squeezy.
Yeah, getting lots of outs is difficult.
And so, you can have guys like that, that you like for a second, and they're going to have to pitch for you, but you just don't know how consistent they're going to be. And in your kind of assessment, Corey, sometimes veteran guys understand. It doesn't mean they're perfect at it. They understand how to handle failure in the major leagues better than a young guy. So if they have a tough appearance, they can, I'm not saying always, but they have done it enough to know, how do I get sleep? Because most of us people don't know this. Most of us don't sleep after a bad outing. So I know you feel bad as a fan. I feel bad as a fan when my team doesn't do well. I don't know how NBA players do when they don't try their best and they lose by 30. I don't know. It seems like they're okay with it. But I will tell you, when a pitcher has a bad outing, we don't sleep. It made me feel better because I thought I was so insanely competitive and wanted it so bad that I would have suicidal thoughts and I couldn't sleep. And then you start talking to your teammates and they go, I feel the same way. I feel the same way too. You're like, oh, good. We all feel that way when we have a bad outing.
Yeah.
But guys are able to, over time, start handling it better. And the greatest crazy guys are the closers because they literally win or lose a game in the end. And when they lose, they have to be ready the next night to have the whole game on the line again in a 3-out, 1-run or 2-run type of situation.
Yeah, no, and that's kind of what I'm hoping works out for him there, Kevin.
And somebody asked No Tinoco. I've got Jesus Tinoco and Chasen Shreve kind of as the next people up, one right-handed, one left-hander. We talked about Wolfram. He went down yesterday. Look at him as a potential replacement at some point in the season. I know people are curious about Antoine Kelly, so there are options, but I think Tinoco and Shreve are still in the mix.
Let me ask you this, because you didn't mention somebody. Where is Sampson on this? Because I've been told that he has a great chance to make the team either as a starter or as a reliever.
Yeah, I think I'm leaning towards no, but the interesting thing about that is how does Sampson stack up with Bradford, and there might be another option that you're looking at, the fifth starter. So if it's not, I would lean towards no for now, but I definitely could be wrong about that.
Because I've heard this. I don't know this. There's a possibility that they look at the team as being a better team breaking camp. I don't know this. I'm just throwing it out as these are conversations that the Texas Rangers are having is if Sampson has a good spring training, is it better for him to be a starting pitcher and Cody Bradford to be like a middle reliever as a left-handed guy?
Mike, at 1 o'clock today, we will have Jared Sandler to discuss Cody Bradford and Jack Leiter's roles on this team.
Okay.
So we'll have that during the C block today. That's a great question. I'm glad you asked it.
And I would also ask about Urania. Is he trying to make a run for that as well?
He's on right now, TexasRangers.com. He's the, I'll say, headline story. Like that would be the one you would click on right now where it says he's having a camp right now that is opening eyes, as it says Urania works towards roster.
Now, I'm with you on that. We're going to talk about that as well. Now, interesting, somebody sent in a text that leads to perhaps some bad news. What about Justin Foscue from the 817? I say Foscue makes it over Langford. What if they both make it now because of the Nate Lowe news that did not seem like a big deal yesterday? However, Corey, perhaps that has changed.
According to Bruce Bochy, Nathaniel Lowe is dealing with an oblique strain. Boch said, this is from Jared Sandler's Twitter, it could be a few weeks and that opening day is definitely in jeopardy. And so, Kevin, that part of the discussion is who do you want? Because Jared throws out Foscue, Walsh, Krim, Wenzel.
Man, Walsh has been doing some stuff. So.
And Duran as internal candidates to take that place, potentially for opening day, maybe for a little more, depends on the oblique injury. And so that's who do you want to see get that opportunity?
Me personally, I want Foscue, because if it's not Foscue there and it's not him at DH, then what the hell are we doing with him? Like, I get it. It's him and Langford for the DH, and we'd mix them around a little bit. But if Lowe is also out and you've been practicing Foscue at first and they're like, nah, you don't fit there either, I just don't think they see a future for him with this team.
I'm with you, and I do think it would be Foscue. Now, there could be a right-handed pitcher, so maybe Walsh. The thing is, you have to worrying about, you have to open up a 40-man spot for Walsh. You have to open up a 40-man spot for possibly Diego Castillo. You have to open up a 40-man spot possibly for Danny Duffy.
Yes.
Now, you do
and I think you have 3 open spots.
I believe so, because I don't know how it works when you get to do it, but you're going to immediately put Scherzer, DeGrom, and Malley on the 60-day injured list, which opens up 40-man spots.
Yeah, and I think that's how we came up with the 3, but interesting news, not great news, and it sucks too, Corey, because yesterday they're like, oh yeah, he felt some tightness in his side, but it's not a big deal. They're just going to keep him out because of precaution. And then now, well, he might miss opening day.
Throw precaution to the wind is what I say.
I will say, how crazy is it that, and I know we got to get to Nuggets, how crazy is it that you're worried about Young, Seager, and now Lowe in terms of short term to begin the season? And I keep thinking, I think we got some people that can fill those spots. Like, that's wild.
Instead of, it's all over.
Yes, yes. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassett.
It's time to talk spring breakout game, and I think you're going to enjoy the product on television this year. Next. Mike Bassett here.
than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Adolis Garcia sends one the other way. That sends Carroll back. He's at the wall, and the legend grows. Adolis Garcia wins Game 1.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan on a Shout Out Friday. So shout out to Adolis, for doing that. And from the 817, shout out to you guys. My wife and I moved to Los Angeles a year and a half ago, and I was born and raised in Arlington. You guys give me a taste of home and a nice laugh on my way to work every single day. You're welcome. And now,
before we get into that,
oh no!
Last night, Mike, I was at the kids' open house, and their librarian was a huge Beltray fan. I mean, like wall full of Beltray stuff. And last night, she saw me, and she was like, "Hey, tell my guy Adolis that I can't wait to see him swing again." And I was like, "Man, that's awesome." So she definitely has a type. Home run hitters. You know what I'm saying?
I like it.
Well, wasn't Beltray more of a doubles hitter?
He hit home runs off his knee, Mike.
I know, but he had 3,000 hits. He didn't get 500 home runs.
Valid. Very valid.
Feels like he's crapping on your story there.
Hitters. She likes hitters.
Okay. I like it. Hey,
Back to
Baseball
you, Mike.
Nuggets brought to you by Twin Peaks Eats, Drinks, and Scenic Views. All right, so yesterday,
Mike does not.
I liked it. Like
He wasn't
Beltray-
really a home run hitter until later in his career, obviously, whenever he left the Dodgers.
Well, Seattle is where he struggled with power, but that was a tough place to hit home runs. Like that's
fair.
the thing sometimes we forget in careers, and this is where it goes to when we did the kind of funny, interesting deal on Dak Prescott. If he was a baseball player, he'd probably be a Hall of Famer because he would take advantage of all the below average and average pitching, and it doesn't matter how you do. You just accumulate the stats needed to get to 3,000 hits or 500 home runs. We don't know. Hey, did he hit all those home runs when you were up by 5 runs in the 7th inning? And it's like, yeah, the pitchers are just trying to not get the game over and throw it down the middle, but different situation. No pressure. Maybe sometimes it's easier to hit a home run. First and second, 2 outs, 8th inning, down by 2 runs. That would be a heck of a home run remembered. And we know Dak's not hitting that home run.
But Adolis is.
Adolis is.
True.
So yesterday I missed the show because there was a meeting for Bally's and the television, and I needed to be at that one. And I'll just tell you this. I know that people, I'm going to set this up. I know that people get really mad at Bally's. I get it. I get that they're not on every streaming network that you want them to be on. I wish they were on all of them too. I have no control over that. I have no clue how that's going to go in the future and all that. But I'll tell you, if you do have Bally's, and I have DirecTV, I have Bally's to watch the Mavericks last night and the Stars when they play and the Rangers when they're about to start off, I really think you're going to be impressed with the Rangers' production of the game and everything that they're going to put together when you tune in. Obviously, the first game will not be on Bally's. That's ESPN.
But for good reason, yeah.
And then Saturday, that next day, the Rangers are getting their rings that day because then it will be a local deal, and it won't be – because there's so much – I guess I don't know this. The Rangers have never gotten a ring. Do World Series champions usually get their rings on the second day of the season because there's so much with opening day in baseball? Like opening day in basketball is meaningless. Like nobody cares about the first NBA basketball game. It's just part of one of 82. Who cares? And they usually give out the rings on the first home game of the year.
The Mavs got theirs on some random night.
It was Christmas Day.
Yeah, that was a weird night.
That was the first game.
It was Miami first game, and it was they were playing the team that they had just beat for the championship. It was a weird year, right? Because it was a strike lockout year. Yeah. So, but in baseball, I just know that Friday's opening day, Saturday that first broadcast on Bally's. But I do think if you get the Rangers games, you're going to be really impressed with the product that is going to be put out there. And hopefully you're going to be impressed with me. I'm not doing, obviously, all the games. I'm sharing those with David Murphy and Dave Valley, but hopefully I do a good enough job that I give you the great information, the why and the how, and I entertain you some.
What is your current excitement level?
20 out of 10.
Wow.
That's not realistic,
Yeah,
Mike.
it's dumb. You should have said
It's
that.
still being. I'll just tell you, being in that meeting yesterday and them saying, "Hey, CJ Nikowski has left, and we have, a new guy here that's going to be doing some games." I got to do 2 last year in Washington, which were fun, and Murph and Val did some last year, and they'll be doing, some of them this year. Is just like, I can't believe growing up with watching Ranger games when my favorite player was Oddibe McDowell. My second favorite player, which quickly became my next favorite player, was Ruben Sierra, and just getting to watch those games on HSE.
Yeah.
And then it moving to, at times, Sonny was there and Steve Busby and, at the time, Norm Hitchkiss. And then, it moves on to Tom Grieve forever and Josh Lewin. Me? I mean, I was not the best baseball player in the major leagues. And so to get to do
you have
this
a lovable personality. I have a question to Kevin.
It's going to be outstanding. I'm just excited.
I have a question to Kevin, Mike, during your baseball nuggets that I love so much. How long before we start to get jealous that his chemistry with Dave Raymond is getting close to as good as the chemistry he has with us?
I don't think so, because it's going to be real chemistry, but it's going to be TV chemistry, which is not going to be all of Mike Bassett. That is my prediction. Your thoughts? Is that a fair assertion?
Because you got to have chemistry.
It's a different sports talk radio, and being the color analyst of a Major League Baseball game is a different job.
Yes.
So do you think? So we're not gonna get jealous?
No.
When I start to get jealous, can I let you know though?
I'm not going to say that reminded me of the center for the Dallas Mavericks, Dwight Powell. Like, I don't think I'm going to throw that one out there.
Mike, I'll let you know if I start to get jealous, though, and I'll tell you to peel it back about 15%.
All right, so I think you're going to get jealous of this. So I know that the Rangers are going to be on Channel 21 on the 12th. Coming up this upcoming week, they're going to be on the 12th, Channel 21, for their first spring training game broadcast locally. And then the 14th and the 16th on Bally's. And Jared Sandler will be doing all 3 of those games. I'll be doing the 14th and the 16th. So I'm flying back out to Phoenix and then headed to Surprise. And I'm doing the 14th and the 16th. Well, what's really cool, which I found out yesterday about the 14th, is it's a double header. Now, we're not broadcasting both, but I will be there to watch this. It's the spring breakout game.
Yeah.
So I do think baseball's doing a good job on trying to add more to their product. So if you're going, what are you talking about, the spring breakout game? If you're a really hardcore Ranger fan, you probably already know about this. But they want to have every team put together what they think is their best prospect team. Not like their best team would be their AAA team.
Yeah.
But like, hey, Sebastian Walcott, who's going to start off in low A ball.
Awesome.
He's going to be playing shortstop in this game on the big league field against the Cincinnati Reds all prospect team. Now, I find this interesting. You're going to have Jack Leiter in this game, Owen White. So there are some guys that are in. Mark Church is probably going to pitch an inning in this game. You're going to have Ortiz at first base, who's you're probably, I think, future first baseman 2 to 3 years down the road at some point. So it's going to be a really fun game, and I'm going to get to be there for that. So that one starts out there 3 o'clock, here 5 o'clock, and then the Ranger game out there starts at 7 o'clock.
That does sound super fun.
And it's a 7-inning game. And so the Reds are going to put their best prospect team together. Rangers, their best prospect team together. You can go to right now, TexasRangers.com, and see the whole roster of players for this 7-inning game. But what's going to be just really cool is to get to see those guys on that stage. But you're not going to see Wyatt Langford. Even though he has not played a major league game and he's in major league camp. And I just mentioned Jack Leiter, Owen White, Mark Church. There's Justin Foscue is going to be playing in that game. They're not putting Wyatt Langford in that game, and it makes me think, we're just trying to put together, is he not? Is he going to make the team? And I'm just wondering when they're like, look, Wyatt, I don't know if he's going to play in the 7 o'clock game out there.
He's made it already.
But it's like,
I told you like a month ago.
He's made it already.
But it's like, hey, prospect game, those guys are going to play. Wyatt, we need you getting as many big league reps as possible to see if you can handle the major leagues on opening day.
Yeah,
absolutely.
yeah, and I'm all about it, man.
And obviously, Evan Carter, if somebody's asking, Evan Carter will not be in the prospect game. He's still a prospect on the list.
That would be weird to me, though.
He obviously played 23 regular season games and 17 playoff games last year. So Evan Carter is not part of that, even though he's your top prospect.
It is going to be really cool. And obviously, like in my mind, I'm thinking, what if Walcott goes yard off of one of their stud double or triple A pitchers? Then I'm going to be like, oh my God, it's happening.
So this is not just one day. It is like a 3 or 4 day type of deal, but at least I will be out there for that game on the 14th. They might have one on the 16th, but I know that the Rangers play a day game on the 16th for spring training, so maybe that prospect game. I don't think they're just having one game, but I could be wrong. Maybe I'm not a good reader. I have found that out.
We learned that this morning.
Multiple times.
Why not?
I don't know. I just
distractions.
I can't. I read slow, and then it gets too much, and then I just start skipping and going, "Where's the good part?"
Can I? That I can definitely see. Can I tell you why that spring breakout's going to be even more amazing?
Okay.
You know what's on March? What else is on March 14th? Sebastian Walcott.
His birthday.
Yep.
The Ides of March.
Is that the 14th?
I wonder if Brock Porter will start that game for you. He's your highest
cool.
pitching prospect.
50.
He's on this, but it says MLB Spring Breakout is a 4-day event showcasing baseball's future, the current stars of minor league baseball. The inaugural edition will be held from the 14th through the 17th at Grapefruit and Cactus League stadiums. It says a series of 16 exhibition games will be played between teams comprised of each MLB organization. So I guess they're just playing one game as this. So each team, I guess, gets one game, but there's only 30 major league teams. So there's 16 exhibition games.
Maybe there's
help me out there. Somebody gets to do it. Yeah, maybe that. But I think baseball, I know they can take some punches in the face from fans.
Yeah.
As in, you're not doing this, you're not keeping up, you're not doing that.
Sure.
I do think over the last few years, with the rule changes, with this situation, I do think they're trying to present the game in a better way for more people to enjoy. Whether you're the hardcore fan and it doesn't matter, you're going to love baseball no matter what, or the one that you're like, it's okay, I like it, I watch it some, I really like watching my team when they're good. I think that's a lot of people. And then you have this, it's not very good, I fell out of love with it, or I never really liked it. They're trying to get those, hey, can we get them, instead of being very, very casual, to just like, they're casual fans now. Now they're watching 10 to 20 games a year and engaging in the playoffs.
I'm excited. Y'all have done a great job hyping this up. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, wrestling.
What?
Here's the deal.
What?
SmackDown is at the AAC tonight. But what I want to know is, what's the first wrestling event you ever went to? Have you been to a wrestling event? Who did you like? Who did you not like? Or did you go and think, this is stupid? Let's talk about the activity that is wrestling.
I like activities, Kevin.
As opposed to the actual storylines and whatnot. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
studio secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on a shout-out Friday from the 214. I've got a request. Gavin Dawson's team has their first game in a national tournament today. I'd like to say good luck to those girls because I know a lot of the dads listen to The Fan so they can tell them their team got a shout-out. Shout out to you ladies. I hope y'all dominate that team from, I want to say, Georgia to start, and then everybody else from there.
Did they not play yesterday then?
I thought they were playing yesterday, but yeah, we talked about the rain probably.
I wonder if they're on turf because my son plays baseball today, and they're like, look, everything should be good. The rain's pretty much stopped for the rest of the day. There can be a few scattered thunderstorms, but if you're playing on a grass field, there's no way it's flooded.
Sog. That's all it is.
Yeah.
Sog out there.
Absolutely.
But they're not on turf because their name is Surf. I don't know. I keep trying to come up with a good joke there, and I'm just failing miserably with that.
We have 3 hours left for you to make up for it.
I'll
so
keep
what?
trying, everybody.
So what? Runners are on first and third with nobody out. Man, you just got to get a K and a double play.
I'm at the end of the dugout right now, just shaking my head, going, gosh, it's the water cooler's fault.
All right. In the meantime,
like Tyler Yates,
let's pivot to the Mavs. Ha just kidding. Hit the music, Alex.
Smell what the Rock is cooking.
Let's talk about wrestling. Here's the deal. If you think wrestling is stupid, that's fine. I also want to hear from you. So SmackDown is tonight.
I think wrestling is stupid.
Okay.
But I don't want to hear from you.
But he just said it. He just said it.
Alec overruled me. This is an Alec segment.
Mm-hmm.
So he is going to the American Airlines Center tonight with his dad to go see SmackDown. And it's going to be happening anyway because you're leading into WrestleMania. But The Rock is also going to be there. That's going to make it even more of a happening. So what I'm curious about is I definitely want to hear from the people who don't like wrestling. Did you go and you were like, this is stupid? Or do you just not like it in general because you're like, I think it's make-believe? And I don't actually agree with that, but we'll get into that at another point. Or do you like wrestling? When did you go? There are already so many texts about this.
Kevin, I need to go to a current event.
Make that happen.
And like that's, I guess that's something because of the I loved when I was a kid and I would go see the Von Erichs, but I loved it. I think the most because I was spending time with my uncles and my dad and my cousins and stuff, and like that. Yep. That part of the memory really sticks with me. So I feel like I haven't seen an actual live event since then. I've watched it on TV plenty of times, but I haven't been to one of those. Now, I've been to real wrestling tournaments, high school wrestling tournaments that were awesome. Those are a blast. They're long, but they can be an absolute blast.
Smellier.
Very different, yes. And I've been to some boxing events that have been a blast too. But I can imagine the setup for this is all different because it's set up to entertain you. It is specifically, and Alec was saying this yesterday, as long as I'm entertained, I don't care. I want to be entertained while I watch something. So I need to do that. That is all I have to say about this topic now.
Okay. I went with you to the Garland Event Center.
It was, the Curtis Colwell Center. It was AEW Winners Coming, and
I enjoyed it.
Your experience was very odd, though, because the first TV match out of the gate was a 1 hour draw, and you just do not see those very often. So halfway through when Mike goes, are all the matches usually this long?
And I was like, man, no wonder they go to commercial break during some of these matches.
And I was like, no, this is a little different.
But I enjoyed it. I wouldn't mind, like tonight, I'm not going, but I wouldn't mind going. I think I would enjoy it.
Yeah.
It's one of those things where I know, like Kevin, you're not a fan of golf.
True.
Right? And so I don't really care at all to go to just golf events in general. I do like playing golf and I love watching the majors. But to me, people that have been to the Masters say it's the greatest sporting event they've ever been to. And I've had people that said, I've gone to Super Bowls. I've gone to obviously Mavs NBA finals. And they're like, the Masters is just so beautiful, so awesome. There's nothing like it. It's the greatest sporting event I've ever been to. Even though there's not like tons of cheering or whatever, they just love it. And I think for golf and wrestling, I think there's enough people in both of them that love it so much that they never have to worry about a major event not selling out or people really wanting to be there. But at the same time, there's enough people that don't care about it that they wonder, why do you care about this?
And I could see that. That's a great analogy because I think I would go to the Masters. But if it was just your run-of-the-mill golf tournament, I'd probably be like, I'm probably good about that. And that's the other thing is now with like WrestleMania. You put WrestleMania tickets on sale way far in advance. Who's going to wrestle? You don't know. You can guess. But it doesn't matter because you're buying the WrestleMania name. Same thing with the Masters. I'm sure nobody looks at the Masters and goes, I wonder who's going to be there. Like, all of the people are going to be there. Don't worry about that. Now, Alec, when we had Chris Jericho in, you showed him the picture of when you saw him when you were like, I don't know, 10 or something like that.
Yeah.
When did you
He
first...
told you, he was like, that was amazing. He really enjoyed that moment. That was awesome.
I really did like that too. And he goes, was I nice to you? And I thought I really appreciated that he wanted to know. When did you get into wrestling? And you're going to go with your dad. Is this like a you and your dad thing?
Yeah, so he grew up watching it. He went to all the different Von Erich matches and stuff growing up. He actually went to high school with a couple of them. So, yeah, he knew a few of them, and he knew the trouble they got into. So he's like, I got to go see these guys. But he kind of got me into it. Some kids at school did as well because Rey Mysterio was huge at my, intermediate school, 5th grade or so. And I think my first ever event was Mother's Day 2013. They had a house show out there at the old convention center in Fort Worth, and my dad got us front row tickets and got to see all kinds of people. Got a hat stolen from me. That was fun. You know Rick, the sign guy?
Yes.
Yeah, he stole John Cena's hat from me. Cena tossed me his hat. And he ripped it out of my hands.
That guy sucks.
Yeah, so
what?
I've got a vendetta against that man ever since.
The worst.
Yeah, and he's probably going to be there tonight because he's from the area. So, if I see him, I'll say what's up.
When you find him,
doesn't change the fact that he's the worst.
have a little talk with him.
He has the dumbest signs.
He really does.
Is
industry plant.
Exactly. Now, sometimes this is going to be on TV. Sometimes if you go to the house shows like Alec was talking about that aren't on TV, they can be even more fun. Me and Brandon, we were really lucky. We got to sit in the front row of a WWE house show, and I'm pretty sure it was Primo and Epico. They came out and they would hand out these brochures for like why you should go check out Puerto Rico, and it was the best. And
that's pretty nice.
It is. And Brock Lesnar came out and just beat everybody's ass, and they were like laying down on the ground, and Brandon was like, hey, can you give me one of those brochures? And the dude is he's laid out on the ground after Brock Lesnar, and he just kind of pushes it right under. It was amazing because he didn't move his body, he didn't open his eyes, but with his arm, he just kind of pushed it under the guardrail so Brandon could get it.
He must have loved that moment.
Thought it was amazing. Still to this day, he has that brochure. And it was the best. And so I get it for people who don't like wrestling, but man, that's why I'm curious if the family aspect. And so me and Brandon, that was like one of the things that we do. And I wonder if me and Noah are going to be like that. I always loved Primo and Epico after that. They weren't the biggest stars, but those were my guys. Cause I was like, yeah, they made sure we'll take care of it.
Knocked out cold, except for his hand, which was able to slide
his arm.
I think my best house show moment had to be with Braun Strowman. He was a full heel, and they were chanting, "We want tables" in a street fight with Brock Lesnar at UTA College Park Center. And he's like, "You get tables when I say you get tables," and he pulls out a kendo stick. Then he walks up to me and my dad, and we're sitting front row, and he whispers, he goes, "You guys want tables?" And we're like, "Yeah, we want tables." And he goes, "Okay, just for y'all." And he goes and grabs a table and he sets it up in the ring and puts Lesnar through a table.
That's awesome.
And
coolest thing ever.
And that's the fun kind of aspect I like. From the 940, 1984, the Von Erichs from the 682, my first wrestling show, oh my gosh, was going to be in Corpus Christi, but it got canceled because of what happened with Chris Benoit.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, there are a lot of dark times in wrestling's history. That is
from the 325. I will say the interviews y'all have with wrestlers are awesome. The wrestling, not interested. So they like our interviews.
Yeah.
And I appreciate that. That's awesome.
And that's totally fine. I don't want to do this segment to be like, you have to like wrestling.
Listen to wrestling talk.
I just like the stories that people are sharing from the 817. The first wrestling event I ever went to was the summer of 1998 from the 903. I went to a Saturday night's main event, I believe was 2006 at the AAC. I think it was Survivor Series in 2003. I saw Mark Cuban get the RKO from Randy Orton, and I mean, I would have been way more pumped for that now than I think I was at the time.
Because you didn't want Mark Cuban to get hurt
I was
back
like,
then.
oh no, he's making things happen. That's the Western Conference Finals. That's my guy. And then now I think I'd have been like, yeah, that's probably fine.
I'm watching that video right now.
From the 214, went to the Sportatorium and saw Iceman King Parsons and Abdullah the Butcher. We have talked numerous times about trying to get Iceman King Parsons on the show. We need to work on that. From the...
Mark Cuban's such a terrible actor. I'm just watching the surprise look on his face that he got punched or pushed, and oh man, then he does get RKO.
But what about when he was in Entourage? He was a great actor then.
Nope.
Yeah.
What about in Sharknado? I thought he was a great actor then.
Yeah, because that's what Entourage and Sharknado are known for. Acting.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone went to go see that. From the 214, can't wait to see what happens at SmackDown tonight. And it does seem like there is a lot of people that are going to SmackDown tonight.
The Rock's still a draw, man. Right?
Oh, sure.
Like that's just the simple fact is that this guy he's every.
You want to give your analogy?
You know, the moment I was talking with Jay Glazer about the XFL, and I was like, "What do you think about that? Like, what do you think?" And he was like, "Man, I don't know. I don't understand how The Rock, his friend, how he constantly whatever he touches turns into gold. He is that guy."
I compared it to Tiger Woods at the Masters when we were talking about this before the show, because I'll go to the Masters no matter what. I guess I'm just not the right type of person to go because they turn me down every year in the lottery system. But you have to sign up. I don't know what your chances are, a 5% chance of winning that, but I've never won that opportunity to go to Augusta unless it's to play the A-ball Sand Gnats. So
is that real?
Yeah, 1997. Like when I was in the South Atlantic League.
I kind of figured
there's a team in Augusta, Georgia. So if Tiger's there, I don't even care if he's good or not. I know he's not good now. Like, nothing against Tiger Woods. He's one of the greatest ever. I'm not like the biggest Tiger Woods fan. I'm not the biggest Rock fan.
Sure.
But you're going tonight, and The Rock is going to be there.
Yes.
Whether he's the best at wrestling anymore or not, who cares? It's The Rock is there.
And ticket prices will spike because of it. Like, if Tiger Woods just shows up at some rando tournament, you're like, oh my God, now we got to go. And The Rock is involved in one of their main storylines. But to your point, even if he wasn't,
you're still there, but now you're like, this
there?
is even better.
Yeah.
Is he going to Rudy Poo things?
For sure.
Is he going to jabroni it?
For sure.
He says all those still?
And I bet.
Does he smell?
Yeah. Oh, he's going to.
Does he cook is what you're asking.
See,
No,
Mike,
if
this
he
is
smell.
This is why you need to watch tonight, because I guarantee he's going to say something like Cody Rhodes and Seth Rollins suck more than the Dallas Cowboys. And people are going to be like, boo! One time I went to a wrestling event and I held up a sign that said, please insult my local sports team, because that is a go-to staple for wrestling.
Now that you bring that up, Kevin, I watched this guy on a rap battle. He rapped for about 4 minutes, destroying his opponent. I mean, just destroying him. And I was like, this is fantastic. But at one point, he did say, "You're a Cowboys fan. You should be used to losing." And I was like, man, I take offense to that a little bit,
Yeah, we're better than Washington.
That's a good point. You should have said in the playoffs. Then I would have gotten your point.
But that's a line now. As people are going after, "You're a Cowboys fan. You should be used to losing."
What if when they step into the ring, the person goes, "I'm all in now," like Jerry Jones?
Then I would automatically.
But they're not really. Their feet aren't both in.
Yeah.
One foot's in.
I would boo that person so much. Alec, is your dad excited?
Yeah, it's been, I want to say, probably 7-8 years since we've gone to a show together.
Wow.
Awesome.
Yeah, because he's Mr. Antisocial. He doesn't like big crowds. So he's like been trying to avoid it. I'm like, nope, birthday month, we're doing it.
Love it.
How many times will you say, "I love you, Dad"?
That's a great question.
Will you guys hug tonight?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Is he a bigger guy? Can he carry you?
He's 6 foot, probably $185.
Yeah, he should carry you in. What do you think? Should he put you on? Could he
Like a
put you on
baby
your
Bjorn?
like to get on television? Are you making a sign? Are you going to get on your dad's shoulders?
See, now you're
That
giving me
feels-
ideas that I need to contemplate.
Yeah, take a hat and then throw it at Sign Rick guy.
Yeah, and then go steal it from him
Yeah.
and shove it in my bag.
Don't
just
wear
like he
a
did.
shirt. Just write something on your chest.
Right salad. The upside down
Salad
Dallas.
master?
Yeah,
What does the California King guy do? What is his like? He punches and stomps on the ground. What's his name? The thigh guy.
California King.
Is he LA
Knight.
LA Knights?
I'm so ashamed. I did not get that at all.
Is LA Knights going to be there?
LA Knight. I mean,
I think he's supposed to be there. I think he's scheduled.
Yeah.
Tell me how his thighs look in person.
I will do that.
He's squatting and thrusting and doing whatever you can to make your thighs as big as possible.
If I just text you the word meaty, you know what that means.
We're fantastic.
Solid.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, skiing, chairlifts, Ben Simmons, and the Pacific basketball team. Do any of these entities deserve Forgiveness Friday? Do you? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
GMC.com.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-333-3333.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where Corey is always making tough demands. And I have a question. Is bologna a real meat?
No.
I believe it is.
Okay, I just need to figure out, because I'm not supposed to have meat on Friday.
It's
it's
a rolled out hot dog. It's a thin hot dog. It's the same product, right?
But hot dog is not a meat.
Ooh, but I think I'd feel bad about eating a hot dog on Friday. So
okay, I mean
it's a rolled up bologna.
Okay, I feel like that.
Bologna is here's what bologna is.
I love fried bologna.
Commonly made from beef, pork, turkey, or chicken.
Okay. So no dice. Don't do it.
Stuffed into a casing, later removed.
Whoa!
I don't need to know.
Bologna is cooked or smoked, and then either packaged or whole slice. That's something I've never done, Mike, because I've never done a smoked bologna.
I don't need to know.
People swear by it. They swear it's amazing.
I think grilled bologna is great, or fried bologna. And my grandma used to put like a fried egg in the middle and some like, now I know you're not going to like this at all, but like onions and peppers too. And it was amazing.
With some mayo, maybe a little mayo.
I liked it with mustard.
Mustard, that sounds fine.
But yeah, you could do mayo, but I think bologna has a bad rap from people and it tastes
It's not healthy. Like it's definitely not healthy.
I didn't say that.
It's the lips.
Which part of the chicken and the turkey and what did you not like? The pork? Like what was the part?
No. I'm saying that I can't eat it today. That's all I was saying when he goes. It's
for religious
beef
purposes.
Yeah. Exactly.
I'm with you. I'm egging it and stuff like that today.
Well done. Now it's time for Forgiveness Friday, 877-881-1053. You need to ask for forgiveness? Do I need to ask forgiveness for that question? Let's start with the Pacific basketball team. Did you see what happened last night against Pepperdine?
Oh, we're talking about old Michael Olakandi School.
Yes, that is
the
true.
Candy Man.
That is true. It was at one point Pepperdine 37, Pacific 2. At halftime, it was 56-9. And by the end of the game, Pacific kept it relatively close in the second half. 102-43. How?
It sounds like one of the NBA games once a week in this league.
I know, but like, unless it's us five, me, Corey, Mike, Alec, and Carter playing an NBA team, how are you losing by 47 points, or a college team at halftime, or a high school team?
I don't know.
You're not good.
I didn't know Pepperdine was this good at basketball. Is that where Cedric Sabalos went?
Pepperdine is 12-19 on the season.
They're not good.
Pacific,
they have a beautiful campus.
I mean, I don't even understand how you would be focused on school or basketball. I'd just be like, there's the beach. I got to go.
Pacific,
There's
however,
the mountains that I'm on.
They were 6-25 and 0-16 in their conference.
I have a question about this world. Is Malibu that area where Jerry Jones throws his party? It's a great party. What other place in the world has mountains right next to the beach and it's really nice? Like Cabo has mountains, kind of, and the beach, but you can't. There's a few spots you can go into the ocean, but a lot of it's way too rocky and you can't go in. Like that Malibu area where Pepperdine is, you have literally a really nice beach and really beautiful mountains right next to each other.
Yeah, and I'm sure somewhere else in the world like that exists on plenty of other areas, but for our United States area, like that's it. That's the spot. But like I would have to look into like some of the Malaysian countries over there too, because I don't know enough about them. I got to visit. I got to go.
You're the college guy, so what's the chances of Pacific making this tournament? That's I think
zero.
March Madness is now June Madness.
0% chance.
But they're 12-19.
No, that's Pepperdine. Pacific is 6-25, and now they're 6-26. They're out. Pepperdine, remember, all they got to do is win their conference tournament.
How do you know they're out?
In.
How do you know that being
NIT?
6-25 is you're out?
Because you are. If Texas A&M is on the bubble, Pacific is out.
Are you on the committee?
I should be on the committee.
Do you think it would be different if you
Really?
were on the committee?
Yeah, they're like, do you know what kind of losers watch these games? And I'd be like, I do.
So tournaments are finally happening now?
Yeah, you'll get the bigger tournaments next week.
Oh my God.
But there are some tournaments happening this week, and then March Madness will get going in 13 days.
Do they need to change the wording of it? Does it need to be April something?
It's still mostly
Awesome April? I don't know.
March.
Like, what?
I like that. I think I'm here for this. Now, Mike, I know you're concerned about your ability to ski.
I'm not concerned about it anymore. I'm never going to try it again.
Okay.
I tried it. It's over.
I want to tell you it could go worse. There was a skier by the name of Ivan Jones at the Lake Louise Ski Resort in Alberta. He was doing essentially like X game tricks and stuff like that for Instagram. The video still got posted. He's 17 years old. He was trying to do a 360 and ran into the chairlift while he's upside down. So he is like flipping, hit the chairlift. He's okay.
Okay.
But so it was more just embarrassment than anything like that. He just was kind of bruised up a little bit, but he's fine.
The thing is he's not even going to be afraid to go out there once he's healthy. I am scared to death. As soon as momentum starts taking control, I am just freaking out. And then the only thing I know how to do is just throw my left shoulder into the ground as hard as I can to stop the process.
That's why you got a pizza.
It doesn't work. I don't think when you're 46 years old and 200 pounds, I don't think the pizza thing works. I think it works for little kids who are 3 years old that weigh 32 pounds. How do they do it so easy? They're just so low to the ground. Maybe I just need to get shorter.
I don't know.
You know, I mean, every skier, like professional skier I've ever seen, doesn't look long and lanky. Like they all look short and compact. They all look like really, short and compact people that have really strong, meaty thighs.
There's been a lot of talk about meaty thighs on the show today. I would argue a disproportionate amount of talk.
What is a proportionate amount?
What would you want? Would you want your pecs, your biceps, your thighs? What would you want to really show off?
Abs.
Yeah.
Heck yeah. I would be shirtless all of the time.
Yeah.
I'd be like, oh, it's cold outside? Look at this.
Oh,
would you come
my
into
abs
the
will warm
studio?
you
Oh,
up.
yeah, 100%. If I looked like, I don't know, I'm just throwing out a name here, Des Bryant. Like, if I looked like that, I'd be like, I'm not wearing shirts.
Yeah. That's a fact.
Okay.
Why would you?
You wouldn't.
I would only wear one to take it off.
Yeah.
Just like, here's the surprise.
Who is that surprise for?
Everybody.
Everybody, dude. They don't expect it. And then out of
Every
nowhere.
human being goes, I want that. Right?
Yeah.
No matter who you are, it's what you hope to be, is that body.
I do agree, but how would your wife feel about that if you're like, this is forever?
She would love it.
love
Do
it
you
too.
know how much she slobbers over Adam Levine or whatever his name was at that Super Bowl, that skinny guy with tattoos everywhere? I was like, oh man, what if I was like, there's no way I could act the way you're acting right now when, I don't know, Taylor Swift or Beyonce or whatever. It's like, oh yeah, they're beautiful, they're nice, but I'm like, oh my God.
Yeah.
She took her shirt off.
Get another girl in that room, and guess what?
Well,
They're
that's what
both
she had
going
other
nuts.
girls in there,
Yeah,
right? All of a
exactly.
sudden, oh, it's Adam.
And Kevin, you're telling me, are you telling me that you don't
Yeah,
watch
when Adam
a movie
took his
with
shirt
somebody?
off, weren't you like, I wish I looked like Adam?
Oh, absolutely.
I'd
You don't
tap my
hear-
body up if I was Adam.
I hear Adrian go, oh, like that.
Here's what I
easy.
say. I always say good for him because like Michael B. Jordan will take his shirt off and I'm like, good job. I'm proud of you. For
That's
that.
another guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd box with a shirt on. Isn't that what they do in the Olympics? I'd be like, I'm an Olympic boxer. Too bad. I'm not taking that shirt off.
Yeah.
Even though that big guy, but not Butterbean, he's one of them. But who's the guy who has the heavyweight championship?
Tyson Fury.
Tyson Fury has our body. Yet he's great.
Yeah. His workout, you saw his workout program. It was dancing with my kids and for TikTok
The great
videos.
thing is if I was a boxer, you wear your pants up to your belly button.
That's true.
Which is great. That helps out a lot.
From the 806, do I need forgiveness? A coworker asked for help on a project. I said yes because it was raining and I probably wasn't going to go golfing. But now the sun's out and tea time didn't get canceled, so I just left work and didn't tell him. Oops. You should at least tell him now. He'll still be mad.
Yeah.
Or she. But not as mad, maybe?
You know, just keep it a secret
I
forever.
haven't golfed in a while.
Well, how the hell are you ever going to have time for that now?
Take my clubs on the road.
Yeah, just throw them on the Rangers charter. Just be like, hey, throw that.
Yeah.
Put a tag on.
I gotta say that just
I bet
right
it'll
there.
be beautiful weather in Detroit in April.
That makes me a little nervous when you go, I gotta take my clubs on the like I'm really concerned that you're gonna be like, he hit a
bus.
Yes.
It's going to be so confusing to me because I was such a AAA player. I'm like, man, this is amazing. You're flying everywhere, huh? Even when I was with the
do you get
Nationals-
miles? Do you get miles for those
It's a
flights?
private. It's no.
Oh, and from the 682, this is a fair point. You make a lot of statements, Kevin, about how good looking you think Michael B. Jordan is. That's a fact.
That is his man crush.
He is very handsome.
Everybody has man crush.
From the 817, they said Corey is their celebrity crush.
Makes sense. Corey Seager's an amazing hitter.
I think maybe they meant you because there's no E in there.
Mine is probably George Clooney.
Oh, okay. I get that.
He's a prankster. You know, he's really funny. Classic look. Like, even with gray hair, the dude still looks amazing.
I got you. His face. I don't think his body's amazing.
Probably not. Yeah, he's probably not ripped up like.
Like, I love Will Ferrell's personality. His body stinks.
So there you go, man. If Mike ever decides, or if he ever goes in a different direction,
you better have some.
You better
abs.
have the body, because personality ain't gonna cut.
I feel
it.
like you're more of a butt guy or just chest guys.
Sounds like
and
he's
abs.
an ab guy.
His abs, okay,
chest. But you also don't want to have Yordan Alvarez skinny legs either.
Right, that's true. You're walking in with legs like that, you're just like, I could push that guy over.
Like, how are you sturdy? You know, like, you kind of giraffe-like at this point. Like, those legs are holding up a lot of weight right there.
Now, this came out yesterday. I didn't get a chance to mention it. Does Ben Simmons deserve forgiveness? He's going to miss the rest of the season while he consults with specialists to explore options for the nerve impingement in his lower back. Why does he still get jobs?
Well, it's a guaranteed contract. He didn't sign a new contract recently. He's just getting to play out his max out contract.
Keep going.
He's wanted to quit for 2 years, 3 years, I think. He's just like, well, to get the money, I have to pretend to want to do this.
Yeah.
And I'm sure he's hurt. I'm not saying he's not hurt, but he has no passion or energy to play this game.
Man, his base salary for next season is $40 million.
Yeah, so he's going to show up.
From Rob
Kardashians
Starr.
cost a lot.
Rob Star 97, Mike is locked in today. How are you sturdy? And then Kill Switch said, yes, he is. Good to have you back today, Mike.
Yeah, man.
We're the KNC masterpiece right
Friday
here.
Mike or pre-vacation Mike is the best Mike.
Disagree.
I love Friday Mike. It's awesome.
Pre-vacation Mike makes me very, very nervous. Let's just start drinking. Coming up next.
Hey, Broads did it an entire week, dude.
Yeah, I'm wearing a tuxedo tonight. I'll get to that, and Mike likes it.
Coming up next. God help us all. It's time for Gridiron Gravy. Predictions for the top free agent and draftable QBs on the market. Plus, other aspects we like about handsome men, probably. I don't know. Next on The Fan.
Just sleep with me.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, we're live.
They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Crowd roaring again. 3rd and 10. Pressure on Cousins. Steps up. Throws deep downfield. Caught! And that's the rookie Addison for the touchdown.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan on a shout-out Friday from the 972. Hey, can I get a shout-out? Yes. All right. No, I'm just kidding. I'll read you the rest of it.
I was like,
last quarter of a preaching school, and I accepted a job to go to New Hampshire. Congratulations. That is a hell of a calling that you got right there. I hope it goes amazingly.
Did you just tell a preacher you got a hell of a calling?
I regret that choice of words now. That was not intentional, but
you're going to hell for your calling.
Yeah,
that's kind of what it sounded like.
That's a bad
the way
look.
you presented it.
That is a bad look
the
for
new
me.
person who's going to try to spread the word of the Lord. That
you know
it's
what?
a hell of a job.
This is going to give me an opportunity to go back to the last segment. I would like to ask for Forgiveness Friday, as would the people from the 903. Our metal machine at the shop needs forgiveness for chopping off the shop guy's thumb last week.
Oh no! Caramba.
Which
Ronnie
hand?
Lott.
Which hand?
That I do not know.
Was it his dominant hand or? Text, I need texts here.
Okay.
Kev, I'm not asking you.
I'm not sure.
I don't know. Is it at least the shortest one of your fingers? I'm just trying to be optimistic.
Thumb's not a finger.
Your thumb's so much more important than any other finger, though.
Well, I agree that your pinky finger is your least valuable one.
Yeah.
But I don't know if your thumb is up there. I would say your number one finger, number one.
Yeah.
Thumb, number two. And I won't do the middle finger to you, but middle finger is number 3. That's how I would rank them.
I think I might put the ring finger last.
Over the pinky?
Yeah.
All right.
Put your ring finger on.
Thumb's important.
Man, it's time to get to football nuggets, you know?
Yes, I do know.
Oh, I thought we were still in Forgiveness Friday because of Kevin's.
Well, I don't want to forgive. I want to just say thank you, Alec. I was listening to Football Nuggets yesterday, and he made sure I was still here.
Yes, he did. Let's talk about Zach Martin.
Well, first, 5-time Super Bowl champions.
Oh, yeah.
You can't take that away.
I guess we got to go across the entire NFL and dip in.
I'll tell you what,
gravy.
Just like the Dallas Cowboys this year, I'm all in on this segment.
Here we go!
Did you just get up and leave?
What the hell?
Hey, if you're going to get food, can I place an order? I would like to place an order.
Look, we're doing a segment right now.
Can I get a 6-piece, Corey?
Yeah.
You
Oh, no, the alarms are going off.
jerks. All right.
I'll go with Mike. Is that what you want?
At this point, actually, I might. Let's go to Zach Martin. He restructured his contract because that is literally the only way that the Cowboys know how to create salary cap space. And they added more void years.
Yes.
So, yeah. So that's going to save the team $13 million in cap space for 2024. And it's interesting the way that this is laid out by Michael Gehlken. It allowed the team an opportunity to create more than $7 million in cap room by releasing Martin next March with a post-June 1st designation if he intends to retire or something like that. So it's presented as like a good news scenario that you would save money this year and next year while also completely ignoring the fact that you're piling up all of that dead money for whenever he inevitably retires. And some people thought he might retire in this offseason. Hopefully that is not happening.
If you win the Super Bowl,
Agreed.
Then it doesn't matter.
Agreed.
So win the Super Bowl now.
But this is what they do that drives me crazy. This can be an effective measure if you do all of these. All right? Don't just do the Zach Martin contract.
Get yourself $4 million.
Yes, because it will get you under the salary cap, and you're like, yes, we did it. Go all the way with this, man. Flip all those switches, push all those money into ghost years or dead years, or phantom years, whatever you want to call them, and then create some real space and go get those players for the holes that you won't be able to fill in just the draft. If you're really going all in, do all of those.
Listen, they got to make sure that we can see the guys lift weights. Okay?
And tap on the
There's
glass.
a lot of
Hello.
things that we have to do here. Got to make sure all the alcohol supply is there for the club cowboy.
Don't you need to go get your fish fillet?
You know what?
Are you heading over there? Because I will place an order.
Really?
I'm hungry today.
I'll tell you what.
You guys could text each other.
We're all in.
Nice!
Yes! This Zach Martin thing makes me feel like we're all in. I don't know about you guys, but I feel all in.
Yes, you do. You know exactly how I feel. I literally just said this is a half-ass measure.
You just have a different definition. Your definition of all in is half-ass, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Your definition of half-ass is different than mine.
Cowboys are like, this is our whole ass.
Cowboys' definition of it is we're showing up.
Yeah.
That's the definition. We're all in. We're going to show up with a team.
Do you think
all in?
Do you think they're going to roll into some Trayvon Diggs restructuring too?
Heck yeah.
Yes.
Let's do it.
I do think that's going to happen. I also want to give you another name that they'll go ahead and sign because you're like, I wish we would have had him years ago. Patrick Peterson is going to be released by the Steelers. So that's my next prediction. The Cowboys are like, do you know how many all-pros this man has? And
who was the cornerback we decided on yesterday that we were gonna get instead? We're gonna be okay with. I think.
Oh yeah.
Man, I forgot. Back to you, Kevin.
Who cares? They're not signing anybody that matters in the offseason.
And that's why I brought up Patrick Peterson. I think he fits that bill perfectly.
Yeah. Whoever's considered a below average player that they feel like they can make into an average player is who they're going after.
Who do you pick if there is a quarterback competition between Russell Wilson and Daniel Jones?
Gross.
I didn't say it was good.
I'll get out of football.
I'm with Corey. Like, you're in a losing situation, but I have seen on a rookie contract Russell Wilson be a good quarterback in this league. Daniel Jones wasn't a good quarterback on a rookie contract. That had to do with he did not have the Legion of Boom and Marshawn Lynch and everything, but I will lean towards Russell Wilson. If Russell Wilson plays at a league minimum level, like as I'm saying on a contract, I think you have a chance to put a good enough team around him to win a Super Bowl. Daniel Jones, I'm not sure, even on league minimum, he's a good enough quarterback. Like, I will say this. I think Dak on a league minimum Brock Purdy contract can win a Super Bowl, but you have to put him on that contract to put enough good pieces around a Dak Prescott and a Russell Wilson.
Go ahead.
Yeah. I would say I've seen Russell Wilson do it before, so I would take that.
I know I teased something else for Gridiron, but I got a couple of other things that I think are really pressing today. Let's talk about the Jags. Specifically, Mike, the Jags employee who allegedly stole approximately $22 million from the team.
Holy guacamole.
You remember we talked about this a couple months ago.
Okay.
But we've now gotten a breakdown of what some of his spending went into. He was really bad at gambling, so he put a lot of this money into his FanDuel and DraftKings accounts.
Did he bet on the Jaguars? Because he probably lost a lot of money last year betting on his own team.
That is a very fair point. Here are some of the things that he purchased. He spent $79,000 for private jets, probably just flying on them. He bought a Tiger Woods 1996 putter, I want to say from the U.S. Amateur Open. He spent more than $600,000 at Apple.
Bees?
No.
You can't spend that much at Applebee's.
What a hell of a time you'd have trying. He spent $40,000 at Amazon and Best Buy combined. He spent more than $278,000 for hotels, rental properties, and travel. And this is my... Oh, yeah.
Is he going to prison?
Oh, yeah. It's not looking good. He spent $69,000 with Ticketmaster.
Nice.
But here are the two that spoke to me.
Because of the fees. He probably got like $22,000 worth of tickets.
He spent $140,000 on eBay.
Yeah, it happens.
Here's one of the...
But on what on eBay?
Well, let me tell you one of the items. This is the most amazing part of this entire story to me.
A lot of Evan Carter cards?
No. It's even better. He stole...
Wyatt Langford?
No.
You said better.
No, it's more entertaining, I guess I should say.
Okay.
He took $22 million. 3 days after prosecutors filed charges against him, He spent $2,200 on eBay for a game-used Trevor Lawrence jersey. Now, he stole $22 million from the Jags.
And
One of
just
the
didn't
last
steal the jersey from
things
the
A company
that
he worked for.
Yes. One of the last things he bought was a game-used Trevor Lawrence jersey 3 days after the feds indicted him.
Is that where the Jags drew the line? They were like,
It's too
"Are
far."
you kidding me?"
If he just says he's sorry and gives some stuff back, is
Like
he
the
okay?
jersey, yeah.
Like he's like, here's a putter and a jersey.
No. $22 million.
Do you think that he could get the Jags to talk highly about him after this lawsuit?
Actually, maybe, because he spent.
Isn't this interesting? Because didn't I hear last night crime has gone down so much
in Dallas?
Well, after this guy. Also, he spent $10,000 at the Jags Pro Shop. So I do want to say,
did he get his discount though as an employee? Did he get his 30% discount?
I know. I at least appreciate that he put $10,000 back into the team at the official pro shop for the Jacksonville
Probably to use as
Jaguars.
So bring the money down from $22 million.
Okay.
He gave some back.
$21,990,000.
He bought that jersey too for $140,000 on eBay. So
No, that's how much he spent on eBay total.
Oh, okay.
And then one more thing for you.
He could have just gone downstairs and grabbed a jersey.
Yeah, because that would have been wrong. I could steal all this money, but I don't want to do that. Corey, you talked about this at the time when it happened, that the Chiefs and Dolphins game was stupid.
The negative 24-31
And
wind
the fact
chill
that it was
factor.
only on Peacock.
Fair enough.
Thank you for letting me watch that, Kevin.
You're welcome. A doctor.
You went to his house and watched it?
I did, yep. That's how I did it.
A doctor at Kansas City's Grossman Burn Center told a Kansas City news station this week that 70% of the patients who came in for frostbite for that game, they are recommending amputation.
Oh, no.
Now,
see?
You can't.
Oh, I'm tough. I can be out in the cold.
Just to show how that goes all the way back around to the beginning of this,
Lose a thumb.
lot of them are fingers, but still, I needed to go to this football game. Now I only have 8 fingers.
Question. So they were out in the cold weather for, let's say, approximately 5 hours, like walking from their car, getting into the stadium an hour before the game, staying, I don't know, 30 minutes after the game because of getting to your car. But that sounds like more people should have fingers amputated that live in, like, the north. Does that make sense? Like, you go ice fishing, I guess you make a tent or something.
Yeah, you're
like,
keeping heat in there.
Yeah.
That just seems extreme.
That's an interesting point.
It was very cold. It was, wasn't it -7 with a wind chill of like -31?
Correct.
Yeah.
But doesn't that happen all of the time in Wisconsin and Minnesota and Montana
Maybe
and
those
stuff?
people don't stay out for that many consecutive hours. Maybe they like bounce in and out. That's a great question. I'm not entirely sure. Coming up next, Corey, you're going to love this segment.
Tell me about it.
Is Texas about to end a decade of disappointment at this position? How many of these Rangers can you name? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
This is the KNC Masterpiece. Fan Studio, secured by DFWSecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Are the Texas Rangers about to end a decade of disappointment? And how many of these players can you name? Hold on before I give you the parameters. On November 25th, 2013, David Murphy, coming off a down year with the Texas Rangers, he signed with Cleveland as a free agent.
All right.
In the 10 years since then,
oh my God,
left field.
How many players do you think the Rangers have used in left field?
I can name one.
44.
Okay.
2000. So 2014 to 2023.
Yes.
I don't think you're far off, to be honest.
He said that's a lot, though. So
all right, I'll go with. But you play so
just
many.
As a concept, that's a lot.
You go with so many different outfielders. Like, there's definitely going to be a minimum of 2 per year. There's no way that somebody played. I mean, look at Marcus Semien. He's the only dude last year.
Sure.
So I'll go with. I think times 4 is not a bad idea, which would get you to 40. But I'll go lower just to be nice. I'll tell you what. I'm not going lower. 50.
Even that is too low. The correct answer is 57.
Good night.
And it included such luminaries as Steven Duggar, Kyle Blanks, Chris Davis, Carlos Tocci.
The Oakland Chris Davis.
Yeah, correct. Rob.
How many games did he play?
Snyder, Adam Rosales, Mike Karp. I can't remember if I already said that. Brian Holiday, Ronald Guzman, Jared Hoying, Zach Rex. The list, well, it doesn't go
Travis Jankowski.
It doesn't go on and on because there's 57 of them. All right, let me ask you this.
Mike Napoli.
That is correct. That is also correct.
Joey Gallo.
That is also correct. He is third.
As like most games played, Joey Gallo?
Yes, in left field. Who do you think could be 1 or 2
since
2013?
Delino DeShields? I don't think he probably didn't play more.
Delino DeShields is number 5 on the list.
Obviously, junior. His dad didn't play for us.
Correct.
Bubba
Thompson, by the way, is 9th. And Nick Solak is 10th.
Dude. I should know this. I've covered the team.
One of them was definitely a quality player.
Nomar was mostly in right field.
Nomar. Oh, Mazzara. Yeah.
I
was like,
Josh Hamilton was out there for a while, but I don't think
Josh Hamilton is 15th on the list. Played a whole 33 games there.
Because he was kind of all over the place.
Charlie Culberson might make the bullpen for the Braves, but I think he played more third base. I don't know. You're gonna have to just give the 2 guys.
This one's tough.
I'm sure it'll.
Shin-Soo Choo.
Okay.
Is number 2.
Thank you.
And number 1. Just think about this. Having started 149 games in 10 years, and that's number 1, Willie Calhoun.
Say Willie Calhoun.
Just think about it. In the last 10 years, these are our top 10 most used left fielders. Willie Calhoun, Shin-Soo Choo, Joey Gallo, Ryan Rua, Delino DeShields, Nomar Mazzara, Eli White is number 7. Travis Jankowski, Bubba Thompson, and Nick Solak. Yikes.
That's poor.
That is horrendous.
And throughout the entirety of this time, you've been trying to find all the other pieces as well.
Yep.
Like that's the thing is like the Rangers now, all the pieces are there and left field's there. They put a team together. This is great.
So this was my question on Wednesday, and I'm still wondering this. Bruce Bochy spoke out about Wyatt Langford. He seems to be getting all his time in left field.
Yes.
So maybe he is the left fielder for the next, hopefully, 15 years. Probably unrealistic, but hopefully at least the next 6 years. Where does that put Evan Carter?
Okay, here's the way that I would see. Well,
but he's not playing center in spring training.
Yeah,
I hear you.
Here's how I would see it, and you're right about that too. I would see a rotational platoon between Leote and Evan Carter, and Wyatt Langford, and in left field, Wyatt Langford and Evan Carter are your left fielders, in my opinion. And Evan Carter can bounce back and forth, but they want Wyatt Langford focusing on one position this year. In his rookie year, his true rookie year, Evan Carter had opportunities, and they're like, we can do this, but I feel like maybe, and even also, neither one of them have been through a full regular season. This might be a great opportunity to get them lots of reps out there together.
Just real quick, people are guessing Texas Rangers. What about the great Michael Choice, number 13 on that list? So
is Michael Choice 13?
13. So if you have somebody that you legitimately think played left field for the Rangers in the last 10 years, I'll see if they're on the list.
Travis Jankowski, I know.
Yes,
he did it.
That is correct.
Who's the other guy?
What?
Who was the other dude?
Ian Desmond.
Robbie Grossman.
Robbie Grossman's number 11.
Did Brad Miller ever run out there?
Brad Miller is number 22.
God, you're kidding me.
I'm not. Just behind Cole Calhoun at 21.
Oh, yeah, Cole Calhoun.
Carlos Gomez is
he was
number
actually
20.
good for us.
Yes.
I thought he played more center field, but he probably did both.
David Dahl is in the top 20 as well. Look, I was reading an article.
He's a good Rocky, right?
Yeah, that's fair. I was reading an article from The Athletic, and one of the things it talked about is perhaps this is a running joke nearing an expiration date.
Well, good. I never thought, I guess, when you really look at it, I didn't know left field had been such a poor position.
And I'm not trying to,
but when you're rebuilding, this is what happens.
Is it you're basically though? And correct me if I'm wrong here. Your left fielder is essentially your a guy that can play center field, but isn't your center fielder. Your right fielder has your best arm. Your left fielder is your most consistent guy, not your center fielder.
He's just, I guess I would say more left fielder is usually this is usually your worst defensive outfielder.
Yeah. So he's because he doesn't have quite the arm the right fielder's going to have.
The weak arm. At times, they didn't put Mike Napoli in right field.
It's the shortest throw to home plate, right?
It's the shortest throw to home, shortest throw to third.
Yeah. So
second base is second base.
Yeah.
But
hey, Mike, just real quick as a note.
Yeah.
Evan Carter's playing center field today.
Oh my God! See, there you go. So that's my idea: is that the rotation is Evan Carter can go back and forth.
Yeah.
He can play both. He's primarily going to be your left fielder, but when he moves to center and on Evan Carter days off, Wyatt Langford will be in left.
I do think, I don't know, but if you want to put your best offensive lineup out there, it is Adolis in right and Evan Carter in center and Wyatt in left. That is your best offensive outfield.
I think Leote's hitting like .065
I'm not worried. He is off to a slow start in spring training. I'm not worried about that, but that is a heck of a fourth outfielder.
Leote or
Leote.
Yeah.
Obviously, you can take any one of the three and go, whoa, wait a second. Now, that being said, maybe on certain days you do DH one of those guys. To your point, you DH Wyatt Langford and you have Leote in center. You have a lot of options. Or if Jared Walsh is having a great spring, now he might be their starting first baseman on opening day. But
I could see that.
You could have Walsh make the team and be a DH. I don't know. There's a lot of options here. That's the good thing.
Just to show
a
you
lot
how
of good options.
Just to show you how crazy this is. Evan Carter, you know how new he is to the team. The Rangers have had 28 other players play left field in the past decade, less than Evan Carter.
Wow.
But that still were in the majors, still played in left field. For people asking, Mike Napoli, 39th on the list. Ian Desmond, number 16 on the list. And
who's 57?
57 is Ronald Guzman.
Okay.
He's just ahead.
Oh, yeah.
He got hurt. I'm assuming he's still trying to pitch. I don't think he had a bad year.
I believe that is correct.
In the minor leagues last year, so I'm assuming him. And I don't think Charlie Culberson, I was like, maybe he popped out there for a game or two, but he's kind of a story in Atlanta that he's having a good spring training as a relief pitcher.
He's number 32 on the list, just behind Ryan Strasburger.
Yeah, Guzman is in the Orioles organization trying to pitch as a relief pitcher.
And that's why this is so exciting to me because, for example, we just talked about how great Evan Carter is. For Wyatt Langford, there was a scout that was mentioned in this Athletic article, and he said that a scout told Keith Law, I do believe, that Wyatt Langford is one of the greatest prospects I have ever seen in my life. And then he said, I would probably put him second behind Julio Rodriguez.
Wow.
And that's pretty damn good company to be in.
I mean, I've heard that about, maybe they're talking about outfielders, because I have heard from multiple people that the best, at least high school guy that they've ever seen is Bobby Witt Jr.
Okay, yeah.
So,
but now for college,
and obviously Julio is, a Latin, so he obviously did not do high school or college here. He was just a sign out of Dominican Republic. So
I just hope that one of them. Now, I still think ideally, and I feel like we're mostly on the same page, that eventually it'll get to Langford in left and Carter in center. But either way, I would like to see those two lock this position down one way or another for the next decade. And so when you go through it, you're like, oh yeah, I remember this guy played for 6 games because Wyatt Langford was hurt or whatever. Not just because the Rangers were like, I don't know. I got nothing, man.
God, in a way, I know this, I'm just thinking off the top of my head. In a way, I'd hate this for Leote, but this is the life of professional sports.
Yeah.
Like, if this happened, because he was such a valuable piece to last year, to your run last year. Yes, I remember having the conversation, I think in August, should they call up Evan Carter to play center field, because Leote was struggling, but he did have some premium at bats at times in the playoffs. But this is what happens when you're a really talented organization, which the Rangers are in the outfield, is that here's where we're at. And then the thing is about Sebastian Walcott. He's years away, but there's already rumblings that because he's 6'4", because of his size, that he might, and he's very athletic, maybe he fits better as an outfielder than an infielder. But that's 3 or 4 years down the road. But the Rangers have some, at least now, good issues, good problems, if you want to call it, that they might have too much talent in position player depth.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, Jason Kidd asked the question, are the Mavs still working, or are they letting go of the rope? Let's talk Mavs basketball next right here on The Fan. INC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Let's talk some Mavericks, and I want to go back. I know they won yesterday, but there was a quote that Jason Kidd had Tuesday after they got run by Indiana. He said, it's great to be tested in the sense that, are we going to let go of the rope, or are we going to continue to come to work? Now, game one shows emphatically that they're going to keep working. But I guess my question is for y'all, not only about last night's game, which we can, of course, talk more about, but just for the rest of the regular season. Do you think it's more likely that they'll continue to come to work or eventually let go of the rope?
Let go of that rope. I've seen it too many times.
Yeah.
If you play great against Phoenix and then you don't care too much about your next 7 games, that might be 6, and then you're like, we thought they were going to care against Indiana. Indiana kicked their tail in Indiana. Luca hates Rick Carlisle. Can't stand the man. And Rick, to be honest, probably isn't a big fan of Luka Doncic. And so there's a lot of motivation for Rick, and Rick just kicks your butt every time. And and then you're getting your butt kicked. Philadelphia, that's a lottery team you played on that Sunday.
With no Embiid for sure.
And you got run out of the gym. You made it interesting late. You almost came back late, but they were kicking your butt. Heck, at one point, Maxey popped his head, I think, and had to leave the game for a little bit on like a drive. Now, he didn't leave the game for a lot, but they were concerned, I think, early in the third quarter. Is Tyrese Maxey going to come back in this game? We're not sure. And he came back and was fine. But this team has disengaged a lot of last year. And now this year with a lot on the line, they're like, who cares if we're the 10 seed? Like, they're locked into the play-in situation. They can't miss the play-in situation. And it seems like they just don't care. And I have this philosophy, Kevin. I'm going to throw this back at you. When Luca was able to run Rick Carlisle out of town, and Rick left on it, Rick got the job in Indiana, and he's like, this is a good job. I like this job. I've been there before. Let me get out because Luca's running me out of town anyways. So I think there was such excitement from Luca and Dorian Finney-Smith and whoever it was, Maxi Kleba, all the guys there. They were like, yeah, we got the dictator out. We got the guy who just gets so mad at us when we don't do the right thing. Guys, let's bring in Jason Kidd. And Jason Kidd's like, I'm going to just be their best friends. I'm going to be the opposite. I had Rick too. I know how Rick is. I won a championship with Rick, but I know how Rick is, and I got to be somewhat opposite of Rick. And those guys worked their butts off. And they were like, this is great. We're going to show them that we don't need the dictator. This happens in with other teams. It's happened with the Cowboys. But they're like, we're going to show them. And, man, did they work hard. And they gave Jason Kidd a lot of effort and a lot of energy. And Jason Kidd, like, this is great. I just have to be these guys' best friends for the most part.
Yeah.
But then that wears off really quickly.
I agree.
And so we saw last year where Jason Kidd's like, man, I'm just here for the playoffs, I guess. Like, that's the excuse, right? I'm just, whatever. When we get to the playoffs, we get to the playoffs. Like, we didn't even make the playoffs. So you might want to coach. And he's like, whatever. Let's just be their best friends. So we're here with best friends forever.
And he can't change that. He can't change that either because I don't think, Kevin, I've always said this, as teachers, you got to establish the room and the rule in the room quickly. Otherwise, the kids get out of hand. Like, I remember we had a teacher in middle school, halfway through the semester, she was like, guys, I got to figure out how to get you. I tried to let y'all have this freedom. And I was like, it's too late, lady. Sorry. Like, and the whole room knew that.
We like it.
The whole room knew that. They liked it the way it was. And so you have to establish from the onset, look, this is how things will be. And we can grow from there. And you can grow. And as long as we're winning, man, hey, things can be really fun. But you start losing, we have some serious problems. We have to look at ourselves, and the Mavs have to take that hard look at themselves. I have a feeling, Kevin, because of their schedule. Now, they have a weird thing, but they have teams that are just around as good as them and teams that are a lot worse than them on the schedule and down the stretch here. So I feel like I just don't know exactly when they go, we're fully committed to this thing because it goes back and forth so much.
It's weird that there's an opportunity here. Like Dawson talks about it. Look, first of all, there's no opportunity if you don't try hard all the time.
Absolutely.
Like, hey, Karl Anthony Towns is maybe out. Hey, Oklahoma City doesn't have the experience. Denver's way better, I think, than Dallas. But maybe Jamal Murray gets hurt, and you have this opportunity. Maybe Kawhi Leonard isn't at 100%, or Paul George, who gets hurt a lot, or maybe you get playoff James Harden, who seems to crap the bed. But you still have to play well. You still have to play at a very high level in a 7-game series to win that 7-game series. And I don't know. Why would I believe that this one game, and I don't think you're at this, Kevin, but no. Why would you believe, hey, they played hard for one game?
No, and that's why I wanted to offer up both of his options because, like I said, I thought it was a really telling quote from Jason Kidd of, are we going to continue to go to work or let go of the rope? And I am not begrudging you for saying let go of the rope, and I'm certainly not going to change it off of one game, though I was pumped about the win.
I was pumped last night. I watched it with my son. We were giving high fives on how hard they played, and I told him, I said, you know what's sad? This is what's sad, Mark Cuban. I know you don't have anything really to do with the team anymore, and Jason Kidd and Luca and Kyrie. That's how good you can be on a nightly basis.
Yeah.
That's how you guys didn't even play great last night and you still won. It shows how much talent you have on that team. It shows how good you can be, and you refuse to put in the effort. That sucks. As a fan of a team, that stinks. Like, to be honest, Dak's just not good enough. He's proven that. The Mavericks might be good enough, but they don't want to put in the effort to be good enough. That
you feel like Dak would put in that effort, right?
Dak is giving everything he's got.
Yeah.
He's just not good enough.
And you can see when the effort's not there on the defensive end. Like that's the whole key to that.
Does that not make the Mavericks all the more infuriating?
Yeah.
That we don't always agree on everything, but one of the things that you just said, you don't think Dak's good enough, but he gives everything he's got. And on the flip side, we're kind of like, well, the Mavericks might be good enough, but it depends on which version decides to show up on a game-to-game basis.
And I think the other part of it too is when it comes to the defensive effort side of it, the just putting it in. It feels like somebody's got to take leadership of that. And I don't expect Luca to, because Luca is not the best defender on the court. He's a good defender when he wants to be. When he contributes, when he participates, the defense is better. He's got to do his part, because once he slacks a little bit, the rest of the team's like, well, I'm standing around waiting for you to pass me the ball, and you're not going to give me you're not going to help on defense.
Yeah.
But somebody has to take it as, you know what, this is my defense, and we're not going to act like that. We're not going to play like that. Somebody has to be the one to say, we're going to be this kind of defense, and you're not going to be able to get past us.
In the history of the NBA, the top 20 players, if you just go by ESPN's list, but it's pretty consensus on the top 20 players in the history of the NBA. Dirk's probably the least valuable defensive player.
Steph
too.
But even Steph is not not a minus on the court.
Yeah, but he's been part of solid defenses and not been like, I don't want to play it. Like, James Harden's never going to be on a top 20 list ever, not even close, because he's like, I don't care. Adrian Dantley, Carmelo Anthony, a lot of guys are like, I don't care about defense. Now, Luca fits into that category right now. Now, he's doing a better job. I have to give him credit this year in general for doing a better job. But if he really wants to be in conference finals, NBA finals, be a champion, at some point, dude, you're going to have to engage way more than you are. You're doing a better job. You have to engage way more. This team should easily win 50 games. Now, I know they haven't had this team all year, but if you just engage, man, this could be, you can be Oklahoma City's record, you can be Minnesota's record, but you have to engage.
Is it Lively or Gafford, or is there another guy on the defensive side that can say, this is my I want to make it my thing?
I mean, at the beginning of the year or halfway through the year, it kind of sounded like it might be Lively, because he'll run his mouth on you. I just don't know. That feels like a really hard curve for a rookie to come in and be like, this is my effing defense.
Yeah, that's going to take some time for him, but I do think Gafford, I do think Lively, I do think PJ Washington falls into that category. I think
ownership is a big factor.
I don't think he's good enough, but I do think he's good, is Josh Green. So I think that he's a high effort guy. I think Kleba and Josh Green fit like the same category. High effort guy, good defender.
Yeah.
But saying what you want to say, to become OG Anunoby, to become Lou Dort,
Tyson Chandler,
to become Tyson Chandler, to become those type of guys, they're not, like Josh Green and I'm hoping Lively can fit into that category. Maybe Gafford can. I think PJ Washington, it's like somebody needs to have a sit down meeting with him and go, do you know how good you can be?
That meeting,
he can't figure out how good he is.
That meeting, it already took place. It already happened in Charlotte. Didn't work there.
Yeah.
And that's why he is on the move,
But
right?
PJ Washington, maybe I'm wrong. I think he can be as good as OG Anunoby. He has all of the physical tools and the athleticism to do it, but he hasn't figured out how good he is, and maybe he never will. But he's still young.
Somebody that will hold others accountable to what the effort that's happening on the court. And again, I can come down to, hey, you're not doing yours on the offense. No, on the defensive side, we can limit points. We can create points by doing it that way.
Their next game's Detroit, right?
Yep.
Yes.
I mean, they can. I don't want them to. They can half-ass that game and still win it.
Actually, I'm glad that you brought that up because I decided to just do a schedule analysis to break down the rest of the way. The Mavericks have 19 games left. 9 of them are against teams with a 500 or better record. I'm not even saying top of the heap. 9.
Less than half.
Yes. And of those 9, 3 of them are home games. So basically,
He really did the math better than you did there.
That was very
I
impressive.
appreciate that, Mark.
Very well done. So of the Mavericks' 19 remaining games, 6 of them are on the road against a winning team. 6. And that's it.
Like a third.
The schedule sets up very favorably down the stretch. And so what I'm worried about is because on the one hand, I'm like, you should be able to run down that thing and really pad it up.
You think they think that way?
Yes, but then Mike goes, so you might not have to really try in that Detroit game. Maybe you feel the same way about Chicago. And that's my concern is, come on, man. I don't care who you're playing. We can't flip it on for 20 games to make it into the playoffs.
How can, and I know I put this on Luca, and it shouldn't all be on Luca. There should be a head coach here who's better at his job. And it's weird that he's not, but he's not. Is how do you get Luca to think like Michael Jordan? How do you get him to think like how do you get him to think like Magic, Larry, Tim Duncan? Go down the list, right, of your top 10 players. I don't want to say Shaq. He's a top 10 player, but Shaq may not have the right attitude for 82 games. I don't want him to have a Shaq attitude. Is how do you get him to understand your goofball attitude before a game, your way of thinking, the way an NBA regular season game should be, is a losing attitude. You are unbelievable. You are a top 10 talent possibly in the history of the NBA offensively. But how do I get you to turn your brain into a championship brain?
Have Michael Jordan call him.
He's obviously Jordan Brand, and he's a Jordan guy.
Yeah.
But he doesn't understand how to have. He doesn't understand when I see that person down, and I hate saying this, how do I put the gun to their head and kill them?
Yeah.
Because that's how Michael Jordan was.
Finish them.
That's how Kobe, that's how LeBron, that's how Larry Bird, that's how Magic Johnson, that's how they saw it. Oh, we're beating them? Let's kill them. Let's destroy them. And he's just like, hey, let's see how far I can kick a basketball and if it goes in the basket.
Right.
Like, I don't, like, in a way, Steph Curry has that killer instinct and that killer mentality. It's a different way. It's not the Michael Jordan way, but make no mistake about it. Steph Curry's a killer. And I don't know, like, Luca's not a killer yet. And he's just 25 years old, but it's like, when are you going to become a killer?
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe he never does. Maybe he just is Adrian Dantley. Maybe he's Carmelo Anthony. Maybe he's James Harden. Maybe that's who he is. And time will tell. Yeah. But he's too good. He's just, to me, he's too good to fall into that category.
Well, and I mean, Mike, he has to have known that at some point because he's won at the highest level other places.
Right, at 17 and 18 years old.
Yeah, so, and maybe it was just too easy for him, and it just doesn't, and he's like, I don't know how to have to work hard for it, or go to that next place. But you're here now. This is a different place than that for a reason. This is the NBA. It's the best of the best. do you want to do that? And that's why I say have Jordan call him. But if you're a kid, this is, again, I'm Jason Kidd. I'm calling MJ up. Hey, I got to turn this guy one crank look further. I need him to go. He's so close. Do you have any advice to him? And then give him a few minutes to think about it. Give him some time to think about it and say, just give him a call. Maybe it'll help me out. Or maybe there's somebody else out there that knows how to turn. Maybe it's Phil Jackson. Maybe there's another coach out there that you can reach out to say, I need to get the best out of this guy. How do I do it?
And the other thing too is, to your point, Jason Kidd. Like, I know they just won. I don't want to crush him. Jason Kidd seems to be a horrible head coach. And to your point of reaching out, maybe Jason Kidd needs to reach out to people if he's going to be the coach any further than this season and go, hey, I'm not good at this. Like, how do I reach out and become better at this? Because Rick Carlisle kicks my butt every time I face him. And certain coaches kick my butt every time I face him. I am getting out coached left and right in an 82-game season. And how do I become better at this? Because I'm not good at this either.
Let me fire off cut number 9. This is specifically, there we go, from Jason Kidd, talking about what changed defensively for the team after a rough first quarter.
Just being tied together, it's not easy. It's going to be ups and downs. You're going to be tested. I thought the group that started, we got backdoored a little bit too much, trying to run, making sure Duncan wasn't going to shoot threes, and he back cut us a little bit. Jimmy got to the middle, which he loves to do, and then that puts a lot of pressure on the defense, so that opened up some threes. But I thought the guys, again, mentally stayed the course. No one's panicked, and we had a good home win.
I like the middle part of that answer quite a bit because it gives you some of the more details.
There was definitely some stuffs that they knew going into it that their defensive coordinator said we gotta ensure that we stop that. I presume that's Sweeney bringing that to light there and having that conversation, making sure we keep them from doing these things that they're good at. And again, the details that Kyrie was talking about. We got to know what those guys are. We can't just go into a game, roll the ball out in the court, and be like, we're good enough to be here today and win. You got to fight for that one.
And just as a
nobody's panicking though,
or dying.
Just
as a side note, did you see the Anthony Edwards block last night where he hit his head on the backboard?
Yeah, it looked like that could have caused injury not only that way, but when he fell on the ground. But I'm not saying he's going to win a championship. And he's younger, a little, not by much.
That's a championship play.
He has the killer instinct. Will it lead to a championship anytime soon? I don't know. But he knows I have to play both ends of the court, and I have to take this game seriously on an 82-game basis to put myself in a position. All you can do, just like Jerry could care less to put himself in a position to win. Couldn't. You got to put yourself in the position to be successful, and it seems like Anthony Edwards, younger than Luca, not by much, is putting himself in a position to succeed.
The thing I like about Anthony Edwards, too, is he's pretty outspoken about how much he wants it. Like, the discussion was who can be the next face of the NBA, and we don't need to dive into that here, but Luca and Shea were brought up, and Anthony Edwards was like, I'm better than both of them. And that is that's the level of ego or confidence that you probably need.
He is an absolute dog. That is for sure.
In the Kia MVP ladder, Luca stays at 5. Just released today. Tatum's at 4. Giannis 3, Shea 2, and Jokic, who might start to be extending that lead, is at number 1.
Today's Forgiveness Friday. Forgive me. I can remember where we have to have a sports opinion and then whatever was happening. Like
combo platter.
What cheese do you like on your burger? Type of deal.
Yeah.
I said, hey, I think Luca has a chance to win MVP and could do it. And I thought after that Phoenix game, and that was a nationally televised game, he has some nationally televised games coming up. I knew Boston was one of them. I didn't know Philadelphia was the other, but he had some last night was nationally televised. And I thought, dude, this team looks like they're about to go on a run, and they have enough nationally televised games. And I'll give this to Luca. Luca's doing the 30-point triple-double thing every game.
Unbelievable. 4 straight for 3 straight 35-point triple-doubles. Unbelievable.
But losing the majority of those games did not help, and it's over. It's impossible for him to now win MVP. He did their team, him, he was doing offensively enough. They were not doing enough as a team, and he's part of that team for him to have any type of chance of winning an MVP. So it's over for this year. Maybe he'll figure out the role of being a leader of a team in the offseason.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. If you're worried we're going to break, fear not.
Uh-oh.
Because it's
What?
time for Mike Likes It.
I never went down to McDonald's for you, Corey.
Oh, it's all right. I'll
Should
get
I go
something
now?
after. I'll get something after the show.
What'd he order on Friday? Fish fillet.
Fillet of fish.
That was when Kanye and Jay-Z liked each other, right? Maybe they never liked each other. I don't know.
How things gone for Kanye since then?
Below average?
I don't know. My son says that this new album's pretty good. He likes it better than Donda. So I haven't listened. I haven't quite listened to it yet, but he's liking it.
All right, so I'm going to start off Mike Likes It with a little bit of fun talk here. So today I'm going to my son's baseball game at Bishop Lynch, and then afterwards we have a big birthday dinner for one of our good friends.
Oh.
And I forget where the birthday dinner's at. I just know it's at a fancy place.
Boulevardier.
It's not at Boulevardier.
All right.
But I do know it's at a fancy enough place that he sent us. It's for his wife's birthday dress code for the restaurant. There is like a dress code for
Tell me
this
it's
restaurant.
Bridgerton.
Wait.
I don't know.
Quick question,
You
though.
can go to ISW.
No.
They'll help you out.
Is it a fancy place if they said, don't wear open-toed shoes and a T-shirt?
Or like jeans, I don't think you can wear.
Okay.
I need to look at
slacks.
everything, but I just know this. I did respond on the group text of everybody going out. Just to be safe, I'm wearing a tuxedo.
Awesome.
I think I am.
Oh my God.
I love it.
So
How often do you get a chance to wear a tuxedo?
maybe once a year.
Yeah.
Jared Sandler's wedding is when I bought this one. I was like, you know what? Instead of, because he had a black tie wedding. And I was like, you know what? There's going to be occasions where I need a tuxedo. And I think after that, I've worn it 2 other times. Am I going to look like, I don't know. I feel like wearing a tuxedo tonight just
I think
to
you're
go
gonna look awesome.
Yeah.
The guy
So why
who's wearing a
not?
polo and slacks is going to feel so
And last time I
underdressed.
wore the tuxedo was when we were at the jewelry shop.
Yes.
That's right. That's
I
right.
wore the tuxedo.
You didn't need to wear a
I
tuxedo.
didn't need to wear a tuxedo. We were going to a jewelry shop.
But it was fancy.
amazing. Yeah.
So-
Corey's right.
So maybe tonight's the night I break it out again.
I think you should. What's
kinda
what's holding you back? Because you said probably. What's
Because
holding it up?
I'm going to be way overdressed from everybody. I'm sure that the group that is going to be going out will be wearing kind of maybe, I don't know, button-down shirts with a sports jacket and like dress shoes and slacks. I don't know. I can't remember if we can or can't wear jeans. They have to be nice jeans. And then I don't like, you know, it used to be nice jeans. This was weird. And I think they still are there with designer pockets in the back, like 7 for Mankind or whatever it's called, Mankind and 7. I don't know.
It's a Troy Hughes special.
But like, I always thought those were weird just to be nice.
Mm-hmm.
But like, I know that still guys wear designer jeans with fancy pockets in the back.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't have a Daniel Gafford suit that he wore the other night.
Oh, it was such nice crushed velvet gold.
Would he get in trouble at this place? Or is he cool?
It's cool.
It
He's an
sounds
NBA
like-
player, bro.
I like that. Or is he cool?
Like, is
he's
that,
an
like
NBA
you're
player, yeah.
Like you're 7 feet tall on the Mavs. You can wear this jumpsuit thing that you're wearing.
You're TV broadcast guy with a radio show.
Yeah, I gotta tuxedo it up, right?
Tuxedo it up for sure.
Like,
Agreed.
I'm going to be the only person in this place wearing a tuxedo.
You're gonna have cufflinks on.
Hairs.
I know. Ooh, I can't remember if my shirt is a cufflinks or
I
not.
mean, you can make it a cufflink
Dude,
shirt.
as long as everybody's actually, you're going to be the talk of the town. In my
Yeah.
opinion, everybody's going to be like,
Agreed.
that dude is wearing a tuxedo. They're going to feel underdressed being next to you. That's what I think.
Man is speaking facts. Now I'm going
They're
to be
probably
disappointed
gonna
if
ask you
you
for
don't do it.
Yeah, they're probably going to ask you for an autograph.
I think my wife's going to be cool with it. She's wearing a really fancy dress, and then they were like, "Hey, no open-toed shoes." But he's like, "I think that's for just guys."
What are you wearing underneath?
Oh my God, I don't.
Underwear and socks. I wear underwear all the time.
Are you going to wear your sexy underwear? I wore underwear. Dude, I wore underwear Saturday night, okay? I finally did it
For what?
an event that I had my suit on.
That's good. Because so here's the deal.
And now if I want to wear the jeans that have the hole in the butt, I have to wear underwear.
Yeah, you got to throw. If you're not going to be an underwear guy, you cannot wear jeans that have a hole near your back pocket, and then you see your butt
you
skin.
just shouldn't.
I just was wondering, are you going to wear the sexy underwear? Is it the Stone Cold underwear, or which one for?
I do have Stone Cold Steve Austin underwear.
I want to put this on record. I hate myself for this. I regret every fiber of me asking this follow-up question.
Does the crotch say that's the bottom line?
Oh my God, that would be amazing. Do you have designated like underwear?
No, I should.
Your lucky underwear?
Yeah.
Of course I do.
I remember I didn't get to play with Jose Canseco, but I'll always remember when he was in spring training with one of my close friends. He's like, yeah, he thongs it.
Oh.
I don't know if he still does.
Okay.
I don't know.
If your wife asked you to thong it, would you?
I don't want to.
But that was not the question.
She asked you to.
Yeah.
If she said, I have to have you wear this,
it will make you as attractive as Adam.
There's
Levine.
no way.
In her eyes.
In her eyes, there's no way. It has to be. What was that movie with the guy who saw the girl and she was really pretty, but she really wasn't really pretty, but
Shallow Hal.
Yeah.
I'm impressed at us for that.
Who was the main character?
Jack Black.
And then who was the girl?
Gwyneth
Paltrow.
Okay, so there you go. So this woman was Gwyneth Paltrow. Paltrow.
No, you're Gwyneth Paltrow. She's Gwyneth Paltrow.
Just know if I'm wearing underwear, I'm getting lucky. That's where I say, Kevin.
I realize part of this was my fault. I know. I'm sorry.
Now I'm asking you a question during Mike Likes It. I'm going to C-block you right here. Did you wear underwear because you didn't want to have to wash your nice pants because you know that those nice pants get in your crack and you have nothing protecting you?
Part of it, yeah.
Or if you go to the bathroom, there's always a pee drop.
Control this, Alec.
That's one of the reasons. It's a burgundy suit. That's going to show pretty quickly.
Burgundy is like maroon?
It's dark wine color.
Don't look it to me. I am not contributing.
Again, this is a Bridgerton thing, Mike, so I had to it was funky.
Do you just have one underwear?
What? No, I have my Han Solo and Chewbacca underwear. I got my camo.
Wait, Han Solo
and Chewbacca are together.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I've seen from that.
And
I think I got a picture.
Well, I was just wondering if you don't wear underwear, you just in case I have to, I have one pair.
It feels like that would be irresponsible.
I only have one tuxedo. Just in case I have to, I have one tuxedo. Yeah. I don't have multiple tuxedos.
That feels a little different, does it not?
Derek has a couple tuxedos, right?
I don't know.
He has a Dumb and Dumber.
He has the Dumb and Dumber tuxedo, but that's costume.
But he has to have a real one?
Yeah.
Probably.
The rich people have more. If you're rich, let us know if you have multiple tuxedos. Mike's rich, but he's not one of those kind of guys.
How many tuxedos do you think Jerry Jones has?
4.
But he has so many suits, right?
Oh, yeah.
He has a bunch of suits.
Yeah.
Do you think that they just give President Joe Biden suits or he has to buy them?
I hope they give the president suits.
All right, then let me ask you from a perspective of having
what does that look for?
Who's giving them to him?
I say Kamala Harris. Am I saying it correctly?
Yes.
Okay. Kamala Harris. Does she get all the free suits she wants?
So, yeah.
I would argue
who's
same tenant.
Who's the suit representative?
Dude,
you're just giving away suits?
But can you imagine
those cost money?
You're the guy, though. You're the suit maker. And everybody knows that you make the suits for the president.
Doesn't Trump make his own suits with the Trump suit ring?
Actually, probably. But I think about it. Wrestling has a clothing person. Surely
who makes their undies?
Not always, but
think the
can
government
help with design. Surely the government has a clother.
That's what they're using our money for.
I don't know what the fancy designer. I don't know what the right name.
That's what they're using our tax money for, is to pay for their.
Well, you know what? A hammer doesn't cost $1,900 either.
What about the golden toilet seat?
Now I'm off the rails. It's Friday. Deal with it. Is Heritage Auction, Golden Auction, your auction places that sell game used, this was used in this game. These were Hulk Hogan's undies that he went against the Giant.
Yep.
That seems kind of gross, right? You got to wash those, but we don't want them washed. We want them game used. We want
because I'm not putting them on. So yes, I would want them not washed.
But haven't wrestlers talked about pooping themselves on like they get body slammed?
Well, yeah, I don't want the Psycho Sid ones from WrestleMania 13, but other than that, I'm in.
Do you ever smell them?
Oh, yes. Like they're like, I don't know, they're your favorite, like The Undertaker.
You just gotta know.
I do like The Undertaker a lot.
You gotta, they're game used. You gotta know what they smell like.
Why?
Do you know
what would you possibly gain from that?
Just in case.
In
Don't
case
you
what?
At times, like, hey, I showered this morning, and then you kind of smell yourself to see if you need to shower at night.
Yeah.
I can see that.
I usually do. I'm a 2-shower guy. I'm a morning shower after
But that's
night
to
shower.
test something out, not to just be like, I wonder what this person smells like. That's weird.
Yeah, all right. Let's see this, Kevin. One day, let's say the Undertaker did something, all right? You have his hat. You can smell his hat anytime you want.
Fact.
And now
Yeah,
you're
probably
out
smell
there
this out.
trying to find him. Okay, I don't know why you're trying to find him, but you're out there trying to find him.
Am I going to be like a dog?
And
Is
you're sitting
Undertaker
there-
going to be there tonight?
You're sneaking through.
I don't know.
You're sneaking through an abandoned sea ship. Okay, and you're down in the
you can't
well.
smell in the water.
And you're not in the water. You're in the ship, and you're walking around. You're like, oh, there he's to my left. You can smell it. All right, so now you know. And
What
then
makes you think I possess
you can
those
brace for the
smelling
attack.
skills?
You have a better nose than me.
Can you imagine if they put a dog nose or shark nose on you, like what we would smell?
You know we're still on air right now, right?
I think it's a valid question.
And
To who?
And dogs never
Humans. that
Dogs
are
never
listening.
forget. They never forget a scent. So they smell you and they know.
Like, it would be miserable, wouldn't it, to smell that good? Like,
Sometimes.
Not more miserable than
sharks smell blood from miles away. Can you imagine how much blood you'd be smelling in certain things?
Yeah. Every day. Somebody's dying in the ocean or something.
I don't even
And now
think
you
that's
smell
what-
it.
I don't even know if they say dogs smell well, but they seem to really get their nose in certain areas where, like, if you have good smelling, you shouldn't get your nose that close.
That is a pile of poops, dog.
All right, that's Mike likes it. Send that in to Marconi or Mariucci.
We're going
They
to
make
lose our
bad.
signal for that. We're the KNC
Is it
masterpiece
Mr. Marconi? Do we just send it directly to him?
right here.
Oh yeah, he probably got married. There's a Mrs.
I bet.
They're just going to keep talking. So what comes up next is irrelevant. It is the C block. This conversation
Oh,
will,
this is important.
will
Yeah.
continue whether we're
Kevin,
on air or not.
This is important. I need to tease
Back
this
to
one.
smarts.
Jared Sandler
Sports.
joins us to talk sports and scent.
He's in surprise.
Next on The Fan.
fan studio secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you very much, Kevin. As the number one midday show in DFW, I appreciate you throwing things over to me as a special guest during the 1 o'clock segment. Also, don't forget, G-Bag Nation live and dive into the boating life at Dallas Boat Show from 2 to 7. Visit
I've been there before.
DallasBoatExpo.com for tickets.
It's a cool show.
You ever fished at the Dallas Boat Show?
No, they have that there.
That was the coolest thing I'd ever seen. Was a dude has an 18-wheeler, like the tank. He has a tank, a fishing tank, and he's just standing on top, talking into his microphone. He's like, "Watch how awesome this lure is! I'm catching them just over and over, baby."
Wyatt Langford would like it because he likes being in the outdoors in his free time.
That is true.
Speaking of Wyatt Langford, let's go to the
D&M
Blue
Leasing.
Chew. Okay, D&M
He's
Leasing
on that hard seat.
hotline and talk with Jared Sandler. Jared, how you doing today, man?
Hey, what's up? What's up?
We're just trying to get an update. We miss Arizona. I do actually. When I miss that trip. I love being out there.
I'll see you soon.
How is everything going out there right now aside from Nathaniel Lowe's oblique?
Yeah, I miss you guys. I'm looking forward to seeing Baskey here in a few days, but it's going well. We had our first bad weather day of the spring yesterday with rain and some wind, and it was just a little chilly, but back to some great weather and back to lots of dinners with no alcohol being consumed.
There you go, because Eric and Matt, I presume. Is that where those dinners are with?
No, not necessarily.
No, that we didn't drink.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah, but I wish you guys could come back out. I was hoping since the team won the World Series, maybe we could get 2 weeks worth of you guys.
That sounds awesome. I'm down.
That is a good point.
I have baseball questions when you're ready.
Oh, I do too.
I do too.
Oh, Mr. TV guy.
I will start with a question that you suggested to me, Jared. I would like to know the roles of two pitchers, one being Cody Bradford.
Yeah, I think Cody Bradford is on the team. It's just a matter of whether or not they feel like the puzzle fits best with him in the bullpen or as a starter. And I say that because in a vacuum, he would make most sense as a starter. I think that's, ultimately where he settles in. But it's possible for whether it's strategy to keep certain guys in the organization that they make a decision that puts someone else in the fifth spot of the rotation, or maybe they feel like based on the construction of the bullpen and the rotation, he fits best right now as a multi-inning reliever and someone you can use with as a left hand out of the bullpen, left arm out of the bullpen, and hand, I guess. That was weird. But
he has to use his fingers.
Yep. Yes.
Oh, he does.
So I think it's not to say they are looking at Cody Bradford individually and saying, we don't think you can start. I think it's, hey, can they keep Adrian Sampson around and have Adrian Sampson in the rotation and then Bradford in the bullpen, Jose Urena, I don't know, any number of guys, or it could just simply be that they feel like Cody Bradford right now is a multi-inning reliever, fills a need that they desperately have to fill. And then if something happens to someone in the rotation, they just bump him back into the rotation and he'll be able to pick up.
Now, what happens with him would obviously fluctuate. I'm going to go with that, my bullpen. But what I put out earlier is Leclerc, Spores, Robertson, Yates, Duffy, Castillo, Church, and Burke. Your thoughts?
It could very well be that. I think I guess what I'll do is I'll throw out a few names who I think also are going to get consideration. And if you said one of them, I apologize. But Jesus Tinoco has pitched really, really well. And he's an interesting one. I think you said Diego Castillo, right?
Yep.
Yeah, so Diego Castillo. Did you mention Jonathan Hernandez?
Yeah, we talked about him earlier. I said just my thought, and there's still plenty of time, is I think at this point he's out.
So I think he threw a live bullpen. I don't remember if he told me he was throwing a live bullpen today or Sunday. I don't know why. It's one or the other. And I think he definitely has enough time to get ready for the season, right? So if he doesn't have any setbacks, he would definitely, I think, be an option based on the amount of runway. I think at that point it just becomes whether or not they feel like he's the best option. So I definitely think Jonathan Hernandez is still in the mix. And then there's always someone that I forget to bring up. What's that?
Shreve.
Yeah, Chasen Shreve's interesting to me. The Rangers clearly, they haven't necessarily admitted it, but the Rangers clearly have made an effort to acquire guys who throw splitters. And, I sent Bassick an article a few weeks ago about this. Splitter usage last year was at an all-time high in the pitch tracking era, which only goes back to 2009, but, it's still a decent sample size, and it spiked by a lot. Now, all told, that's still just 2.3% of all pitches, and I bring that number up because a part of, I think, the value of the splitter is that hitters just don't see a lot of them. But the Rangers have 4, and if you want to include Chasen Shreve, 5 of the most prevalent splitter users in all of baseball. And so because they do have a need from the left side, perhaps, and because he throws this pitch that they clearly are interested in accumulating guys who throw it, I can't rule him out just based on that. So he's another name who's interesting to me. I thought Grant Wolfram would have gotten a little more consideration. I think he's an injury away from getting consideration, if that makes sense, but they've already optioned him down. But yeah, I think that's a pretty good group. And Eric brought up Grant Anderson earlier, who's having a good camp, and he's an interesting guy. He's kind of old school in that you don't have as many relievers these days who you put in the bullpen because they can get you a ground ball. I don't know why Guillermo Mota's the guy that I always think about, but there used to be a guy in every bullpen that could get you a ground ball, and that kind of is Grant Anderson's bit, as well as being a guy that can sort of serve as a quasi-long reliever, too.
The other thing, too, Jared, is you will probably get the information more around March 20th is, hey, do guys have outs in their contract that signed, to a big league invite? And then you'll start looking at options and going, well, Mark Church does have an option. And I don't know if Jonathan Hernandez has an option left or not, but you'll start really diving into that information probably the closer we get into that situation, correct?
Yeah, no, for sure. And, one of the things that the teams can do is they can try and throw a little more money in the pot to get a guy to, and legally, right? We're not talking about under the table, but you can restructure the contract and say, hey, we'll do this or that if you don't exercise your opt-out. Or delay it, maybe you push it back a month or something because, hey, we're not going to put you on the opening day roster, but we feel like there's a really good chance in a few weeks you'll be on the roster. And for a guy who might not have a bunch of teams calling his agent saying we think we might have a spot, or maybe they just like being here, that's something, that they would consider. So, yeah, and that's the part of this, too, that always comes into play. And while I do say a lot that opening day is just one of 162, there is a significance to that one because of what Mike just brought up. There are certain guys where if you don't put them on opening day roster, they're out of the organization. Whereas, other guys, you can just choose to send them down or what have you, but you also got to consider the big picture and maintaining depth. And so that's something that influences these decisions.
All right, so today Evan Carter is starting in center field, and we talked about left field earlier in the show. Has Wyatt Langford played anything but left field in spring training so far?
No, and I asked Bruce Bochy about that, and I don't think they have any intention of really looking at him anywhere other than left field. I guess I'm not going to sit here and say that he for sure wouldn't have a game in right field just to do it if there's a need because there's someone is tired, they want to give him a day off, and you know what, hey, Wyatt, why don't you play right field? But I don't get the sense they're really considering him as a legitimate option in right field. I think obviously Adolis is there. I think they would consider Travis Jankowski. I think they would consider Evan Carter, and maybe even Jared Walsh if he makes the team as options in right field. That would make sense over Wyatt Langford. Not saying they would all make the roster. I'm not saying Jared Walsh makes the team over Wyatt Langford for that reason, but if they're both on the roster and there's a need for a right fielder, I think it would go to Jared Walsh before it would go to Wyatt Langford.
Jared Walsh getting time at first as well then in this?
Yeah, for sure, 100%.
Okay.
For big football fan, by the way, guys, if you guys ever get a chance to get him on, he can He can talk football. His brother does a podcast with Cam Hayward. Like he can speak football with a lot of intelligence. I've enjoyed talking with him. But yeah, the Nathaniel Lowe injury really opens things up. And one of the challenges for Jared Walsh was that, he was a left-handed hitting first baseman. And if you're not going to be the starting left-handed hitting first baseman and the guy who is starting is a left-handed hitting first baseman, it's tough to roster that guy because it's kind of redundant. But with Nathaniel Lowe's injury likely going to keep him out to start the season, that really it opens a door for Jared Walsh. It opens a door for Justin Foscue, and it opens a door for both Jared Walsh and Justin Foscue to make the roster together. And so Jared Walsh having a really good spring so far is coming into conversation. And yes, absolutely, first base is the primary position for Jared Walsh. One thing that does help him, though, is he does have the ability to play a corner outfield spot to add some versatility.
You just brought up the other person that I want to talk to, and this might be too dramatic. I realize this season is long, but Justin Foscue got a look at first base. He's competing for the DH spot. If he doesn't get that, if Lowe's not ready for opening day and they still don't go Foscue, where does he really fit in this organization? He's been playing well this spring. If he still can't make it, what happens next with him?
So it's a great question, and I think a lot of times, and I know kind of where your head's at with the way you're asking the question, and I think a lot of people fall in line with you, Kevin, where it's like, well, if he's not going to make the team, then what's he doing? Why don't they just trade him?
Yes.
And that's definitely an option, right? I am sure that they have had plenty of conversations with teams over the last couple years involving Justin Foscue. But I am going to present Gavin Lux as my modern-day example of this, and Mike might know where I'm going. Gavin Lux at one point was the top prospect in all of baseball. The Dodgers were a really, really good team, and whether it was Corey Seager or Trey Turner or whomever, he kept getting blocked. And I know that Dodgers fans had a similar type of question or reaction. Like, well, then what, poor guy, he keeps getting, we owe it to him to have him up there. And I don't mean this to sound cold and heartless, but no, they don't. And if you can keep him around in the organization, there's a reason why, players have a limited amount of options so that teams can't just control them forever and keep doing this. They still have options with Justin Foscue. And so, all right, let's just say, and I am an advocate for him making the team. I want to just put that out there. But if he doesn't, what happens 3 weeks later? Someone gets hurt. Well, now you still have Justin Foscue, and he comes up, and he is still a part of your organization. So it stinks for him, right? It would really stink for him because I don't know that he's got a whole lot left to prove in the minor leagues. He's been around. He was a first-round pick. It stinks for him. But from an organizational standpoint, they don't have to do anything with him because they can look at it as we're one injury away from really needing this guy. And if we trade him, who do we turn to if that one injury happens? So I'd like to see him on the opening day roster. I'd like to see what that bat looks like in the lineup, especially if you have Jared Walsh, because you're not starting him against lefties, and Justin Foscue could be your first baseman against lefties. But if they don't put him on the roster, they have the ability to put him in the minors, and that could end up being a valuable thing for the organization down the line, even if it really stinks for Justin Foscue.
Jared, before we let you go, we got a chance to talk with Jack Leiter while we were out there. We had a quick conversation with him. It was fantastic. What is his future looking like here?
Well, I'll tell you what, guys. He's starting today, and he's starting in the Cactus League, the A game on the stadium field, when it was initially supposed to be John Gray.
Oh.
John Gray is pitching in a camp game. John Gray's totally fine.
Yeah.
The Rangers know what they have in John Gray. I think it is intentional that Jack Leiter is pitching so that the big league staff can get eyes on him. I don't think that it is a likelihood. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that the probability is that Jack Leiter's on the opening day roster. But when I asked Bruce Bochy about this earlier, he gave a non-answer. And that non-answer was very telling to me in that they are absolutely considering Jack Leiter as a candidate to make this team. Now, it's March 8th. A lot can change, and why not consider him? Maybe if it's a bad outing today, then tomorrow we learn he's been assigned to minor league or optioned to minor league camp. And all right, Jack, we'll get you ready for Round Rock, and then hopefully we'll see you at the big league level in a month or two after the season starts. But I think they have been impressed enough by some of the stuff they've seen that he is still getting consideration. And I found that to be interesting because I would not have necessarily guessed that that was the case. I would have thought that they were just planning on setting him up to get going in AAA, but maybe a good start today continues him down the path as a legitimate candidate for the opening day roster.
So what I just heard was you think Cody Bradford's going to be in the bullpen because you're penciling in Jack Leiter as starter number 5.
Number 1, maybe.
Definitely not penciling him in.
He's the number 2 pick.
Yeah.
2.
Yeah, just go ahead and put him at
makes sense.
opening day starter.
Definitely not penciling him in, but I would say that it is absolutely a consideration.
All right.
Holy crap.
Jared, that was awesome, man.
What's today, March 8th?
March 8th.
Yeah. We got time. Let's see.
I love it, Jared.
Man, thanks a lot, Jared. We really do appreciate it. You have a fantastic time out there watching that game.
Hey, fellas, I appreciate it. We'll be broadcasting the game live on webcast, and then later tonight, the replay on 105.3 The Fan.
Is he suggesting he's not going to watch the game while he's broadcasting?
No, he's just reminding me that I said this is my first time on radio. This is awesome. He made sure that we weren't on radio.
Like, well, this is on the internet. But
There it is. Bye, Jared.
See you guys.
And Kevin.
Whoa.
Again,
That's kind of a bombshell at the end.
That was
there.
awesome. I did
invest $7 million in
You're right.
I did just draw this picture of a guy fishing on the beach. Don't forget to go see the G-Bag Nation at the Dallas Boat Show today from 2 to 7, DallasBoatExpo.com.
Can you do me a favor?
Tickets.
I've seen boats, and they are cool.
Can you post that picture? But what I would like you to add, if possible, write Jack Leiter over the fisherman, and write opening day roster spot like out in the ocean that he's trying to catch one of those.
Dude,
because
you're right. That is a really interesting approach there. Look, man, like he said, number 2 overall pick. Some point you got to see something. Let's see him against some real live hitters.
And the other thing, too, is I can't remember last year perfectly, but all it takes is one guy to not be ready. Let me ask you, one guy's not ready. I think it's Adrian Sampson.
Yeah.
I think, but I don't know. But if they're, look, it's just best for Cody Bradford to be in the pen. And then one guy is out. They might be like, hey, we gave him $7 million. He's the number 2 overall pick. Let's just see.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it is NHL trade deadline day. Let's tell you about something that the Stars did yesterday. Look ahead to tonight. And maybe we'll talk about how the Missouri governor's stupid again. But we'll also give you Masterpiece of the Week. So tune in, stick around. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
You are officially a masterpiece.
Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-333-3333.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
This is what people wait all week long for.
And I promise you're going to get the fun. But I want to talk about something else first.
Corey, this sounds like a serious conversation.
The no-joke zone.
Yeah, and I was reading an article yesterday. It's fantastic, from Dan Wetzel at Yahoo Sports. And it's talking about Britt Reed, how he cut the line into the NFL and now cut the line out of prison.
Yep.
And I know we talked about this earlier in the week, but I just want to add a few more things. When Britt Reed said he had only had a couple, 2 or 3 drinks, he wasn't even a mile away from the team facility when he was going 84 miles an hour and slammed into 2 parked cars. All right, so, but just 2 or 3 drinks. One of the victims who went to the hospital was a 4-year-old. The other one that we've talked about quite a bit was a 5-year-old Ariel Young, who they said still to this day has balance issues, vision problems, and attends special needs classes. Now, I'm just going to throw this out there. If you think they're not related, fair enough. Maybe you think they are. Is Parson, the governor of Missouri, and a self-proclaimed avid Chiefs fan, did in fact make sure to make his way to the Super Bowl and also spoke at their victory celebration on February 14th. So that's pretty neat that he was able to do all that stuff. And if you think, well, he's the governor, maybe that's why he went to the Super Bowl, fair enough. It is an interesting look that he's also speaking at the victory parade. Meanwhile, this family is like, hey, I hope our daughter is ever back to normal. And the judge is like, a year and a half. That's more than most people get. When pressed to give examples of how that's right about why Britt Reed got let out of prison so soon, they would provide nothing and said they have no comment on the issue.
Of course. Kevin, what looks better when you're trying to rerun for governor in the future? That you were speaking, that you were at the celebration
that's fair
of your football team's championship, or that you worked hard for one little girl to get something that was right for her.
Who cares about that little girl? Chiefs Kingdom.
Yeah.
And I don't mean that against like fans of the Chiefs. They're just the team.
This is a really more failure of the political system. I also like, and I'm not trying to throw this at him because, man, if Brandon did something wrong, Kevin, now you have to suffer for it.
Yeah.
But Andy Reid, like this, I don't know how much he ever deals with this. How much have you ever heard him discuss it? It's not like, it doesn't seem like it's brought to his conversation very often. The teams do a pretty good job because, you know, his son died while he was in Philadelphia. His other son died while he was in Philadelphia. And the
circumstances around that are very unfortunate.
Yeah,
the
story did kind of sound like he enjoyed being a drug dealer in that area. He liked doing that job. He liked being the rich kid that could provide that. And it didn't seem like, as hard as Philadelphia is media-wise, that story really got it was dived into as deep as I thought it should have. And so it is really weird that, I mean, the Andy Reid doesn't answer a lot of questions on this, but to your point, the governor getting involved in the celebration more than doing justice for her is the thing that really does leave a bad taste in your mouth.
I hear everything you're saying. I feel like there's multiple conversations here. Brandon and Mary Grace, our kids right now, are in college. We have no control over what they do.
Right.
Zero.
Yep.
Yeah.
So I hear what you're saying about Andy Reid, but I mean,
I'm not saying it's Andy Reid's fault. If he ever decided to speak out and be like, this is just, and maybe he did, and I just don't remember it. He doesn't need to. I'm more mad at the governor.
Yeah.
For
I just
this,
wanted
and I think this
to
is
throw
terrible.
out, your kids aren't out of the house yet. And obviously, wasn't his son 36 years old when this happened?
He was definitely young.
Like it's
And
kind
worked-
of like
and worked for him.
You feel the pain. I'm assuming
He worked for him though. He worked for the Chiefs under Andy Reid's guys.
But Gavin Spittle has nothing to do with. As soon as we leave at 2 p.m., Gavin Spittle has nothing to do with what we do outside of this microphone thing. If we go out, I'm just going to use this as an example. If we tonight go out and drink and then drive and then kill somebody, I don't think Spittle had anything to do with that.
I don't think I'm having a job.
For sure.
Yeah. I think Spittle would have to answer questions. Like he would have to be. It would be a press release of some sort. I think.
But the Chiefs had a press release,
Yeah.
and this I'm not putting anything.
And again,
I guess I'm
at the
giving
beginning
all the
of that, I did say I'm
responsibility
not trying
should
to
be on. I'm sorry, I'm forgetting his name. Andy Reid's son,
Britt.
Britt.
What an interesting name. So yeah, no, I completely agree with you on that front. I've always thought it was weird that story just kept kind of staying off of Andy Reid's plate.
I get what
at
you're
all.
saying. I do. And Mike Parson is the governor for Missouri. So thank you very much for listening to my soapbox talk. Now, hard turn. You ready for some masterpiece of the week?
She said, list this.
What up, guys? The polar bear's back.
I feel like just for future reference, can we not do something like that and then go
I'm
to
sorry.
this? Like that's like not good.
There was just another story that came up, and people are also bringing up Britt Reid was drinking at the Chiefs facility. But like I understand your point. I apologize. Would you like to know that the Stars also traded for Emilio Peterson yesterday in exchange
Emilio Estevez?
I wouldn't count on a huge impact from him. He went down to the AHL.
Oh, maybe we're going for that championship.
You know what? I don't know the answer to that.
I'll tell you what it sounds like to me. Sounds like Jerry Jones is all in. Well, isn't this what Jerry Jones is probably going to sign an Emilio we've never heard of?
Actually, that is exactly what I think is going to happen. Or Patrick Peterson.
Speaking of, shout out to Emiliano, the bartender at Turco's at Southwest Airlines or at Love Field.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Delicious cookies, too.
Dude was fantastic. He was really awesome. Thanks, Emiliano, for being great.
There's other flights that go out of Love Field, but I still don't know any of them. I've never had a
Spirit.
Oh, Spirit.
Oh, airports. I thought you meant. I was like, they probably.
No, I still feel like I've never gone to Love Field for any other flight but Southwest Airlines.
Yeah.
But I guess there are some other airlines that fly out there, and I'm just going to
Alaska?
suggest this. Oh, Alaska. I've never been to Alaska. You're an Alaska guy.
Yeah, I don't remember if we flew out of Southwest or not.
I would say if you can avoid Spirit,
You
avoid.
should.
I have flown them
It says
one
Alaska, Delta, and Southwest.
time. Okay, yeah.
So that's what it says.
I got to my destination with Spirit, but it was iffy.
The one time I booked with Spirit, they canceled the flight before I could even get on and didn't give me a refund. So
what?
Yeah, this is Masterpiece of the Week, where we revisit some of the best audio from you guys this past week. And Corey, thank you, because a lot of this came yesterday.
What?
So we're going to start with Corey telling these new AHL guys that are going for the championship proper form.
Don't bend your knees. You got to keep it straight.
We're on air. We got to
point
keep
your
going.
point your toes to your face, and then lift. There you go. That was Mike when he was cramping up. Yeah, Mike's legs were cramping up, and I was trying to tell him how to keep a cramp, how to stretch out a cramp.
Did you notice I went to a door?
You went to a door, laid down, and put your leg up so you could half your body could be in this room and half out.
If you don't have a trainer, that's how you got to do it, right? The door, like has to be a trainer, because you got to lay the other leg flat.
Yeah.
And you can't do that against a wall.
Yeah, it's a split.
You have to find an area where there's an opening.
Yeah, split squat kind of thing.
Sounds seasoned. Speaking of Mike.
I get a lot of cramps.
Yeah. Let's revisit when that happened.
Mm-hmm.
Just
Mike Bassett
as a potential.
Lay down
It
and
won't
stretch
stop.
it.
It won't
Lay down.
stop.
But you keep making noise. Go out the hall.
I did.
Man, I did not care at all
Out of
right
sight,
there.
out of mind.
Yeah.
Get it out of here.
See, that's why I think I would make a good GM. Because I wouldn't be like, oh my gosh, we made this relationships. And I was like, have you seen that play fall?
Yeah.
We need to do something here.
That's a good point. Shout out to Adam in Funky Town. They just asked for a shout out, and since it's shout out Friday, Kevin, I feel like I can do that.
There we go. I
There's
liked
a-
Mike literally shouting out at the beginning of that clip.
Mm-hmm.
Just very faintly in the background.
Dude, cramps are terrifying because they just pop up on you out of nowhere. You're like, oh my gosh. I would put it in number like 5.
Guess that means I'm dehydrated.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You need electrolytes.
I wonder if this is why you're dehydrated, Mike.
Just sleep with me. I love you. I promise. I love you. I love you. I love you. And really all they're trying to do is use my body. And then they dump me.
I'm sorry that's happened to you, Mike.
Yeah, me too.
Sometimes people can be the worst.
I've only done it with one person.
She ever used you?
I don't think so.
That's my pediatrician, for God's sakes. I don't want to hear about that.
But my analogy is that's how Jerry Jones
Noah's
treats you as a fan.
Yes.
He's all in so he can sleep with you again, so you can watch a whole nother season. And then he dumps you again, then tells you he's all in.
That's how Kevin treats Saints beat reporters as well.
Jeff Duncan is a hoe.
Really?
All right.
That's your Ed Warder.
First of all, that was what Michael Thomas said yesterday because Jeff Duncan was like, he's going to get cut. But it's interesting. I saw that word like blurred out in some articles. I did not realize that maybe that had moved over to inappropriate to say.
And we're against gardening tools around here. I mean, you said the same thing about Tyron Smith, too.
If Tyron Smith leaves,
he's a hoe.
Where do the
Okay, hold on.
Wow.
That needs explanation. We were talking about what would Todd Archer write if Tyron Smith left, and I thought it would be amazing if the headline was like, Tyron Smith's a hoe. Like, I think that would just be an objectively hilarious headline. Don't mark that.
Yes,
Okay.
you don't tell him what to mark.
I always love from our perspective when we kind of say something that is pretty truthful but not out there, and then they just say, you guys don't know what you're talking about, you have nothing, and then as soon as the player leaves, then the organization like quietly gives 5 different things on why this guy is like leaving and not a good teammate and all this stuff, and it's like, it is amazing how they can make us look like trash. And then as soon as a player leaves, there's going to be 5 different things about Tyron Smith that we don't even know 4 of them probably, or 3 of them, but you're like, hey, guess what? This and this and this, you know?
I'm a big fan of the synergy here between Kevin and Corey.
They're eating each other alive.
Which is cool.
Wow.
Is it?
I don't even remember.
I mean, you said it.
It was.
There's
so
a lot of things.
In that discussion, we were not talking about snakes eating themselves or anything. It was basically Wyatt Langford and Evan Carter being on the same team.
Yes.
Or
taking out Jackson Holiday.
No, yeah. Or maybe it was Seager and Simeon and a third person. And Adolis in the conversation of MVP
voting.
Yeah, you said he couldn't do it.
There you go.
You said Adolis is incapable of ever winning
that
MVP.
Is not what I said.
I don't even know how to set this one up.
They're going to get inside of me.
Yeah.
Ghosts. Ghosts
you?
who don't have teeth. Mike, do you think ghosts have teeth, yes or no?
I was listening to this yesterday because Slimer had teeth in the Ghostbusters.
Yeah.
Just
I assume not, because I think they're spirits. So I don't think I think they can physically, like angels and demons enter you. I do think demons, like that had to be demonic, like that thing
Did you
happening.
hear the part where he said yes or no?
Hey, what's next, Alec?
Oh no! I think I made him mad.
It's okay. You only have 1 segment left for the day. Don't forget
I
about
was going
Monday.
to analyze things. I'm the how and the why, man.
Don't forget about it by
Mike actually
Monday.
analyzes what happens when they enter you.
They took off all my skin. My skin is gone.
Man, I already thought I had a Mike one that was going to win, but skin is gone. That's a good one. Well, never mind.
This one too.
I'm going to make myself a woman here. That goes into using my body and then saying you just need me so bad, and so then I'm like, this guy's gonna love me if I just do this for him, and then you gave him what he wanted again, and then he leaves you again.
And you're more than happy to give it up.
Until he needs it again.
Men are the worst.
Shout out to Adam also in Fort Worth.
Thank you, Corey. Appreciate that. You need a dump button as well, Corey.
And he said, hey, Shed. He shed. I didn't say shed, and Kevin overreacted like I said the S word.
I looked at Alec, and he pushed the dump button.
So now I feel like the T starts at the teeth, and sometimes I will stop saying a word, and it sounds like a T. Anyway, said that does sound bad.
Does sound real bad because I had to dump it. Thank you for keeping me on my toes. And I mean, wait, you're making my job hard, but you're making your life hard because you hate leaf blower guy, but you're over here doing this.
You're pretty good at sound effects.
Thank you, man.
You really are.
That. Yeah, I really.
It's intriguing.
One of my favorite Police Academy characters was the dude that made the sounds with his mouth.
Would you want to have him on the show?
Absolutely. I would just be like, dude, just do all the sounds. And then I wouldn't even ask a question. Just say, do the sounds. We'll listen.
Interesting. One last one from Mike.
Like, it's their job to make it pop. Am I allowed to talk about that, Kevin? Or, I don't know. Like, is there any analyzing here, or do I just say yes or no?
All right, you know what? That was the catcher's glove. Luckily enough, I happen to know that one. That could have gone very wrong for me. I'm gonna go with. I never have an advantage in these situations, Mike. Ever. Yeah, let me have this one. I'm gonna go for Mike talking about all his skin is now gone.
Where is that one? That one's hard to find. Here it is.
They took off all my skin. My skin is gone.
Oh, no. Not your skin. What about my skin?
I'm not voting for me being a woman. I'm voting for me explaining what the woman is trying to do to get the man to love him. Just sleep with me. I love you. I promise. I love you. I love you. I love you. And really all they're trying to do is use my body. And then they dump me.
That is such a cautionary tale.
And I will vote
for young
for
people out there.
I will vote for Kevin calling Jeff Duncan what he called him.
Jeff Duncan is a hoe.
So stupid. So emphatic.
It's the way. It's not what you said, Kevin. It's the way you said it.
I think I'm going to vote for when Kevin said this. Oh wait, wrong thing. I meant this one.
Jeff Duncan is a hoe.
There we go.
That's the one, dude. Man. We can play that forever. And again, Mike, don't you think it would be even better if we just got Kevin to say like Gavin Dawson and then edit that in together, or Sean Sharif and then just edit those things together so he's calling out all the hosts at the station?
Kevin, just say Peyton Russell real quick.
No, I don't know why, Mike, but I kind of want Jeff Duncan to come on the show now to hear that. And
he's like, you're right. I am a hoe.
So we have to talk New Orleans Saints football?
Or
crawfish.
Crawfish.
We will do that next with the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Before we do that, I want to talk about your tea. Testosterone.
Tea me.
Okay, I don't know how to. I do if I take you to Men's Tea Clinic. They have shots there. They're amazing. They, for me, give me more energy, stamina, focus. I'm focused up right now because of Men's Tea Clinic. And you know what? They have all the other therapies, not all of them, but they have a lot of other therapies. I don't know all the therapies. I'm not a doctor.
But you're focused up, right?
Or a therapist. I go to a therapist. Those are interesting conversations.
This is a spot right now.
Men's Tea.
Do your commercial.
All right, so back to the commercial. They're open tomorrow. Today's Friday. If you're too busy Monday through Friday, they are open on Saturday. Testosterone replacement therapy can be covered by your insurance. It has worked for me for a decade now. It's worked for thousands of Tolo men. I'm telling you, it can work for you too. The number to call to get your appointment, 972-GO-MENS Tea. They have 5 locations, or you can go to their website, mensteaclinic.com. Guys, if you're wondering why I'm so awesome, keep wondering. Part of it is because of Men's Tea Clinic. You know what I'm talking about? Let's get back to being you. You can even try to be me with Men's Tea Clinic.
I'm Michael Jenkins, helping you beat the books effectively well. New Orleans visits.
The #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Courtesy of D&M Leasing. It is time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is ya and where is ya today?
We are amazing, Hagee. Thank you for asking. We're at Market Hall here at the Dallas Boat Show, surrounded by all the badass boats you could ever imagine. It's even better than it was a year ago when we were out here. Woo! I think they've gotten bigger and better every single year, and this year is no exception. You got to get out here and check out all the goodies that they've got.
It is also a shout-out Friday from the 214. Kevin, can my wife get a shout-out? She just finished her first trimester, and we found out we're going to have a baby girl. Congratulations.
Yes. Congrats.
Wolchuk, you can feel that right there.
Absolutely, man. Girl dad life is the best. I wanted a boy, and then as soon as I saw my baby girl for the first time, I was like, you know what? Thank God I had a girl. They are the best.
From the 972, big shout out to my fiance Victoria.
You're going to have a blast, when she turns like 14 to 16 years old.
You were going to
I'm just going to put her in bubble wrap, Mike. She's not going to be dating and going out in public.
Good luck with that one.
Shout out to this person's fiance, Victoria, for being amazing and putting up with my ass. She works really hard in retail and does not get the credit that she deserves. So shout out there. But Corey,
shout out to Holden.
Hagee, can I give a shout out?
Sure.
Yeah, shout out to Jeff Duncan, one of my best friends down there at the Times-Picayune in New Orleans. One of the best writers you'll ever deal with. The guy is on point with every article he's ever written about the Saints.
Hey.
Just a quality human being. So shout out to Jeff Duncan there.
Jeff Duncan is a hoe.
Wow, Kevin.
That was,
jeez.
I was reading.
How do you know him that well?
I was reading a tweet from Michael Thomas. Thank you very much.
I sent Jeff your audio there. He appreciates that.
I hope he appreciates the dramatic.
If you guys want to have
way.
him on anytime, you can feel free to reach out. I'll set it up
that dramatic reading.
Yeah.
Now
Aren't hoe cakes from New Orleans?
I've definitely met some.
Ho cakes.
Oh, I'm sorry. My mistake. Hey, speaking of New Orleans, Corey has a potentially emergency situation that we need to talk about.
Yeah, I'm just kind of curious how this affects everything brought us. They said they're expecting a $140 million hit on crawfish this year.
Yes, it is. It's a very dire situation down there in Louisiana. This is the time of year. Those farmers down there, their season's split. Half the season they grow rice, the other half they grow crawfish. We've had problems with drought, heat, and then you've got salt water that's kind of mixed into what's going on here. So, yeah, we're in a little bit of a bind down there in Louisiana when it comes to our crawfish.
Does that mean then, like, to expect that prices on crawfish to be insane?
Yeah, it's crawfish usually come in sacks from 30 pounds to 36 pounds, and so if you're looking probably between $9 to $10 a pound there. So, crawfish boil can get a little expensive if that's what you're and. Usually, if you're doing it for, you're doing it for Easter or one of those, the holidays and stuff like that, you get a couple of sacks of crawfish. That could be pretty pricey for you.
Stupid question. Is shrimp more than crawfish?
A lot less right now.
So why can't you do? To me, shrimp and crawfish are very similar. Am I way off on that?
It just it's the crustacean part of it is the same. The flavor and how you can cook them a little bit different. You can soak shrimp and all that, but crawfish, it's a little bit different because of the juice and all that you could put into the crawfish body itself and give it that flavor. So yeah, it's just a little bit different with the flavoring is how you can do it, Mike. But yeah, there's a lot of people that don't even like crawfish, but if you said, hey, shrimp, crabs, crab legs, all these things you can steam and boil and do with those things, but crawfish has kind of got their own unique flavor.
Would you feel like, I did a shrimp boil?
Not at all.
Okay.
No, I mean, hey, shrimp boil for you would be a lot of fun. People enjoy that. I mean, you could get the corn, the potatoes. You can do it upright, but crawfish has got a little bit special place in my heart.
What do you fellas got coming up on the program today? And tell everybody how and where they can find you.
Pure gold as always, Hagee. Thank you so much for asking. Of course, we were at Market Hall right off of Stemmons here for the Dallas Boat Show. We'll be partying until 7 o'clock, but they've got the event going all weekend long. You can go online, get tickets, and come on out and party with us. Now, we've got Calvin Watkins, Dallas Morning News, coming up at 3:20. Tim Cato of The Athletic to talk your Dallas Mavericks at 4 o'clock. And, of course, What You Drinking and What You Thinking coming up at 5:20. We might get an appearance from Gavin Dawson a little bit later on in the show. Just depends on how the
For soccer update?
Yeah, possibly.
Calvin Watkins sounds all in.
He's all in, bro. Calvin always is.
Roll home with the G-Bag Nation or go see them at the Dallas Boat Show. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Come back with us on Monday, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say, like me, you want to be me?
What?
Hey, say what you said about Jeff Duncan again, Kevin.
No, I will not. Goodbye.
Now go home and smoke some more crack.
We have you covered. fan studio secured by DFWsecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Hour number one of the G-Bag Nation. We're hanging out here at the Dallas Boat Show in Market Hall. It is absolutely incredible. It's our second year in a row that we've been out here. They've got, we're talking 700 different variety of boats here. Brian brought us. The amount of clothes you can get is also awesome. You can actually get up on and check out these boats for yourself. It is, it's fantastic. And the amount of people come on out, fellowship. I know our buddy Kenny from Quinlan has already texted in 877-881-1053. He said, look, I'm coming out. I'm going to party with the G-Bag Nation out there at the Dallas Boat Show. Right off Stemmons here at Market Hall. It's an amazing event. We'll be partying with you until 7 p.m. Zach Wolchuk alongside Brian Broaddus. We got Ruben Portillo out here engineering for us. Ruben's absolutely fantastic. Lucius Alexander back in master control along with Carter Freeman. Eric Chiafalo is on his final day of vacation for this week. Now, Gavin Dawson did get rained out yesterday for the Dallas Surf. So they've rescheduled some games for today. Now, Coach Dawson said he's going to try and make an appearance possibly.
Yes.
For the back half of the show, but we'll see. Our guy hopefully is going out there and winning this darn tournament.
Yeah.
So if we don't see him, not a big deal to us. But maybe you'll get yourself a little general appearance. But either way, you got myself, Zach Wolchuk, Brian Broaddus for holding it down for you. Holy moly, Brian. There is a lot to get to. We'll get to the Mavericks in just a moment. And I had my first father kind of dilemma when it came to watching a sports game last night as a newborn dad over here. But we do have news here on your home of the Cowboys and home of your World Series champion Texas Rangers. Rangers about to take on the Royals in surprise. And it's going to be Jack Leiter who is getting the start today. Now, Jack's expected to go about 3 innings, according to our buddy Sean McFarland of the Morning News. It's interesting with Jack Leiter. If you listened just probably about 45 minutes ago to Jared Sandler on with the KMC Masterpiece, Bruce Bochy, bit non-committal. And silence can speak volumes sometimes on what their plan is for Jack Leiter. And I think they are going to give him every possible opportunity to maybe take that final spot in the rotation. Maybe that means Cody Bradford ends up being a bullpen piece, which he was very comfortable doing last year. But certainly you're talking about the second overall pick. Big League squad wants to take a good look at Jack Leiter. Slated to pitch 3 innings today. He was supposed to pitch in a B game yesterday, but Arizona weather changed those plans. So Boch saying we're all looking forward to watching Jack. The little bit he has thrown, he's looking good. I know Dawson said, hey, he's kind of given up on Jack Leiter. I said, not so fast. I don't know if he's ever going to be that ace that we were hoping, but I do think he's still got a chance to be a back half of the starting rotation type of guy. This is exciting. We're going to have to monitor what Jack Leiter does today.
Absolutely. And you're talking about the opportunity with the B-League game that they were going to play yesterday. And, but for the fact that, and we were out there in Arizona, Kansas City, they lost a lot of games last year, weren't a very good team. Their lineup is better, though.
Yeah.
And I've got to see them play enough that Jack Leiter will be tested today with this Royals lineup.
And Bobby Witt Jr.'s playing.
That's what I'm saying. He's he's going to have to deal with some legitimate hitters in that lineup. So I don't even want to say cautiously optimistic. I'm optimistic. When he's had opportunities to throw, he's been fine. And so that's my hope. And as a front office, you have to look at the situation with Bradford. And you mentioned it. He was very comfortable when he had to play. Okay, we're going to spot start you. Right. Remember the first couple of spot starts? It was against the Orioles and against the Braves.
Yes.
And he
tough to be thrown into.
He held himself to get, and then spot starts, relief appearances, actual starter, whatever he had to do, he seemed to do it very, very well. And even the fact that they're talking about maybe that his spot might be up and maybe that they would move him into another area, he's comfortable with all that. But I'm excited. I want Jack Leiter as a Southeastern Conference guy. Mm-hmm. I've seen plenty of Vanderbilt baseball games where Jack Leiter was out there on the mound and just was dominant. And the SEC is not a bad division. I mean, the majority of the College World Series teams,
last year, your final, Florida LSU.
Yeah, they come from the SEC. So he was getting out quality players. Wyatt Langford, you mentioned it, right? Florida, SEC guys,
Dylan Cruz.
Yeah, Texas A&M, Arkansas. These programs have really good baseball programs, and he was having success against them. So that is my hope right now, that Jack Leiter somehow finds this, and then he is part of this rotation for the Texas Rangers going forward.
The other positive news, Corey Seager said he took ground balls yesterday, played some catch, still hasn't swung a bat, but he's making progress as he tries to get ready to play in the season opener, of course, when the banner is unveiled there at Globe Life Field against the Cubbies. Now, the bad news is the news on Nathaniel Lowe that we got. Now, this is a bummer, and it's a bummer for Nathaniel because this is a dude, we talk about Marcus Semien being an Iron Man. Right. Nathaniel Lowe really has been for the majority of his playing career as well. Eventually, nobody can just be that lucky to where they're never going to get hurt, but this is a bummer. Nathaniel Lowe with a right oblique strain, according to the club. Yeah. He's expected to miss 3 to 4 weeks, and the timeline for Lowe's recovery puts his status now for the 28th opening day game in jeopardy. And Boach said, to be fair to say, when you're talking about an oblique strain and readiness for the season opener, probably a little bit in doubt here. I wouldn't expect Nathaniel Lowe to be playing.
No, I would not either, though. That's something very difficult. When you start to talk about that, we see the oblique strains in quarterbacks. And, it's a difficult when in baseball. What is baseball? It's about turning. It's about rotation, all these things. When you're dealing with that could be a very painful injury that he's dealing with. And so, it's always best to take as much caution as you can. But it's unfortunate for Lowe. He is first off, he's such a great guy.
He is.
And then you look at how he improved defensively for the Rangers last year.
Mm-hmm.
There were questions about, the bat's fine. Defensively, no, he got much better as the season went along. So, this is one of those times where you kind of, it probably could have been a lot worse, but 3 to 4 weeks, probably looking a little bit longer than that. But, he's a guy that will rehab, he'll come back, and he'll probably be just as good as new and ready to go.
And, you listen to the quotes, you read the quotes that Lowe's put out there. He's so bummed. And I feel for him because you're right. I mean, this is a dude 2 years ago, Silver Slugger. Yeah. Last year comes in, the defense was questioned. What's he do? He wins the Gold Glove. He puts his mind to something, works towards in the offseason. That dude's come out and proven, hey, he can excel and really do whatever he wants to accomplish. So the Rangers do have some in-house options. I think that they're feeling like, okay, we'll be all right here. And if you remember, we talked about this a year ago. You had Leody Taveras get hurt. Right. He wasn't ready for opening day. That allows Travis Jankowski then to be able to make the opening day roster. Maybe this opens the door for a guy like a Jared Walsh, who we've mentioned, was an all-star 2 years ago with the Angels, had some issues, especially with his sleeping. Tim Hires knows him. He's a guy that has actually looked pretty good in surprise spring training. You've also got Justin Foscue.
Right.
We talked about Foscue maybe being your DH. He's a guy that could slide over, play some first base as well. So they've got some in-house options if they indeed, don't have Nathaniel Lowe for a little bit of a period there. Blaine Krim is another guy that has been absolutely fantastic offensively at the lower levels there at Double-A Frisco. Ezekiel Duran, maybe he can play some first. And then Davis Wenzel. We brought up Davis Wenzel the other day.
Wenzel's swung a really good stick in camp.
My goodness, one of the best players there so far at Surprise.
Very clutch.
Problem is they just haven't had really an everyday spot to put Davis Wenzel. Right. So the Rangers do have an abundance of options internally to weather Nathaniel Lowe being out, but that's a bummer. And anytime you don't have one of your starters, you certainly hope Nathaniel Lowe can get ready as soon as possible. Then there is the update on Josh Young. Josh Young said that he has an MRI that on his left calf that will be taken today. If all goes well, he will be able to start running, and he's been doing all other baseball activities. So I think that the arrow's trending positively for Young, for Seager. It's a bummer on Lowe, but we're going to have to watch what indeed happens with Jack Leiter today. All eyes will be on him. 469, where's Dawson? Dawson coaching his little girls Soccer club today. They got a big-time tournament there in Dallas. So it's possible we get a Gavin Dawson sighting coming up a little bit later. We'll keep you updated on that. Then we got some Cowboy news, Brian brought us, as free agency is quickly approaching. This team was not under the salary cap. They are now, as they go ahead and convert Zach Martin's salary to a signing bonus. That clears $13 million. And the Cowboys now, after converting that, and adding one additional void year to free up $13 million in cap space, they now hold around $9 million of cap space. They still have Dak's contract, of course, of $59.4 million currently on the books. If you're trying to get excited, like, oh my gosh, there's $9 million, keep in mind, they will tell you.
Yeah.
They got to sign their draft class.
Right.
They're also going to have to go ahead and work on some of their own personal extensions.
Sure.
Don't think they're going to be throwing this money around next week when free agency starts.
No, that's when you and I got a big dose of that ride in an elevator. Like, you guys stop spending money that I don't have.
Yeah.
Kind of, we got that speech. And so, yeah, it's unfortunate. You get a big just slush of cash, to the salary cap added. And, but that's the problem that you run into when you're a team that, and I don't think it's a problem. I say it's a problem, but it's really not. When you draft really, really well, and you've got to sign. I mean, there's teams like the New England Patriots that their draft class never gets to the second contract. Never, ever gets to the second contract. And here you are. You have a lot of players here that are always in line for second contracts. They make Pro Bowls. They make All Pros. So it's an issue that they wear like a badge of honor, that they can go and sign their own and get them to those contracts. But again, you draft very, very well, and that's what happens to you.
We got our first inning out of the way for our guy Jack Leiter. Foul out, strikeout, looking for Bobby Witt Jr. And then a ground out. So a 1-2-3 inning with 1 K for Jack Leiter. Light work, baby.
There we go.
Let's go. Put them up, set them down for your World Series champion Texas Rangers. Bottom of the first now, rolling into Kansas City. How about the Dallas Mavericks? When we left the studio yesterday, Brian, we weren't feeling very good. In fact, I was extremely frustrated watching the first part of that game because they had a day off. You'd think that they would be mentally locked in. And the defense was exactly the same. It carried over perfectly. The poor defense in transition, wide open threes. Miami looked like they couldn't miss. Well, they locked in. They were able to battle back. And Luca Doncic goes ahead and crushes it. Oh, we got Kenny. We got Kenny has made it into the building here at Market Hall of the Dallas Boat Show. The Mavs end up winning last night over Miami, and Luca, history. 35 points, 11 boards, 11 assists. It's his 5th consecutive 30-point triple-double, tying Russell Westbrook for the for the longest streak of such games in NBA history. Luka,
that was pretty disrespectful, by the way.
Westbrook,
When they call it a fraudulent slip or something like that.
No, I don't hate Russ as much as some other people do, but I have had some fun calling him Westbrook in the past.
I was ready for Lucius to come diving in there.
I know.
Yeah,
the Westbrook defender. Yeah. He also became the only player in NBA history to notch 4 straight 35-point triple-doubles. Yeah. Luka's been absolutely on a tear, but Daniel Gafford was what he was able to do. How about Dante Exum with a big 3 late? I mean, the turnaround shot beating 3 that Luka hit was incredible. But I got a confession.
Exum hit the big 3 though too.
Exum hit a big 3.
That
Kyrie got it going. Yeah. That late stand. But 114-108, Mavs get the win. So I'm watching on my phone. And I'm at the NICU last night with baby girl. Mm-hmm. And she's got like designated touch times when the nurse comes in, and that's when we go ahead and we take her temperature, we change her diaper, we weigh her. It used to be that was the only time that we could hold her as well when she was still on the oxygen. She just got off the oxygen a few days ago. So now, like, I was already holding her while watching the game. I'm trying to make her, a Dallas Mavericks fan. So nurse comes in. There's like 2 minutes left to go in the game. Mavs are rallying. We're trying to close this thing out. Set the phone down. Go change her, and she's a wiggler. I mean, she is not an easy one to change. The legs are flying all over the place. I'm trying to contain her. And I get the diaper changed. She's also now in a onesie for the first time. So I'm trying, and that stuff isn't easy, dude.
No, heck no.
I mean, I'm trying to figure out, like, how the heck do I
work?
Those
buttons don't line up all the way.
The arms out of the onesie. I turn around, and Skin's interviewing Kyrie. Mavericks have won the game. I'm like, damn it. I just missed the last 2 minutes, so I had to go back and rewatch exactly what happened. That was my first dose of, now as a new parent, you might not always be able to catch these things. Life happens here. You might get sidetracked.
Yeah, that's the thing. You can go back and you can always catch the highlights. It's a shame you missed. Did you carry the whole game though, or were?
I was watching the whole thing.
The whole thing.
She was just sleeping in my arm,
and then all of a sudden,
here it's go time.
Yeah,
and
the nurse then kind of interrupts all that.
That's
right?
what happened. But it's okay. I mean, we're on a schedule. We got her on a schedule, and it's all right. You make those sacrifices for the little ones. But she's doing great. For those of you that are worrying about it, but a big win for the Mavs. They really needed that. Stars will be in action tonight. They're taking on Anaheim. They did make another trade with Calgary as they've gone ahead and added Emilio Peterson. They sent Riley Damiani to Calgary in exchange for Emilio. He's a 23-year-old Norwegian, and he's going to be assigned to the Stars' developmental affiliate in the AHL, the Texas Stars. He's 5'11", 180 pounds, 30 points in 54 games with the Flames AHL affiliate in Calgary. So he's also on the Norwegian national team, and at the 2021 World Championships played 6 games, scored a goal. So, hey, this is another young kid in the pipeline as Ruben coming in strong. Ruben's got our spring training game pulled up here, Rangers and Royals, so we can watch it live. And this is awesome. Real-time action here, Rubes. I love it. All right, come on out. Party with us here out at the Dallas Boat Show, Market Hall, right off Stemmons. We got a couple of Tolos that are already standing by. Check out all the amazing things that they've got to offer here. Tons of boats. Even if you don't want to buy a boat, just come out and check out what they've got. It's so much fun just walking around.
Well, it's more than
looking.
boats. They've got all kinds of stuff. They've got, if you're into wakeboarding, skis, if you're into clothes, all these things, wetsuits, they got everything. There's all these different booths that you can go to. Yeah, you could get up on a boat and kind of see how it feels up there. Maybe look where the cooler is on it. Go from that route. But yeah, this is an impressive operation they have here at Market Hall.
It's really, really badass. All right, coming up on the other side, of course, we got G-Bag of the Day coming up at 2:30. But which team has dethroned the Dallas Cowboys as the most hated in the National Football League? We'll tell you that next on The Fan. G-Bag Nation partying here at the Dallas Boat Show, Market Hall. Come on by. We got several Tolos that have already passed through, said what's up. Of course, you got Kenny and Quinlan. You have What You Drinking, What You Thinking coming up at 5:20 as it is quitting time here on a Friday. Talk with Calvin Watkins of the Dallas Morning News at 3:20. Tim Cato of The Athletic talking about your Mavs at 4 o'clock. But we got somebody that has dethroned the Dallas Cowboys as the most hated team in the National Football League. Royals have just put up 2 runs on Jack Leiter here in the top of the second with 1 out. We'll keep you updated on that. Quick 1-2-3 inning for Leiter. And then he was able to get an out on Renfroe, but we just had a
2-run homer, yeah.
After a single that was just given up. So we'll see how Jack bounces back. This is kind of the stuff that we want to see from him and how he handles this. Segment brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. And, of course, the G-Bag Nation brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. 877-881-1053. If I were to tell you a team has overtaken the Cowboys as the most hated in the National Football League, do you have a guess as to who that could be?
Kansas City Chiefs.
The Kansas City Chiefs. Ding, ding, ding. Brian Broaddus.
Just took a guess on that.
Yeah, it's one of those things where you start winning, and we saw this with New England. Like, New England was very lovable.
Yep.
They were a team that came out of nowhere. Tom Brady, darling storyline. And it's like what Harvey Dent said. You either die a hero or you live long enough to see yourself become the villain. And the Chiefs were that darling. Now, when you win 3 Super Bowls, you play in 4. You're in the AFC Championship game every single year. You had the Taylor Swift effect that some fans really, really hated.
Yes.
But according to data from Bet Online, the Chiefs have drawn the ire of the most NFL fans, surpassing our Dallas Cowboys. Should we be offended?
You know, it's funny that. It's funny how teams, though, from Dallas are very hated, being the Kansas City Chiefs were the Dallas Texans at one time. So
I guess that's
maybe
our little
people,
brother.
Maybe people just generally hate the city of Dallas. How about that? Does that work for you on that? But no, should we be offended? No, let Kansas City take it. And hey, I wish the Cowboys would find a way to go to back-to-back Super Bowls and win them and those kinds of things. I would love to be, once again, the villains of the National Football League. I mean, I was growing up, everybody talked about America's team and stuff like that, but man, there was a lot of hate. There was a lot of hate in Washington and Philadelphia, St. Louis at the time, the Los Angeles Rams. There was a lot of hate of Dallas Cowboys and the fans because of the success that the teams had. So yeah, it's kind of it's not surprising because Kansas City has done a really, really nice job.
I did see this. The best college towns in Texas for 2024.
San Marcos.
Number 1 for the second year in a row.
How am I guessing all these right?
San Marcos with Texas State comes in at number 1.
Yeah.
College Station, A&M, comes in at 2. Lubbock at number 3 for you Texas Tech Red Raiders. My North Texas Mean Green there in Denton comes in at number 4. And then Nacogdoches with SFA.
Axum Jackson.
Rounds out your top 5. Huntsville for Sam Houston State. Georgetown. Waco for Baylor. Abilene, which has a variety of different schools, including Abilene Christian.
Austin didn't make that list?
I guess Austin's not considered a college town.
Okay.
Because it's such a damn big city.
Okay.
But no, Austin didn't make the list. Otherwise, if it did, I would imagine.
Dallas would be on there because of SMU would be a good one, too.
So, I mean, I would imagine that Austin would have cracked the top 3 if it did.
Have you ever partied in Waco?
No, I've not. I've
always partied outside of Waco.
Yeah.
I've never been and partied in Waco.
No, me either. And now I've stopped in Waco several times. And then anytime you drive to Austin, you're cruising through there, and then you got to stop at the check stop, obviously. But no, I've never actually partied. Like, I've walked around the campus there, but never partied in Waco.
If you had to take somebody out in Denton and party, where would you take them?
We would either hit Fry Street, make the rounds there.
So is that like the Bourbon Street of college?
Fry Street's like our 6th Street there.
Okay, got it.
That's where, you got Cool Beans was over there. A lot of good. Now, some of the bars have changed.
Did you get
their
kicked
names
out
now.
of a bunch of those places?
I did get kicked out of a couple of times.
Is it because of your belligerent attitude?
Yeah.
You get drunk, you want to fight everybody?
Well, yeah. There was one time that happened. There was also another time, like one of my buddies. I got kicked out because I was associated with him. For whatever reason.
Oh, guilt by association.
Yeah, he just was angry. Like, he literally walked outside and then punches a fire hydrant. I don't understand why you would do that, but some guy walks by and says, man, F that guy. And then he just goes, yeah, man, F that guy. And then punch the fire hydrant. It was the stupidest thing I've ever seen. But, yeah, that's...
My hand hurts just thinking about
No,
that.
it did. He did. He broke his hand.
Yeah, of course he
Total
did.
schmuck move.
Yeah.
But, yeah, there was a couple of times, I think everybody, if you live in a college town.
Is there a town that you've been to, one of these college towns that you really enjoyed? Like, I loved going to Lubbock. I thought Lubbock was a lot of fun.
Lubbock is a
I
blast.
thought Nacogdoches was a fun town. I did that. I went to their KA fight night. Where they have boxing.
Oh, yeah.
And a buddy of mine fought in there, and he had to buy the first round. So like he's like just pounding beers the night before. But he goes, well, I got to buy. I don't have to fight. And I'm like, well, you think you need to be drinking all that beer? And he's like, oh, I'll be able to find. He got knocked down. I mean, knocked out. And, like, he was on, and we were like, get up. And we looked at the other guy. He was kind of dancing around like, no, stay down.
That is fun.
Just don't get up.
Yeah, no, I've been to San Marcos a few times.
San Marcos is really nice.
San Marcos is a blast. I had a couple of buddies that went to Texas State. In fact, we had his bachelor party back out there at San Marcos. Of course, float the river. That's always a fun thing.
That is fun.
College Station, even though I do believe, and I apologize to the Aggies out there, it is indeed a cult, but it's a hell of a place to go watch a football game. Kyle Field is awesome.
Yeah, I worked at Texas A&M for a year there, and it was Texas A&M, nice place to live though too. A lot of fun. The people there, like you said, there's a lot going on in the town. Boy, it's gotten so big down there. Just really has.
But it did seem like Bobby and RJ had a blast at Stephenville for Tarleton State. And I
think Bobby's going back.
He is. He put out a tweet that he's going back, I think this weekend. Bobby's
going
back.
For a basketball game?
I mean, anytime
is
Bobby
he
has
do
an
the
excuse
game?
to just booze, he's not going to do the game. I mean, he's going to probably just be there and paint his
Did
face.
Byron Anderson invite him to do the game?
There's no way that somebody invited Bobby to do a game.
Bobby can't do a basketball
Absolutely not. He can't go to a game sober.
He can't pay attention at all.
No. He's got ADD.
It's hard to do a 45-minute podcast with him sometimes.
Is it?
Sometimes. I talk
rough.
way too much on the podcast.
He probably appreciates that.
No, I don't blame him for being mad at me sometimes.
It's okay.
Yeah.
Final thing here, just to report before we throw things over to Lucius Alexander for LA Live. Bears, according to ESPN Chicago, they are selecting Caleb Williams with the first overall pick. They are unwilling to even entertain any trade offers for the pick, according to ESPN. Justin Fields will be traded. It's Lion season, Brian. You buying that? You selling that? Is that a true or false?
No, I think they're drafting the kid. I think you don't want the number one pick. You want it one time is what you want it, and hopefully you get your quarterback, and then you can move on. But yeah, I think they're going to take him. Yeah, I would.
I agree. All right, it's time now for our G bag of the day. Take it away, Lucius Alexander.
Take it away. Hey, so they don't consider D.C. a college town, but I had a fantastic time over there by Georgetown.
Georgetown's a blast.
Oh, my gosh.
There's some high-end stuff going on over there, though.
Fantastic time.
Yeah.
And then after that, we went to this club called Stadium. Changed my life, bro.
Oh, Stadium. Sounds badass.
I was like, oh, it's like that out here. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Don't get tied down. All right, let's see. Our winner is a combo situation from the Church House. We have a bro pastor talking about Lot and Sodom and Gomorrah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And then the other pastor said they went full Porky Pig. So let's get to the Sodom and Gomorrah guy right here. Bro pastor talking to the congregation.
We were talking about Lot, and we were talking about Sodom and Gomorrah, and we were talking about how Lot chose to go pinch his tits.
Whoa.
Excuse me. Pitch his tents. Pitch his tents is what I said.
Now.
And you heard nothing else here. This is church, my gosh. So he was pitching his tents close to Sodom and Gomorrah. And so what happened was, when he did that, he was getting too close to evil. And what I was challenging you guys to not do was to pick friends that were going to lead you to... Man, stop laughing!
Whoa.
All right?
Wow.
Man, am I red right now? Holy cow!
Mike Bassett, pastor.
Allie, I hope this isn't on videotape, because I have no job now.
Bro pastor's on them roids. Got a little upset right there, fam.
Calls him Mike
upset.
Bassett,
Yeah,
pastor.
a little upset.
That's amazing. That's fantastic.
Oh, let's see. How about this
crap.
one?
I need to write these down, Lucius.
Yeah, write them down,
I
bro.
got you, I
Pastor
got you.
talking about lie, and then this
Pastor.
one is the Porky the Pig Pastor.
Midst of the storm, we can proclaim to it and say, even in the eve meant for evil, you turn it for our good.
You turn it for our good.
Once he got going, he was fine.
Yeah, once he got.
But he got.
You know his heart just dropped in his stomach too. He's just like, oh crap! I just messed that up. Everyone heard that.
Yeah, he had a weird situation trying to get that plane off the runway right now.
It was bouncing.
My Lord, yeah, it was bouncing. Have you guys seen the Sea-Doo switch out there at the boat show yet?
I'll tell you what, Lucius, I'm going to walk down during the break and find it, though, because I was interested after you were talking about it yesterday.
Oh, man, that Sea-Doo switch.
Yeah.
Look like it's going to be part of the family at one point.
Oh, bro.
And how about the
Crypto
Bass
working
Man?
that good? It's a crypto
Yeah, I walked
working
by
that
the Bass Man walking in.
You seen the Bass Man?
Yeah, bro. It's outstanding. There's also a sexy Malibu and a Sea Ray that's right by it. I mean, oh, geez. I wish I had the money to buy one of these.
No, I mean, not the Bass Master boat. I'm talking about the Bass guy that's out there and he has the fish.
No.
He's not out there?
There's teacher guys out here? Professional teacher guys?
When I used to be out there used to be a fella that used to show off his fishing skills. And then you can go up there and fish as a kid.
I might have to walk over and try and find
Yeah, we need to find that
That
guy.
would be fun.
Okay.
Might be a pro, somebody you know.
Yeah.
Might be gone. Oh, no. Let me give you some lake music right here as we get to the rest of these nominees.
Some Yacht Rock Radio working here today.
Yacht
right?
Rock Radio coming at you. A little Steely Dan.
Yeah, there you go.
105.3 The Fan. Let's see here. Ro Nose. Have you guys heard of Ro Nose?
Is that the little wrestling kid?
It is a little wrestling kid. I played some. Yes, this is. I played some of his stuff maybe, it feels like a few years ago, but it can't be too many years ago because he's still a kid. But here he is hyping up his little league team, giving a little pep talk.
All right, listen up! Listen up! It all starts tonight! We must win! One inning at a time, one game at a time, all the way to the championship! And when we become champions, we become the Rolex wearing, diamond ring blaring, kiss stealing, woo wheeling dealing, limousine riding, jet flying, son of a gun! And I'm having a hard time keeping these alligators down!
Hey!
Woo!
Yeah.
Woo! Guys, let's put the women and children to bed and go looking for freaking dinner! Bring it in! Bring it in! Bring it in! Come on! Win on three! Win on three! 1, 2, 3, win! Let's go! Woo!
Man, I wonder if his teammates are kind of just sick of him. You know?
Yeah.
It's like, dude, we get it.
We
You
get
love
it.
wrestling.
You
wanna
go
be Hulk
viral.
Hogan.
You know wrestlers.
Yeah.
We get it, bro.
It's like, dude, that's not going to work on us.
They sounded okay responding. They didn't like go, okay, when.
Yeah.
They sounded okay.
They
but
sounded. It just
It's like
didn't-
they expect it now.
They knew they were
Yeah.
being recorded.
Yeah.
I guess we're gonna go viral with this guy.
Here we
again.
go.
But
yeah.
I think he does a great job. I love him.
He does.
His
He
videos
does.
are really good.
He does. He does like little promos. Fight. Oh, anyway, let's see what else we got right here. Oh, another kid, Pee Wee football player. He has no idea what he is in for. He doesn't know the positions on the field. He just picked one that thought it was the safest.
We got an interview, man. Hey, man, what position you want to play, man?
Safety,
Why you chose that position?
because it sounds safe.
Does it sound safe? All right, you want to be on the safest place in the field, huh?
Yep.
Huh?
Yep.
Okay, we're going to see can we keep you safe, all right? All right, keep working hard, man. Coach, that's your safety, coach.
That's your safety, coach. I love that.
That's fantastic. That's your safety coach.
Coach. Hey, safety is a tough position too, bro.
It is a really
It's
tough
very
position.
hard. You gotta love the hit. You're basically a athletic linebacker / cornerback, man.
You are, and when things go bad, you get blamed for it.
You're the last line of defense.
You get blamed for a lot of
Any
things.
deep ball, they're like, oh, it's the safety blew the coverage.
Guy's got to rotate over. What's his problem? Oh, he didn't have a chance. Didn't have a chance. Yeah.
Oh man, dude said he worked at Sea-Doo Service Department. Do not buy the Sea-Doo Switch LA. Oh no!
Okay.
Scared.
There's a lot of issues with it.
I don't know. I got to do
Maybe
some
it's
more
expensive,
research on
the
it.
upkeep. I don't know.
Okay.
Just get a regular pontoon boat. Okay.
Oh, that's even better, Lucius, I
Yeah.
think.
917 said, ask Ronnie Lott how safe it is.
Yeah.
Chop off my finger to play.
All right, let's get on out of here, bro.
All right, let's vote. We got, of course, our reigning champ, the Pastor Combo Platter. We got Bo Knows with his pep talk to his team, and Pee Wee football player wants to play the safest position on the field. Brian, who are you voting for?
I'm going to vote for the safety.
The safety, Lucius?
Row Nose.
Row Nose. All right, I will go ahead and go with the Pee Wee football player as well. I think that was quite good. So, by a vote of 2-1, our new G-Bag of the J champion, the Pee Wee football player wanting to play safety. That's your new safety coach. All right, Krusty's Corner's coming up next. Where are we going?
Guys, the 33rd team has put out the free agents in pro football you need to avoid. We'll talk about those guys next.
I know a place you don't need to avoid, and that is the Operators Club. Welcome in to the Operators Club, where Dallas flavor meets downtown vibes. It's my favorite new restaurant.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Thank you, LA. We got NFL News Today coming up at the top of the hour as we party here at the Dallas Boat Show. Right in Market Hall, right off Stemmons. It's an absolute awesome environment. We've had a lot of Tolos already walk on by, say what's up. We got Kenny and Quinlan who's hanging out as well. Jack Leiter working around a leadoff walk in the first with a fly out to Bobby Witt, 2 ground outs. Day is done now after 3 innings, allowing just 2 hits, one of them being a home run and 2 walks. So all in all, being able to kind of pitch around some trouble, I think that was good to see from Jack Leiter. I mean, it wasn't a perfect outing, but he had a 1-2-3 quick first inning. Second inning, a little bit more laborious for him, but he was able to work out of it without too much damage, and then the third bounced back nicely. So 3 solid innings of work there for Jack Leiter, who tries to earn a spot maybe as that 5th starter in the Rangers rotation until they can get everybody back healthy, hopefully around the All-Star break. Right now, it's time for Krusty's Corner. Here he is, King of the Krusties, Broadus.
Thank you very much there, Zachary. Appreciate that. Yeah, watching him pitch, though, it looked like that he had pretty decent command of what he was trying to do, and where he was struggling was I was watching him warm up. That's where he was kind of really? The ball seemed to be like going behind the backstop like 4 or 5 times there. You know, the umpire had to keep throwing a new fresh baseball out there, but though when it came to guys digging in the box, he was able to kind of find his control there a little bit. So, you know, hopefully for Jack Leiter, man, this is tough when you're starting to talk about the 2nd overall pick. You know that you don't want to be picking up there all the time. That means you're a bad baseball team, and you know, they took an opportunity to draft him. So hopefully things work out for him. But I thought it was a pretty good outing, other than the one pitch that ended up being knocked over the fence there. All right, this is for my buddies at the 33rd team, and if you're not familiar with the 33rd team, it's a bunch of guys like me that were in the league at one time and are no longer in the league. You know, working, you got some general manager guys, you've got former coaches. Mike Zimmer was part of the 33rd team. He was doing work until he got back on with the Cowboys. So yeah, it's a good group of guys and some gals and stuff like that talk about issues that go on in the National Football League and try and give you a little bit more of an insight to, you know, maybe some of the questions you have. And they posted an article here recently about the NFL free agents who carry the most risk.
Okay.
And so I thought it was a little bit of an interesting article, and I wanted to go through a couple of these guys. Would you like to guess who their #1 guy that they have as the potential for maybe some problems if you sign him as a big risk?
I wonder if it's Saquon Barkley.
Saquon Barkley is on this list.
Because of all the injuries.
Yeah. The first guy they have on this list is Tyron Smith.
Okay. So I wasn't going to say Tyron because I don't think – I just wonder – I don't know how much money he's going to get. Yeah. Obviously, he's going to get more than what the Cowboys were willing to offer, which is why he's going to play somewhere else.
Right.
But I wondered what the contract would look like to where – how much of a risk would it be. But, yeah, I mean, that's kind of the game that the Cowboys have been playing for the last 4 years. I mean, you've talked about how it's not a knock on Tyron the player, but how he's kind of held them hostage because of the availability. He could play 13 games. He could play 2.
Yeah, it's funny because the way that they frame this, they're saying that after the star left tackle missed 38 games over the past 4 seasons, that the Cowboys were ready to move on to a more reliable option. And Smith has earned more than $115 million in 13 years with the team. When, as we all know, when Smith's been on the field, he routinely earns high grades, and is able to limit the pressure on the Dallas quarterbacks, those teams that they faced. But the team, they're saying, how can they trust and how can they invest heavily in an aging left tackle who hasn't played more than 13 games in the season since 2015? And they kind of tie this in. Smith's availability in free agency is reminiscent of when the New Orleans Saints watched Terron Armstead land a $75 million deal from the Miami Dolphins in 2022. Armstead, who was 31 then, had similar durability issues but offered an all-pro peak on the field. He missed 11 games over the last 2 years since signing with Miami. He said Smith would provide a major upgrade for Mahomes, Aaron Rodgers, Trevor Lawrence, or Kyler Murray. Absolutely. But every team must be wary of the value lost and the risk that comes with signing a player who will be hampered or will miss a chunk of the season.
Wow.
Is that a fair assessment of Tyron Smith? I mean, is that
It's
fair?
hard. Yeah, it is. It is fair, and it's a reason why there's a lot of people that have been upset that the Cowboys are moving on from Tyron because it's against the all-in type of attitude, which I get. Right now you're opening up another position of need that you have to make sure you get. To me, I think that was already a position of need because of the reliability concerns. I can't count on Tyron Smith being available every Sunday, and their player that they had behind him in Chime Edoga wasn't good enough to step in and play, and it cost you games. So ultimately, in the playoffs, you can roll your eyes and say it's not going to matter anyway, but they're going to try and go out there and compete. I don't have an issue moving on from Tyron. I do think that's warranted because he's a hell of a player when he's out there, but you just don't know how many times he's going to play.
Okay, here's the next guy that a lot of Cowboy fans have thrown this name out. They're like, hey, Broadus, evaluate this guy for us. Tell us what you think. Devin White, linebacker. And again, we're going through the list from the 33rd team of guys that kind of a buyer beware at your own risk kind of thing, but they've got Devin White on this list. He's a popular player since entering the NFL due to his excellent athletic ability and ability to make impact plays as a pass rusher. Devin White struggled to make an impact beyond the role for much of the 2023 season, though. Despite gaudy tackling numbers from 2019 to 22, White has been far from a reliable gap filler, instead relies on his speed to make empty tackles. His tackle total dropped to a career low 83 in 14 games played this past season. At 26, White still has time left on the clock to be a productive player, but before the athletic ability is gone, his best football might be in front of him. But often he leaves the impression that there's more that he could do to help the team win. Okay, I've talked to people in Tampa about him, and there were times this past season where he just didn't want to play, where he felt like that they were trying to do things, they were taking him off the field. They felt like that they had other guys that were better run defenders, better pass. He was going to be reduced to a nickel role where he was just going to play in the passing game.
Yeah.
And I had several people at the Buccaneers tell me that he kind of became a locker room cancer that way. And there was the times that he missed, it was like, I don't feel ready, I don't want to play.
Yeah.
And they're like, fine, if you don't want to be that guy, then we're gonna move on from you. So Devin White, even though at 26 years old, and Dallas, clearly they can use a Devin White though at linebacker, right?
2 years ago, we were looking at Devin White as, my gosh, this is the prototype for the modern NFL. Run, chase, tackle, can cover.
Yeah.
But we did hear those reports that they wanted him to come off the bench one game because his play and attitude weren't good. He said, well, then I'm just not playing.
I'm not playing, right.
So, yeah, I don't know that that's the type of guy that if you're going to pay, he's probably going to want top-of-the-market money.
Right.
One, I don't think the Cowboys are in the ballpark for that anyway, so he's not realistically an option. But two, I don't know, you do have to do your homework on is that the type of guy you want to bring into your locker room.
Yeah, and the final guy I want to mention is Saquon Barkley of the Giants. Barkley has the most concerning profile of the big four named running backs to hit free agency this spring: Derrick Henry, Josh Jacobs, Tony Pollard, and Barkley. Now 27 with only one 1,000-yard rushing season over the last 4 years, his remarkable 2022 breakout might be the last big season he'll have in the tank.
Wow.
Teams can't overpay Barkley for that campaign because they feel he can replicate his 1,650-yard total yards in a better situation. So they're saying that there's too many red flags with him when you look at his breakaway runs, his yards created per touch. All these things should raise red flag. The best value that Barkley brings is as a pass catcher, where he averages 7.3 yards per reception throughout his career.
Interesting.
So those are some players that the 33rd team say, maybe you want to reconsider if you're going to look at in free agency.
Thank you very much, Brian.
Thank you.
There is Krusty's Corner every day here at 2:45-ish in the G-Bag Nation as we continue to broadcast live from the Dallas Boat Show at Market Hall off of Stemmons. We're hanging out here today until 7 p.m. Your dream boat is waiting, but they've also got tons of amazing other things that you can come and purchase if you're into wakeboarding. They got awesome clothes as well. Just come on out here. It's an absolute blast. So many people are just walking in and out. Tons of foot traffic. A lot of tolos as well. Turning it on and leave it on with us here in the G-Bag Nation. All right, NFL news of the day coming up next. The comp picks have been announced. How many did the Cowboys get? Wilson visiting a division rival and debating the first-round quarterbacks. This specific one drawing attention. That's next.
Sports with lots of laughs mixed in. Sean and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece. G-Bag Nation. Secured by DFWsecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Oh, it's comp pick day, baby. Cowboys adding some compensatory picks. NFL News of the Day is coming up right now. We will talk with Calvin Watkins of the Dallas Morning News, who covers your Dallas Cowboys. Get us ready for NFL free agency, which is probably going to be very quiet, but you never know. You never know. We do have Ranger spring training going on. Brian, you are pointing at the screen. What is happening?
We got a Ranger home run, but our camera, I couldn't see who it was.
Oh, I'll find out.
It was, here we go, 32. Was it Evan?
It was Josh Hamilton. No, it's Evan Carter.
It was Evan Carter.
Yeah.
Evan Carter just
we
hit
had
a home
another
run.
Evan Carter homer. Holy moly.
Hit it right. I couldn't tell that it's one of those things that they're filming with like two cameras. So I couldn't tell it. I think that's Evan Carter.
No, it's Wyatt Langford.
Was it Langford?
Yeah, Wyatt Langford just homered. It's now 2-1.
Okay.
Carter was hitting right before Wyatt Langford. He popped out. But a solo bomb for Wyatt Langford, who we will talk about when we go around the bases at 6 o'clock.
Yeah.
We've got one insider who's already saying Wyatt Langford might be too good not to make your opening day roster. So Wyatt, indeed.
I had a guy in the Major League Baseball tell me that he thinks he's Freddie Freeman.
Yeah?
Yeah, he's that type of player.
That's awesome.
I hope it works out that
way. But Wyatt
going. This guy was right about Jonah Himes.
Here we go. 2-1. Royals ahead of your Rangers as they play in the bottom of the fourth inning, 1 out. And right now we got Jared Walsh, who might end up having to start opening day at first base with the injury to Nathaniel Lowe. If you missed it, that's right here on your home of the World Series champion Texas Rangers. Nathaniel Lowe with a right oblique strain, expected to miss probably about a month, but hopefully we'll be back very, very soon. Zach Wolchuk alongside Brian Broaddus, Lucius Alexander, Carter Freeman hanging out with you. Hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation, live from Market Hall, the Dallas Boat Show, right off of Stemmons. Come on by
here
and check out your dream boat or whatever you want to do, man. It's a party. It really, really is. It's a blast out here. They've got a lot of awesome boats that are just directly behind us. We talked about the Bassmaster earlier. That thing's sick. We got a Sylvan that's right behind us right now that looks really cool. I talked about the Sea Ray that I saw, the Malibu.
This boat behind us here, what I understand, is a $500,000 boat.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
It's massive.
Yeah.
How many people do you think this could fit? 6?
Probably 6.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is, I mean, the boats they have here are insane.
Yeah, $500,000 boat. So my lake house is sitting behind me here somewhere right now.
Yeah, it is. It is.
I wish that was my lake house.
There you go. Hey,
Yeah.
you'll be on the lake soon enough, so come on out. It's a blast. We love you. Eric Chiafalo, of course, hanging out with the family on vacation this week. Gavin Dawson getting those big dubs with the Dallas Surf, coaching his daughter's soccer team today. Massive tournament that they've got going on. But let's dive right into your NFL news of the day. I'll tell you about those comp picks the Cowboys just got. They got the 39th pick in the 5th round, which will be 173 overall. And then the 41st pick in the 6th round, 216. So the Cowboys adding a 5th and a 6th.
Not bad.
And honestly, Brian, I do feel as though the odds of them adding a 4th are high because I think they're going to try and slide down. I don't know if it's the first round or the second, but you know they're going to try and want to recoup an extra pick in here as well.
We talked about that potential Buffalo trade, man, and that makes a lot of sense. When you're talking about the 99th selection, and that's the end of the 3rd round, and the day 3 is when, man, day 3 we always call the Scouts Day. And so I'll tell you what, man, it's if they could somehow get that 99th pick, that's right before the opening of that, because they don't have a pick right now in the 4th round.
No, they don't.
And I'd love to have a pick in the 4th round.
Yeah.
I mean, we'd all would, but hopefully they could find a way to manipulate this. And if they have to move back a couple of spots to get it, maybe somebody wants to get one of these offensive tackles. I know Dallas is in the offensive tackle market as well. So maybe somebody, you never want to trade away from a player. You would feel terrible that if you did, and they're like, oh, maybe we could get this guy.
Your guy.
And then they take your guy, then you just completely, it ruins the rest of your day. But hopefully they can find a way to recoup that pick. But, man, to get a 5 and a 6 out of the compensatory, I'm digging that right now.
Well, you think of the way free agency is going to go this year for the Cowboys. We'll talk with Calvin about that on the other side. But Dorrance Armstrong probably gone. Fowler probably gone. Tony Pollard, does he sign elsewhere? Tyler Biotish. The Cowboys are in line to get a lot of comp picks this time next year. They could be really stealing. Now we got, I do want to give a shout out to the 214. My son Dash is 8 today. Happy birthday, Dash.
Happy birthday.
He's been a Tolo since he was 4. I don't know what happened the first 4 years there, Pops. But happy birthday, Dash.
Hey, can I give a shout out to
That's a
somebody
cool
else?
name, too, by the way, Dash.
Dash is a cool name.
Dash is a dope name, bro.
You were way ahead of me on that one, Dash. But my dad will be 85 tomorrow. So happy birthday, Big Larry.
Yes, Papa brought us.
Papa brought us. He'll be 85 years old tomorrow.
Happy birthday to you.
Yeah.
Now, here's some news within the division. Russell Wilson met with the Steelers, but he also spoke with the New York Giants in what is being quoted as an exploratory meeting with Russell Wilson. We've had all the reports come in. The Giants are a team. They do love Rome Odunze. They want a receiver, but they're also supposedly fed up and done with Daniel Jones. Maybe they view Russell Wilson as a potential candidate to come in, depending on what the money looks like there. But interesting, Russell Wilson meeting with the team within the NFC East.
Yeah, I mean, I just maybe with Russ with the right place might, he's there were times where he was really, really good, and then I think to me the thing that I worry about Russ is how he just let Sean Payton just, it was like there was no fight about it. He's just like, okay, fine, you don't like me, you don't want me to, you don't want me to, you don't want me here anymore. I mean, he just kind of backed up is what he did. And I didn't see like a veteran quarterback. You would think that if Sean Payton's getting in his face, that you would see a little fight back. And I just that bothered me. But I mean, there's things that Russ can do. But like I say, the Giants are in a situation where, with Daniel Jones, boy, that was a huge mistake. Tommy Cutlets was a guy there for a while.
Oh, Tommy Cutlets, the passing paisano.
Yeah, it just seemed like that they were running guys through there, and none of it was working.
All right, let's because Sean Payton's apparently there's a lot of reports now. This is
Sean Payton's a mean guy.
Okay,
he's mean.
I'm glad you said that.
He's mean
because it does seem like he's got a little bit of fiery attitude.
He does.
Well, it can be a little bit of the B word sometimes.
Yep.
But he loves J.J. McCarthy. Are some of the reports that are coming out. Now, the sources in which you're saying this, I think you take with a grain of salt. Like I've mentioned Tony Pauline before. Tony Pauline's a guy
this is a Tony Pauline story?
It's not just from Pauline, though, which is why I think maybe it's got some legs. But J.J. McCarthy is the hot name. We talked with Dane Brugler about this yesterday, too. Mel Kiper was on his ESPN podcast along with Field Yates. What is he hearing about J.J. McCarthy?
Caleb won. Let's eliminate any discussion about Jaden maybe overtaking Caleb. I don't think that's happening. Jaden settles in 2. Drake May, J.J. McCarthy is a battle. I think that's legitimate. I'm talking this morning to people before the show, and all I hear is J.J. McCarthy.
Wow.
J.J. McCarthy is so smart, so tough, athletic. He almost, because of what he was protected in doing, because they didn't let him carry the offense, has benefited from that because it adds some mystery to it. He's kind of old school quarterback. Didn't have been thrown 40, 50 times. It wasn't on him just throwing all these bubble screens and all over the place. Bottom line is J.J. McCarthy could overtake Drake May. Could. Possibly. Yeah. Oh, it looks like Field. I have 12 to Denver. People like say, he's going to top 10. Somebody maybe Jim Harbaugh trades off of 5. You guys were talking about a trade, Field, I know, with the Chargers, right? And others were talking about a trade, Jordan Reed. No, maybe they do. Maybe Jim allows somebody to jump up and get his quarterback.
Maybe he does. That would make some sense. Harbaugh throwing his guy a little bit of a bone. But I don't know. I don't really see it like some of these other guys are with J.J. McCarthy. Now, I've mentioned this before. If Sean Payton decides who's got the quarterback eye, J.J. McCarthy's the real deal. I'll have to go back and rewatch some of the tape. Third downs, J.J. McCarthy was pretty good on. And we did mention the Ohio State game 2 years ago. They came out, they asked him to air it out, and he did so. The majority of the time, though, he is asked to play within the offense. It is not a lot of pushing the ball down the field. It is handing it off to Blake Corum and Donovan Edwards. And it just goes to show you the difference in opinion on these guys. Because on the Ross Tucker podcast, Greg Cosell, who's been doing this a long time, he gave his opinion on what he sees with the Michigan quarterback, J.J. McCarthy.
I would view McCarthy more as a developmental prospect. And I think he's got some clear concerns. I think that playing at Michigan and playing their style of offense, he was an efficient system player. I don't think he has any special throwing ability. He does have good athleticism. He certainly can play extend. I don't know if he's a play creator. He can extend, and he can run for a first down, no question. So I think that there'll be legitimate questions about his ability to function effectively in muddied and noisy pockets with bodies around him. He did not really show on tape the kind of pocket movement you'd like to see to navigate and reset. He's not an off-platform thrower.
Not at all.
I don't think his arm is real strong. I think that at times he labored to drive the ball. The ball does not really jump off his hand. To me, I personally, just based on film, okay, I did not see him as a first-round type player in terms of just traits and talent.
I would agree with Greg Cosell's assessment on that. That's similar to what I saw from the guy.
Yeah, I think Greg has got him pretty well taken care of. I know you and I love Michael Penix.
Yes, we do.
And so I'm trying to figure out of that second tier group of when you look at these quarterbacks, McCarthy, Nix. I got May in that group too. I'm not a.
Yeah, you're down on. You are. You don't like.
There's a side of me. There's a side of me, and I always preach to people: trust your eyes.
Yeah.
Trust what you're seeing. If you're in this evaluations of these quarterbacks, usually your first indication or inclination of the player is the right one. And I just feel like, to me, I would much rather have, these guys like with the Williams, of course, Daniels. And I'm not talking about Daniels at LSU because I'm an alum. He's a legitimate NFL quarterback, in my opinion.
He can win from the pocket, but he also
done it
has
for 2 years.
Yeah, he also has Lamar Jackson type of running ability.
He's elusive, he's accurate, he's tough, he's smart. I mean, there's so many things about his game that check boxes. And I think the thing with McCarthy, I think maybe that Greg might be a little tough on him, but I do understand some of the concerns that he does have.
Yeah. Now, it's interesting, the Patriots, they're open to trading Mac Jones. Teams have been calling them and doing work on the former starter Mac Jones. I wonder if San Francisco would be one of those teams. Like, they seem very content with Brock Purdy, but they were linked to Mac Jones during that entire draft process that ended up going with Trey Lance. I wonder who is the teams that would be calling about Mac Jones. Find that interesting because he has not looked very good.
It was funny because I was talking to some people that knew what was going on with Mac Jones in that whole thing with
during the draft.
And I remember this very vividly, that they were like, hey, we really do like Mac Jones. We think about Mac Jones with, potentially the second overall pick. San Francisco got scared of the backlash.
Which is so weird.
I thought it was weird, too.
Because they went ahead and benched
two
Trey
different
Lance
guys
for a seventh rounder.
I had two different guys tell me in the league that, like, listen, they were going to draft Mac Jones. And they were worried about the potential backlash.
So who would that be? A John Lynch? Is Shanahan the owner?
They just all of a sudden, like, when people started talking, that's where it's really, really tough when you're sitting in those rooms and you have this conviction for a player. And then all of a sudden everybody starts rallying and you're going, wait a minute, is this legit? Are we thinking about this guy the wrong way? And they pivoted away from him. But Mac Jones was going to be a 49er until all that got out.
Man, well, that's another quarterback that's out there. Patriots did agree to terms with tight end Hunter Henry on a new 3-year contract today. Brandon Graham of the Eagles says he's got faith in getting a deal done for a 15th season in Philly. That's after Jason Kelce retired. It appears Brandon Graham would like to run it back for at least another season with the Bird Turds. The Chiefs have re-signed linebacker Drew Tranquill to a 3-year, $19 million deal, one of the more underrated linebackers in the NFL. Made 8 tackles in the AFC Championship game against the Ravens. Was really all over the field. But this is a super sad story, man. And I don't know, does the NFL need to reevaluate You talked all week leading up to that Chiefs-Dolphins game. They love the snow games.
Yeah.
But the temperatures ended up being life-threatening.
Yes.
And there are a large number of Kansas City Chiefs fans now that it's been reported need amputations after they were freezing during the AFC wildcard game. Could be a toe, could be a finger, maybe but it was -20 to -20 degrees. And at some point, you've got to think about hypothermia, frostbite. Is this worth it to still play a football game for our players and our fans that are paying money to go to the event?
It's tough. And you're right. The NFL, they love the game that involves cold, and they love the game that involves snow. Because what happens, it continues to feed the legends of the importance of these games. When we still, in 1960, we still talk about the Ice Bowl.
Yeah.
We still see
the Tuck Rule game with Brady and the Raiders.
The Tuck, we see things. These are games that live on in history, and the league, they don't have time for their whole deal is bundle up, we're playing, we don't care.
They were mad that Buffalo canceled the Steelers game and they had to move that.
The snow game, yeah. I mean, that is something that is very, to them, they do not want to cancel, but the governor of New York is like, no, we're not playing a game in Buffalo when people's lives could be on the line. And the NFL is like, well, wait, why? But it took a government official to go in there and tell the NFL, we're not playing today. So they think it's such a big part of the history of the sport and what that does, and they don't have time for your frostbite.
Well, they won 7 BS. Those fans didn't dress for the weather. They played a high school championship game at Rich Stadium in Buffalo in '89, and the kickoff temperature was -2, and they were kids. Fans don't have to go. The frostbite is solely on the fans from the 901.
So you don't want to miss the games, though.
No,
but I will agree to.
It's the first time I've ever thought about that.
I will agree with the texter that's talking about you need to prepare for this.
You absolutely do.
You do. If
these are people that are going shirtless, then I don't feel sorry for you.
And how do you live in Buffalo, New York, and not have enough gear? That's what I want. I'm sorry, Buffalo, Kansas. You're right.
Yeah.
It begins in Kansas City. You're right. How can you live in Kansas City and St. Louis are the freeze and fry states or the cities? You're either going to freeze or you're going to fry in the summertime. It's just that's the way those cities being in the Midwest. But I don't know how you go to live in the Midwest. And again, I lived 5 years in Green Bay. You have gear. You make sure you have the right gear if you're going to be parts of those contests.
All right, we're partying here at the Dallas Boat Show, Market Hall. It's an awesome event. Come hang out. G-Bag Nation here until 7 p.m. right off of Stemmons. Your dream boat is waiting. We will see you here. We're literally right as you walk in through the front door. You can come over, say what's up to us, and go check out all the awesome boats that they've got. Let's go ahead and catch up with Calvin Watkins, covers the Cowboys for the Dallas Morning News. What's the latest on the Zach Martin restructuring? Dak Prescott, the fill-in replacement for Tyron Smith. All Cowboy content with Calvin next on The Fan.
The Fan continues to grow because of you, our listener teammates. Thank you for turning it on and leaving it on. 105.3 The Fan.
smart. A message from TxDOT.
Hanging out at the Dallas Boat Show here at Market Hall. It is the G-Bag Nation. Zach Wolchuk alongside Brian Broaddus. Shout out to Ruben, doing an excellent job right now. Kansas City up 3-1 now on the Rangers. Another dong ball for the Royals. By the way, that Wyatt Langford homer that he hit in the fifth was off of former World Series champion Texas Ranger Will Smith. So how about that? Little friendly fire there. Well, I guess now he's the enemy. But let's turn our attention to the D&M Leasing Hotline. The great Calvin Watkins of the Dallas Morning News joining us here in the nation. Calvin, how are you, sir? And are you all in?
I don't know what that means, but yeah, I'm all in. Sure.
I think we're all still asking what the hell does that even mean. Jerry kind of backtracked that. Well, I know it's a couple weeks now, or really a week removed, but what was some of the things that you really took away from your conversation with Jerry on the bus?
Jerry's the best. The biggest thing I took is they didn't meet Dak Prescott's agent. They didn't meet CeeDee Lamb's agent, which was surprising. They didn't seem to be in a big hurry to get these deals done. I believe they will take care of Dak. I believe they will take care of CD. But it was just surprising to me they didn't meet with their agents at the Combine. He even hinted that he wouldn't mind giving Mike McCarthy a contract extension, which was kind of surprising. I think he was trying to deflect from the fact that, majority of his coaches are in the last year of their deals, including the newly hired defensive coordinator, Mike Zimmer. Those are the biggest things I got from Jerry at the Combine, but he was in great spirits as always.
Hey, Calvin, I don't want to even talk about the Cowboys. What do you think about Jake Paul and Mike Tyson fighting at AT&T Stadium?
Yeah, man.
Because you're a boxing expert. You and Lucius Alexander are my boxing guys. So what do you think about the Jake Paul fight and Mike Tyson?
I was very surprised when I got the email, and I called someone at the Cowboys, and I said, hey, I want to make sure this email is right. You got Mike Tyson, Jake Paul, AT&T. I want to make sure I got it right. And that's probably the only time I've called the Cowboys after they sent out an email. I don't know what's going on with Jake Paul. He's like a YouTuber. You guys probably know more than me about him.
Sure.
I know a lot about Mike Tyson. I think Mike Tyson and Jake Paul are friends, I think. Mike's podcast, Hot Boxing, Jake Paul was a guest on there maybe last year or something like that. Hey, people trying to earn a living, and who am I to criticize that? So I will say this: it wouldn't surprise me if they got 70,000 people into AT&T Stadium for that fight. It's going to be a fantastic show. It would not surprise me at all if when tickets go on sale, they're going to be gone pretty quickly.
All right, I'll come back to the Cowboys then. I'm sorry about that. I thought you were going to offer me some really great insight there, but okay.
I'm sorry.
No, man. You owe me a cigar. You owe me a cigar for that insight you just gave me. Yeah, I touted you as a boxing analyst guy, and you did. I didn't get anything out of that. So
one thing I will say, when Mike Tyson was fighting Lennox Lewis, they were looking for a location.
Yeah.
And they thought about having it here in Dallas.
Right.
And at that time, Tyson had some legal issues in the past or whatever, and they were trying to have the fight maybe here in Dallas, maybe at the American Airlines Center or somewhere. And they didn't have it here, and Dickie Cole, God rest his soul, who was the commissioner of Texas Boxing Commission back then, said, all boxers are not, Boy Scouts, so let's go have it. And they never had the fight here, so it'd be interesting to see if Tyson would be 58 when they have the fight July 20th, if he can get licensed in, which I think he will.
Okay. Were you surprised at Tyron Smith, that's whole situation right there? And did Tyron Smith play so well last year that when the Cowboys circled back to try and say, listen, we like this pay-for-play situation, did Tyron Smith, did he balk on that, or did the Cowboys, which side do you feel like didn't like the situation the most?
I think Tyron Smith didn't like the compensation part.
Sure.
The load management to play, I think Tyron was good with that, and I think the Cowboys were good with it. When it came to the compensation, the money, Tyron Smith wanted some money, more money, I have no problem with that. And the Cowboys were like, nah, we're going to pass, which doesn't surprise me. I've always thought this was Tyron Smith's last year with the Cowboys. I've always believed that.
So I know you've been doing some mock drafting, and you had an article out recently.
What?
I love a good Calvin Watkins mock draft. So you think they're going tackle there at 24. Are you not buying into maybe the possibility of Tyler Smith kicking out to tackle?
You know, every time I ask the Cowboys about Tyler Smith, they go, we don't know. And 3 of the Cowboys' best players.
Is that all your questions you ask him? We don't know.
We don't know.
We don't know.
What's all in me?
We don't know. That's all they say. We don't know. We don't know. We don't know nothing. We don't know nothing. Well, I know why you don't win a championship, because y'all don't know what y'all doing.
Let him know, Calvin.
I think 3 of the Cowboys' best players, Trayvon Diggs, Micah Parsons, CeeDee Lamb, not in necessarily that order, all 3 of those players fell to them in some fashion, right?
Yes.
So you don't know what's going to happen at 24. So I think that's why they're not sure what to do.
Right.
If say you get the best center guard at 24, well, okay, maybe you draft him and then you go. That's your answer with Tyler Smith. Or you say, well, maybe we need a starting center. Maybe you put him at center, because Tyler Biotis is not going to come back.
Sure.
So I think there's going to be a lot of tackles in the draft. You know what I'm saying? Almaz brought us, do you trust a rookie left tackle in this big year for Mike McCarthy? So that's the other issue here. So I think they really don't know, but there's going to be a lot of tackles in the first round. I think maybe 10 offensive linemen, I should say, will go in the first round, because some of those tackles can go inside and play guard. And there might be 3 or 4 good center guards, that might go in the first round. So they have a lot of good options there, but I think they'll be okay at 24 if they get a tackle or a guard.
Yeah, I think, Calvin, the one thing they've proven is first-round guys plug and play. They go. Don't ever question them taking an offensive lineman in the first round and that guy not being a plug-and-play player. I mean, that's the one thing I wanted to ask you, Calvin, when you guys had a chance to go have that sit-down lunch with McCarthy, was he any different this time around than other times, or was he more relaxed? Is he accepting his potential fate? Did you get anything out of how he was interacting with you guys?
Don't tell anybody this. This is a secret between us, okay?
Of course.
Safe space. I wasn't at the luncheon. I was in Los Angeles with my son. However, everyone who was there enjoyed the lovely lunch that they had at the Cowboys Club. It was like almost 3 hours.
Yeah.
They said Mike was very relaxed.
Okay.
And forthcoming with information, willing to talk, and that kind of thing. So from my understanding, from people who were at the luncheon, Mike was cool. Mike was really cool. And it kind of reminded me of how he was at the end of the regular season when, there was talk about, hey, you make a deep playoff run, you're going to get a contract extension, right?
Right.
And, you're going to get 2 home playoff games and all this kind of stuff. And he was really relaxed, like, I'm not worried about it. People close to Mike had told me he felt like he had all the leverage in the world.
Sure.
Because, you win 2 playoff games, NFC Championship games, Jerry's going to pay you, right?
Right.
Obviously didn't happen. And so he's still relaxed about this kind of thing. And that's good for him because, as he has said repeatedly, hey, I'm a grown man and I can handle this.
Calvin, you've been around, of course, the Cowboys for a long time and then other organizations as well. The thought of culture and the Cowboys having culture issues, the Dalton Schultz clip from Pat McAfee just went viral. What's your opinion on all of that stuff and maybe why they've struggled to have championship success over nearly 3 decades now?
It's kind of funny because Micah Parsons talked about culture and Dalton Schultz, and I felt where they were coming from a little bit. And Troy Aikman had said something similar, like, man, it's kind of hard when you're practicing and you got like 50 people walking by the practice field on a tour, so it is a weird dynamic. The media here is hard on them, like New York. But it's just what it is. You say, well, the Cowboys all in football. Well, Brian Broaddus was asking me a question about the boxing match at 18 Stadium. You know,
Because I knew I wasn't going to get the answer I wanted about the football team. That's why I asked you that boxing question.
I'm with you 100% on that. And then there's I got another email from them about the rodeo or something that's going on. I don't know. Yeah. So you wonder, like I covered the Jets, right?
Sure.
For one season, there were no tours going on around there, and they lose games, and they're just as bad as anybody.
Yeah.
So I don't believe there's a culture problem. I think you have to be able to handle the distractions better. Like the distractions in New York. That means you got like 9 people to cover the Jets and Giants.
Yeah.
I just think Micah Parsons, if you're talking about culture, when the off-season program starts in April, your ass better be there at the Star.
Sure.
Because last year you were in Austin.
Right.
So don't talk about culture. You're not there day one.
Hey,
you know
Calvin. Yeah.
Sorry,
Calvin, my experience of working at the Star, it's unique. It's different. But but Dalton Schultz made it look like people had their hands up on the glass, peering in and all that. Let me tell you what, those people. Those people who run those tours, if you're walking down the hall, they stop the tour. They go, could you please move to the side, please? Thank you. If you touch the glass, they will kick your ass out of there so fast, And I've seen Jerry Jones be part of the tour. Like he comes walking up on a part of the tour, and people are like amazed. And as you get used to it, you used to it. You know what you would do? You say hello, and people appreciate the fact. And they tell those people that you're not supposed to respond unless you're responded to. Unless if somebody, there are strict rules that they deal with. Dalton Schultz made it sound like that people are just walking around while he's taking a shower, checking him out. And that's not factual. That's just not factual. There are specific.
What he's talking about.
The one thing that I always felt somewhat uncomfortable with was I would be eating lunch, and people walking by, and you could hear him say, "Oh, that's Brian Broaddus." So then you're like, "Hi, how's it going?" You just acknowledge them, and they move on and stuff like that. But he made it sound like that it's just like, hey, throw the garage door open, the keg's over in the corner, and just kind of like peer into anything you want to do. And I think that's where, to me, and you said it best, you have to have a certain mentality to play for the Dallas Cowboys. And maybe that's the problem when they get to the point where the playoffs and all that, the pressure that they have to deal with, that they can't handle that as players because they're so worried about who's looking through the weight room glass at them instead of worried about covering that tight end up the field against the Green Bay Packers.
That's true. It is a weird dynamic. I do remember, this might have been 2 years ago, they had a practice at the Stars outside, and you guys have been out there. The Cowboy Club is right there. People can watch practice.
Yes.
But that doesn't happen. That doesn't happen probably for 31 other teams.
Right. Right.
And it was interesting because was a Cowboys Fit is right there too on the edge there. And I happened to look up, and there was a dude standing there, in the bathrobe and in his bare feet watching practice because he probably came out of the sauna.
Oh,
he was like, let's see what's going on. He wasn't causing he was just standing there watching.
Yeah.
So he wasn't causing no problems. But those kinds of things don't happen in Kansas City or Pittsburgh or San Francisco or Miami. Now, look.
But I'll tell you what. There's probably 31 other teams that would think about doing it, though. The way that Jerry continues to
make money.
What he's doing is he's delivering on the promise of the people at the Star. He's delivering. He's delivering to his sponsors. He's delivering to the fan base. He's delivering things. He is making it about, why you follow my football team? Because you get to go down the hallway and see Calvin Watkins going to practice, or you get to see Dak Prescott going to lunch. That's why people love this football team, because of the access. Look at their .com stuff.
Yeah.
Their .com numbers kill everybody. You know why? They have more access than anybody else. They get to talk about their team the way. Jerry's just delivering on the experience. That's what he's doing.
The reason why these other owners won't do that, and I learned this from the report cards that the NFLPA released.
Yeah.
A lot of these owners are cheap.
Yes.
Like the Kansas City Chiefs won the last 2 Super Bowls, I think.
Right,
and the
yeah.
owner is ranked dead last.
Yeah.
Because he's too cheap. He promised them after he won the Super Bowl the previous year, I would upgrade the locker room, and he didn't. And they said, why? And he goes, well, the season went too long. Last I checked, they're not playing the Super Bowl in Kansas City, you know? So a lot of these owners don't want to invest the way Jerry Jones has invested into the community in terms of practice facilities.
Yeah.
Like, there was, like, Cincinnati, and Brian knows this because he was a scout for a long time.
Spindley Field, or whatever that thing was. That thing was on a toxic dump.
Yeah.
People were getting sick.
Man. Calvin, last thing, because I know we're up against it, I do want to get your take on Tony Pollard. Do you think he's back? Do the Cowboys even have money to afford him?
I was told Pollard would be open to returning for less money. It just depends on, so say he gets a 2-year, $20 million deal from Team X, and the Cowboys offer $18 million. Well, what's $2 million? So he might come back. It's kind of something like that, but they want him to come back. But, you know, as Brian knows, you can always find a way to make something happen. And that's what I think that's what the Cowboys did today. They created $13 million in cap space when they restructured Zach Martin's contract. They're going to restructure Trayvon Diggs at some point and Terrence Steele to get more money, get more space. So it will happen.
Calvin, you're awesome, man. We always love getting to talk ball with you. Have a good time. Enjoy the weekend, sir. We'll talk with you soon, I'm sure.
Hey, you guys have a great time at the boat show.
We will.
Hey, brush up on your boxing, bro. The next time we bring you on, I don't want you to be a stiff. Okay?
I want a Logan Paul scouting reporter, a Jake Paul report, whatever the hell it is.
You're supposed to know about boxing, Calvin. What the hell was that?
I don't know. I'm caught up in looking at 3 techniques right now.
There you go. There he goes. Calvin Watkins here on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Of course, segment brought to you by the carsforkids.org, and we love Cars for Kids. We got a home run, another one for the Rangers. We'll tell you about that on the other side. Also, biggest L, biggest dub, 877-881-1053. Where have you taken some victories lately? Where have you taken some L's as well? That's next on The Fan.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else, y'all. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Thank you, Lucius. Still hanging out here until 7 o'clock. Dallas Boat Show, Market Hall, right off of Stem. And seen a lot of people walking out. Somebody walked out with a surfboard. Another person with a wakeboard. Awesome water sport activities that they've got here, and all the water sport things that you can purchase if you need for your boat, attachments, but also all the amazing different types of boats that they've got here as well that you can check out, whether it's the Sea Ray, the Malibu that's up over there. We've got some Jerry Whittle boats that are right behind us. I mean, it's really exceptional.
Jerry Whittle is a long-time Dallas boat store. Like when I was a kid. When I was a kid going out, my family had a place out at Lake Dallas there in Highland Village, and we used to drive by Jerry Whittle's boats. Matter of fact, it's like the nautical mile, that road on 75 that leads from. You never saw those? Yeah, all those boats.
Yes.
Yeah, when you're
yeah,
going.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
Okay, it's called the nautical mile.
Okay.
And, yeah, Jerry Whittle is a boat company, and I think we're into our third generation of Whittle boat people now.
That's
Yeah,
badass,
yeah,
dude.
Yeah.
Hell yeah, the Whittle family.
How about
So
me
it's
knowing
Trey
about
Whittle now. Is Trey Whittle? Trey Whittle now is out
Trey
here.
Whittle. Yes,
Trey
sir.
Whittle.
The
Yeah.
third. All right, let's do biggest L, biggest dub, 877-881-1053. Where have you taken some personal victories lately? Where have you taken some L's along the way? Because it's time for this.
Oh, yeah. Now listen here. It's time to toss things over to that silly twit, Zach Wolchuk, to give us this week's L takers and dub makers. On and off the field, no one is safe from this imbecile's tongue. It's biggest L, biggest dub.
Big dub. We'll catch up with Tim Cato of The Athletic. Talk Mavs coming up at the top of the hour. I did take a big dub. Told you guys about it earlier in the week. My baby girl Eliza got off the oxygen there at the NICU. That's huge. I mean, she's now every day she's making more progress. They're now working on the feeding.
Big Mac's in the line somewhere. Big Mac somewhere.
Somewhere.
Yeah, we're
somewhere.
gonna get Big Mac.
Yeah,
in
we
here.
will. Hopefully, the double Big Mac. Maybe.
Double Big
You know,
Mac.
she,
There you go.
no teeth or anything. She can go ahead and put
Just
that
go
thing
for
down,
that
man.
Big Mac. Yeah.
But she was able to drink half a bottle yesterday. So, I mean, that's one of the things. She's 7 weeks premature. So they've got to get down now that she's breathing on room air, the breathing while also, swallowing the milk and then also handling the bottle as well. So it's new to her.
Those doctors and nurses are amazing.
It's amazing. They really are.
They're
Shout out to
amazing
Medical
people.
2.0.
Yeah.
They've been fantastic. Megan was our nurse last night. She was brilliant. So all good news so far there on the baby front. We did have
The music works on that boat.
Yeah. That's what they keep doing. If you keep hearing that, one of the boats behind us, they keep trying to check out the speakers on there, and
That's
are
a party.
loud.
That's a party boat. That's
Man,
Lucius,
That is made for Party Cove right there.
Yeah, that's Lucius's pontoon boat back there.
That Party Cove, absolutely. We don't need no speaker boxes or anything.
No,
that thing is going to let
that
everybody
boat has
party with.
Got some speakers on it for sure.
903 said Big L for our safety guy at work. Last week he chopped his thumb off with our metal bending machine. It's on his dominant hand, and he's a semi-pro cornhole player. Oh my goodness.
No.
That is goodness.
No,
That's
that's not good.
That is awful. We did have an L though for our guy Ruben Portillo, who's out here. Ruben, what happened to you?
Yeah, my biggest L was probably losing my car keys at the station.
Oh no.
Yeah, so I had to be up here till it was on Tuesday, so I had to be up here till 8 p.m. And I found it the next day.
So were you just searching all over the place and you couldn't find them?
Yeah, I just couldn't find them. I checked
And
my office.
did somebody come pick you up, or did you just Uber home?
I was thinking about Ubering home. It was about $30. So, and I live in Mansfield, so I was like, ooh.
Oh, that's far.
Yeah, and so.
So
but-
where'd you find them?
So they were actually in the showroom downstairs.
Oh, dang, man.
So my sister dropped off the spare key at the station. Lucky for her, I got home safely. But the next day, Jaime, he's like, hey, did you lose something? He's like, yeah, those are my keys.
That's crazy. Man. Big dub for this better. Turned $25 into $100K after he hit a long shot NBA three-pointer parlay. Went Wendell Carter, 2 or more threes, Jalen Brown 3 or more, Herbert Jones 3 or more, Josh Hart, Cade Cunningham, and Michael Porter Jr. to hit 4 or more threes. They all hit.
Got 'em all.
25 into $102,000. That is a big-time dub right there. Big L for our F1 fans. I know we got several because anytime we talk about it, people will text in. I don't know if you saw this. We got the Saudi Arabian Grand Prix. They were actually doing
Jeddah.
Some of the qualifying, right, to find out who's going to the starting spots in the grid while I was prepping for the show today. Carlos Sainz is not going to be racing for Ferrari. Yes, diagnosed with appendicitis. He is going to require surgery, so it will be Oliver Bierman who's going to step in and place.
18 years old.
That is nuts.
Yeah, Oliver is an F2 driver. He's in their program, their juniors program. And how about him? He gets to step up. Matter of fact, he practiced in the top 10. So that just goes to show you that Lewis Hamilton might be getting into a pretty good race car if all of a sudden a young kid can jump into a car and it top 10 right off the truck. But it should be exciting. The Saudi Arabian Grand Prix, though, there in Jeddah, though, it's along the ocean. It's a beautiful setting. It's one of the fastest tracks in Formula One.
Is it like second to Monaco?
Monaco is a lot more of the turns and twists and stuff like that through the street. This is a street course, of course.
Okay.
But it's got these long straightaways.
Okay.
And then you just go flying into the corner. So yeah,
that's fun.
You're going to see some incredible speed. This might be a weekend though that the Red Bulls aren't as good, and maybe they'll see some a little bit closer racing. But Red Bulls, right off the jump, they've
been
really,
dominating.
Really good, yeah.
We'll see. Maybe McLaren can challenge, or Ferrari, or Mercedes. It'll be fun.
Aston Martin.
Aston Martin's got some speed. The Aces, big dub, have made WNBA history by selling out their 2024 season tickets. Of course, the reigning WNBA champs. That is awesome.
Becky Hammond getting them
right
done,
there.
Huh?
And a big dub to Cam Newton. He also welcomed in a baby girl over the course of this week. So there's biggest L, biggest dub. Always do that here on a Friday. We love you. Thank you very much for some of the texts that came in. I know we're kind of up against it. And thank you to all the love and support from the Tolos for my baby girl as well. And the congratulations. We appreciate it, man. It's been a blessing. One of the greatest couple weeks that I've had of my life. It's been awesome. All right. Let's talk Mavs, shall we?
Shall.
Tim Cato of The Athletic. Thank goodness the Mavs got a victory over the Heat. How are we feeling about it? And Jason Kidd's future. We'll talk with Tim next on The Fan.
Quality sports takes with laughs along the way.
Sounds like a show to me.
You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105. Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
About to catch up with Tim Cato of The Athletic, talk about your Dallas Mavericks after a badly needed win last night over the Miami Heat. Hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation as we continue to rock with you live from the Dallas Boat Show here in Market Hall, right off of Stemmons. Come on by, get your green boat of the future, but they've got much more than just boats here as well. Some awesome waterwear as well, sportswear that you can get, and we got some drinks. We got some drinks that are flowing from some Tolos that are hanging out with us behind the scenes here. That's awesome. The drinks and the food, I'm sure, is around here as well. And every once in a while, they'll fire off one of the speakers for one of the bigger boats that's here. You can have a little party there that's going on. So this is a blast. Top 10 coming up on the other side. Of course, we got What You Drinking, What You Thinking at 5:20. Zach Wolchuk alongside Brian Broaddus. We got Lucius Alexander back in Master Control. Carter Freeman running your video. And shout out to Ruben, who is running things right now for us here, producing live on the scene. But without further ado, let's welcome in, courtesy of the D&M Leasing Hot Seat, the one and only Tim Cato. Tim, we love you. We had to have you on again. Thank goodness it's after a win. How badly needed was that victory last night over the Heat?
I think it was pretty needed. Yeah, this is a team that had been in a rough stretch. I think when I was on a couple weeks ago, we had a different tone about the team, and there's been a little bit of a reality check. We'll get into all of that, but important and necessary and impressive in its own ways win over the Miami Heat last night.
So during the struggle, I think a lot of the focus was on defense, and there's been a lot of fans that have soured maybe on Jason Kidd. You had an awesome article that you wrote, and I encourage everybody, if you haven't, go and read that on The Athletic from Tim Cato. But if you can kind of just give our listeners that maybe haven't had a chance, what are some of the issues that you've seen during the struggles defensively for the Mavs?
Yeah, in that article, I talk a lot about the team scheme and how the team scheme is meant to hide Luca and hide Kyrie. And I want to be very clear. In no circumstance am I looking at the Mavericks and being like, hey, Luca's the problem.
Right.
Hey, Kyrie's the problem. I still like that duo a lot offensively. Obviously, Luca, MVP candidate, etc. So many things you can say. Kyrie has been fantastic this year. But these two have not been as good as we've seen defensively this season. And fundamentally, if you are choosing to pair Luca with a small defense-deficient guard, that is a choice of identity. And it's the same choice that Dallas has made pretty much since they started, pretty much since the Porzingis trade. First idea was shot blocking, two-way center. Porzingis wasn't quite that in Dallas. So they've gone with small guards, and they've tried to put enough defense around them. And obviously at the trade deadline, once again, they went out and got P.J. Washington. They got another rim-protecting center. These are identity choices, but they've just cycled through the same identity. And so as I was looking back at the past couple weeks of Mavs defense, a lot of it was, okay, this is the scheme they try to run. Where are the problems? One of the problems was that Luca and Kyrie were not playing up to their standards. I don't think Kyrie was much better than he has been against Miami. Luca definitely picked it up in the second half, and that's important because if you have those guys guarding in the corners, and the corner three is the easiest, best shot in basketball other than an easy layup. Those guys have to come help it towards the lane, and then they have to get back out to those shooters. And there wasn't enough of either helping initially or getting back out to those guys. Now, those guys need to be better. The identity they've chosen to put a bunch of defenders around them, are the defenders good enough still? That's still an open question. But I think what this streak was really showing to me was, all right, this is the identity they've chosen. This is how they're going to try to win with Luka Doncic. Where are the problems? Is it an identity thing? Is it just the players around Luka and Kyrie? Is it Kyrie and Luka needing to be better? Where does this start? Where does this end? I could keep talking for 10 more minutes, so I'll let you guys ask the next one, and we'll keep this discussion going.
Yeah, but Tim, okay, I want you to talk the next 10 minutes about it. I really, really do, because to me, every time anybody ever asks me a question in NFL about identity, I just scoffed. I'm like, their identity is, it's winning, and when you win, you have when you lose, you have an identity. I always, but with the Mavs, where did they determine though? They knew they needed to make the trade, but do you feel like that they didn't get the right pieces, or were the problems really more deeper than that?
So Gafford is an interesting one because, and especially the combination of Gafford with Washington.
Right.
What we've seen from PJ Washington is that he hasn't been a reliable spot-up shooter. That he is capable with the dribble, that he can make moves. That's a good thing that they needed. But because he's not a reliable spot-up shooter, when I've seen him at his best is often when the Mavericks are playing 5 out. Which is to say they have Maxi Kleber on the floor, a shooting center who probably, as much as he does shoot, but he's someone who spots up. And then PJ all of a sudden has a lot more room to operate within the arc. You don't have to rely on him as a spot up guy. But the Mavericks also traded for a non-shooting center.
Sure.
And they had this whole idea of 48 minutes of playing 4 out with a rim runner at all times. It was going to be Lively and Gafford, and everybody was talking after the trade. 48 minutes of this type of player, and we've already seen that isn't the case. That in some instances, Jason Kidd has gone back to Maxey to close games, to when they needed a boost, and so identity, whatever you want to call it, that's one part of the team that is already just a little bit incongruent. And there's still ways to work around this. And, Derek Lively was fantastic. It helped that he didn't have to deal with a shooting big man on the other side. But you saw him against Bam. He is such a big, athletic guy. Derek Lively is, and really bothered him. But, yeah, so, you mentioned Kidd and you mentioned player, or fans, the fan base beginning to turn on Kidd.
Right.
I think that a lot of coaches would struggle with these incongruencies and trying to figure out how exactly to stitch these lineups together. I do think there is a way for a very good coach to find the right combinations. And Jason Kidd's running out of time to do that this season, even if coming off a win, certainly he found some answers, changed some, the starting lineup, used some different combinations. And for at least one game, it looks like he has a few more ideas that are, make more sense of the talent that this team does have.
Tim, I mean, you do a hell of a job over there, so I don't mean to step into your world, but I do know some people over there in the organization, and one of the things I just wanted to run it by you because you do a great job. The thing they said to me was, we're playing too many guys. That seems to be something that we know we're not good on defense, but we're playing too many guys. Is this something that your basketball eyes are seeing? Is it a legitimate thought?
Kind of. I think they're playing too many guys because they don't know which ones are these combinations. That it's taking some time to cycle through and say, okay, what is this 5-man unit? And a lot of the times when we're talking about a 5-man unit, we mean like which 3 players that are kind of fringe rotation players are we going to cycle in and out of? And because Luca and Kyrie, one of those two is always going to be on the court. Which players against which matchups most most complement the specific game that they're playing. And so I think if the number of guys they're playing is an issue, it's an issue in as much that they still don't totally know which ones to go to at which times. And with a midseason trade, that's a tough thing.
Sure.
But I also understand looking at Kidd and saying that's your job. You're paid a lot of money to figure this out.
Right.
Dante Exum, I will say, last night against Miami, he has to be one of those guys. And since the All-Star break, there's one player on the team that has 2 games with 5 or more assists. It's Dante Exum, not Kyrie Irving. Sure. Kyrie Irving does not have. I believe he has 1 5-assist game. Exum's the only guy with 2. He is a connector. He plays defense. It did help last night that Miami sent a lot more double teams at Luca than they've been seeing, than Dallas had been seeing. And so that kind of gives Dante, a 4v3 situation. I think that's where his skill set really comes out. But yeah, as much as they can within the confines of the minute restriction, it's not a rigid one, but he feels healthy. But Dallas wants to keep his minutes down a little bit, but finding a way to get him on the floor, I think, is a necessary one. And, if it comes at the expense of other people in the rotation, I think we're getting to that point where that's possibly a necessary thing.
It's interesting as you talk with Tim Cato of The Athletic here in the G-Bag Nation that you bring that up, because it makes me think of in the Mavs conference finals run a couple of years ago, they had so much success with that three-guard lineup with Brunson, Dinwiddie, and Luca. So is that something that you think down the stretch here and into the postseason, with Exum being that connector, Luca and Kyrie, they should maybe rock with as well, and then whoever you want is the other two in the five-man lineup?
Yeah, I think so. He's a very different player than Spencer Dinwiddie, of course, but I just think having a third guy who, it's one thing to dribble. There's a bunch of players on this team who can dribble the ball past half court. There's a few players on this team who can pump fake and attack a closeout with a dribble. There's not a lot of players who can dribble into the lane, spin around, keep his dribble alive, find another guy. That's what Dante Exum does, and I do think that helps the offense, just gives it a little bit more room and just keeps things moving a little bit. And as Jason Kidd loves to say, that this team's defense is its offense. The numbers back that up. They're far better after a made shot than a missed shot. Some of that is just like the way it sets up on the court, that if Luca is driving past the baseline and then he kicks to the corner shooter, that corner shooter is probably going to be, one of their athletic defenders, and he'll be shooting, and if he misses, he's real far. He's got a long way to go back. And Luca now has a long way to go back because he just drove past the baseline. And all of a sudden, those transition opportunities, they're a lot easier to give up. So, yeah, I think just adding one more guy to the mix who can, drive and touch the paint. That's another thing that Kid loves to say. I think that's a benefit for this team.
Tim, do you feel like, though, that people say this team gets distracted? Is that fair? With that sometimes that when things happen poorly with them, they're not maybe a mentally tough group. Is that fair, or are we just looking at low-hanging fruit? It's easy to say, oh, they're distracted, body language is bad, they're a bad team. How do you feel about that?
I think that's fair. And before I fully give my answer, I have to preface it. Luka Doncic is an MVP candidate, one of the best players alive. I've literally gone to Slovenia to write about how awesome he is, all these things. Yes, I think that the best player, the mentality of your best player is something that is represented, throughout the team, throughout the rotation, throughout even an organization to an extent. And all those things you said are true to Luka. These are, when you are a superstar, when you are one of the most talented players alive, your criticism that you get is really small stuff, in the grand scheme of things. But one of these small things, and quite frankly, at times this season it has not been a small things, is Luka and his ability to get distracted, with when the officiating isn't going his way, body language. I wrote about how frustrated he was after a turnover against Indiana or Toronto. It wasn't. I think it was Indiana, but he was frustrated with Tim Hardaway because he thought he should have been in a different spot. And quite frankly, I think it was Luka. It was Luka, but he is someone who will show his frustrations and will have moments of distraction. And I think that this is a player who is good enough to, win championships with an S, plural. I think that there is a little bit more mental maturity improvement that is still between him and that. Now, maybe you solve all the other issues, because this is way down the line in terms of issues and what's preventing this team from being a contender. Maybe you actually get the talent around him, the coaching around him, all of that stuff, and then that's the moment that this stuff all clicks into place for him. But I do think that is one thing that is between them and contention.
Tim, that leads me to another question I had about Luca. Now, obviously, I mean, he's on a historic run, 4 straight 35-point triple-doubles. To your point, the guy is a freak show. We are so lucky to have him. But you have the Charles Barkley of the world that'll say, is it a problem? You know, the offense and maybe some of this production. Like, is that ultimately a negative to the team's success versus just Luca's individual success?
No. Yes, and a little bit of yes. It's no, because this is how teams are playing them lately. I mentioned that Miami sent more double teams, and that allowed a lot more of the ball movement. Lately, over the past couple weeks, as Dallas was losing games, a lot of teams were not doubling. They would help, they would shade help, they would put people, in the vicinity, but they weren't sending absolute help. And the response to that, when you're as good of a scorer as Luka Doncic, is to go score. I don't know how much that takes away from his ability to, maintain the improved defense that we've seen for a lot of this season. Certainly, maybe there's a correlation. It seems like there might have been a correlation over the past couple of weeks as he was, being asked to just carry this scoring load more often, and his defense slipped as a result. Maybe that's a correlation, and maybe there's more Dallas can do. I do think there's more Dallas can do to have more movement and sets and plays a little bit more. But yeah, I don't think it's a problem. I think that's kind of a misunderstanding of what exactly Dallas is seeing from the opponents and the way that Luka dictates his style of play based off what the opponents are doing. Yeah. He's always looking for that weakness. But I think there's a middle ground to a small extent where Dallas can get a little bit more out of everybody else, and they can find the ways to do that, because in the long term, that's also going to help Luka do the winning things that they need, from him on both sides of the court.
Tim, you're a stud, man. It's always a joy having you on. It's always knowledge that we're gaining from you. Keep up the fantastic work, and we'll catch up with you, I'm sure, throughout the remainder of the season.
Of course. Appreciate you guys.
Thank you. There he is, Tim Cato of The Athletic, with us here on the DNM Leasing Hotline. Make sure you're checking out The Athletic for all of his awesome work. Let's get into the top 10. It is International Women's Day, I should say. It's not a national day. It's an international day right now. So I pivoted my top 10 list. Who are the top 10 best women in the history of sports? Who do you think it is? That's next on The Fan.
Take your turn it on.
About to get into the top 10 here, the Wooly Bully Top 10, International Women's Day. Who is the best female in sports history? Frankel and Frankel, our segment sponsors. And shout out to, of course, Cards for Kids, G-Bag Nation, brought to you by Cards for Kids. Donate today at cardsforkids.org as we continue to broadcast live from the Dallas Boat Show here at Market Hall, right off of Stemmons. Come on by, say hello to us, and check out all the amazing different boat selections that they have, but they've got more than that. There's food, there's drinks, they've got all kinds of sports, water sports apparel that you can buy if you're interested in tubing, whatever it might be. They've got all kinds of awesome things out here that you can check out. And then these designer palm trees that you can purchase as well.
It's got a shower. Have you noticed that?
Yes.
They're made of, it's a steel, it's like a steel palm tree, but it's got like a shower head on it. So I guess it's like outdoors with the lights and stuff like that. So I guess it's the outdoor shower.
Yeah, it's an outdoor shower.
That's
man.
pretty neat.
It's pretty badass. It really is. Rangers game has gone final as they lost to the Kansas City Royals 4-2. But they did get a home run from Wyatt Langford as well as a homer from Jared Walsh. So there we go. Rangers are bringing some of the power here. Jack Leiter went 3 innings, and ultimately he worked around a leadoff walk there in the third. Day was done after 3, allowed 2 hits, 1 home run, 2 walks. The first inning was really good. A 1-2-3 first inning for Leiter. Struck out Bobby Witt Jr. with a 96-mile-per-hour fastball looking through 11 pitches, 8 for strikes in that first inning. The second inning is when he gave up the home run. So all in all, a solid 3 innings there for Jack Leiter, and then love to see Jared Walsh and then Wyatt Langford get the homers. Another update. The trade deadline in the NHL has come and gone, and Jim Nill and the Stars basically didn't do much today, but Tanev, of course, the defenseman, is the big addition that they made. Jim Nill telling the media, we have internal options that are better than any other trade we could have made. Logan Stankoven is an example of that. They've got a lot of talent there in the AHL affiliate Texas Stars that still haven't even been able to come up and play with the Stars team yet, and they like what they've got there. So they make a big trade. They get a defenseman, and this will be their core group now trying to make that Stanley Cup championship run moving forward. So how about those Dallas Stars? And reports are from Josina Anderson of CBS Sports that Russell Wilson still with Pittsburgh, still has not left the Steelers facility. Maybe they're trying to iron out a deal right now with Russell Wilson, the former Denver Broncos quarterback. We did also hear that he talked with the New York Giants inside of the division as well. All right, without further ado, let's do it. It's time for the Wooly Bully Top 10. Wooly Bully. International Women's Day. Happy International Women's Day to all. Shout out to all the wonderful women in our life. But we've got the top 10 best women in all of sports. When you think of female athletes, who comes to mind for you? Brian Broaddus, do you have a favorite female athlete of all time? And why would it be Danica Patrick?
I knew you were going to go there. I knew. I mean, in fact, you know, she's been on that Drive to Survive.
Yes, okay. And I'm glad you brought that up. I was thinking about you when I saw her do those cameos.
I skipped right past it.
Did you?
I just move the needle. You know, I'm like, move the needle right past anything that she's saying. I just move on. I'm such a petty guy when it comes to that.
She's really not bad in that type of role. But yeah. I do every time I see her. And I got to meet her one time, and she was okay. She was pleasant. But
she's not pleasant.
I think about the story that you told of why you just are like, Danica Patrick's the worst.
Yeah, she's not pleasant. She really isn't. And she's yay for me. You know, I just no.
It's amazing that her and Aaron Rodgers worked for so long together.
You
two
know
very
what? I mean,
selfish people.
They were very the way that they used to hang out together. Two very selfish people. There's so many of these gals in track and field.
Yeah.
Is that a Gavin Dawson appearance I see right there?
Broskies. Oh, holy crap. Didn't even see you sneak in here.
How we doing?
The General. How'd it go?
It was fun.
Did you guys kick some ass or
No. I mean, the good news is because of all the rain yesterday and this morning, we could only play 25-minute halves instead of 40-minute halves, which kept the score down a little bit.
Oh, there we go.
But,
okay.
Yeah, salute to Soccer Chance Academy out of the state of Oregon. I met their coaches, Dan and Rob, I think. They moved over from England because they heard Americans like spending big money on youth sports. So they started this academy in southeast Portland, kind of over where I used to live, and they've done a really nice job of accumulating talent and coaching them.
Are we about to lose you to their academy? It sounds like that maybe, maybe there was some recruiting going on here.
I love Dallas Surf, and we're happy to host this thing. You just get some great teams coming in, and anybody in youth sports knows sometimes you get smaller population states, and like the only way they can compete is to bring in every good player within a 100-mile drive, and that's how it was for us growing up, in Southwest Washington, and we would accumulate talent from all over, and they'd drive in for practice 2 nights a week. Well, it was very clear, and it was very obvious just watching them warm up that was the situation we had on our hands, but they played like champions for the first half, and it was actually scoreless 0-0 at half, so it was cool.
Yeah,
it was really cool.
good.
We have another game tomorrow against some of the best teams in the country that have come down
So
here.
overall, it's an awesome experience. Like you're growing, learning. It's good for the club.
Well, it's great when you get that reality check. Packers against Cowboys. Here's our measuring stick.
Sure.
We put in all this work. Where are we? Let's go find out. And we found out. I was happy that we scored.
There we go.
Yeah.
Oh, it was one of those matches.
Yeah. It was. Yeah.
It was.
They probably
one
had a badass goal.
Was there were they playing like the ball was on a string kind of a thing with it tick, 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 passing down?
More just positioning and like great first touch and accurate passing.
Really?
Just there wasn't a ton of skill on display like you'll see from some of the teams around here.
Sure.
They were just really, really good at all the fundamentals and very athletic and giant.
That's great that the girls got that experience.
It was.
Yeah.
Let's see some of those girls in the Olympics someday.
Wow, really?
No, I don't know if they're that good. Okay. But they definitely tuned us up pretty good, Wolchuk. It was a challenge to keep my cool over there on the sideline.
So no outbursts?
Oh, there was a couple outbursts. That's guaranteed. Yeah.
We didn't get it on video?
No, we will at some point.
Okay.
But they don't usually run audio on the video.
Okay.
Which is unfortunate. So I'm going to have to record it myself.
Okay. I'm looking forward to that. International Women's Day here, the Willy Willy Top 10. Lucius Alexander, where are you going for the best woman in sports?
Flojo for sure. Got to mention Flojo.
Yeah, absolutely.
She did it while looking good. Those hella long nails that SWV used to wear.
Yes. Yes.
And Wilma Rudolph, because she started it all.
Way back in the day. She could fly.
Wilma.
Yep.
Erin Grant, she's a basketball player. Used to play for Mansfield High School. Erin Grant, back in the day, that was the first girl to cross me over.
I've heard this story before. Yes.
I never showed back up at that gym neither.
I would
never showed back up.
Hey, she's a badass.
Yeah, she's really good. Whatever she's doing nowadays.
We got some of the honorable mentions. Jackie Joyner-Kersee, I should say, First Lady of American Athletics. Needs no further introduction. She was amazing for the Olympics and track and field. You've got Mia Hamm. Shout out to Lady Soccer.
Did you just skip Janet Guthrie because you didn't know who she was?
Well, I knew that you would know who she is, but I did skip over the Daytona 500 champion.
Yeah, well, she was the first lady to run in Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
Good for her, Janet Guthrie. She's amazing. This was a black and white photo.
Pioneer.
A lot of the audience might not know.
You skipped right over it. You just rolled right over that thing.
I sure did.
You didn't go, hey, bro.
I wanted to get to Mia Hamm. We were just talking about
Mia Hamm
Lady
was great,
Soccer.
too. North Carolina.
Freaking badass, man.
Yeah.
Cheryl Swoops.
Texas Tech's own, right?
Cheryl Swoops is awesome. Yes, we got to have her on the show when we were doing nights. I think it was CA filling in for Eric, and Cheryl Swoops was an absolute badass. And then Martha. She just goes by Martha.
Martha.
Yeah. And I now
Turns
understand
out she
why.
has a full name.
Yeah, I didn't know that either. But Martha.
Vieira da Silva?
Sounds about right.
That sounds good. I think you nailed that pronunciation. But Martha was fantastic.
I'm a professional when it comes to these names.
You are. You know your international ball very well.
I wanted to name Abby Marta, actually,
Did
for
you?
a short spell. And there was another gal who played for Brazil that year in 2011, Rosanna. I thought that was an amazing name as well.
Rosanna.
It was Abby Rose instead.
I like Abby Rose. That's beautiful. Number 10, Lisa Leslie.
Sparks.
Of course. I
Right?
mean, Lisa Leslie was a goat. She absolutely was. Yes, L.A. Sparks. Number 9. This is an interesting one that I don't think anybody's going to know who the hell this is. Saina Newell.
Tennis.
Badminton phenom. When's the last time you played badminton? We did have to do that in PE growing up.
There's
PE for sure.
Yeah.
The little thing that you hit has an uncomfortable name.
The cock shuttle? What is it called? The shuttlecock.
Shuttlecock.
The shuttlecock.
The shuttlecock.
Shuttlecock.
Yeah. I would have never known that.
Cock shuttle.
The cock shuttle?
I thought I nailed it.
You did.
You did.
Just flipped it.
You said it with confidence too, which I was really impressed.
This name's interesting. Number 8 is Ding Ning.
Ping pong.
Yes, she is a table tennis Grand Slam champion, also an Olympic gold medalist,
Yeah.
3-time table tennis World Cup winner, and 3-time world champion, 18 Pro Tours to boot. So shout out to her. She's a badass. Number 7, Katie Ledecky, who's still getting it done. One of the
She's
greatest
swimming.
American swimmers of all time, male or female, and the winningest female swimmer of all time. Number 6, we've got Lindsey Vonn. 82 World Cup race wins under her belt, Olympian, one of the distinguished best female
She skied a
athletes of
little
all
bit,
time. Yeah, she's a fantastic skier. Winningest female alpine skier of all time. Number 5, I couldn't say this one.
Nadia Comaneci.
Nadia Comaneci.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate you lifting me up here. 1976 Olympics in Montreal.
She hit some 10s, some perfect 10s.
Holy crap, she was. She was the first
Yeah.
ever perfect 10 gymnast.
Montreal.
That's amazing.
More
And
than
then
one way.
Number 4, Billie Jean King. I thought maybe you'd get some list for Billie Jean King would be the number 1 on it.
Yeah, Billie Jean King beat Bobby Riggs in the famous male versus female tennis match.
Yeah.
That was played at the Astrodome.
Yep, and they've made movies, TV shows about it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's legendary what Billie Jean King was able to do. Number 3 is Steffi Graf.
Yeah.
Outstanding.
Married to Andre Agassi. I think their son plays tennis now, too.
Okay, I bet. I mean,
Yeah.
think about that.
I think they're out of Vegas. Is where
That's
they
pretty
play.
incredible.
Yeah.
Number 2 is Simone Biles, who's still trying to get it done. Of course, 2016 Olympics in Rio
She
de
won it.
Janeiro, became the first female U.S. gymnast to win 4 gold medals at a single games. But number 1, and I guess you can't have one without the other, which is why we're going with a twins pair here.
Oh, yeah.
Serena and Venus Williams. And it could probably just be Serena, but Serena, of course, alongside
Savina.
her tween. Yes, Savina. Venus Williams. I mean, yeah, to me, I think Serena would be number 1, the GOAT of all the female athletes. But happy International Women's Day. Anna Konica is being texted. Anna Kournikova
Anna
being
Kournikova,
texted. Cheryl Miller as well getting some love. Mary Lou Retton getting some love
Get well.
as well.
She's dealing with some illness.
And
right?
she's making a good recovery.
Good.
We were very
Good deal.
scared
Yeah.
for Mary Lou Retton there for a little bit of a period as well. And then we did get a couple of votes for Caitlyn Jenner.
Caitlyn Jenner.
And there's your top 10.
Hey, she was Woman of the Year, right? She was. Yeah, first year being a woman, she got Woman of the Year.
So that fits.
That's a strong woman.
Yeah.
Very strong.
Fastest to it in history.
Crazy. Awesome.
All righty. Thank you, Wolchuk.
Thank you.
How's things been going here at Dallas Market Hall with the boat show?
We've been holding it down. It's been solid. I mean, the boat show is awesome. The people here are badass. We've had a lot of tolos. Kenny and Quinlan's been hanging out behind us. In fact, he said he's going to get I Met Kenny and Quinlan shirts made for these events. That he's
I
gonna
want one
hand
of those
out.
bad.
Size large, Kenny.
He's a badass.
Yeah.
Okay, I was listening to Tim Cato on my drive down here.
Yeah.
And I think he nailed it. Some of the biggest issues, and it got my mind thinking. I want to talk about that. We doing Rim next?
Yes, let's do it.
All right, we're live at Dallas Market Hall, the 2024 boat show, and we'd love if you could come on by and say hi. And we're back with that Rim Sesh next here in the nation.
Coming up Monday morning on Sean.
dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Well, thank you very much, Lucius. And thanks to Brian and Zach for holding it down last couple of hours, so allowing me to go do a little soccer coaching. A tough defeat, no doubt, but I look forward to the next 2 hours and 12 minutes of talking sports with you guys. That's definitely a dub, especially on the heels of the Tim Cato Mavs interview at the top of the hour. That was fire as I was on my way in. Congrats to you for those guys. Can you open up this rim sesh for us, Wolchuk?
Yeah, I got you. Let's go ahead and put the kids to bed, cut out the lights, and go all the way around the rim.
Let it ride! Rain dance!
Rain dance! Oh, yes. I did just see this, and I want to get to your thoughts on what Tim Cato had to say, because thank God the Mavericks got that victory. I don't know if you caught this in the open, General. I had my first dad experience where the baby girl took priority over the end of the game. I was in there in the NICU. I'm watching the game on my phone. I'm holding baby girl, and it was time for her to get changed. She has touch times. Nurse comes in. She's like, all right, let's do the temperature and the diaper change. I do that. I come back, and Skin is interviewing Kyrie Irving, and the game is over. So I had to go back and catch the last 2 minutes.
Yeah, that'll happen. Pretty soon it'll be like going to bed and stuff like that. But you just got to accept that you're going to miss out on some stuff. But you put her first, and you keep your fingers crossed that it's not too bad.
It wasn't too bad. Now, I just saw this breaking news from Front Office Sports. A first-of-its-kind tournament featuring NIL deals as payouts is coming to college basketball next season. There's going to be an 8-team invitational in Vegas. It'll guarantee $1 million to be split among players on each team, with another $1 million to the winning team. Could we end up seeing March Madness completely change and evolve because of an 8-team invitational like this? Is this where we're trending?
Sure, absolutely. They're going to realize that these players are going to realize that this tournament that they have, this March Madness tournament, how much money is generated, television revenue and all that. Get ready for the players to step in and say, no, we want a piece of anything that we're about to be a part of. The kids at George Washington, maybe they haven't earned money like the kids at Kentucky, but all of a sudden you get one of these teams that gets on a little run. These kids are going to step up and say, listen, we're part of the Sweet 16 here. Oh, wait, we're Elite 8. We want to be paid to be a part of this. So I'm surprised this hasn't already happened, to be honest with you.
Next year, they've got it all set up, so that's something to keep an eye on. We are in March. We've got the tournament right around the corner. But what were your takeaways, Tim? I mean, Tim Cato's awesome. He's an absolute beast. Yeah. Having him on was fantastic. When I read the article that he had a couple days ago on the Mavs' defensive issues, it's like, dude, we got to get Timmy on here. So what did you think?
I thought the most interesting stuff was just the idea that your defense is so bad, and it's as a result of the options that you've taken in team building to put two really talented superstars that don't play any defense on the court together. And I just don't know if it works. There's a lot of different ways to skin this cat, but I don't know if that's one of them anymore, or if it ever has been.
I kind of got the vibe that maybe they didn't trade for the right guys.
I think, what it was, and this is what I've heard, is Kuzma's the guy they really wanted. And Kuzma said, I don't want to go and be a third option. I was a third option between LeBron and AD. I want to stay in Washington and be the top guy. And ultimately, he blocked a trade to the Mavs. So they pivoted, they got Gafford, and they went for P.J. Washington, who was their next option. But they don't really have that third true scorer now on the team, which they were hoping would be Kuzma.
Yeah, and it's tough now because you have, Luca and Kyrie out there. That's a problem. They've also made the decision to have two non-3-point shooting centers that they want to play a lot, and that's not really working because of what it does to P.J. Washington's game. So, number one, it is a weird mix, and if you don't decide to do anything with Luca or Kyrie, I think Kyrie's by far the most likely between the two if you're going to decide to break those two guys up. But if you decide to leave those guys together, then you have to make a multiple player for one better player swap. And I don't think that's too difficult to pull off, but it is a significant issue. Like the true shooting percentage against Luka Doncic, he's usually the worst. And we've seen in the playoffs how much of a difference it makes when he locks in defensively. So I think there's a big coaching job to be done with this team, or a big front office job with this team. But there's no doubt about it. Over the next 3 or 4 months, we're going to be talking a lot about it, man.
Well, the Mavs off tonight. Stars are in action, but we found out the Phoenix Suns are going to host the 2027 NBA All-Star Weekend at Footprint Center. All-Star Game date will be revealed at another time. The Footprint Center looks badass. We got to see it when we were out there for the Super Bowl last year. It looks really, really nice. Ruben, you were supposed to go out there. You'd have a whole scouting report on it, but you didn't end up going during spring training, so maybe next year. Maybe next year we'll get out there, check out the Footprint Center, and then Mavs get the win over the Heat. I think I said this to LA yesterday. We didn't have time to get to it. But it was on the OGs podcast with Udonis Haslem and Mike Miller. And Udonis Haslem made an interesting comment about some of the big-name former Heatles that he was teammates with. Of course, it was LeBron, Wade, Bosh. Those were the big three. You would think LeBron would kind of be the most important and the biggest name that they got out of that. But Udonis Haslem saying it might be Dallas's own Chris Bosh that was the most important member.
I'm telling you, CB, if he stayed healthy, would have been still be playing.
Everybody think that our most important player was Bron. Our most important player, not our best player, but our most important player was CB.
Yeah, damn.
He was our most important player. Because if Bron went down, you could bring in D-Wade, and it's not the same player, but you're gonna get similar results of what you're gonna get out of the player. Making plays, he can go for 30. We couldn't simulate it. We didn't have another CB. If that went down and he got hurt, we didn't have another one of those.
And the way Spo started using him too was impossible to guard. Like he was shooting threes. Like he was.
That's why
that man was cold, brother.
He closed it out on threes as a big.
That's what I'm saying.
Chris Bosh, if you think about it, in today's league too, gosh, he would be absolutely dominant. It's such a shame what happened with the blood clots that ended his career early. But I didn't really stop and think about it because he makes a good point in terms of like the scoring, because LeBron was a different player then when he went to the Heat. But Chris Bosh, maybe we didn't give him enough love and respect for the role that he played among those teams.
He was one of the most criticized players in all of sports there for a couple, 2 or 3 years because he sacrificed so much. He was great defensively. He could knock down that corner three, stretch the defense, and if you needed a bucket from him, you could actually throw it inside. He was a great rebounder. Absolutely. And for every NBA champion or every dynasty, there's usually a player in there who's not talked about. Like for the Lakers, it was probably James Worthy, could have absolutely been a team dominant by himself type of superstar. And certainly he was in college. But, there's tons of guys like that. Obviously with the Bulls, they were just littered with dudes.
Sure.
Like,
that's, Man Campbell would say that's true alpha. Sacrificing for the betterment of the team right there. Chris Bosh, you are a true alpha, sir. Wemby is not going to be playing tomorrow against the Warriors. Not sure about Steph either, as he left their loss against the Bulls yesterday. I believe his MRI on his ankle came back clean, but it's possible that he will be out, so we thought we'd have Wemby versus Steph. We might not have either of them. Karl Anthony Towns is having surgery on a torn meniscus. That's big for the Minnesota Timberwolves, but last night without Cat, I think we had the block of the year, maybe the defensive play of the year, as Anthony Edwards dropped 44 points, and the block that saved the game for the Timberwolves. If you haven't seen it, holy crap, the amount of air that Anthony Edwards
the rim.
He did. He hit the rim.
Yeah.
It was insane what Anthony Edwards did to get that rejection. Just an absolute monster block, one of the greatest I've ever seen. And there's your rim session for the afternoon.
If I'm Jason Kidd, I'm just showing Luca that highlight again and again.
This is that dog mentality we need from you, man. The hustle, the effort, the heart. That was incredible.
This is what winning superstars do, and we'll see if Anthony Edwards can grow the full repertoire of offensive game to be a great two-way superstar. But, I think the frustrating thing for Luka is just going to take focus and determination. Tim Cato was saying maybe when you get the right supporting cast and the right coach in here, he will sort of drop into that mode and be more serious. And you can really only hope. But it's unfortunate that he can't lock in and, give this team a fighting chance on defense. It's oftentimes free bucket after free bucket off of Luka's guy.
Didn't he get criticized for eating too much Popeye's chicken?
He did. And it was Karl Anthony Towns that was making fun of him.
Yeah. We're making fun of him for eating too many Popeyes
Yeah. Well,
chicken.
now look, Cat's
Now
got
look
the
at
meniscus injury,
Yeah.
and Anthony Edwards is dragging him to Dubs.
Football's finest as we are live at the Dallas Boat Show here, Dallas Market Hall. Swing on by, say hi. Was it Emmitt Smith or the offensive line? A former Cowboy puts that debate to rest. And are you ready for college football Friday nights this fall? It's next in the G-Back Nation.
fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 4 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan, home of the Cowboys, home of the World Series champion Texas Rangers. Hope you're having an outstanding day. We are. We're live in one of our favorite spots in all of Dallas here, Dallas Market Hall, the 2024 Dallas Boat Show. The Dallas Winter Boat Show is going on here, and they have all sorts of great deals on all your favorite boats, and we'd love to see you swing on by. I believe this would be like the northwest entrance, or I guess they're just calling it the west entrance, if you're wondering where we are at. I am illegally parked out there, so I'd appreciate it if you don't tell me.
Okay, yeah.
You know,
I snuck in and kind of had a sketchy parking spot as well, but it's all good. I mean, that's how busy it is out here.
It is. Okay, coming up at 5:20 on a Friday, time for What You Drinking and What You Thinking. So maybe call in now, 877-881-1053, get first in line. Maybe set a reminder. You know, if you are day drinking, you know how time can get away from you real quick. So we'll be taking your phone calls and asking what you're drinking, what you're thinking, coming up in 20. Here's Zach Wolchuk with an edition of Football's Finest.
Yeah, there's some rumorooski swirling out there that maybe Derrick Henry to the Cowboys has some legs. From people, Brian, that we've talked to within that organization, they don't have the money for Derrick Henry.
They accuse us of always talking about spending money that they don't have.
Like, that'd be awesome. That'd be fun. You add Derrick Henry, that's a bruising back that can add some physicality to your run game. Probably is an upgrade over Tony Pollard. But, you know, life comes at you fast in the running back position. There's a lot of mileage on that body, and you never know. 1 year, Derrick Henry is not going to be getting the job done. You'd hate to be the team that pays him to do that, but I don't see it unless he wants to take like $1.5 million or $2 million to come play with the Cowboys. I get he bought a house here yesterday, but he lives here in the offseason. We talked about that as well. I mean, that's not a surprise. He's always working out at SMU. I don't see that happening. I want to temper fan expectations. I don't see the Cowboys actually pursuing Derrick Henry unless for whatever reason he really does want to play with the Cowboys. He's made his money and he takes considerably less.
Yeah, I would consider it no way an AG double hockey sticks because he's still making plays. He's still effective. You know, if he was coming off like a 3-yard per attempt like Le'Veon Bell or CJ2K last gasp year, then I'd be like, man, that's just the Cowboys' lane of free agency. You know, they're going to sign this guy for his big name for league minimum and be like, hey, look at this. This is awesome, right? Like Eddie George. But I'm with you, Wolchuk. And I'm depressed because I'm convinced now that if it is a good player, Cowboys can't afford him.
I agree. And it's sad and it is depressing because I was really hoping that the Cowboys would be all in, try and get involved. I know they got under the salary cap. They're now $9 million under it with the restructuring of Zach Martin. If you missed that, that did happen. And there are ways that they can do this, but they're already screwed financially against the cap in 2025. Eventually, you're going to have to pay the piper. This is the time. They're going to have to do it. And I think internally they're thinking, all right, we have been going all in.
Yeah.
Making the trade for Stephon Gilmore and Brandon Cooks to us was all in moves. Maybe that's where we should look.
Because they don't like giving up picks.
They don't.
They don't like giving up picks, and here they like to draft. And here they give up a couple of picks to get a couple of veteran guys. That's something that's completely different from what they've done before.
It is. Now, I did see that made me think, okay, maybe the trade market is where they could try and figure something out, and maybe it's not they're trading picks. They did get a 5 and a 6 today when it comes to those picks for the compensatories, yes, for losing Dalton Schultz in free agency. But Wyatt Teller, a guard from the Browns, and cornerback Greg Newsome, who was a pretty good corner coming out of Northwestern a couple years ago and has played well with the Browns. Those are two players that the Browns are apparently shopping to get some cap relief and additional draft compensation. Maybe those are ways that the Cowboys could try and improve.
Well, see, now, how do the Cowboys operate? And I'm not slamming for this. You got to give them credit. When they make these trades, they get the other team to take on part of the salary.
Yes.
And so are the Browns, they're looking for cap relief. Are they
going to be willing to do
Are they going to be willing to take on part of this contract?
And that's fair. I mean, there's a way that this has to work for both teams, but I don't know. I'm trying my best to try and find little ways that the Cowboys can improve. If it's not going to be in free agency, maybe the trade market is one way that they could do it. But these are two players that certainly can still get it done. Maybe you can flip Michael Gallup. Maybe there's a way to do that. Maybe you throw his name in there and get involved. I don't know, but it is going to be interesting. I don't expect a whole lot of anything for the Cowboys to do, to be doing next week when free agency opens up. And if they do, I would be thrilled to be wrong about that.
Yeah, the only thing I expect right now is a couple of cheap signings and at least 2 bad decisions, Chuck.
No doubt.
I'm at an all-time low right now. I need some help.
Hey, well, you know what? We're going to try and uplift
Thank
your
you.
spirits here.
I need some chicken soup for my Cowboy soul.
We got you.
We'll get there.
Did
Let's
Justin
go back.
Matabiki just sign?
He did.
Well, yeah, he
With
did.
okay.
So we just got a fat deal. 4 years, $98 million extension for Justin
Cha-ching.
Matabike. 13
Cha-ching.
sack season, and he was another guy that was a defensive tackle on the market. Ravens had said, we're not letting him go.
No.
We're going to tag him. We're going to get a long-term deal done. They just did. 4 years, $98 million for Justin Matabike as these deals continue to run in. We're waiting on Russell Wilson. He might be close to signing with the Pittsburgh Steelers as well. I did want to play this audio. I saw this. It was Kevin Gogan, former Cowboys offensive lineman who was part of the 90s dynasty there.
The original KG.
Yeah, the original KG, yes, sir. And he was asked the age-old question. He was on with Mike Tagg, I believe, who he's the ultimate Cowboy hype man, one of the fans that has his man cave and everything.
Oh,
he's
God,
a good dude.
Tagg is a
fun.
fanboy.
So he asked
in a nice way.
Yes, he asked the age-old question: was it Emmitt Smith, or was it the Great Wall of Dallas? Kevin Gogan, you were there. What say you?
This is how you can prove it's not the offensive line. This is how you can prove it was Emmitt Smith. He held out, right? He held out. Yes. And when he held out, so remember the culture is very positive, and HUD would come in there, and this is the honest to God truth that happened. He'd come in there day after day. I think it was maybe Derek Lassick was the running back.
Derek Lassick was the running back.
Yeah, and and Derek had some game. There's no two ways about it. But he, clearly wasn't Emmitt Smith. Not many people are. And he would say, "Oh no, man, it's the offensive line. We go through week 1, and Derek Lassick has like 30 yards. And then he tried to sell that to us the next week. And I finally said, "Hey, HUD, it ain't. You're not going to sell this to us. It's Emmitt. I mean, he was. If you look at the film, he never got hit hard, man. I mean, the guy hurt his shoulder in the Giants game and all that. But I mean, nobody ever just catered him."
First off, I love Kevin Gogan.
And
I think he'd be a great guest. We need to try and get him on the show because his storytelling's awesome and he just seems like a fun personality. But thank you. I mean, you guys know I love Emmitt Smith. So am I cherry picking this audio? You're damn right I am. But there's somebody that was blocking for 22, the greatest to ever do it, and he's telling you firsthand, it was deuce. It was not the Great Wall of Dallas.
Man, I love that audio there, and I love the verb tater. Tater, the tatering.
Yeah.
I tatered that dude. It's just, I think it's lost but not forgotten in my mind.
Tatered.
Old joke.
Just got tatered. Okay, This is, I wonder if this is going to impact your high school football Friday nights in the fall. Fox Sports will feature a Friday primetime college football game on its broadcast network each week beginning this season. Network is set to announce, a source with knowledge told The Athletic, games are going to be from the Big Ten, the Big 12, and the Mountain West, and the first matchup is still to be determined. But I don't know. How are we feeling about some Friday night football?
What are we doing with Big Day Saturday?
So that's still going to be
Big Noon Saturday.
That's not going anywhere. They're still going to do that on Saturdays, but apparently there's going to be now a Friday night game on Fox.
So we potentially have a game going from until 11 o'clock, and then 12 hours later
we're turning around.
We're turning right around.
We're doing it again.
Yeah.
And look, they've probably got enough analysts where they can have 2 completely different crews do
they got 75 dudes that all won Heisman's that are on their booth. They can all move those guys off that.
But don't worry,
table.
Brian. They make sure to specify in the article, Fox still intends to showcase its biggest game of Saturday during its big noon kickoff spotlight. So you don't have to worry about that. But I don't know. I don't feel personally, because I'm a big high school football fan, that we need a Friday night college football game. But I'm not upset about it. I mean, I guess options. Now we've got football.
You're going to be upset when
it's a crappy matchup.
When it's for the old Oaken Bucket, when it's Purdue versus Indiana, you're going to be upset.
Well, I won't be upset. I just won't watch it.
That's what I'm saying. That's the wrong idea. They want you to watch the old Oaken Bucket.
So do you think ultimately this will be a failure for Fox?
It depends on. Look what Thursday night football in the NFL is.
Thursday night football, I don't think is necessary.
Okay, let's be honest with ourselves here. Dawson, how many Thursday night, other than Dallas Cowboy Thursday night games, how many Thursday night games did you watch this year?
NFL?
Yes.
2.
I don't think I watched one. It
was just on. You know?
Yeah, I mean,
It's just
when the Cowboys played, sure. But other than that, no. The matchups aren't any good.
They're not.
I'm not interested in bad football, whether it's college football or NFL football.
Unless it's comically bad, like Zach Wilson tripping over his own feet as he runs out onto the field, then it's funny. But I'll just take
or
the
butt
highlights.
fumble type stuff.
You know,
Yeah, we can get in
I'm
on
just
that.
disappointed because, you know, it used to be about the scholar athletes and, you know, amateurism. And now these guys, they want to get paid just because they put together a football team in a university. I can't believe it. And now they're getting into the high school stuff on Friday night, Brian.
Yeah.
It's just not the same
I'll
game
tell you
anymore.
what,
I
Dawson.
quit.
The purity's been lost, Dan.
There's
What
just
the
so
hell
much-
are we doing?
There's so much
Dawson, you're
great from these
amazing.
universities and TVs.
Your
coaches.
insight on this is just unbelievably
I think Gavin's
correct.
nailing this. That's a hell of a take
Thank
right
you.
there, Dawson.
Thank you.
Our guy's crushing it right off the pitch and onto the studio mic, and he is absolutely delivering knowledge bombs left and
Yeah, the
right.
Ted
No wonder
Lasso
Nick
moment
Saban
then.
quit.
Yeah, absolutely. Can you believe it? If I was Nick, I'd have quit too. This is unbelievable. Give me all the damn little Debbies. I'm done with this. These guys are so damn entitled. Lane Kiffin wants EA Sports to include him in College Football 25 for free. Lane Kiffin, here's a guy who loves the purity of the sport. He doesn't even want any money, but what he does want is the recruiting benefit of it.
Yeah.
Recruiting. He knows the kids are going to play College Football 25, and if Lane Kiffin's the only coach that's in there, I'm going to Ole Miss.
Oh, hell yeah, dude. We got it. Now all the coaches are in.
It's actually genius.
You're not going to let Lane get
It's
away
really
with this?
smart.
It is genius.
Lane's good at this. Lane's also gone ahead
Sip.
and you know, Zach Arnett took over for the late great Mike Leach there at Mississippi State.
He got canned after 1 year, right?
He did. He got fired. Well, he's got a new job.
Oh.
And it's on Ole Miss's staff now.
Geez.
Lane Kiffin said, "Hey, Zach Arnett, our rival's old head coach. Yeah, we just might have
He's a
kicked your butt in
defensive
the Egg
dude,
Bowl."
right?
Yeah, he's going to come on over as an analyst there.
Okay.
I like this. I think this, again, Lane Kiffin, savvy moves.
But yeah,
I'm digging what Lane's doing. Give me Lane Kiffin over Lincoln Riley. His overrated, inflated, crappy, no defense playing
Okay,
mind.
how about what they're doing at USC, getting Cliff Kingsbury to be the coach? You're more on board with that than you are with Zach Arnett.
You mean in Washington?
What?
Cliff's in Washington now.
No, I'm saying when he got the USC job.
Yeah, and you know what? That worked. They could play
that
offense.
got my attention, not Zach Arnett.
You don't think Zach Arnett? You don't think he's qualified?
You didn't even know who the hell he was.
I knew exactly who he was as
No,
soon
you
as he
didn't.
took over from Mike Leach.
No, you didn't.
Yeah, that was a year ago. I didn't know who he was before that.
You're right, right?
Right? Nobody knew who he was.
Yeah.
We continue football's finest. Over 10,000 players have opted in to the EA Sports College Football 25 game. However, the top awards, like the Davey O'Brien Award, the Bednarik, the Maxwell, the Bolitnikoff, those aren't going to be part of the game.
What?
Because apparently the game didn't pay
Heisman?
enough. And the Heisman will be the only one that's in there.
Okay.
Otherwise, like the Outland Trophy, the Jim Thorpe Award, apparently the association's president said that they didn't offer enough money to warrant the awards being in the game.
I got money.
And I have to say, who the hell cares? I don't, okay? They can just go ahead and say, here's your best quarterback on the game. Here's the best offensive lineman. I don't need the name of Doak Walker to tell me who the best running back is.
Let me ask you
You
guys-
guys think you're so damn high and mighty that the EA Sports video game needs to pay you how much to just get the naming rights? What are we doing here?
$500, they could have my name. I tell you what.
Unbelievable,
Zach. Using
dude.
it right now with
Sure.
these energy bills.
And for Baylor Bear fans out there, if you're hoping Xavier Howard's going to
Sick
be a
'em.
Dallas Cowboy,
Sick him.
Who's that?
That door's open.
Okay.
Xavier Howard. He said the door's closed on a return to the Miami Dolphins. He ain't going back to Miami. So maybe, just maybe, he takes $1 million.
It seems like his career's been
Comes-
so up and down. Is it definitely down right
He
now?
might stink. I don't
Yeah.
know, but that's exactly why he could be a cheap player the Cowboys could sign. You know, I'm trying to
Yeah.
think outside the box
Hey,
here.
We got to keep our fingers crossed that he's coming off the worst season of his career and he's over 30.
Yes.
Cowboys got a chance.
Exactly.
And he has a slight injury along the
Yeah,
way.
and I agree. At 1-7, I'm sick of idiots knocking Emmett Smith. These people can bleep off. Kevin
Yeah.
Gogan told you. It's Emmett. It wasn't the line. Don't give me that crap anymore.
Did you read the other 6 that said it was the line?
No, No, none of them said that. They all said, who was that? I got to share that audio with people so I can tell them to go F themselves.
It's the Sports Center crowd. Yes, Emmett Smith did not do the Barry Sanders stuff. He did not do the Walter Payton stuff, the Adrian Peterson, the Jim Brown. But you know what? He knew position, he knew leverage, and had better contact balance than any son of a gun I've ever seen.
Yes. MVP, Super Bowl MVP.
Where'd Scout Dawson pull that out of?
Well, Scout Dawson knows damn football.
Oh, I think he just read some clips.
He tried to tell us Terrence Steele sucked.
What?
I did. Thank you, Wolchuk.
You did.
It's about damn time.
Jeez.
Thanks, bro. We got to run. It's time now for that one segment of the week where you can call in while intoxicated or in the process of catching a buzz. It's time for What You Drinking
and What You Thinking
at 877-881-1053. We want your phone calls next year in the nation. I want to chat about men's tea.